Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 451, Counter-Invasion, Attacking Another World, Part 1. Xietain had been fighting for more than 30 minutes, and added to this the time he rested before, right after fighting to resist the suction force of the space crack that formed after the destruction of the Earth's defensive barrier. Therefore his mana had recovered to over 80% since during the entire battle he had not used any active skills and had only relied on his passive skills and his monstrously high stats. After sending out a wave of around 200 mana points and using his powerful magic stat to spread it everywhere, the mist of blood that surrounded the area began to move strangely. Just then, a figure emerged from the spatial rift. This figure was an extremely handsome man just like the rest. The difference, however, was that the aura exuded from his body was noticeably more powerful. He was a second-order existence. Sir Elmes. Finally, the generals began to arrive. The now 400,000 plus enemies who had stopped outside the rift as none could advance became noisy as this figure emerged from the crack. They all began to exclaim and cheer in such a way that it seemed as if God had descended into the world. But in fact, to these otherworldly existences, the arrival of the first second-order existence was not much different from the arrival of God, so all those who were charging forward to attack actually stopped in mid-charge to make way for the newcomer. It had already become clear to them that it was practically impossible to defeat Xietain. Therefore, they could only rely on someone more powerful. What the hell is going on here? Why aren't they moving forward? Because of you, no one else can get through. The second-order existence named Elmes frowned and with a demonic gleam in his eyes caught one of his allies by the neck. Sir Elmes. That existence was no different than a chicken being caught by the neck and about to be slaughtered at the hands of Elmes. His breathing became increasingly labored, and although he struggled, a first-order existence did not have the ability to deal with Elmes level 63, so all his attempts were unsuccessful. Elmes, being an existence even more dangerous than all those present, was even more arrogant and cruel than all of them, even though he seemed to be someone with whom one could have a conversation having a nice cup of tea. Therefore, in an instant, the neck of that first-order existence cracked and Elmes crushed his head. Tisk. Discovering that there was no soul stone there, Elmes casually threw the corpse aside. Then, ignoring everything, he swiftly made his way through and arrived at the front of the battlefield. His eyes widened as he took in the scene before him, but when he saw the man standing on top of the mountain of corpses, looking at them all with arrogance and disdain, his instincts immediately flared. So it was you who has been holding back the advance of our Azure race, human. Elmes bellowed and without waiting for a response turned into a bloody flash. Xietain. Watch out. Shangguan Bing Shui exclaimed worriedly as she barely managed to keep up with Elmes' movements. She was worried because the current Xietain didn't seem to be his usual self. Instead of being careful, he was being rather careless. It was as if he believed that there was nothing and no one capable of stopping him. Shangguan Bing Shui feared that he would underestimate the existence of second order and suffer consequences that she did not even wish to imagine. But in fact, the current Xietain completely disdained all enemy existences before him. Therefore, even when Elmes arrived in front of him with explosive speed, the disdainful look on his face did not change at all. Elmes, just like Xietain, wore a pair of gloves on both hands. He, like 99% of the Azure race, was a close combat warrior and his weapon of choice was always his fists. Elmes' fist caused space to shake continuously as he punched forward. His eyes flashed viciously and the intention to completely crush his enemy was reflected in his pupils matter-of-factly. Xietan's lips curved slightly upwards and with a movement that seemed neither too fast nor too slow, he leaned his body slightly forward and his right fist back before striking with the full power of his strength stat and the weight of his body along all the objects he was carrying at the same time. Boom! The explosion resulting from the collision of the two fists caused small cracks similar to black lightning to appear around the two fighters, proof that the world's spatial barrier could barely withstand the clash of two such great powerhouses. The shockwave spread out in the shape of a giant circle and the nearby corpses were turned into a pile of bloody mist which strangely did not disperse even though the resulting shockwave had enough power to sweep away everything in its path. Elmi's fierce eyes met during the clash of both fists with the mocking gaze of his opponent, and for an instant, he was shocked as he could not believe that the First Order existence in front of him actually had enough power to meet him face to face. However, Elmi's fierce expression soon became more and more horrified. "And who the hell are you to dare speak to me in that tone?" Despite his mocking expression and the disdain in his gaze, Xietan's voice was as cold as ice glaciers that had remained frozen for millennia, sending chills down the spine of all those who heard it. But Elmis had no time to worry about this. First, he felt the bones in his right fist turning into dust, then, the same thing happened to the bones in his arm, and a few thousandths of a second later all the bones in his body broke into pieces. Everything happened so fast and so suddenly that Elmis couldn't even adjust to feel pain properly. But then, Xietain made his final move. Without another word, he swung his fist fiercely, sending out strange vibrations invisible to the naked eye. Then, under everyone's disbelieving eyes, Elmi's body exploded into a bloody mess. Bang! The hot blood seemed to take the rest of the impact as the resulting heat turned the red liquid into a mass of crimson gas that soon took on a strange unnatural glow and joined the great cloud of blood that by this point had surrounded everything 4 kilometers in front of Xietain. This, Wu Yijun took several steps back, and had it not been for Shangguan Bingshui's support, she would have fallen to the ground. She could not believe what she had just witnessed. Although she had already seen how fierce Xietan's fists were from the forest when he attacked the enemy camp, Wu Yijun felt her soul freeze and her body tremble with fear when the existence called Elmis appeared. She only felt that kind of fear and terror once in her life, when the archaic bear appeared in the forest and started slaughtering them all. She clearly remembered how several weeks ago, Xietain had been severely injured after engaging in combat with that terrifying creature. But now, right before her, Xietain had not only defeated an existence whose power was similar to that of the archaic bear, but had also overwhelmed him to the point where the other party did not even leave his corpse behind. How could she not be shocked then? She was so incredulous that her words did not come out with any clarity. Even Shangguan Bingshui was surprised, although it was to a lesser extent than Wu Yijun, since she knew that Xietain had already reached a level where he could kill second-order existences. However, she did not expect that he had reached such a frightening level of strength. The second-order goblins that attacked them back then were also slaughtered just like that? Such a question flashed in Shangguan Bingshui's heart as she let out a sigh of relief. Her eyes, as they looked at the back of that man who seemed to be facing the entire world, became extremely complicated, and even she did not know what she was feeling at this moment. The other Azuras also froze. Sir Elmis was. How could this be possible? One single strike? This human? Could he have the strength of a commander? When someone muttered those last words in shock, the face of the army that came from another world turned pale, and as if by prior agreement, everyone began to back away. "We must report this. We need a commander to come, or else we will be slowly wiped out." They had previously come with the intention of taking over a new world, slaughtering its inhabitants and consuming their soul stones to become stronger. This was a process the Azura race had been doing for at least 70 millennia, and nothing new to them. But little did they expect to meet an anomaly that, despite having the aura of a First Order being, actually seemed to be capable of unleashing the power of a Third Order one. After all, none of them believed that someone of Second Order would have the ability to turn the body of another Second Order existence into blood mist with a single punch, let alone a First Order existence achieving such a thing. "This man fooled us all," was the thought they all had, and suddenly they no longer had the desire to fight anymore, despite being lovers and fanatics of battle and death. But even though they wanted to leave, Xietain would let them come and go as they pleased. "Since you came, why don't you stay?" His voice echoed just like the roar of a dragon, and as if these words were some kind of command, the movement of the 400,000 plus enemies froze. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, it was that they couldn't. Their bodies would not obey. The blood mist. Wu Yijun looked around in disbelief and could not finish her words. It disappeared. Shangguan Bingshui muttered as the rays of sunlight, now tinged with red, once again shone into the area. Then, the most terrifying thing happened. The bodies of the more than 400,000 Azuras, regardless of gender or age, began to swell rapidly and in just a few breaths turned into air balloons. The pain of feeling the skin being torn from their bodies and their muscles being ripped to shreds as a result of the sudden expansion formed a tune of terrifying screams and cries that was capable of scaring the ghosts themselves. Bang. 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 One after another and without much space between each one, the bodies of the 400,000 plus otherworldly existences began to blast uncontrollably. Blood and flesh rained down like a deluge, and in a matter of seconds over 400,000 lives were extinguished. No enemies could be seen before the space rift. There was only a huge mountain of flesh and rivers of blood flowing between the mountains. The smile on Xietain's face disappeared and his eyes flashed with never-before-seen cruelty as he muttered to himself. You came to my world with the intention of causing disasters. Wouldn't it be rude of me not to thank you in the place of all mankind? Your comprehension of the blood element increases exponentially. Blood manipulation, second order active skill, level 1 evolution forced. Second order blood manipulation level 1, level 2. Second order blood manipulation level 2, level 3. Of course, Xietain was in no mood to pay attention to such things. Should I go to the world on the other side of the rift? Xietain wondered. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 452 Counter-Invasion, Attacking Another World, Part 2. Xietain raised his head and looked up at the sky. Or at least he tried to. After the 400,000 plus enemies exploded and their bodies turned into bloody mist, the crimson cloud surrounding the environs had returned even stronger than before. So that's how it is? He muttered under his breath as stony silence reigned in the area. I finally understood the basics of performing large-scale attacks with my blood manipulation skill. I finally found a way to use blood in a gaseous state to use it to my advantage. Previously, and despite the name of the skill, Xietain did not have the ability to manipulate bloody mist to attack his enemies. This had always been a great pain in Xietan's heart, since if he could use gaseous state attacks, ending the lives of a large number of enemies would be a lot easier. Like now, for example. The reason why Xietan's enemies burst into bloody mist was precisely because the air they had been breathing all this time was filled with blood. Even if they didn't want to, these otherworldly existences had been absorbing blood that had already been modified and silently controlled by Xietan's mana. Therefore, when he began to use his magic power to attack from the inside out in mass, the result was simply frightening. But this kind of attack has rather exaggerated limitations. Xietain lowered his head and sighed as he analyzed the large volume of information that was constantly flowing into his brain from the rune that represented the skill blood manipulation recently evolved to second order level 3. Although the skill had not evolved to the next stage and although the 2-level increase did not increase the magical power of blood attacks, the quantity of information Xietain received was so great that it was no exaggeration to say that his power in terms of blood attacks had increased to a whole new scale. Moreover, the constant flow of information finally served to help him regain some composure, and he finally returned to his former self. Perhaps both women noticed the change in his aura and recognized that calmness that characterized him so much as after glancing at each other they walked towards Xietain. Wu Yijun swallowed silently as she looked with surprise, fear, and admiration at the massacre Xietain had just caused. How many enemies were there? Wu Yijun didn't know the exact number, but it was definitely more than a few 100,000, otherwise, there was no way that a cloud of blood over 2 kilometers in diameter would have formed over their heads, and so many mangled corpses would plague the ground to the point of forming mountains several meters high. Hey! Xietain looked at the 2 women with a somewhat awkward smile. Somehow, it didn't feel right to let 2 beauties see him covered in foul-smelling blood and surrounded by corpses in a miserable state. Even someone like Xietain could understand so much. Hey! Shangguan Bingshui nodded and looked at him with extremely complicated eyes. After several seconds of silence in which no one said a word, she forced herself to smile and said in a low voice, "Congratulations. It looks like your goal is getting closer and closer." His goal? Wu Yijun blinked and her cute ears twitched imperceptibly like those of a little puppy wanting to hear something. I wonder about that. Xietain sighed and did not comment on Shangguan Bingshui's words. In fact, even though everything he had done so far seemed to be easy because he was strong, the truth was that only Xietain knew how difficult and how much he had lost in exchange for the power he possessed. every time his power increased, Xietain felt that he somehow stopped being him. It was as if a part of his soul that he did not know was slowly awakening, or maybe it was just his imagination, but his personality was constantly altering. Even a few moments ago, while fighting against otherworldly enemies, he felt adrenaline flowing through his hot-blooded veins. The pride and disdain he felt towards his enemies were so great that even Xietain felt repulsion towards himself. Such disdain and carelessness for life was something that Xietain would never have felt in the past. He had always been careful and had never let power go to his head. But just several minutes ago, things seemed to have changed a little too much. He made a mental note to confirm his records and the soul record messages when this was all over, as he might find the answer to his questions there. Bing Shui, Xietain. I need you both to help me keep everything in order here. Xietain forced all unnecessary thoughts to the back of his head and looked at the two women in front of him in a serious manner. Keep everything in order here. Wu Yijun looked at him in surprise. However, Shangguan Bing Shui's face changed when she heard Xietan's request. She clearly knew him better than her childhood friend as far as his personality was concerned, and so, without hesitation, she stepped forward and said firmly, I will go with you. Xietain and Wu Yijun both looked at her in surprise, but for different reasons. Wu Yijun was surprised and confused about her friend's words. Xietain was surprised and confused as to how Shangguan Bing Shui seemed to be able to understand what he planned to do next. However, he shook his head slightly and said calmly, Bing Shui, you can't come. Among the enemies, there are thousands of First Order, and from what I heard at the end, it seems that they have no shortage of Second Order existences in their army ranks. If you come with me too, then who will stop them in case one of these beings manages to slip past the rift and reach Earth? What? Rift? Wu Yijun finally seemed to understand something, and after giving a quick glance at the ominous rift that was even now releasing that slight bright red miasma, she shook her head as she said loudly, You can't. You can't go. If that thing closes, then how will you get back? Besides, neither you nor anyone else knows what awaits on the other side. It could even be a trap. I'm afraid we have no choice. Xietain shook his head and sighed as he explained to Wu Yijun without noticing Shangguan Bing Shui's expression, I noticed earlier that the rift is indeed closing. I assume that the world is fighting against something on the other side that keeps the space barrier defense weakened or destroyed to allow this foreign race to get here. Even though Earth is winning, it will still probably take months for the rift to close completely, and considering the miserable situation we are already in, adding another race as dangerous and powerful as this one won't do any good. Therefore, we have to force the other side to close the rift willingly. Earth was currently in constant evolution, as were all the races that inhabited it. It didn't matter if it was the zombies, the mutant beasts, the goblins, and who knows what other new race. Humans were on the verge of extinction, and it was no exaggeration to say that they were in a sense the weakest race of all. If to this was added the appearance of the Azure race that already possessed several Second Order and even Third Order or more powerful warriors, then humanity would truly be doomed to disappear forever. In fact, were it not for the fact that an abnormal existence such as Xietain was among the humans on Earth, no one would be able to stop the advance of the Azure race, and mankind would eventually be annihilated or enslaved. Although to begin with, were it not for the fact that he had weakened the space defenses around the Baiquan camp after causing such massive damage earlier, it was unlikely that the Azure race would manage to take advantage of this to get here. Naturally, with her intelligence it was impossible for Wu Yijun not to understand what Xietan's words suggested. It was just that she simply could not accept it. Sure, Xietain was powerful. Sure, he could stand alone against an army of hundreds of thousands and even annihilate it. But where the heart ruled, the brain had no room to do its job. Love was like that, blind. If it was in the past, Xietain probably would not have understood well the reason why Wu Yijun's beautiful dark eyes were filled with tears. But now that the effect of the stone heart skill had been weakened as much as 10% by the tidal brilliant mind, he at least managed to grasp a thing or two. Don't worry. I'll be fine, he assured her. Since that was the only thing he could do at the moment, my stamina stat basically didn't drop at all during the previous battle, and even though I only have about 60% of my total mana now, I'll soon recover to full strength as long as I don't use magic. See, even the small wounds on my body already healed completely. Wu Xietain had seen a terrifying second-order existence burst into blood mist after coming face to face with Bai Zemin. She had seen with her own eyes as all the slight cuts that plagued his skin were healing at monstrously high speeds that could no longer be considered human. However, despite all this, she could not calm her anxious heart. But even so, Wu Xietain understood that Bai Zemin would not back down now that he had made his decision, and she did not want to become his mental burden either. So, all she did was close her eyes to keep her tears from falling and shake her head slightly without saying a word. Just as Bai Zemin was planning to turn around and leave for whatever was waiting for him on the other side of that fissure, a cold voice brimming with arrogance and pride caused his plans to become stagnant. It wasn't a question. Bai Zemin looked at Shangguan Bingshui and was a little surprised. This was the first time in quite some time that she had looked at him with those proud eyes, a look that he had grown accustomed to, that look that was so characteristic of her and had always been on her face since day one of the apocalypse and probably even before. She looked him in the eye and declared, "If I said I'll go with you, then I'll go with you. I wasn't asking you, I was informing you what I will do." Bai Zemin frowned and a flash of anger shone in his gaze. "You dash. If you don't want me to follow you, then you'll have to kill me." She cut him off, and not caring about the gaze he was giving her, she continued, "If you don't want me to come with you, then you better kill me. Besides, if you plan on knocking me unconscious, you'd better give up. What's the use of knocking me unconscious? Your plans will be thwarted anyway, since I won't be able to help anyone, which will be worse than if I go with you." Bai Zemin's frown deepened. He was forced to admit that Shangguan Bingshui's words made sense, and even though she was clearly threatening him, he had no way of getting too angry with her, as he understood that she was doing it because she was concerned for his safety. In fact, Shangguan Bingshui's next words confirmed this. "Bai Zemin, don't you consider me your friend?" Shangguan Bingshui's expression softened. She bit her lower lip hard, showing an extremely frustrated and very feminine expression for the first time in years. "Maybe, in your eyes, I'm just a weak woman. But I try with all my might to be able to help you because I know that your heart is kind regardless of how badly others may think of you. Your importance in my heart does not lose with the most important people in my life, and if something happens to you, I, like many people, will suffer. Just let me help you, I will prove to you that I won't be a burden for you. Let me prove to you and prove to myself that I can take some of the weight off your shoulders." This was probably the first time in Shangguan Bingshui's life that she uttered such embarrassing words. However, at this point she could not care less and would worry about it later. With her heart anxious, worried, and bursting with complicated emotions from seeing how powerful the man in front of her was, all she hoped was that she could help him in any way she could without being left behind. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 453, Counter-Invasion, Attacking Another World, Part 3 last. After Bai Zemin heard Shangguan Bingshui's words, he somehow felt that continuing to deny her the opportunity to accompany him to that other world might end up causing more harm than good. Bai Zemin might not know how a person's soul worked, but if his theory was correct, then it was best to prevent something from being born inside Shangguan Bingshui that might in the future hold her back. Considering that the paths that the soul record presented amidst each great evolutionary leap between each order came mainly from the records recorded in the soul of each existence, he believed that his thoughts were on the right track. Besides, it was not as if he planned to go to another world for a long period of time. Bai Zemin only planned to fight for as long as it took for the enemy to be forced to close the spatial rift they had opened using unknown methods. Therefore, there shouldn't be too much trouble either. "All right," he said after a moment of silence. Shangguan Bingshui's eyes immediately lit up when she heard him agree, and a beautiful smile bloomed on her previously remorseful face. However, Bai Zemin had not finished his words yet. "You can come with me. But you will have to listen to me. We can deal with the first order together, as for the second order, I will deal with them for the most part. If you agree to these conditions, then fine, otherwise I won't let you cross that rift even if I have to put you to sleep for a while." Bai Zemin knew well how powerful Shangguan Bingshui could be if she got serious. First-order existences would not be a challenge considering that her soul power was the purest he had felt so far, and only second-order existences above level 70 could probably raise problems against her. Previously, while they were still in the North Camp, Shangguan Bingshui had defeated a level 71 mutant beast that, even though it had already been injured by Zemin, was not easy to deal with, as mutant beasts possessed robust bodies and were probably one of the most difficult existences to deal with, as they were generally more powerful than those at their level. Not to mention that the current Shangguan Bingshui had far higher stats than when she faced the second-order explosive flame ape. Zemin estimated that she could fight head-to-head against an Azura below level 70 without any problems, let alone facing unclassified or first-order existences. Then, it also didn't hurt to let her go with him so that she would absorb more soul power and become more powerful quickly. Okay. I'll listen to you. Shangguan Bingshui nodded in an extremely cute manner, leaving Zemin and Wu Yijuan dumbfounded. What was wrong with her today? Did she wake up emotional? Maybe it was the war and mass death that awakened her dormant feminine instincts or something? Zemin could not find the right answer to the peculiar behavior of the woman in front of him. As for Wu Yijuan, she seemed as surprised as he was as she looked at her best friend up and down several times as if to confirm that she had not been replaced by some alien clone. What's wrong? Shangguan Bingshui asked blankly. Even she hadn't noticed the anomaly in her behavior. It's nothing. Zemin shook his head. He looked at Wu Yijuan and said in a serious voice, Wu Yijuan, join with Evangeline and the rest. Make sure that everything is in order. If anyone tries to cause trouble while I'm away, just do whatever needs to be done regardless of how cruel it is. I'll take care of everything once I get back. Wu Yijuan looked him straight in the eyes for a few seconds before nodding slowly but firmly, it's okay. Leave it to me. I won't allow anyone to tear down what you've built so far, and whoever dares to do that, I will ensure that those people pay the price. Zemin smiled bitterly in his heart to see Wu Yijuan act in such a way. Finally, he reached out his hand with the intention of lightly patting her head as a sign of thanks. However, his movement stalled in mid-flight. He looked at his hand covered in blood and couldn't help but feel a little self-conscious. Therefore, he silently began to retract his hand back. However, as if understanding his heart, Wu Yijuan reached out her hands and caught his. Then, she leaned forward slightly and put his hand still covered by his battle gloves on top of her hair. Neither of them said anything and simply stayed silent for a few seconds before she finally released his hand to allow him to step back. Seeing Zemin return to his original position, Shangguan Bingshui looked at Wu Yijuan with hidden bitterness and said in a slightly jealous voice, and what about me? No farewell hug or something? Did you forget this old sister of yours? Wu Yijuan rolled her eyes and said in a loud voice, bah. No farewell or anything. You'd better come back quickly or else watch this old lady drag you back to earth by the hair when I find you. Before Shangguan Bingshui could say anything, Wu Yijuan jumped towards her and hugged her tightly before whispering softly, go and come back safely. Shangguan Bingshui froze for a few seconds, not expecting such a sudden show of affection. However, she soon smiled slightly and returned her childhood friend's hug with the same intensity. Zemin watched as the two girls hugged and his mind could not help but drift back a month and a half. Back then, a scene very similar to this one had unfolded. After he defeated that first-order zombie with the help of Chen He, Liang Peng, and Shangguan Bingshui, the group finally arrived at the female dormitory and rescued the girls inside, including Wu Yijuan. Zemin could still remember how back then he felt slightly envious of the friendship Wu Yijuan and Shangguan Bingshui proved to share when they were reunited several days after the soul record showed up unannounced. Back then, it was Lilith who filled that emptiness that ironically weighed on his heart. I wonder what that naughty girl is doing now. Zemin muttered under his breath as he looked up at the sky and appreciated the beautiful but at the same time terrifying crimson sunset formed from the bloody rain refracted by the rays of sunlight. Wu Yijuan and Shangguan Bingshui disengaged and looked at each other for a moment before looking at Zemin. The two girls had heard that unconscious murmur from him, but what surprised both beauties the most was the expression they saw on his face. Zemin might not know it or might not have noticed it, but the expression on his face at this moment was really gentle and tender. It was clear that whatever he was remembering or whoever he was thinking about was of utmost importance, as this was probably the first time both women had seen him put that kind of expression on his face. Considering what he had just muttered, it was clear that he was thinking in a woman. Shangguan Bingshui and Wu Yijun looked at each other, and their eyes seemed to communicate silently as both women realized that they both had the same doubt. Was that woman the same woman he had mentioned before? Wu Yijun had heard from Bai Zemin's own mouth that if at some point he were to fall in love, then it was highly likely that his heart would be taken by a person whom she presumably did not know. As for Shangguan Bingshui, she knew that he had some sort of long-term contract with a woman, so she correctly estimated who he was thinking of at this time. Done with the temporary goodbyes, ladies? Bai Zemin finally came to his senses and looked at the two women before him. Don't be so dramatic, we'll only be gone for probably a couple of days at most. Shangguan Bingshui chuckled, and Wu Yijun said nothing despite the complex look in her eyes. They all knew that this was an extremely dangerous journey regardless of how confident they were. After all, none of them knew what would be on the other side, but it will definitely be dangerous. Both Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bingshui were well aware that they might die and never come back. It was just that they both had the same thought in their minds. I will survive no matter how cruel I need to be. They both might have different reasons, but at the end of the road, they would end up meeting since the destination was the same. The two looked at each other with serious eyes and then walked towards the space rift without looking back. Then, under the anxious and worried eyes of the beautiful Wu Yijun, they both disappeared after plunging deep into the gloomy darkness that spatial fissure exuded with just its presence. In a giant castle whose walls stood more than 500 meters high and surrounded by strange towers with giant war crossbows pointing outward, giving it the appearance of a sleeping but dangerous mythological beast. Imperial Hall. The Imperial Hall was the place where the emperor and ruler of a world rested or received his guests. Unlike Earth customs, on most worlds, one could only call himself emperor when he ruled an entire world, or else you would have to settle for the title king. While the king ruled small countries in the name of the emperor due to the impossibility of being everywhere at all times, the emperor ruled everything from the shadows, and his word was absolute law. The Imperial Hall was a large room of about 500 square meters. However, it currently looked quite empty as the entire Imperial Guard was nowhere to be seen and there were only 4 people inside. However, these 4 people were the most powerful people in this world, and among them was naturally the Emperor. Your Majesty, I have just received a report from one of our generals. It seems that the First Army was annihilated when they crossed the gate into the New World, and among them, one of our generals fell in combat, announced a handsome man who appeared to be no more than 30 years old but had actually lived for more than 4 centuries. This man's name was Xietain, and in the Azure race, he was considered a commander, which meant that his strength had already broken into the Third Order. Xietain was not the only one. Leaving aside the Emperor, the other 2 were also terrifying Third Order existences. As for the Emperor of the Azure race, he was a terrifying Fourth Order existence. Emperor Thaneth's power was enough to bring destruction anywhere he wanted, and just one of his attacks was enough to annihilate an entire kingdom. If Emperor Thaneth, whose strength had entered the Fourth Order a couple of decades ago, were to visit Earth at this time and let loose completely, then the entire planet would suffer damage that would take decades and even centuries to repair. After all, Earth was still a world that had only recently begun to evolve, so its natural laws could not contain a terrifying beast such as Thaneth was. Is that so? Emperor Thaneth judged in a deep voice. In that case, send more sergeants and a couple of generals to attack the other side. According to the aura coming out of the gate, that world should be a first stage world, so in theory, there shouldn't be much of a problem if we send a couple of generals there. His appearance was that of an extremely handsome man with red hair and red eyes. His hair was so long that it fell like a waterfall down his back, and the ends even gently caressed the ground. His muscles were compact, and the jade staff in his right hand showed that this powerful emperor was a great mage of the Fourth Order. One could only try to imagine how destructive the attacks of such a being could be. Roger, Xietain replied respectfully before making several strange sounds with his mouth. A 10-foot-tall eagle, whose plumage appeared to be made of steel, waited outside the large window. When it heard Xietain make those sounds, its eyes flashed with intelligence before it flapped its wings and soared into the sky, flying off into the distance and disappearing within moments. Let us continue. To keep the door to the other world open, I need the 3 of you to support me. That world seems to be quite tenacious. Even I cannot defeat it, despite the fact that its defenses had been weakened from the inside for unknown reasons. Yes, Your Highness. The three third-order existences nodded in unison, and the mana of the three began to slowly flow towards Emperor Thanath, who stood in the middle of a large magic circle and continuously chanted weird syllables. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 454 Abandoned Worlds, Oblong World and Destroyer of Destroyers. When Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bingshui crossed the space rift, both of them immediately raised their senses to the maximum possible and put up their guard like never before. It was impossible to describe the pressure they were both feeling at that moment, as something like space or interplanetary travel was something that was too far away from mankind, let alone being achieved by people like them who were just college students about 60 days ago. The scene before them was completely different from the one they saw while they were still on Earth. It was truly a scene worthy of the words otherworldly. The sky on Earth was worthy of being called heaven, but the sky of this world was probably better suited to the word hell because of its unique characteristics. The blanket surrounding the world was deep red in color, and there were clouds that instead of water seemed to contain magma within them, as the steam they released was clearly at temperatures high enough to turn an airplane shell into a pile of scrap metal in a matter of seconds. There was no sun visible to the naked eye, but there was a strange orange-colored thing glowing and releasing light. It was just that Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bingshui did not know if they should call that orange object sun, because it was clearly not something natural, as they both could feel a large quantity of mana in the core of that unknown object. The rift seemed to be located deep inside some sort of artificial forest, as despite its gloomy appearance it was clearly being properly cared for by the hands of an intelligent being. The grass was brownish, nearly black in color, the trees were dry and leafless, the flowers seemed to be extremely dangerous beings, as instead of leaves they had sharp teeth. "We are in another world, really?" Shangguan Bingshui whispered in disbelief as she looked at her surroundings and clutched her sword tightly. It was hard for her to believe what was happening before her eyes. Even though she knew that once she crossed that crack she would reach another world, understanding something and accepting it were two completely different things. Bai Zemin understood perfectly how she felt. After all, it was not easy to change one's mentality and mental limits which had been there all their lives and which had somehow shaped who they were today. "If this view doesn't convince you, then I don't know what else would," he said as he looked back and made sure the crack was still there. He extended one arm just to be safe, and as he felt the temperature change he retracted his arm again, as effectively he realized that part of his body had traveled to Earth. "I really can't get used to it." Bai Zemin smiled bitterly and shook his head. This world was who knows how many light years away from planet Earth, and yet, only by extending his arm into the crack behind him could he make a part of his body travel in space-time to reach another world. "We'd better stop thinking about these things, or we might end up going crazy," Shangguan Bingshui proposed before pointing out, "The gravity here is at least 2 to 3 times higher compared to Earth. Just standing there is more challenging than by nature it should be. Indeed. I can feel how my movement speed would plummet if I tried to run at full speed." Bai Zemin nodded earnestly. "I think it will be better for us to get a little used to the gravity of this world before we go looking for trouble. Besides, the temperature here is really high." Shangguan Bingshui frowned and her pretty face slowly started to turn slightly red as she complained, "I was only here for a minute at most, but I already hate this place. It really is a world I would never like to visit again." Bai Zemin smiled bitterly and was about to retort, but just then both he and Shangguan Bingshui received a series of bright green-lit messages flashing across their retinas. "You have arrived at an abandoned world. You have discovered Oblong World. You have received a special mission with no time limit. You have received the mission Destroyers of Destroyers. Destroyer of Destroyers, a world is abandoned when the existences that inhabit it commit the greatest taboo of all times massively. When the inhabitants of a world leave the path of natural evolution in search of immediate benefits and damage the cosmos as a whole in the process, the soul record abandons that world. Worlds that are abandoned by the soul record can no longer evolve, and the inhabitants of such a world will no longer be able to evolve no matter how many enemies they defeat, since the soul power will never reach the heretics. Since the soul record does not consider such beings more than a plague, the soul power of these beings will always be absorbed in its entirety so that no trace of their existence remains. Mission objective: kill enemies of the destroyer race and get rewards according to the level of achievement reached. Annihilation of a destroyer race will be rewarded with a demigod-grade treasure. The mission will end once the soul record considers that the Destroyer of Destroyers decided to leave the abandoned world. You have received the title Destroyer of Destroyers. Destroyer of Destroyers, fighting on abandoned worlds increases your battle power by 20%. Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bingshue's expressions were quite amused at this moment. They both froze in their tracks as their eyes darted back and forth, reading the same messages over and over again as if to confirm that they hadn't gone crazy. Too much information to process in too little time. Ironically, time was what they didn't have to waste. In short, the more of these invaders we kill, the better it will be for us. Something like that, right? Bai Zemin said aloud for confirmation. That seems to be the case. Shangguan Bingshue was still dumbfounded and felt drunk as she savored the feeling of becoming more powerful without doing anything. This titled Destroyer of Destroyers will make everything a lot easier. Let's hope so. Bai Zemin sighed softly. Why do you say that? You don't know? What do you mean? In light novels, whenever the main character gets some cool treasure or some power boost, bad things end up happening. Something like a sect chasing them because it turned out that the treasure was actually the lost divine artifact of the said sect, or maybe because the protagonist possessed some kind of special bloodline that threatened some bizarre family. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I told you, it always happens. Believe me. Are you telling me that this title we just received and that no one but us knows of its existence will give us trouble? Well, not necessarily the title itself. It's just that getting such a boost of power just by coming to this place gives me a bad feeling. It feels like things have suddenly gotten harder instead of easier, even though our strength has clearly just increased. Bai Zemin, has anyone ever told you that your words are not very encouraging? Well, a person close to me has been telling me that since the apocalypse began. Oh? And where is this person? Is it Lily? Lily? Well, something like that. Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bingshue chatted with each other in low voices while performing all sorts of movements to let their bodies adapt as quickly as possible to the higher gravity of this world. Although they both looked relaxed, they were actually tense and attentive to their surroundings, that even a fly would not be able to get within 100 meters of them without being noticed. In addition, to avoid trouble and to prevent any being from invading Earth through the rift, they both stayed close, watching the area while hiding in the shadows. Considering the environment of this world, hiding was not difficult, especially for Bai Zemin, who possessed the skill invisibility. But what surprised both of them was that even after 3 full hours, the enemy did not seem to show any movement. This left both Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bingshue dumbfounded, since at first, what they were both expecting was that as soon as they arrived in this world they would be accosted by hordes after hordes of enemies, but nothing could be further from the reality. Forget hordes after hordes of enemies, until now they hadn't even seen a cat or a dog. Could it be that something bad happened with the other party's command center? Shangguan Bingshue pondered while panting slightly. She looked extremely sexy and wild with her slightly tousled silver hair, flushed face, and sweaty body. Bai Zemin was just a normal, healthy young man whose sexual orientation had no strange deviations, so despite knowing that Shangguan Bingshue's current condition was because they had been running for hours without rest in the middle of a world whose gravity was several times more powerful than what they were used to and whose temperature was around 60 degrees, his mind still couldn't help but wander a bit towards some perverted stuff. Of course, such thoughts disappeared as soon as they were born, and with his mind clear, he replied, "That's likely." Considering that several 100,000 of them were dispatched and slaughtered in such a short time, even if the leader of the other side is a useless ape, he or she should understand that things are not as simple as they initially estimated they would be. I guess you're right. Shangguan Bingshue nodded after a moment's thought. Bai Zemin had annihilated an army of over 600,000 enemies in less than 1 hour of time. Such a thing had probably not happened many times in the entire universe. Moreover, among the enemies he had slain were thousands of first-order enemies. Just as they were discussing the plan they would follow next, the expression of both of them changed, and as if by prior agreement, they looked forward with serious expressions. "It looks like the break time is over," Bai Zemin said with a faint smile. Shangguan Bingshue sighed and unsheathed the sword from her waist as she calmly said, "How do we do this? Let's kill them all fast and then wait here." Bai Zemin determined quickly. We can't stray too far from the rift as an enemy might sneak in, or worse yet, it might close in while we're not here. Although he possessed a title that allowed him to return to Earth, Xietain did not know if he would be allowed to travel alongside another person. Moreover, this skill could only be used once a year, so Xietain would not use it unless all options were exhausted, since using such a skill now might jeopardize his mission to advance to Blood Mystic. Shangguan Bing Shui naturally understood the complexity of the matter, so she simply nodded when she heard Xietan's words. At this moment, her main goal was not to be a burden. On the contrary, what she aspired to was to prove to him that she was worthy of being his partner on the battlefield. She wanted to prove to this man who possessed what it took to be proud and arrogant that he could trust his back to her. Therefore, without waiting for the enemy to approach and without waiting for Xietain to make the first move, she grasped the hilt of the sword he had forged for her and rushed forward at full speed. The second enemy army was much smaller than the first army that had arrived on Earth. Their numbers hovered around 100,000. However, 40,000 of those 100,000 were first-order existences, and those leading them were 20 terrifying second-order existences. Shangguan Bing Shui already had her target in her sights, and without hesitation activated almost all her skills immediately, raising her power to new heights. A second later, she was 100 meters from the enemy army. "Ice swords!" she exclaimed in a cold voice as she continued charging. The enemy had not even reacted yet, as they were clearly surprised by the arrival of this woman who clearly did not belong to the same race as them due to her distinctive silver hair. By the time the generals in the middle of the formation understood what was happening, about 400 ice blades hovered 10 meters above the ground for a brief second before flying towards them. "Fuck. These bastards actually dared to come to our world." A beautiful second-order woman cursed before ordering, "Kill her." 5 first-order existences rushed forward without caring about the chaos the enemy attack might cause. The level of the lowest among them was 38 and the highest level was already at level 50, very close to breaking second order. Shangguan Bing Shui's lips curved slightly upwards, giving her an extremely seductive appearance that stupefied her male enemies for an instant. Charming eye. Coincidentally, the 5 first-order existences before her were all male. Their movements froze for an instant, and by the time they snapped back to their senses, all they saw was darkness. Their heads flew into the air at practically the same time as blood gushed from their necks. Shangguan Bing Shui managed to gain some stat points that boosted her power by another notch, and as a consequence, her movement speed and the ferocity of her attacks grew exponentially. By the time their lifeless bodies fell to the ground, the several hundred ice blades reached the front line of the army. Bang! 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 The 400 ice swords hit exactly 400 bodies of unclassified existences, among them many about to cross the threshold. The bodies of these existences immediately turned into ice statues that soon exploded into a pile of ice particles that rained down beautifully. But the most terrifying thing was what happened next. Swoosh. 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 The 400 ice swords, far from stopping, continued to pierce through the bodies of more enemies under Shangguan Bing Shui's perfect control. All those who were pierced by the ice swords turned into ice statues, and then the ice exploded into fragments that flew everywhere. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 455. Getting the heart of a beauty in the middle of the war, flirting in front of the enemy like it's nothing. The 400 ice swords, far from stopping, continued to pierce through the bodies of more enemies under Shangguan Bing Shui's perfect control. All those who were pierced by the ice swords turned into ice statues, and then the ice exploded into fragments that flew everywhere. In just a matter of 2 or 3 seconds, over 2,000 enemies had been frozen to death. They didn't even leave behind an intact corpse, as the ice statues exploded into countless fragments of frozen rock that flew everywhere. Worse yet, the frozen ice fragments that flew after exploding actually became terrifying weapons similar to the shrapnel of a grenade, as they contained Shangguan Bing Shui's mana and were charged with magical power and served to pierce through the bodies of the most unfortunate ones in the vicinity. Cries of pain spread everywhere as some received wounds serious enough to keep them incapable of getting back on their feet and continuing to fight. Even if these affected existences were only unclassified existences, the fact that from a single attack she managed to accomplish such a thing was commendable. Swoosh. 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 Shangguan Bing Shui was like a lioness in the middle of a flock of lambs. Every time she swung her frozen winter sword, the head of an enemy would definitely be sent flying, and blood would splatter all over the ground. The most terrifying thing was that even as she decapitated the enemies that tried to surround her, she would delicately control the 400 ice swords to continue flying across the battlefield and slaughtering left and right. The blood of the decapitated enemies did not remain on the ground for too long either, since as if it were a living being, the ground seemed to be a kind of intelligent sponge as it slowly began to absorb all the blood. As for where all that blood was going, it was a mystery to Shangguan Bing Shui. Bai Zemin was surprised as he watched from afar, since he initially did not expect that Shangguan Bing Shui's slaughtering ability actually did not lose at all to his. However, he soon regained his composure and understood. Most enemies were just unclassified, and those enemies that had broken the First Order did not possess anywhere near the purity of Shangguan Bing Shui's soul power, so it was no wonder that she could end their lives so easily. Moreover, unlike Bai Zemin, the path she aspired and walked was a path that would lead her to possess the ability to face tens of thousands of enemies on her own, a path that was very much suited to a person as Shangguan Bing Shui, someone who aspired to prove to the entire world her capacity to do things on her own. Moreover, Shangguan Bing Shui's ice maker skill was extremely flexible when it came to combat. In fact, her skill was one of the best for facing hordes of enemies in large numbers. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth rose slightly upwards, feeling relieved that he had brought this woman with him. Although he had no doubts in defeating the army before him, nor did he fear facing a larger one, the reality was that the stronger Shangguan Bing Shui became, the better it would be for everyone in the long run, including himself. Shangguan Bing Shui swung her sword as a goddess of war. Her enemies were nothing more than insignificant beings in her eyes, and even those level 50 existences that tried to stop her failed to take more than 2 hits if they were lucky, and failed to even take 1 if luck was not with them. Her sky blue armor was perfectly free of any bloodstain, as all around her was a faint off-white aura that froze any impurity that came too close to her body. Even the blade of her sword, far from being stained red, had a faint glow of light silver that made it look like a holy sword. Her entire existence seemed to shine on the battlefield. Amidst so much red, her pure white color was similar to that of a kindly goddess slaying evil demons. Swoosh! Shangguan Bing Shui felt the atmosphere behind her shudder, and her entire body trembled for a brief moment. However, she ignored the danger that threatened her life, and instead of turning around to try to block the attack that was getting closer and closer, she stabbed her sword into the heart of a beautiful woman in front of her. The person who was attacking Shangguan Bing Shui was that second-order woman who had given the command to kill her at the beginning. Her face was red from anger, and her icy expression made it clear that she was in no mood to chat. Only about 5 seconds had passed, but this silver-haired woman had already slaughtered over 4,000 men. Even if most of them were unclassified existences, the Azure race was similar to mankind in the aspect that they needed many years to grow and many more years to evolve several levels, since unlike those who could absorb soul power, the Azure race could only evolve by eating the soul stones of other living beings. The sword in the hands of the beautiful woman was a rank 2 weapon, and its edge would allow her to cut a human war tank into several pieces with ease. When this beautiful woman of the Azure race slashed forward, the air was sliced in two, and without any resistance, it advanced towards Shangguan Bing Shui's unprotected neck. Just as Shangguan Bing Shui managed to feel the coldness of the enemy sword's edge on her neck, all danger seemed to disappear in an instant when she sensed another presence behind her. "And here I was thinking you'd let me do all the work myself," she said without stopping her movements. She took a step forward and bowed before fiercely slashing diagonally, forming a wide arc of silver light. The silver light spread out to reach 5 meters in front of her, and an instant later hundreds of enemies were cut in half. "What do you mean by that?" "I was clearly letting you have your fun," Bai Zemin joked as he gripped the enemy sword with both hands. His hands were protected by rank 2 gauntlets that did not lose at all to the sword of the beautiful woman before him. Therefore, regardless of the screeching sound of the sharp blade scraping against the metal of his gauntlets, his hands were perfectly fine. Xietain seized the opportunity and leaned back. Using the enemy's strength to his advantage, he forcefully pulled the sword towards him, and just as the blade was about to pierce his chest, he spun 360 degrees as he raised his right leg and slammed fiercely towards the enemy's head. His kick contained over 900 strength points, so one could only try to imagine how frightening such an attack was. Bang! Even before reaching the target, Xietan's leg was like an unstoppable whip and the air exploded at the power contained behind it. However, the woman of the Azura race was not a second-order existence for nothing. Battle intent shone in her eyes, and excitement showed at the excited smile that grew on her face as she sensed the enemy's attack. She too turned 360 degrees and kicked with all her might. She, like the vast majority of Azuras, was a close combatant and loved such confrontations. The two legs collided and for an instant time seemed to stand still. Boom! A terrifying explosion shook the battlefield, followed by a shockwave that inadvertently caused the death of several dozen, and even Shangguan Bing Shui was forced to retreat a couple of steps. The ground split and the earth 20 meters around the impact area trembled as the sound of rumbling was given to be heard. Are you really a first-order existence? The beautiful woman of the Azura race asked in a surprised voice. That seems to be the case. Xietain replied with a composed expression. Both of them still held the same position. Their lower legs were firmly pressed against each other's, and the time around them seemed to have stopped flowing. What a pity. Such a magnificent man and warrior. I would have liked to have met you under different circumstances, said the woman with slight bitterness. Xietain did not reply and simply looked her in the eyes with indifference. Bang! You have absorbed the soul power of second-order Valerie level 69. You cannot receive extra stats until you complete your breakthrough mission and obtain your second-order job. The body of the beautiful woman of the Azura race exploded into a bloody mess that flew messily everywhere. Furthermore, the remaining strength in Xietan's attack served to turn over 100 enemies into a pile of meat paste when the shockwave from his kick hit them. Oh, that woman had a good name, he muttered indifferently. Suddenly, Xietain felt an intense gaze piercing his back, so he hurriedly turned around to face the enemy. However, all he saw was Shangguan Bing Shui staring at him with cold eyes. Surprisingly, even while looking at him, she was still slaughtering enemies with ease. No, in fact, it seemed like she was more motivated as the speed at which her enemies were slaughtered had clearly increased. What's wrong? Asked Xietain, somewhat apprehensive. Very, very good, Xietain. Shangguan Bing Shui suddenly smiled like a flower in spring and said in a seemingly sweet voice, while this young lady clears out the enemies, you take care of wooing otherworldly women. Perfect. I see you don't even spare the aliens. But what the fuck? Xietain exclaimed, dumbfounded, and unconsciously looked at the internal organs of the Azura race woman he had just killed. Die. An old man who looked to be about 60 years old but whose aura was that of a second-order warrior charged viciously towards Xietain while wielding a huge hammer of over 2 meters. Xietain turned around and hurriedly activated gravity manipulation in reverse at maximum power. The enemy's movement became smoother and more fluid, but the sudden change caused him to lose movement speed and the power behind the old man's attack had weakened greatly. Xietain, already prepared for the gravitational change as he had been practicing for hours, sidestepped the attack by making use of his high agility and jumped high into the sky. His body rose a dozen meters in an instant, and without giving the enemy time to react, he activated gravity manipulation X15. The gravity of the oblong world was at least 2 times higher than Earth's, so Xietan's body fell like a meteorite from the sky when he increased that gravity X15 times normal. With both fists clenched together, he raised his arms above his head and his figure was reflected in the pupils of the shocked old man. Then, he fiercely slammed downward. Boom! His united fists impacted ferociously against the second-order elder's unprotected head and his upper body exploded in a bloody mess, leaving behind only his legs. Do you think this can be called wooing women? He said, a little speechless as he looked at Shangguan Bing Shui again. Shangguan Bing Shui snorted and said, without believing a word he spoke, you'd better be careful what you do. Otherwise. Then, she raised her small white fist at him and made a threatening gesture. But instead of looking threatening, she looked extremely adorable even as she waved her other hand and froze several enemies alive. Bai Zemin forced a smile and didn't know whether to laugh or cry at seeing her act like that. How were they invading another world and experiencing dangers? They clearly looked more like a couple of high school teenagers flirting with each other. Only neither of them thought of it that way and took it as normal, but in the eyes of the Azure race, what they were doing was no different than completely disdaining them. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 456, Blood Berserker's Wrath, First Order, Bai Zemin vs. Third Order, Jin Man, Part 1. Resting her body weight on her sword while resting both hands on the hilt to steady herself while the tip of the blade was firmly buried in the earth, Shangguan Bing Shui gasped for air. Her light silver, almost white hair was a mess. Her ever-clean appearance was almost completely gone, her face flushed and sweaty as the breastplate of her armor accompanied the steady movement of her chest in a seemingly eternal rise and fall. Even so, there was no doubt that rather than looking bad, she looked great. It was just that the cold and indifferent type of beauty was nowhere to be seen anymore and had instead been replaced by a seductive type of beauty that was extremely rare to find. All around her were countless corpses, and if one were to look down from the sky one would see a single clear standing dot, surrounded by countless small lines and jagged dots belonging to severed limbs and body parts. "Are you okay?" Shangguan Bing Shui slowly raised her head and her sky-blue eyes filled with exhaustion met a pair of night-black eyes filled with vigor. "You. How? Don't you ever get tired?" she asked amidst her gasping breaths. Bai Zemin did not reply and instead surveyed the surroundings serenely. Unlike the battlefield Shangguan Bing Shui had fought on, the place where Bai Zemin was standing was a real mess. She had fought on the right and he on the left, both of them protecting each other's back and not allowing any enemy to manage to hurt the other even at the risk of suffering some injuries in the process. The battlefield where Shangguan Bing Shui had fought her battle was practically covered in a light layer of frost, unlike the battlefield where Bai Zemin had fought, which was even now covered in blood as the earth seemed to have difficulty absorbing so much in such a short time. "How long will it take for us to finish them all off?" he asked in a low and calm voice. Although Shangguan Bing Shui was right now several meters away as she had to go in search of the last enemy, the natural silence of the place made it easy for his voice to reach her. Shangguan Bing Shui took several deep breaths, and after feeling better, she finally straightened her posture and pulled her sword out of the ground before she started walking towards Bai Zemin. "I'd say it was 20 minutes at most," she replied as she stood next to him and surveyed the surroundings with a glint of awe. "I still find it hard to believe that we wiped out such a large army of soul evolvers in such a short period of time." In about 20 minutes, the army of Azuras that had arrived with the intention of crossing the spatial rift to reach Earth had been completely annihilated with the efforts of Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bing Shui. 100,000 enemies, 60,000 of them unclassified existences, 40,000 of them first-order existences, and finally 20 generals leading the army in total with the power of second-order existences. "We really can't allow this race to reach Earth or it will be the doom of our human race," Bai Zemin said calmly but brimming with murderous intent. "The lineup of the army we just defeated could easily have crushed all of China and with enough time, the entire world." "Oh?" Shangguan Bing Shui looked at him with a playful little smile and asked, "Are you suggesting that you are the most powerful existence of all mankind? Of all mankind?" Bai Zemin scoffed and said sarcastically, "I doubt there is any living being standing on Earth capable of standing up against me." The playful little smile on Shangguan Bing Shui's face slowly receded when she heard those words. She frowned slightly and said in a slightly worried voice, "Bai Zemin, hasn't your behavior been a little strange lately?" "Strange behavior?" Bai Zemin muttered and frowned. In fact, he suddenly felt that his current behavior was out of place. Just like it happened when he was facing the army of Azuras on Earth, for some strange reason he felt unbeatable and invincible, and even though he instinctively knew that thinking like this was not right, there was something inside him that told him that it was natural to think like this when in reality he knew that such an attitude was anything but normal. "Let me check something," he said as if he had thought of something. Then he pointed out, "Protect me in the meantime, it might take me a couple of minutes." "Okay. Leave it to me." Shangguan Bing Shui nodded and took a step forward, protecting him behind her. Bai Zemin closed his eyes and began to surf through his records. From the beginning to the end, it took some time as he needed to see what things had changed the problem before moving on to the core problem. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, Xietain noticed how his records had been altered, especially the records around his personality. But what surprised him most was that these changes were becoming weaker and weaker, and his original records were slowly returning to normal, a speed that increased tremendously once he became aware of the change influencing him. Where the hell is the problem? Is it? Xietain suddenly remembered that there were still a few things he needed to check and quickly slipped into his recently obtained records. This also took some time as he had to search through the records of hundreds of thousands of enemies until he finally found what he was looking for, since he didn't know exactly what his target was. Savior of the World title increases your battle power by 20% when facing enemies that invade the world you were born in or a world under your rule. Xietain finally became enlightened and understood the reason why he had felt his overall strength increase tremendously out of nowhere back then. However, it was still far from being the reason why his personality was altered, so he continued searching and finally found the problem. God of War's Will, 3rd Order Passive Skill, Level 5. This skill activates automatically when enemies that threaten the user's well-being are detected with a range limit of 300 meters. Reflexes and reaction speed increase dramatically. You get 0.1% extra attack power for each enemy detected, and you get a 1% increase in your attack power for each enemy killed, up to a maximum of 65%. The effect lasts 30 minutes, and the timer is reset to 0 unless there is an enemy upgrade during the time limit. Secondary effect: stamina consumption is halved when facing enemies that outnumber you by a ratio of 1000 to 1, or when the effect of the title Destroyer is active. Second activation: this second activation is called God of War's Partial Possession and is automatically activated when the user's bloodlust reaches a certain peak. Increases physical and magical attack power by plus 800 points. Secondary effect: increases the user's pride enormously to the point of disdaining enemies even if they are more powerful, and increases the user's self-confidence exponentially. Xietain finally found what the high point was and could not help but sigh in his heart. God of War's Will skill was truly worthy of being a powerful peak 3rd order skill. This skill was the evolution of the skill Blood Will, and apparently Xietain obtained it when his synchronization with his 1st order job reached the maximum possible. The enemy detection range tripled compared to Blood Will. Not only that, the attack power increase limit went from 50% to 65%, which was a tremendous increase. But most impressive of all was that the side effect whereby Xietain lost extra stamina under Blood Will mode had not only disappeared but had improved immensely. As long as his enemies outnumbered him by large amounts, the stamina consumption on his part would be reduced by 50%. Such a thing was simply insane. Considering how monstrously high Xietain's stamina stat was currently, he could easily fight an army of a few million for days and nights without exhausting. As for the second activation called God of War's Partial Possession, Xietain felt mixed emotions about it. An increase in magical and physical attack power of plus 800 points was basically equivalent to a rank 1 weapon of the highest quality. If to this was added the physical attack power of a melee weapon or the magical attack power of a staff, then the results of each attack would be several times more powerful than normal. Unfortunately, all good things came with bad things in most cases, and this case was no exception. By greatly increasing Xietain's already high pride, the second passive activation of God of War's Will skill was practically closing off all his routes of retreat. After all, an overly proud person would never step back from a battle. Worse yet, this second activation also boosted his already elevated confidence to even higher levels, which could consequently cause him to end up underestimating his enemies, something that could bring about catastrophic results. Of course, by increasing his pride and self-confidence, Xietain would also have other problems. Like, for example, dealing with women. If it were the past, he definitely would not have given Shangguan Bing Shui the unusual looks he had been inadvertently giving her throughout the battle, but now, it seemed to be the most normal and natural thing to do. And all this being that the Brilliant Mind title was weakening the negative parts of the second activation by 10% for the most part. Xietain didn't even want to imagine how terrifying all this would be were it not for him miraculously obtaining that title while creating a new combat skill. Xietain sighed again and slowly opened his eyes. It had only been about 10 minutes since he had plunged his consciousness deep into his soul in search of every record, so considering that the enemy seemed to need at least a few hours to organize each army, it should be all right. In fact, Xietain was right. The enemy indeed needed at least an hour of time to organize the troops they would send on the next expedition, since for obvious reasons they needed to make sure that those sent were more powerful than those who were defeated previously. However, there was something that both he and Shangguan Bingshui overlooked. When Xietain opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed was that the corpses surrounding him were now nowhere to be seen. The next thing he noticed was that the ground was almost completely destroyed and the only safe area was the 2 meters around him. Frost and ice shards were everywhere, along with strange pieces of metal that were too large even to be part of a sword. In addition, there was black-colored blood that sizzled occasionally when it came in contact with the ground. Scree! A cry of pain and anger shook his tympani, and as he raised his head, he saw a giant eagle in midair writhing uncontrollably. That's... Xietan's eyes widened and his pupils quivered slightly. Second-order peak. He muttered in shock. The reason for his shock and unease did not stem from the giant eagle's strength. Xietain could crush such a monster in no more than a few breaths. His uneasiness stemmed from the fact that only he possessed the power to deal with that beast. Then, he saw a small, wound-covered body plummet from the sky. Xietan's body moved on its own, reacting much faster than his mind did. The ground beneath his feet broke out and his body soared dozens of meters in an instant to finally catch the falling delicate body. Finally. You opened your eyes. Shangguan Bingshui looked at him with exhausted eyes. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth and her face was so pale that she looked extremely pitiful. For the first time since the apocalypse began, Xietain felt his heart ache to see the condition she was in. He couldn't see the pride that was so characteristic of her anywhere, all he could see was pain as her brows furrowed slightly and small grunts escaped from her mouth. Hee. See? It wasn't a bad idea to bring me with you. She laughed, ignoring the pain. She laughed like an innocent little girl instead of an arrogant and proud woman. However, Xietain couldn't care less about all this. His eyes were immediately drawn to the wound on Shangguan Bingshui's chest and his face turned pale as a sheet as he saw how tremendously bad the condition was. The armor of rank 1 had been completely crushed in that area, exposing the body inside. But far from being met with a beautiful scene, what Xietain saw made his blood run cold. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 457 Blood Berserker's Wrath, First Order Xietain vs. Third Order Jinman, Part 2. While Xietain was inspecting the records that made up his existence and the records obtained after defeating countless enemies, Shangguan Bingshui had taken very seriously the task of protecting him. Although it would only be a few minutes at most and from previous experience it was unlikely that the enemy would arrive so quickly, she did not want him to be interrupted or worse yet injured because of her incapacity in meeting the level of trust he was placing in her. In fact, Xietain hadn't realized one thing. That he had just trusted Shangguan Bingshui with all his heart. At this moment, he was probably in his weakest state, even weaker than when he was asleep. After all, navigating the records deeply required maximum concentration because while it was impossible for Xietain to modify the records at will since he did not know how souls worked, what he could do was harm himself if he made a wrong step. Of course, the existence of the soul record made it basically impossible to hurt oneself while inspecting the records. By focusing his 100% on one thing and leaving his life to Shangguan Bingshui, the level of trust he was placing in her temporarily was undoubtedly on the same level as the level of trust he had in Lilith. Even if this was only happening because the passive effect of the Stone Heart skill was being weakened by 10% due to the Brilliant Mind title, it was still worth mentioning as probably only a handful of people in the entire world could make Xietain do such a thing as handing over his fate on a silver platter. Shangguan Bingshui looked at the face of the man behind her over her shoulder. He had a serene, serious, and composed expression. His firm jaw was slightly clenched as was his tightly closed mouth, his lips were thin, his hair that had been neglected for too long was beginning to look too long, his eyelashes as dark as the thickest ink partially covered his lower eyelids, etc. She observed every little detail of him. She didn't know why, but she simply felt like doing it, therefore, she just did it. Shangguan Bingshui seized the opportunity before her that she would hardly ever have again. The first 5 minutes passed smoothly. Shangguan Bingshui spent this time watching Bai Zemin while keeping her guard up. Suddenly, Shangguan Bingshui's body tensed and her head turned in a northerly direction. Although it had been an extremely small sound and basically impossible to hear from such a distance, the soul power exuded by whatever was approaching at breakneck speeds caused every muscle in her body to automatically prepare for combat. As the incoming enemy got closer and closer, Shangguan Bingshui's expression changed from seriousness to slight helplessness and even some bitterness. Although Shangguan Bingshui was only a first-order existence, her soul power was incredibly pure. The purity of her soul power had only gotten better and better, especially after the previous massacre in which she had taken the lives of over 200 first-order and even 1 second-order. Her soul power was so pure that few in the universe could compare to her at the same level. The problem was that even with such pure soul power, she was feeling horrendous pressure coming from whatever was approaching. So, Shangguan Bingshui naturally judged that the enemy was above what she could handle in her current state. "I hope you wake up soon, Bandit King." She sighed, and after giving Bai Zemin one last look, her eyes turned cold. Ice wall, ice wall, ice wall. In just a few seconds, Shangguan Bingshui spent 1/4 of all her mana to erect hundreds of ice walls around and above Bai Zemin, forming a kind of frozen cube. If it were someone else, the coldness exuded by the ice alone would have frozen them to death, but considering how high Bai Zemin's stats were, Shangguan Bingshui didn't care about this. Besides, she didn't have much choice anyway, since if she took Bai Zemin with her to Earth, that enemy would undoubtedly pursue them since it had locked its aura on them, and if such a creature arrived on Earth it would only cause chaos and massacre since there was no one capable of stopping it. A few seconds later, Shangguan Bingshui finally spotted the enemy. The enemy was 10 feet tall, and from the tip of its head to its tail was no less than 20 feet. Its wings seemed to have stainless steel feathers as they shimmered faintly in the artificial light that this strange object released from the sky, giving it a truly beautiful appearance. Its legs had giant claws that looked menacing enough to pierce through any kind of defense with ease. Bang! Bang! The creature expanded both wings wide as it hovered in the sky and used its 2 large golden eyes to stare at Shangguan Bingshui with murderous intent. It opened its beak that resembled the scythe of death and let out a high-pitched shriek that caused the earth to tremble for an instant. This couldn't get any worse. Shangguan Bingshui gritted her pretty teeth as she saw that she would have to face an evolved second-order eagle that clearly far surpassed level 80. The eagle was known as the King of the Skies, a ruthless hunter whose speed was enough to terrify its prey, and its sharp claws possessed the ability to send even those with tougher skins to despair. Not to mention its ferocious pointed peck capable of piercing even the scales of a crocodile. The eagle looked at Shangguan Bingshui and then looked at the large ice cube. Its eyes flashed with intelligence no less than that of a human, and after letting out a second high-pitched cry, it swooped down towards the ground. Shangguan Bingshui's face changed noticeably as she realized the beast's intention and without delay pointed her left hand towards the sky. Ice arrows. Hundreds of ice arrows appeared several meters above her head and flew one after another at speeds no slower than a bullet towards the giant eagle. The eagle's golden eyes glowed strangely, and without stopping its movements at all it let out a small sound. Swoosh! A kind of wind barrier appeared around the giant eagle's body. The transparent barrier followed the beast wherever it passed as its faithful guardian, and an instant later Shangguan Bingshui's attack met the creature's defensive barrier. Bang! 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 The ice arrows seemed to have hit an impenetrable wall, because when they came into contact with the wind barrier surrounding the giant eagle's body, they exploded noisily and turned into small pieces of crystalline ice that rained down from the skies. Once the fragments fell to the ground, the earth began to freeze, and the corpses were no exception. The eagle continued its seemingly unstoppable charge, and just as it reached above the giant ice cube it changed its body posture so that its 2 sharp claws pointed towards its target. Just as the eagle was about to accomplish its goal, the sound of lightning noisily echoed throughout the battlefield, and like a ghost, that human woman from before appeared before it again. Shangguan Bingshui, standing on top of the ice cube that protected by Xietain inside, readied herself for impact. She flexed her legs slightly and lowered her stance as she positioned her frozen winter sword in front of her and created several ice shields on the front of her body. Bang, bang, bang. In less than a second, most of the ice shields were crushed by the impacting power of the eagle. Even so, when the last ice shield was shattered, the power behind the beast's attack had clearly weakened considerably, and this was precisely what Shangguan Bingshui needed to have any hope of withstanding what was coming. Boom! Shangguan Bingshui felt as if a giant truck had struck her unprotected body and immediately felt the blood inside her shake violently. She forced herself to swallow back the blood she was about to spit out, but still couldn't stop a thin trickle of red blood from sliding out of the corner of her mouth. Her feet sank deep into the top of the ice cube and cracks spread along the top of the structure. Two pairs of eyes met as one of the beast's claws was parried by Shangguan Bingshui's main sword and the other parried by an ice sword formed with 1/4 of Shangguan Bingshui's total mana. In about 30 seconds, she had already consumed half of her total mana to protect by Xietain and to forge an ice weapon capable of withstanding the weight of the monster she was dealing with. The giant eagle tilted its head forward and Shangguan Bingshui naturally understood that a second's delay here would cost her life, so she hurriedly conjured dozens of ice swords and silently activated her frost rebuff skill. The ice swords acquired a strange light blue glow and flew at different angles towards the beast. One of the ice blades in particular was aimed at one of the creature's eyes, which forced the beast to reconsider whether it still wanted to continue with the intention of pecking at the enemy in exchange for losing one eye, because as surprising as it seemed, the eagle realized that the human woman before it was more powerful than she really should be. In the end, the creature judged that there was no need to take such a risk, so it flapped its wings and swiftly flew away. Bang! Bang! The power behind the creature's fierce flapping created explosions that cracked the ice cube even more, and Shangguan Bingshui could barely hold on. Moreover, all the ice swords were shattered by the shockwave alone. Shangguan Bingshui's eyes flashed with a hint of unnoticeable coldness and silently activated the attached effect of the empowering necklace. Her health, stamina, agility, and strength stats received a tremendous boost, and power surged through her body as she felt her internal injuries suffered after the shock of her internal organs heal a lot faster. The eagle that was planning to fly away and take to the skies suddenly sensed that something was wrong. However, when its giant wings withdrew from the front of its body after the previous flapping, its pupils trembled lightly as it realized what was wrong. Shangguan Bingshui had launched herself skyward with a mighty leap and completely ignored the defense. She knew that the times her enemy would underestimate her would be few, and so she decided to seize the opportunity that presented itself when the eagle had its vision covered by its wings, swooping with all her strength towards the creature. Shangguan Bingshui had kept the frost rebuff effect on her frozen winter sword active at all times, and when she finally reached the necessary range, she performed a lethal slash from below upwards to take advantage of the momentum of the jump. The beast's golden eyes widened and a thunderous cry involuntarily escaped from deep within as it quickly flapped its wings and soared over 200 meters in the blink of an eye. Shangguan Bingshui's body was sent flying from the sky to the ground like a kite whose string had been cut. She felt as if all her bones were going to turn to dust as the eagle's sonic booms hit her, and this only got even worse when her back hit solid ground. However, this was not the worst of it. The worst of it was that the giant eagle's blood seemed to have some sort of radioactive property, as her rank 1 armor did not even hold firm for more than a couple of seconds as it began to be corroded. Shangguan Bingshui's eyes turned red and a wrenching cry of pain involuntarily escaped from her lungs, leaving her breathless. Between the pain in her bones and the pain being transmitted to her from her chest, she barely had time to rip off the top of her now completely useless armor. She looked down, and helplessness shone in her eyes as she saw that just above her bosom was a hole the size of 2 fists put together. The wound was so terrifying that from one side she could even see her heart pounding as blood continuously gushed out like a broken dam. Were it not for the fact that she had currently reached level 49, were it not for the fact that her health stat was 289 points, forget about standing up, Shangguan Bingshui would already be dead. However, in her current condition it would be difficult for her to survive. Not only because of how deadly the wound on her chest was, but also because in the skies there was a terrifying predator waiting for her. Shangguan Bingshui drank all the potions she brought with her, and her power temporarily increased another notch. She gritted her teeth and looked up at the sky. The giant eagle was still writhing in pain, blackish blood splattered everywhere, and the wound on its chest, far from healing, only grew larger and larger. Seeing this, Shangguan Bingshui let out a small sigh of relief, as apparently, the eagle's level did not exceed hers by more than 50, or else her frost rebuff skill would not have worked on the creature's body. Then, she looked down at the ice cube, and a hint of bitterness shone in her eyes. However, her gaze was soon filled with resolve, and while she bit her lips hard enough to make them bleed, she raised her sword towards the sky. The mana spread out with her as its center, and hundreds of ice swords encircled by the power of the skill frost rebuff floated above her head. Shangguan Bingshui's ice swords soared through the skies as she commanded, flying in the direction of the giant eagle that seemed to be struggling to hold its ground in the skies. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 458, Blood Berserker's Wrath, First Order by Xietain vs. Third Order Jinman, Part 3. Shangguan Bingshui's ice swords soared through the skies as she commanded, flying in the direction of the giant eagle that seemed to be struggling to hold its ground in the skies. The giant eagle was the lord of the skies thousands of miles around and had grown accustomed to being respected. It previously belonged to another world but was tamed by Jinman and brought to the Oblong world, so unlike the Azura race, this giant eagle could grow by absorbing the soul power of other existences, as Jinman never allowed it to cause mass slaughter just to consume soul stones. Then, as long as it assaulted another world together with the Azura race, the giant eagle's power would increase much faster than the rest of the Azuras, since it was not native to the Oblong world. It would only take at most another 2 years to cross from level 99 to level 100, and at most, within a decade it would be advancing to the Third Order, and considering that the eagle was only a little more than 150 years old, it could be considered a genius. This giant eagle already possessed the intelligence of a normal human, so its pride was naturally high. Then, when it was hurt by a small human who had not even broken the Second Order, the eagle became so enraged that it abandoned all defense and decided to focus entirely on attacking to crush the human who had cut it, a cut which continued to bleed non-stop. The giant eagle charged towards the ice swords at full speed, and instead of using its skill to control the surrounding gusts of wind to form a defensive barrier, it used it to create hundreds of wind blades. The wind blades met some of the ice swords, and to the giant eagle's further surprise, both attacks were cancelled. Unlike the giant eagle, who mainly relied on its body and terrifying speed to defeat its enemies, Shangguan Bingshui was an exceptionally talented mage, so even with the present level difference her magic stat was comparable to that of the giant eagle. The giant eagle did not dare to come back down from the sky to attack, and Shangguan Bingshui was limited to being a ground fighter. For the next 5 minutes or so, both existences launched ranged attacks at each other in an attempt to take down the other. Shangguan Bingshui's body was riddled with injuries, and her rank 1 armor was practically shredded leather at this point. Her formerly pure white arms had several bloody scars, her smooth white thighs had 2 terrifying lacerations that completely destroyed their beauty, and even on one side of her cheek, there was a small cut from which her blood was trickling down. Of course, the wound on her chest was still the worst of all, since even with her abnormally high health stat for a first-order existence, it seemed to be impossible to overcome the corrosive properties contained in the giant eagle's blood in the short run. But the giant eagle was not in optimal condition either. Not only did the bleeding wound inflicted at the beginning of the battle by Shangguan Bingshui continue to bleed, but its metal wings were partially frozen to the point where the creature's flight was affected. Its movement speed dropped drastically, and around its head, there were several bloody wounds that did not heal at all either. Suddenly, the eagle seemed to notice something, and its gaze moved to the ice cube. At this moment, the ice cube was completely covered in cracks, and it could be considered a miracle that it had not yet collapsed. Moreover, the battlefield was unrecognizable after so many fierce magic attacks that upon impact generated enough explosions to bring down an entire building. Shangguan Bingshui also seemed to notice a strange flow of soul power inside the cube, and her eyes glittered with joy as she realized that this person was about to come back to his senses. Scree! Just then, Shangguan Bingshui's expression sank as she heard a shriek from the skies. Looking up hurriedly, she saw the eagle charging for the first time in several minutes, directly aiming at the ice cube with a fierce expression. Her blue eyes also flashed with a hint of madness, and without hesitation, she lunged forward. The speed at which the giant eagle moved was undoubtedly faster than Shangguan Bingshue's movement speed, and the only reason she had managed to barely keep up so far was thanks to the fact that she possessed two powerful skills that boosted her agility tremendously. However, this time Shangguan Bingshue was not aiming to stop the eagle's attack at all. Boom! The heavy body of the beast, driven by the terrifying speed at which it was flying, as well as the gravity of the world, hit the ice cube protecting Bai Zemin hard. Even though the ice structure contained a large part of Shangguan Bingshue's mana, it was impossible to withstand such a powerful attack when it was already covered by cracks, so when the beast's claws struck, the ice cube finally could not stand upright and exploded into countless ice fragments that flew everywhere. As the giant eagle's body recoiled slightly due to the force with which the ice cube exploded, Shangguan Bingshue expended 90% of her remaining mana and fashioned several ice chains that soon coiled around the creature's wings. The giant eagle was shocked and hurriedly tried to break free, but to its surprise, the ice weighing down its body suddenly seemed to come to life as it turned into countless ice spikes that dug into its flesh viciously and helped the chains become firmer as they coiled around it. The beast didn't even think about it and hastily activated its skill. The gusts of wind gathered around it, and after several seconds it finally managed to cut the ice chains. Then, just as the giant eagle prepared to attack with even more ferocity, it felt some extra weight on its back. Just then, the beast's hair stood on end as mortal danger overwhelmed it. The creature completely surrendered to attack and hurriedly darted into the sky where the air flows were higher, reaching a height of 200 meters in a few moments. Shangguan Bingshue felt as if her body was being torn apart, and if it were not for her talent in combat, she would have long ago been decapitated or lost a limb to the wind blades that constantly overwhelmed her. While she made use of several layers of ice shields after having consumed her mana in its entirety, Shangguan Bingshue struggled to reach the beast's neck with staggering steps. She had to help herself with her sword, thrusting it into the beast's body, or else she would have been sent flying several times. After the last ice shield was destroyed, Shangguan Bingshue finally reached her target and resolutely raised her sword pointed skyward before slashing fiercely downward. Slash. Fortunately, the skill Frost Rebuff only consumed mana to activate and not to maintain on a sword, therefore, her attack contained the maximum of her melee ability. The eagle shrieked to the heavens as it felt its fur, skin, flesh, and muscles being mercilessly slashed by a sharp object. Blood splattered everywhere, including its back, and rained down to the ground like a storm. That last attack had completely drained Shangguan Bingshue. Then, fortunately for her, she lost her balance and began to plummet, narrowly avoiding being splashed by the beast's blood. Even as her face contracted in pain, she ignored even the constant loss of blood that was pushing her to constantly fall unconscious to cling tightly to her sword as if unwilling to let it go even in the face of death. As she thought this was the end of her journey, she suddenly felt the pressure around her disappear as two powerful arms clung in a strangely tender way to her body. She struggled to open her eyes to find another pair of eyes staring at her as if afraid that she would suddenly disappear in a puff of smoke. This was probably the first time Shangguan Bingshue had seen Bai Zemin put on such a worried expression as the one he was showing right now, and moreover, he was involuntarily putting on that kind of expression for none other than her. But it was no wonder, considering everything she had done for him so far. Finally, "You opened your eyes." She barely managed to whisper those words in an exhausted voice. Her voice was so weak that the howling wind blew it away as soon as it left her mouth. Fortunately, the person next to her was powerful enough and his senses were high enough to hear her words loud and clear. Bai Zemin looked at the wound on Shangguan Bingshue's chest and his face turned pale. He did not know what to say. Such an injury. Even her heart was visible. The amount of blood lost was so much that there was nothing he could do now, even with his blood manipulation skill. Still, Bai Zemin was not willing to give up, so he activated his skill to drive the escaping blood back into her body. At the very least, this would allow time for her health stat to work faster and more efficiently. "See?" she murmured as her eyes closed. "I told you. You could leave your back to me." Then, her head tilted slightly to the side. Fortunately, Bai Zemin could feel her breathing there, which indicated that she had fallen unconscious due to the loss of blood and the abrupt expenditure of mana, or otherwise. His feet returned to the ground with a slight thud. He made sure that the wounded and weakened body of the woman in his arms did not suffer the slightest jolt and carefully placed her on the ground, right on the only intact area, the area where he is standing before. Really? What a nuisance. He muttered under his breath. His usually calm voice, far from containing the arrogance and pride of the passive skill god of war's will, was charged with anger and murderous intent brimming to the very brim. Blood Berserker's Wrath activated at 3rd level of Wrath. Strength and mana plus 2000. Loss of rationality equivalent to 30%. The effect is reduced by the passive effect of the title Brilliant Mind. Several messages flashed across by Xietan's retina and his records were immediately altered. However, he was in no mood to pay attention to something as small as that, and his bad mood was at such a high point that he didn't even notice that the skill had been activated directly at the 3rd level of Wrath. Xietain looked at the giant eagle writhing in pain in the skies and raised his right hand in that direction. The binging bracelet lit up with a powerful earth-colored glow, and the next instant the giant eagle writhing in the skies was surrounded by a glow of the same color. Scree! The beast screamed in surprise and terror as it felt its body being pulled straight down to earth by a horrendously high force. Xietan's magic stat was over 900 points in total. Therefore, the creature could not even put up a fight in the face of the power this treasure could show in his hands. Boom! The giant creature's body slammed ferociously into the ground, and a crater several meters in diameter and several meters deep formed with the giant eagle at its center. The golden eyes, previously bursting with vigor, were now exhausted and filled with pain, but just then, a shadow loomed over it. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 459 Blood Berserker's Wrath, First Order by Xietain vs. Third Order Jin Man, Part 4. In an unknown space. In this place there was no feeling of life. The land was dry, so grass did not grow and trees did not spring up. The rivers had dried up, leaving behind nothing but huge channels that were once filled with marine life but were now devoid of any beauty. Even the skies were covered by a thick layer of deep red that did not allow the rays of the distant sun to properly reach the world. The natural mountains had been crushed by clearly unnatural forces, and the earth had been flattened by such powerful attacks that the ground sank in parts and rose in others, eventually giving birth to hundreds and even thousands of mountains formed from the destructive attacks that were unleashed in that area. The air of this place, instead of being insipid, had a strange iron smell, and if one were to open one's mouth one would immediately notice a strange flavor hitting the taste buds, a bizarre taste that probably everyone had ever tasted in life, no matter how hard to identify it might be. This was a truly deplorable world, and far from looking like a world once inhabited by living beings, it seemed more like a world worthy of being the hell in which the evil demons of the legends that circulated among humans lived. On the top of a mountain, a single man was sitting on a big rock while looking forward with an indifferent expression. But this man's indifference was different from Shangguan Bing Shui's coldly tinged indifference, and it was different from Xietan's slightly devoid of any feeling indifference. The only way this man's expression could be described was as dead. The indifference in his eyes and in his general expression had reached the absolute and insurmountable pinnacle. It was as if even if the heavens collapsed before him at this very moment, they would fail to make him blink at all. What kind of experiences did a person need to go through to make the sparkle in his eyes disappear? It was hard to say. But it was probably better not to know it. This man had been sitting on that same rock and in the same position for long enough for the muscles in his body to go numb. But even that failed to make even one muscle in his face twitch. Just to the man's right, perfectly within reach of the full length of his arm, a giant sword with a strange string several meters long tied to the hilt lay silently waiting to be wielded one more time. The bloody aura exuding from the sword's body was such that even demons and ghosts would be scared and flee away as fast as possible. Suddenly, the man who had not moved his body even an inch and who had not even blinked for an unknown amount of time, finally moved. His slightly bowed head rose, and as if sensing something he looked up into the distant sky. His lifeless and dull eyes seemed to take on some kind of strange passion as for a brief moment they shone as brightly as if within them contained an entire galaxy of stars. Then, as if nothing had happened, the man slowly turned his head and returned to his original position. Nothing seemed to have changed, except that if one looked carefully and paid enough attention, one might notice that the corner of the man's lips had turned up very slightly in what appeared to be a happy smile. Somewhere unknown in the vast and apparently infinite universe, This area had the fewest number of stars. Moreover, it was an area in which there was only a single constellation. Strangely, despite the fact that there were fewer stars, far from being one of the darkest areas of the universe, it was actually one of the brightest. This was because the brightest constellation in the entire firmament was located in this area, apparently forgotten by the gods and demons. Honoring the name given to it since time immemorial and honoring the pattern of the set of stars that conformed it, the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius was like a true lonely wolf that wandered in the middle of the night without fear of loneliness, as the darkness that surrounded it was the only company that it needed, a company that would never abandon it and would never betray it. Suddenly, the brightest star that made up the constellation of Sirius, a star also known to mankind by the name Sirius A, began to flicker as if it were a blinking eye. The deep blue color of the star slowly took on a deep red glow, and not long after that the entire constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius took on the same shade of red. If a human were to look up from Earth into the night sky, he or she would possibly be quite terrified to see how without warning a set of stars turned from that characteristic white to crimson red. This was especially true for the stars known as Sirius A and Sirius B, which at this moment looked more like the red eyes of a demon looking at the world from another dimension. The event only lasted a few brief seconds before everything went back to normal. That part of the universe regained its natural calm again and everything remained apparently unchanged. However, quite a stir began to form among the factions of higher existences when the energy released by the Sirius constellation alerted them. Boom! The giant eagle's body hit the ground with such force after falling from over 200 meters high and being attracted by Xietain's magic-grade treasure that the earth broke into pieces and a crater over 50 meters in diameter with the creature as its center was formed in just an instant. The eagle was already in bad condition after its battle against Shangguan Bing Shui, so the fierce fall it had just suffered had only served to worsen its injuries even more. Even so, the life force possessed by a second-order beast was even comparable to that of a third-order human, so it tenaciously tried to stand up, making use of its skill to support itself. However, the beast realized that not only was it impossible for it to return to the skies, but its movement speed had decreased by at least 20%, which was tremendously bad for its current badly injured state. Then, the beast noticed a small shadow in comparison to its size hovering above it, and as it raised its head it saw a human, this time a man, staring at it with cold eyes from the outside of the crater. At this point, Xietain's normally black eyes had turned into red eyes like those of a bloodthirsty demon. His deadly indifferent expression could not hide the anger his eyes spoke, and while the bracelet still glowed with a faint yellow glow that clung tightly to the giant eagle's body, he gazed at the creature as he slowly said, "Considering you are a borderline second-order monster, I'm pretty sure you understand my words. Do you want a quick death or a slow death? Bark like a dog twice if you want it fast, or bark like a dog 3 times if you want it slow." The giant eagle's eyes flashed with a glint of anger at the clearly humiliating words of the man before it, and after a mighty screech to the heavens, the gusts of wind began to move at the creature's will. Hundreds and then thousands of wind blades flew towards Xietain as they formed a whirlwind hundreds of feet high behind the beast. The ground split and rocks were drawn into the eye of the storm. However, even though the crimson clouds coalesced to form a giant vortex in the skies, Xietain maintained his stand as firm as Mount Tai. In fact, not only did Xietan's feet not move, but the entire area behind him was strangely fine. It was as if the power of the wind could go no further. It was as if an invisible barrier protected that area where the fainting woman lay. The wind blades that flew toward Xietain also seemed to encounter some strange barrier, because as if it were an invisible swamp, the speed at which they advanced became slower and slower for every inch forward. Finally, when the wind blades reached within 2 meters of Xietan's body, they came to a complete stop. The giant eagle's exhausted eyes quivered in disbelief as it observed its most powerful magical attack being stopped without the enemy moving a single hand, and slowly began to despair. "This is really interesting," Xietain said aloud. The ground around him began to tremble slowly at first, until then the tremor became powerful enough to cause a 1,000-meter area to rumble noisily. To think that when the strength statistic touches such a high level you can do stuff like this. The surrounding boulders broke off lightly and the cracks slowly spread out as the rocks that broke off the ground rose up into the sky. Really interesting. I can even slightly affect the atmosphere around me to this extent just by using pure physical strength. He muttered to himself, completely ignoring the eagle. Then, under the eagle's terrified eyes, the body of the human before it began to slowly rise from the ground. First, it was the back, then the middle, and finally the tip completely separated from the ground. Xietan's red eyes glowed like lanterns amidst the darkness, and excitement roared through his veins as he lifted a couple of meters into the air. In fact, his physical strength at this moment had reached a level where he could use the vibration of his muscles to create slight alterations to the atmosphere and set up something similar to invisible steps that allowed him to slowly ascend. Even if this was only possible because this was an abandoned world so it could not evolve and thus possessed weaker physical laws, it was still amazing. However, Xietain soon lost interest in his new discovery. His eyes were drawn back to the eagle and he was attracted to the beast like a child attracted to candy. Clearly, he wanted to kill the eagle and he knew the reason why. However, Xietain did not want to give it a lightning-fast death. The eagle's eyes were filled with fear at this point. The creature was an intelligent being, so it knew that what the human before it had just performed was something that only existences on the level of its breeder could do. A third-order existence. But the eagle could not comprehend how such a thing could be even remotely possible, since the aura of the human's body before it was clearly only the aura of a first-order existence. Just as the giant eagle was scared to death, Xietain said in an indifferent voice, "You flee." The eagle's eyes flashed with suspicion and caution, but even then it didn't stay to think too long and in panic tried to fly away. Unfortunately, Xietain had not deactivated the bracelet's effect, so finally the eagle could only turn its body and run at full speed. Even without being able to fly, the giant eagle's agility stat was high enough for the creature to cross almost 50 meters in an instant. However, just as the beast was about to leave the 50-meter range, Xietain made his move. He extended his hand, this time his left hand, and the purple end bracelet took on a faint violet glow. Bang! 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 A huge chain of purple lightning blasted with powerful explosions out of the bracelet and flew at the speed of light forward. The countless chains of purple lightning covered an area of 50 by 50 meters in front of Xietain in just a blink of an eye, and everything in that area was submerged into a sea of lightning. The purple sea was reflected in the red pupils that watched indifferently as a sizable object writhed, apparently suffering from wintry pain as lightning lashed its body over and over again. Metals have such a stable atomic structure that when electricity contacts such material, the electrons flow seamlessly from one end to the other. I wonder what it would feel like to be roasted alive by lightning. Xietain said in a flat voice. Within the sea of purple lightning, the giant eagle wished for death. Its wings, which were its most powerful attack weapons and its main pride, at this moment had become the beast's greatest torment, and if possible it would rather tear them off in this instant. Its feathers, which possessed metallic properties, worked as the best conductor, and the electricity from the lightning flashes went through its body again and again. The plumage on its back was scorched, its skin burned, and its red flesh turned black as the blood quickly evaporated, creating hissing sounds that were drowned out by the explosions of lightning and its screams of pain. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 460 Blood Berserker's Wrath, First Order, Xietain vs. Third Order Jin Man, Part, May 6th. The purple sea formed by countless chains of lightning continued to crackle for a full minute before finally coming to a halt. When the power in the purple end bracelet on Xietan's left wrist was fully depleted, the radiance surrounding the treasure disappeared and its natural color dulled slightly. While the stats the treasure bestowed were still there, the skill could not be used again before it naturally recharged its power using the world's mana. Xietain had discovered some time ago that whenever a treasure lost its power, the reason the skill went into cooldown was because the treasure needed time to recover the power necessary to activate and or maintain the skill active. Unfortunately, and despite the fact that he tried to supply the treasure with his own mana, the result was naturally failure. When the sea of purple lightning disappeared, the result of the attack was finally revealed. The land that was previously already slightly blackish was now in a completely burnt state, with patches of burns revealing small holes after the upper rock layer was broken. As if that wasn't enough, white smoke was slowly rising into the sky from those patches as if from a recently controlled fire. For a sparse attack, the damage the world had suffered was considerable, even more so considering that the main target of the lightning blasts had never been the ground since the earth was a poor conductor of electrical energy. But it was also understandable. After all, a magic-grade treasure in the hands of someone with such high magical power as Xietain would end up causing more damage than normal as long as the attached skill was governed by the user's stats. Xietain advanced slowly, closing the distance between him and the giant eagle with leisurely and nonchalant steps. The giant eagle no longer seemed to have the ability to stand up again, and occasional small cries of pain seeped through its beak, a beak which previously seemed to have metallic properties but had now cracked a bit on the surface. The burnt smell coming from the eagle's body at the moment was really foul-smelling. The creature's skin and flesh had scorched to pitch black, and except for its still intact wing feathers, the entire body of the beast was unrecognizable. "Stand up and flee," Xietain said as he arrived right in front of the monster's head. The eagle slowly opened its golden eyes to look at him. Its energy had been completely drained, and the wounds on its body only made things worse, so even if it wanted to, the eagle didn't even move a muscle in its legs, let alone stand up. Xietain waited for a couple of seconds until he finally realized that it was impossible for the creature in front of him to continue putting up the slightest resistance. Therefore, he finally decided to end it. "Do you know why I haven't killed you yet?" Xietain reached out a hand and grabbed onto one of the giant eagle's legs. Then, he began to drag it along the ground in Shangguan Bing Shui's direction, and ignoring the creature's cries of pain and fear, he explained in an indifferent voice, "You hurt my friend. She ended up in this kind of condition where her life is not even guaranteed because you attacked her and because she was protecting me. I'm sure she felt fear when she felt the aura of your body, but of course, a filthy monster like you would never understand such a thing. So, the least I could do is return the favor and let you experience the feeling called despair." Xietain stopped when he reached 50 meters ahead of where Shangguan Bing Shui was resting and climbed onto the eagle's back. Then, he clutched with both hands at the junction between the right wing and the beast's back before fiercely pulling upward. The sound of something tearing spread amidst the terrifying silence, and then a scream similar to a roar filled with pain and suffering traveled several kilometers away. The giant eagle's eyes widened, and it seemed to receive some kind of magical injection as it began to struggle again due to the terrifying pain it was feeling. Xietain frowned as he saw the beast begin to writhe, and after throwing the eagle's right wing casually to the side, he fiercely slammed his fist on the monster's head. Bang! The eagle felt as if a multi-ton hammer had fallen from the sky directly on its head. Its neck swung a couple of times before its head fell with a loud boom to the ground and raised a cloud of dust in the process. "Stay quiet," Xietain ordered in a deep voice before moving to the left side to do the same. The eagle screamed in pain again as its left wing was brutally ripped off its body, and blood along with fragments of burnt flesh flew everywhere. The pain was so strong that the beast even came out of the daze that Xietan's punch had caused it. Unfortunately, the creature could no longer move its body anymore, and except for slight shudders, could only shriek and cry. Xietain showed no mercy at all to the giant eagle and was truly cruel. The treatment the creature received was several degrees worse than the treatment Xietain bestowed on the then leader of the goblin race located in northern China, as he did not stop after tearing off the wings of the big bird. He stood right on top of the beast's back, and after a bit of searching, he punched lightly with his right fist downwards. Bang! Even though he was holding back over 70%, the power behind his punch was something that could not be underestimated at all, considering how high his strength stat was under the effect of Blood Berserker's Wrath skill. Xietan's right fist sank deep and easily into the giant eagle's flesh until his gauntlet struck something that made a slight metallic sound. Completely ignoring the eagle's cries, he scrambled around a bit and several seconds later grabbed at the object that his fist had struck before fiercely pulling upward. The giant eagle's eyes widened and its pupils contracted to the smallest possible size as a roar of pain that completely overwhelmed all before it caused even the atmosphere to shudder for a moment. The sound traveled from the forest in which the rift was located to the nearest city 100 kilometers away, surprising the residents of the Azura race living there as they accurately identified the source of the sound. Unlike most worlds, the Azura race was a warrior race, and they all grew up battling from an early age. Leaving aside the fact that they could not evolve by absorbing soul power due to the taboo their ancestors committed, the Asuras were undoubtedly very talented warriors who, in addition to possessing great battle prowess, also had the characteristic of being able to communicate with practically any other race. In a way, had it not been for the greed of power that the ancestors of the Asura race had and which was still visible, the Asuras could easily have been a race capable of reaching the level of a faction of higher existences. Unfortunately, they chose to invade Earth of all possible targets. Xietain tore out the spine of the giant eagle and then stepped off the back of the beast, which at this point was no different than a useless rag. He stood before the eyes of the dying beast and in its last breaths to let it get a good look at who would be its killer. Then, he brandished the monster's spine as if it were a whip and struck with the full power of his strength stat directly at the creature's neck. Boom! The spine seemed to be made of metal instead of bones, and when it was used to hit such a weak area of a giant eagle already weakened by someone as strong as Xietain, the result was clear. The head separated from the body, blood sprayed uncontrollably, and the ground split into countless pieces with cracks extending for over 500 meters. Only the place behind Xietain was untouched by the damage, precisely where she fainted. You have absorbed the soul power of second-order Silver Gale Eagle level 99. 2 orbs charged with soul power flew from inside the giant eagle's body. The smaller-sized and less bright one entered Xietan's body, while the larger and brighter one flew in a parabola pattern before entering Shangguan Bingshue's chest. She clearly got a big boost in her health stats as the cells in her body began to move faster and clone one after another at speeds fast enough to form tissues visible to the naked eye. Moreover, since Xietain had already expelled all traces of the giant eagle's corrosive blood from her body and had also been constantly using blood manipulation to prevent the wound from worsening, it was only a matter of time before her wounds healed. But at this rate it will take months. Xietain muttered with a frown as he saw how the wound on her chest was having trouble healing. Moreover, he noticed that strangely his anger had not calmed down in its entirety even though he had just killed the main culprit of Shangguan Bingshue's current condition. That terrifying power was still coursing through his veins, and after looking at the reflection of his face using the giant eagle's bloody spine, he noticed that his eyes were still of a bright reddish hue. Xietain looked at the ground and for the first time since this whole senseless war started, he saw something he liked. Treasures. Since the eagle was still receiving the benefits of the soul record if it defeated in a battle to the death, naturally its death would benefit the one who defeated it. There were only 2 items that the giant eagle dropped. A skill scroll called First Order Rampaging Gale Level 4 and a bottle with a strange liquid inside. Xietain ignored the scroll and simply set it down next to Shangguan Bingshue as he inspected the bottle. The shape of the bottle was truly exquisite and it seemed to be made with a special crystal as Xietain had a hunch that a bullet would not be able to pierce it. Inside it was approximately 100 milliliters of bright red liquid that looked really viscous and bizarre. Xietain pulled the cork with a popping sound and the aroma that came from inside the small bottle flooded his nostrils. He felt his body feel lighter immediately and also noticed that small hidden injuries were starting to recover quickly. Good stuff. Xietain exclaimed in amazement and immediately wished to know the records of the bottle in his hand. Instant Recovery Potion, Rank 3 possesses incredible healing capabilities. Its effect works on existences whose health stat has not yet exceeded 1,000 natural points. The description was vague, to say the least. However, Xietain refused to believe that such a potion could not heal Shangguan Bingshue's injuries. I wonder if the soul record bestowed this treasure because it understood that technically it was Shangguan Bingshue who did all the work and urgently needed to be treated. Xietain muttered under his breath as he brought the tip of the small bottle to her lips. He carefully forced her fleshy red lips to open slightly and let the contents of the potion slowly drip down her mouth. Unfortunately, Shangguan Bingshue was unconscious so far from being able to properly swallow the liquid she coughed fiercely, which not only expelled the liquid from her mouth but also caused her recovering injuries to worsen. Tisk. Xietain clicked his tongue and after thinking for a moment sighed. There is no choice. Then, he brought the bottle to his mouth and drank about 1/4 of the potion. However, he did not swallow the liquid. You can slap me or whatever you think is fair later, he thought as he leaned forward. His eyes momentarily lingered on that beautiful pair of lips, but far from feeling any sort of temptation, what he felt was sorry for the condition she was in and shame since he was partly the cause of it all. Throwing all useless thoughts to the back of his head, his lips finally touched hers and he slowly let the reddish liquid of the potion flow into her mouth. Then, to prevent the liquid from being wasted, he pushed his tongue into her mouth and helped the liquid flow down her throat. Xietain only moved away from her when all the contents had been consumed and looked down. The potion was truly amazing, to say the least. The terrifying gash on her chest had healed in an instant by half. The only downside was that now that Shangguan Bingshue's wounds had been almost completely treated, her chest area no longer looked bad like before. Then, Xietan's eyes naturally saw things they shouldn't have seen. It was just that under the effect of the third wrath level of the skill Blood Berserker's Wrath, he had no crazy thoughts in his head. Therefore, he took another quarter of the potion's contents and reattached his lips to Shangguan Bingshue's lips. Just as her throat moved after he forced the liquid down with his own tongue, Xietain nearly died of fright when Shangguan Bingshue's previously tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Her sky-blue eyes met his blood-red eyes, and time seemed to have stopped. Shangguan Bingshue was dumbfounded. Xietain was dumbfounded. The two stared at each other blankly for several seconds, and they even seemed to forget that their lips were still firmly pressed together with their tongues casually touching in the process. Amidst panic, embarrassment, disbelief, and surprise, Xietain for the first time felt how soft were the lips of the beautiful woman under his body. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 461 Blood Berserker's Wrath, First Order Xietain vs. Third Order Jinnan, Part June 6. Shangguan Bingshue's little tongue was like an innocent little child playing hide and seek as it was at first hidden deep inside her mouth. However, when she opened her eyes and was surprised by what she saw, her slippery little tongue began to move of its own accord as if it wanted to change the game to a fighting one. On the other hand, Xietain was so dumbfounded that like Shangguan Bingshue he had no idea what he was doing or what was happening. However, it was impossible for him to deny the fact that the velvety softness of Shangguan Bingshue's seductive pink lips was extremely pleasurable to feel. The two tongues engaged for a brief moment as the softness of each other's lips was transmitted to each other's brains, and for a couple of seconds, they stayed in the same position as if they were thinking that, maybe, if they didn't move, the other person wouldn't notice them or something similar. After what seemed like an eternity of being frozen even though in reality it had only been a few seconds, Xietain slowly ordered his tongue to withdraw from the other person's mouth and stop messing around, to which the little scoundrel seemed to respond reluctantly, so it began to retreat silently but not before giving its counterpart a slight caress as if it were saying goodbye. Finally, by the time his lips left hers, Xietain naturally felt a little reluctant to abandon that heavenly softness just as well as the warmth that her breath transmitted to him while their mouths were together. "I'm glad the medicine worked," he said while still looking into her eyes. Xietain was still leaning over her body and used one hand to support his weight while with the other he lifted the small bottle with half of the contents and shook it lightly at her eye level. Shangguan Bingshue looked at for a moment before her blue eyes shifted back to his red eyes, and after a brief silence she said in an indifferent voice, "If you look down, I will scratch your eyes out." Xietain did not understand what she was referring to, therefore, he unconsciously started to lower his head to see what was going on. However, Shangguan Bingshue raised her hands and clutched at his face to force him to look her in the face and slowly said, "Little pervert, don't you listen to people when they talk to you?" Suddenly, and as if he had received enlightenment from the heavens, Xietain realized something and laughed awkwardly as he unknowingly blurted out, "Well, I saw what couldn't be seen anyway. You." Shangguan Bingshue frowned, but her expression soon turned into one of helplessness. She sighed as if tired and said in a low voice, "Get off me, you little shameless thing. Besides, don't look down no matter what. I understand, miss." Xietain chuckled and closed his eyes as he slowly stood up and turned around. "Give me your cloak." Hearing the voice behind him, Xietain felt helpless and without any other choice he unhooked the chains linking his cloak to his shoulder pads before stretching his right hand behind him while keeping his gaze fixed straight ahead. After a few seconds during which he heard some soft rustling sounds, Shangguan Bingshue's voice reached him again. "It's okay now. You can turn back." Xietain turned around and his slightly heated eyes roamed over the silhouette of the woman before him involuntarily. Shangguan Bing Shui was wearing Bai Zemin's cloak to cover her upper body, but even so it could not hide her charming curves at all, especially the front area, which despite not being as big as Lilith's or Wu Yichuan's, were undoubtedly magnificent. Bai Zemin could still remember how shiny her white skin was once the wound was mostly gone and secretly couldn't help but wonder how soft it would feel to gently run his palm over the top and feel the weight of both of them. His blood-red eyes slowly moved around her lovely figure until they reached her slightly parted lips. With Bai Zemin's improved eyesight, he could see every detail of her beautiful little mouth perfectly and could even make out how they glistened against the artificial lighting floating in the sky. He unconsciously wondered if that was her saliva or his. This little perverted brat. Shangguan Bing Shui muttered through gritted teeth. She couldn't help but blush as she felt Bai Zemin's heated gaze on every inch of her body, and as she remembered what had just happened her body shuddered. Bai Zemin thought she was getting angrier and angrier as he saw her gritting her teeth and her body trembling, so he hurriedly explained, Bing Shui, about earlier. I really didn't mean it. I tried to give you the potion normally, but there was no way to get the liquid down your throat. Therefore. You understand. The corner of Shangguan Bing Shui's mouth contracted softly when she heard Bai Zemin's words. You know? For some reason, right now I really want to give you the beating of your life. She said as she looked at him with dagger-sharp eyes. Bai Zemin felt that he was being stared at by a being even more terrifying than the second-order existences he had faced so far and automatically took a step back as he looked at her cautiously. Seeing him like this, Shangguan Bing Shui sighed exaggeratedly and waved a hand casually as she said wearily, It's okay, forget it. I understand the crux of the matter perfectly, so let's not give it any more thought. Even though she said that, Bai Zemin realized that she was in a bad mood. Then, not wanting to damage the good friendship they had formed so far, he pointed out. If it makes you feel any better, that was my first kiss. Bai Zemin. You're really looking for death that bad? She said through gritted teeth. It was just that the blush that covered almost all of her face had made her look more cute than evil. It was only then that Bai Zemin realized his mistake. Sure, that was the first time his lips felt the sweetness that a woman's lips could offer, but maybe it was also the case for Shangguan Bing Shui. In fact, considering her personality, it was highly unlikely that she had ever kissed a man. Besides, he had just said that it was all because of the medicine, but then he talks about kissing. Just when Bai Zemin wanted to say something else, his expression froze for a second before a wild smile appeared on his face. On the other hand, Shangguan Bing Shui also noticed the problem approaching them. A problem too big for her to do anything about. Don't move from there, I'll finish this soon. Shangguan Bing Shui listened to Bai Zemin's words that were filled with coldness. It was just that she couldn't even move a muscle in her body, so even if she wanted to, she couldn't move from her current position. It was as if a giant mountain such as Everest were weighing down on her body, and in just an instant her face turned pale as a sheet while her soul shuddered in fear. Bai Zemin turned around and walked a little away from where Shangguan Bing Shui was standing right next to the corpse of the giant eagle before looking up at the sky with deathly cold eyes. Now that the giant cloak had disappeared, the great sword behind his back had been completely exposed. It was just that for this kind of enemy, in his current state, Bai Zemin believed it was not necessary to wield it. Worse yet. In his current condition, Bai Zemin was really like an inexhaustible monster since his stamina at this point was literally infinite. So, he could swing his sword as long as he felt like it. Soon, the air pressure seemed to increase infinitely and the rocks rose a few inches above the ground as the earth shook. Bai Zemin quickly spotted a small bright dot high in the sky that grew larger and larger as it headed in his direction. He snorted coldly and with a mighty leap flew hundreds of meters in an instant as he slammed his right fist upwards. Rumble. Boom. Rumble. Time in the sky seemed to freeze for a brief instant before Shangguan Bing Shui noticed a golden light spreading outward in the shape of a giant hoop that only grew larger and larger as it spread further and further outward before finally disappearing as the clouds burst into fiery flames of burning fire that began to rain down toward the earth an instant later. Bai Zemin and the man he faced looked at each other for a second before breaking apart, and when their feet touched solid ground again, they both remained silent. Finally, the man before him said in a serious voice. Who the hell are you? This man was Jin Nan. He had a contract with the giant eagle, so when the creature died, he immediately sensed something was wrong. In a fit of rage, Jin Nan got the emperor's permission to end once and for all with whatever problems were holding back the advancement of the Azura race, but what Jin Nan was mainly after was revenge, as for him the giant eagle was the only existence he could trust since the Azuras were treacherous and battle-lustful. Little did Jin Nan expect that, despite the First Order aura he sensed from afar, the man before him actually had such frightening power. Jin Nan was level 162. He was the third most powerful of the entire Azura race. And yet, the man before him, despite not even having broken beyond level 50, was actually able to face him head-on. Jin Nan stood with his back straight and his hands behind his back. However, if one looked carefully, one would notice that his right arm with which he had punched earlier was shaking gently, and he could barely contain the trembling by clenching his fist tightly. Bai Zemin looked at the man in front of him and felt the most powerful aura he had ever felt in his entire life. Unlike Lilith's suppressed aura, where she looked like just another ordinary human in the crowd, this man of the Azura race was actually like the demon in Bai Zemin's eyes. However, a loser has no right to ask questions, said the proud 20-year-old. Ignoring the death stare Jin Nan was giving him, Bai Zemin said in an authoritative tone, "Your little bird hurt my friend, therefore I killed it. I will eat its meat and will use its bones to forge weapons for my people, while its feathers will be the scythes that will harvest the blood of your race. As for you, you will naturally die. I will see what I can do with your bones after that." Shangguan Bing Shui was watching and listening to everything from afar, right in front of the rift. She couldn't believe what she was seeing and couldn't believe what her ears were hearing. Bai Zemin. He actually managed to collide head-on with a monster like that and come out unscathed. Shangguan Bing Shui felt like her heart was going to burst out of her chest because of how hard it was beating as a result of her nerves. That scoundrel even dares to say such words. Shangguan Bing Shui felt that she really had to teach Bai Zemin some basic etiquette. But in fact, Shangguan Bing Shui did not realize that Bai Zemin had the winning hand in the first match. Because while Jin Nan punched from above and harnessed the force of gravity to his advantage, Bai Zemin had gravity against him at all moment. But even with such a setback holding him and with such momentum supporting the enemy, Bai Zemin and Jin Nan backed up at the same time. Jin Nan said nothing in the face of his enemy's arrogant words. Because, unlike Shangguan Bing Shui, he did have things straight. So, instead of trying to show off, he unsheathed his sword and the same golden glow from before once again covered his body completely. "Draw your sword, warrior from another world." Jin Nan barked in a deep voice, and the aura around him burst outward as he said, "Despite my hatred for you, I respect your strength. You want me to draw my sword? Just because of you?" Bai Zemin sneered and raised both hands as he said disdainfully, "For someone like you, these two are more than enough." Jin Nan sighed and shook his head before his eyes turned frost-cold. They both looked at each other for a moment, and as if by prior agreement, they both rushed forward to give chase to the other. The ground beneath both of their feet felt strangely good despite the power they had used, but this was only because the speed at which they both moved exceeded the speed at which the ground cracked. In Shangguan Bing Shui's eyes, she only saw a flash of golden light and a flash of black light with small blue flashing lights facing each other for a second before Bai Zemin and the Azura race man appeared in opposite positions. The wind blew smoothly and the cracks finally spread far and wide, like earth dragons hundreds of meters long and several meters wide. Bai Zemin and Jin Nan had their backs to each other and did not move for several seconds. Neither of them moved, but the battle was already over. The clouds in the sky continued to burst and the firestorm continued to fall on the earth as if it was the flood sent by the gods to punish the race. Bai Zemin straightened his posture. The small movement caused his shoulder pad to shatter into pieces, and even his rank 2 armor that he was so proud of was torn. From his shoulder to his upper left chest, a bloody wound appeared on his body. You're only 20 years old?" Jin Nan muttered in shock as he felt the life energy of his enemy. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 462 Shangguan Bing Shui Level 50, I Soul Charming Demon. When Bai Zemin's shoulder pads exploded and the armor split open to finally see blood pouring out of his body, Shangguan Bing Shui felt her heart clench. The fear and anxiety she felt were so great that even though her wounds were currently completely healed, her unsteady feet almost carried her to the ground. This was one of the few times she lost control of her mind, and despite the terror she felt from the depths of her soul, she refused to back down. However, just as she clutched her sword and prepared to help him fight to the death with this fierce enemy that had appeared before them, another change occurred on the battlefield. The sound of something slowly breaking was heard amidst the deadly silence. Then, the steady and unwavering Xietain opened his mouth. Cough. Cough. The red blood contained fragments of internal organs, and the feet of the man whose power scale had entered the third order staggered until he finally fell onto one knee. Shangguan Bingshui put both hands over her mouth as she saw that at some point the mark of a fist had appeared on the left side of the enemy's chest, and blood was not only flowing out from the front but also from the back. Xietain had succeeded in wounding Bai Zemin, there was no doubt. However, at what cost? Really impressive. Xietain continued to cough up blood like crazy as he said, only 20 years old. Only first order peak. But you can actually take my life with a fist. How terrifying. Bai Zemin silently used blood manipulation, and the wound on his chest began to heal quickly under his high health stat. He turned around and looked at Xietain casually as the flame that represented the man's life slowly flickered out. The current Bai Zemin could only be described as a monster. Even he himself felt fear towards his own strength at this moment, even with his personality affected by the God of War's will skill and with some of his rationality taken over by the Blood Berserker's wrath skill. Bai Zemin. Status points, 20. Level, 50. Race, human. Class, Blood Berserker, God of War's will / Blood Berserker's wrath mode. Subclass, lower leader. Title, One Hit to Kill, Irregular Brilliant Mind Savior of the World Destroyer of Destroyers. Strength, 3,250, plus 55, / Agility, 970, plus 95, / Health, 663, plus 20, / Stamina, / Mana, 2,751, plus 65, / Magic, 759, plus 155. Skills. Active. Blood Manipulation, Second Order Active Skill, Level 3 / Crimson Blood Judgment, Third Order Active Skill, Level 5 / Regeneration, First Order Active Skill, LVL 5 / Shadow Blink, First Order Active Skill, Level 1 / Lightning Movement, Second Order Active Skill, Level 5 / Invisibility, First Order Active Skill, Level 1 / Gravity Manipulation, First Order Active Skill, Level 5 / Void Fist, Third Order Active Skill, Level 1. Passive. Special Forces Soldier, Unranked Passive Skill, Level 5 / Stone Heart, Third Order Passive Skill, Level 5 / Superhuman Health, First Order Passive Skill, Level 5 / Silver Skin, Second Order Passive Skill, Level 1 / Mechanic, Unranked Passive Skill, Level 5 / Throwing, Unranked Passive Skill, Level 5 / God of War's Will, Third Order Passive Skill, Level 5 / Blacksmithing, First Order Passive Skill, Level 5 / Danger Sense, Unranked Passive Skill, Level 5 / Enhanced Dexterity, First Order. Passive Skill, Level 5. The skill Blood Berserker's Wrath was a skill that among the benefits and problems it posed for the possessor was one that proved to be especially terrifying, decreasing the stamina consumption by 50% every time the user was in combat mode. On the other hand, God of War's will skill reduced Bai Zemin's stamina consumption by another 50% when the number of enemies exceeded him by a margin of 1,000 to 1, and considering that Bai Zemin had the entire Azure race as his enemy and the title effect Destroyer of Destroyer was active, this effect was naturally present. In short, the current Bai Zemin was literally an inexhaustible war machine. Little did Xietain actually know that the enemy he was facing not only possessed unlimited stamina but was also holding back horribly. You are strong. But you made a grave mistake coming into this world. Xietain laughed with a mouthful of blood. Bai Zemin didn't waste words on an unworthy enemy. With lightning speed, he appeared beside the fallen man, and with a mighty punch, Xietan's head exploded into a million pieces. Rumble. The resulting power was enough to create a giant ditch whose boundary could not be seen with the naked eye. Shangguan Bingshui felt as if the entire world were trembling and unconsciously couldn't help but think that the title Destroyer of Destroyers really suited Bai Zemin. Don't worry. I will soon send many more of your kind to join you in the hell. Bai Zemin muttered, and at the same time as the color of his eyes returned to normal, he felt the feeling of invincibility that filled him slowly disappear. After finishing off the giant eagle that had mortally wounded Shangguan Bing Shui, and after killing the eagle master, the effect of the skilled blood berserker's wrath automatically disappeared, taking pros and cons with it in the process. You have absorbed the soul power of third order Jinnan level 162. Bai Zemin sighed, and after a moment he noticed that next to the corpse there was something. A small rock. His body trembled as a wild thought appeared in his excited heart, and with unsteady hands, he bent down to catch the object. Feeling the immeasurable power within the rock in his hands, Bai Zemin sucked in a breath of cold air and stood mute on his feet. Shangguan Bing Shui was worried about him. She thought his injuries were worse than they actually looked, so, after being sure that the enemy really had been defeated and killed by Bai Zemin, she slowly approached. "Are you?" She reached his side and was about to say something, but when she saw what he held in his left hand, her words got stuck in her throat. Her beautiful blue eyes widened in shock, and as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing, she whispered in a hesitant voice, That's third order." Bai Zemin whispered, still dumbfounded. He suddenly blinked hard, and as if realizing what was happening, his body trembled as he said in an excited voice louder, "Third order soul stone. It really is a third order one. Third order soul stone." Shangguan Bing Shui gasped when she heard those words and looked at the small glowing stone in disbelief. For words that actually meant so much. Little did they both expect that they would so soon acquire a treasure of such magnitude and at such an unexpected time. Now, Bai Zemin possessed one of the most crucial elements to forge the goblin magic cannon. The possibilities and uses of the soul stone in his hands were too many to decide on one firmly. However, soon Bai Zemin came out of his surprise and handed the third order soul stone to Shangguan Bing Shui. What's wrong?" she asked as she looked at him with worried eyes when she saw his serious expression. "You stay here," he said in a deep voice, and gently held onto her shoulders as he stared into her eyes and said, "I trust you will be able to stop any enemy from slipping through the rift to get to Earth. Can you do that for me?" Shangguan Bing Shui felt spellbound by his dark eyes, and for a moment she just stood there, staring at him silently. She didn't even notice when she muttered under her breath, "Okay." She looked like a nice wife instead of the proud and cold Shangguan Bing Shui everyone knew. If her friends or her mother were to see her at this moment, they would undoubtedly be so shocked that their jaws would touch the ground. Then, as if coming out of that strange state she was in, she hurriedly asked, "But what about you? Where are you going?" Bai Zemin snorted and looked in a northeasterly direction as he said in a cold voice, "Before we leave this world we must make sure that this filthy race fears the humanity of our Earth so much that they would never dare to even think of clashing with us." Bai Zemin could not be there forever. He was only one person, and regardless of how overwhelming his power was compared to others, he could not really be everywhere at all times. Therefore, now that he had the opportunity to erase an enemy from the list of so many, he naturally had to take advantage of it. "I see." Shangguan Bing Shui frowned, and although she understood his motives and also agreed with his thoughts, her restless heart was hard to control. Still, she was a woman who knew where her limits were. Her current limit was to protect the rift from enemies slipping out of the web called Bai Zemin. Therefore, she looked at him with a confident smile and said self-assuredly, "It's okay. Leave it to me. You go and do what you have to do." Then, this time in a softer voice, she whispered, "Make sure you come back properly." Shangguan Bing Shui had just seen with her own eyes the scene of Bai Zemin completely overwhelming an existence whose power was definitely far beyond the second order. She no longer dared to believe that she knew his power well, and therefore, she felt safer to let him go alone. Of course, Shangguan Bing Shui did not know that the only reason Bai Zemin managed to overwhelm someone like Jin Nan was only because two of his main stats had been greatly boosted and one of them had even reached the infinite. But Bai Zemin didn't need to tell her these things either. After all, while his stats had dropped to normal and his stamina would drop even though it would be 50% slower than normal, he still possessed several deadly trump cards that he had not used in his battle against Jin Nan. "Don't worry. It might take me a while, but I'll definitely be back." He nodded with a slightly proud smile. Shangguan Bing Shui knew that more words were unnecessary, so she obediently stepped back until she was right in front of the rift. She began to use the second activation of her Ice Maker skill to set hundreds and thousands of traps all over the battlefield. On the other hand, Xietain turned his back to her, and with a thought, the spatial pearl flew out from inside his armor. Swoosh. 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 Gust after gust of blood flew out from inside the giant eagle's body and was stored by the small pearl. Then, Xietain took a few tens of liters of blood and used his blood manipulation skill to form thousands of blood chains. He pointed at the giant eagle's body, and the blood chains flew there as if they had life of their own. Then, the sharp and powerful feathers of the beast were forcibly plucked, the blood turned liquid at the tip of the chains, and after they clung to the feathers, Xietain hardened the blood again. Approximately 60 seconds later, he finally had about 2,000 or 3,000 blood chains that at the tip had something similar to the blade of a sharp deadly sword. Then, under Shangguan Bingshue's eyes, he turned into a crimson shadow, and surrounded by thousands of deadly weapons he disappeared from her line of sight. She sighed and searched her last received records. Because in addition to receiving a large amount of stats after absorbing the giant eagle's soul power, she had also received several soul record messages. You cannot level up to level 51 before obtaining your second class and advancing to second order. All soul power acquired during the evolution process will be recorded and calculated once you have successfully advanced to second order. Your possible paths of evolution have been studied and confirmed. With the achievements and the records you have earned until now, a path you can take is now seen. Please select a job. A befitting trial will be given to you. 1. Frost Queen. 2. Ice Reaper. 3. Ice Soul Charming Demon. Shangguan Bingshue had 3 possible paths to follow based on the records her soul had been absorbing up until today, which, while not as abnormal as Xietain, was still more than usual, since normally everyone had 2 paths to follow after choosing the first order and so on. However, she didn't have to think about it too much, since just based on the name of the last job, she immediately pictured her current job. Then, as if something appealed to her, she said quietly, "Option number 3. Although it wasn't necessary to say it out loud since there was no one there, the soul record had ears everywhere. So, she received her breakthrough mission. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 463, The Most Powerful Third Order Azura. Several tens of thousands of miles away, the location of the castle where the emperor and supreme leader of the Azura race belonging to the Oblong world resides. In the throne room, Emperor Thanath stood in the center of a huge magic circle formed from countless runes and strange encryptions. Above each line and engraving of the magic circle was crushed soul stone powder, including the powder charged with mana and magic of more than 10 third-order soul stones. This kind of ability to destroy a soul stone into powder but still contain the power and use it in magical formations was something that Xietain was far from achieving, and was only possible thanks to the best blacksmith in the history of the Empire teaming up with a talented magic rune inscriber. Outside the giant magic circle were 3 much smaller-sized magic circles, and 2 of them were occupied by 2 third-order existences. These magic circles had a thin line formed from countless small runes linking them to the central magic circle that the Emperor occupied. Of course, the power of the magic runes was activated using the energy of many unclassified soul stones and a few first-order ones. The name of this set of 4 magic circles was Cosmos Gate, and it had been built more than 10,000 years ago by the previous emperor of the Azura race, who sacrificed even the rest of his life force to give life to the runes. The Oblong world was a world ruled by force, just as on most of the worlds that the soul record had affected with its presence. Therefore, the emperor's crown always passed from the strongest to the strongest. The previous emperor was a great talent, but at the same time, he was an extremely bloodthirsty person who, even without being able to absorb soul power, managed to reach the 4th order by slaughtering his race left and right in order to consume the power contained within the soul stones. However, when the previous emperor reached a certain age and his thirst for power calmed down, his mind cleared up and he managed to see that if things continued like this, the Azura race would sooner or later will be extinct at the hands of some powerful warrior. This was because the emperor knew very well that the soul record granted juicy rewards and encouraged the other races to destroy them. With the limit imposed on the Azura race, it was only a matter of time before a powerful soul evolver would destroy them. It was then that the previous emperor spent several centuries searching for the necessary materials and gathering the talents he needed to build this magic array called Cosmos Gate. The function of the Cosmos Gate was very simple: to open a random gateway to a world whose laws were inferior to those of the Oblong world. Thus, by invading other worlds, the strength of the Asura race began to grow enormously, and they spread to many parts of the universe. Here, the core world of the Asura race was the main key that was needed to activate the Cosmos Gate completely, the emperor of this generation. In order for the Cosmos Gate to be activated correctly, besides needing a large number of soul stones, 3 minor keys and 1 main key were needed. The position of the main key could not be replaced, but the position of the 3 minor keys could. It was just that the more powerful the minor keys were, the more stable the Cosmos Gate would be, and the longer the spatial rift could be maintained as long as the 3 minor keys fed the main key with mana, so that the main key could thus ignite the power of the soul stones that awakened the magic array. Since Jin Nan had left his position as one of the 3 minor keys that kept the Cosmos Gate open, the space rift that linked the Oblong world to Earth had shrunk considerably compared to its previous size. However, it was nothing to worry about, and as long as Jin Nan returned within a few days, everything would be back to normal. The only problem with the magic array, apart from the huge energy consumption, was that the Cosmos Gate could be opened anywhere in the Oblong world, so, before invading another world they had to find the Cosmos Gate, and unfortunately, only the main key could roughly sense the location. It was just that this time the Asura race was lucky, as the Cosmos Gate opened relatively close to one of the main cities, so when the army stationed there sensed the mana clearly belonging to another world, and after reporting and receiving orders from the emperor, the army began to march there. This was also one of the reasons why it took so long for the second army to attack after the first one was eliminated. Just as the 2 third-order existences were focused on transmitting mana to Emperor Thanath in order to feed the insatiable hunger of the magic array, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Jin Nan has just fallen, Emperor Thanath said with a gloomy face. Although it's hard to believe, I also felt his aura vanishing from the world forever, said one of the 2 third-order existences present and the weakest of them all. This was a man who was actually not particularly ugly, but probably very few women would choose him as their life partner, because his expression was truly ferocious, like that of a beast that only sought to drink blood and eat raw meat. The people inside the room fell into deep silence after those words were spoken, and the only sound that could be heard was the flow of the wind, accompanied by the constant flowing energies of magic and mana. After several minutes of contemplation, Emperor Thanath looked at the one woman inside the room and asked in a dignified voice, "Glenera, what do you think?" This woman was a powerful third-order warrior who could also use a bit of magic, and despite being no match for the current emperor, she was only a little over 2,000 years old, while Emperor Thanath was already over 5,000. She, Glenera, was the second most powerful existence of the Asura race. At the same time, she was the only wife of the current emperor, and thus he always kept her by his side, despite her being perfectly qualified to rule another world on his behalf. "My emperor, if I have your permission. I find it hard to believe that a world whose mana clearly hasn't even entered the second stage can give birth to an existence brave enough to step into the unknown. Initially, I thought that whoever crossed the Cosmos Gate to come to our world was just a fool too full of itself. But seeing that Jin Nan has just been defeated and subsequently killed, I'm afraid it's no longer as simple as bravery or foolishness. Glenera or any other Asura could freely assume that the foreign energy that broke through the Cosmos Gate to reach the Oblong world was someone stupid or brave. However, with the fall of one of the Asura commanders, everything became even more confusing since, in theory, it should be impossible that a world like Earth could give birth to a being capable of accomplishing such a feat. Theories are only theories, destined to one day be proven or disproven, just as laws are there to be broken by someone more powerful than the one who established them. Emperor Thanath reasoned in a dignified and magnetic voice capable of causing a lady's heart to flutter with ease. "In that case, my emperor, what do you suggest we should do?" Glenera asked calmly. Emperor Thanath was silent for several seconds before he said slowly, "Although Jinnan's death is an unforeseen, as well as a harsh backlash, the Cosmos Gate must stay open no matter what. Otherwise, we will need another 3 centuries at least to gather the necessary number of soul stones to activate the magic array again. The consumption of so many soul stones of all kinds of quality to activate the Cosmos Gate was always a great pain in the heart of the entire Azura race, since soul stones were precisely the only way they could evolve. Therefore, the fact that tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands, and sometimes even millions of Azuras had to die to obtain the count of soul stones needed just to activate a magic array was naturally not a nice thing. It was just that everyone knew they had no choice but to do it, so, in the end, they could only grit their teeth and carry out the task regardless of how much it hurt. Whenever the Cosmos Gate was opened, Emperor Xietain always made sure that it stayed open until the last possible moment, regardless of the problems that arose, precisely because he knew the sacrifices necessary for each activation. As the main key, I am afraid it is not possible for me to leave my current position, or else the Cosmos Gate would close in a matter of 1 or 2 minutes at the most. Sending Vero doesn't seem too good to me as well, since even if the enemy suffered serious injuries in its battle against Jinnan, I'd rather be cautious. Emperor Xietain reflected. Xietain was a wise man who had seen many things in his several thousand years. Although Vero was a powerful third-order level 115 existence, he was inferior to Jinnan's power. Therefore, even though Xietain estimated that the enemy would be injured, he did not want to risk anything, as he always liked to play on the safe side. Then, Emperor Xietain looked at the second most powerful fighter in the entire Oblong world and said in a softer voice, "Although we can let the enemy exhaust itself fighting our warrior people, as I am sure there are no cowards in our Azura race, it will cause many unnecessary casualties." "My emperor is truly a kind man," Glenera said with a small smile on her beautiful face. Then, her eyes cooled slightly, and she said with a hint of murderous intent, "But indeed, we cannot let the blood of our race continue to be sullied by a dog of the soul record. Allow me to head to the battlefield. I, Glenera, vow to bring the head of the enemy for your highness to use as your wine cup. Go." Emperor Xietain said in a deep voice before closing his eyes again and focusing entirely on feeding the magic array with mana. Glenera bowed slightly despite the emperor's closed eyes and walked towards the outside of the castle. Then, she closed her eyes and after several seconds reopened them to look in a southeasterly direction coldly. Glenera pointed to the space before her and a kind of space portal appeared out of nowhere, causing the sound of the howling wind to break the calm of the place. With a step forward, she walked through the portal and disappeared. An instant later, the portal also disappeared completely and the scene fell silent once again. On the other hand, unaware that one of the most difficult and dangerous mortal battles of his entire existence was on its way to him, Xietain finally arrived at the outskirts of a large city surrounded from all 4 directions by high rock walls that rose more than 20 meters high into the sky. This was the closest city to the space rift leading to Earth, and therefore the troops were more than prepared to receive any kind of counterattack, as this was not the first time they had done this kind of thing. Therefore, by the time Xietain ostentatiously approached with huge amounts of bright crimson chains illuminating the skies, the defense army located at the southern gate of the city noticed him immediately. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 464, Xietan's Biggest Massacre and Arcane Steel Spear. How many enemies were in front of Xietain? He had no idea. All he knew was that their numbers definitely totaled at least several tens of thousands of them, and surprisingly, he detected a few thousand auras comparable to a first-order existence. God of War's will has been activated. Current status, 65%/65%. Of course, with the large number of enemies present, it was impossible not to reach the maximum level of increase possible with the skill God of War's will. They really are like cockroaches. Xietain muttered and narrowed his eyes as he realized that the army before him was not very good at greeting guests. One of the generals whose power scale had already broken the second order and was beyond level 80 swung his spear and ordered in a bloodthirsty voice. Mage Squad, use binding skills to seal off the movements of the approaching enemy. A small team of about 50 people stepped forward and raised magic wands or staffs created from cedar wood and a soul stone. Foreign whispers came out of the mouths of the 50 mages, and the surrounding mana immediately began to tremble as the magical power in the area began to grow exponentially. Xietain closed the distance of 300 meters in an instant, and just as he was about to claim the lives of several enemies with a single punch, he noticed several glowing magic circles appear around him. Ice chains coiled around his body, lightning crackled around his body as if they were snakes trying to catch their prey, air bullets continuously hit different points of the ground to limit his possible future movements, stone hands came out of the earth and extended towards his legs with the intention of stopping his advance even for an instant, etc. Although the Asura race's mage team was apparently composed of only 50 mages due to the fact that only a scarce number of Asuras managed to become mages as a result of low mana compatibility, each and every one of them were powerful first-order mages who in terms of skill did not lose at all to the best mages Xietain had gathered so far. In fact, in combat experience, they were infinitely superior. Xietain did not bother to dodge the enemy magic. His lips curved into a disdainful smile as with a single thought the several thousand blood chains following him encircled his body to form a crimson sphere. The feathers with metallic properties of the giant second-order eagle had turned into glittering swords pointing outward. It really did look like a hedgehog at this moment. Bang! 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 The magical attacks struck the crimson sphere without much success. Only the lightning managed to make the blood evaporate slightly due to the high temperatures, but fortunately, it was nothing to worry about. After the magical attack was repelled, the same general from before gave several orders and the army began to advance quickly to surround the enemy. They wanted to take the opportunity when the enemy came out of his turtle shell to attack at the same time without giving him time to prepare. Unfortunately, the current Xietain was simply on a different scale. Die! A roar similar to the one of a beast came from within the crimson sphere, and before those in the vicinity realized the danger they were in, the blood split apart again. Thousands of blood chains swung at the same time, and as Xietain pointed his hand towards the sky, the swords attached to the tip of each blood chain slashed the body of the enemies. The Asuras were cut from the waist, and amidst screams, curses, and cries, blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. Xietain was clearly enjoying this to the fullest as he did not even stop for a moment. Under his control and that of his blood manipulation skill, the blood chains began to slaughter left and right, slashing enemies into countless pieces. Worse yet, when an Asura died after being mutilated, the blood from their corpse would immediately turn around to attack the other Asuras. Blood arrows, blood swords, blood spears, blood halberds, blood hammers, and all kinds of weapons formed from the blood of the Asura race flew across the battlefield. Explosions resounded as the giant red hammers struck the bodies of the enemies and blasted them with countless drops of blood that soon turned into bloody arrows destined to claim the lives of more Asuras. Blood swords along with blood spears streaked across the skies and pierced the vital organs of each Asura before transporting to the next. Then, as the blood flowed out of their bodies and formed huge puddles, blood threads crawled silently like cunning snakes and cut down the lives of more Asuras. The massacre went on for about 5 minutes only. During those 5 minutes, the warriors of the Asura race experienced firsthand the meaning of the word pain and saw with their own eyes how terrifying it was to be completely overwhelmed by someone more powerful. The Asura race was used to slaughter. They had annihilated not a few races in the course of history, and even the most innocent-looking child had at least the blood of one life on their hands. For them, slaughter was the norm and victory was something they were used to. But how could they not win? After all, the Cosmos Gate always opened in a world whose laws and mana were inferior to the laws and mana of the Oblong world, which meant that the beings inhabiting those worlds were by nature weaker than the Asuras. So, this was the first time that the Asura race experienced the terror of being slaughtered like pigs and without mercy by an enemy. During those 5 minutes, the defending army of the Asura race experienced what the other races they used to treat like animals felt. They felt fear and horror for the first time, fear and horror to a magnitude so great that it completely overcame the desire for battle and power that ruled their veins. 5 minutes later, the screaming and crying stopped completely. Standing in a crowd of countless corpses, Xietan's lips were pressed together and his eyes were as cold as ice. To him, claiming so many lives no longer meant anything as he had sworn to himself to destroy everything that posed a threat to him and his loved ones. As the wind blew, surprisingly one could not smell that characteristic iron smell characteristic of blood. Behind Xietain, there were tens of thousands of weapons of all kinds and even more blood arrows floating a couple of meters above his head. All around him, the blood chains swayed as if they were the heads of some mythological creature worshipping the Supreme Lord. Xietain activated gravity manipulation in reverse, decreasing the gravity around him 15 times. After that, he stomped hard on the ground beneath his feet and soared hundreds of meters in a short time. As he looked down, beyond what the walls could cover, a city not so different from a human city came into his range of vision. It was just that unlike the modern buildings on Earth, the buildings of this world were more akin to something similar to the buildings of the Middle Ages. Xietain saw hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people running everywhere inside the city. However, they were all charging towards the southern gate where the defending army had just been slaughtered by him. Children, old people, beautiful women, handsome men. No matter what gender and no matter what age, each and every member of the Azura race carried at least one sharp sword in their hands, and it was clear from the vicious expression on their faces that they were not there to chat with him. Xietain used 2 long blood chains to suspend himself in the mid-air while the lower part was stuck firmly into the ground and the body was stiffened to the maximum extent possible. Then, he pointed his index finger to the front and whispered inaudible words. The blood swords as well as the other blood-formed weapons burst into the sky. The blood droplets remained suspended, and after he spent about 1/6 of his total mana, the blood droplets hardened to a horribly high point. Die. He declared in a cold voice that spread everywhere. Under the shocked eyes of the hundreds of thousands of Azuras who had just left the city only to meet the corpses of those of their race, and under the stunned eyes of those who were still inside the city but also charged outward, millions of small red objects began to rain down from the sky at thunderous speeds. Bang! 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 The millions of blood bullets randomly hit different points of the battlefield before Xietain as well as different areas within the city. Although the power of each blood bullet was not enough to cause buildings to collapse with ease, the force of the impact was more than enough to claim the life of an unclassified Azura, and if several blood bullets hit the same target, even a first-order Azura would immediately be turned into a sieve covered in bloody holes. In only about 20 seconds, Xietain's death count had skyrocketed to over 200,000 citizens of the Azura race, but this number was steadily increasing at speeds capable of astounding anyone. Those lucky ones were hit in the head and their brains were directly turned into pulp, so they did not suffer too much. However, those unlucky ones were the ones who, even after being hit by dozens of blood bullets, still had to die. About 3 or 4 more minutes passed and finally, Xietain stopped using blood to create bullets to claim the lives of his enemies. Because it was no longer necessary. Even though he had consumed more than half of his total mana, the speed and effectiveness at killing were undoubtedly top-notch, so the terrifying consumption was worth it in Xietain's eyes. His eyes were as cold as ice and as sharp as blades, an expression that definitely did not match the small smile at the corner of his lips, much less the scene before his eyes. Children little more than 7 years old, women whose beauties were variable but undoubtedly capable of enchanting any man, teenagers, old people, and so on. Xietain spared none of them and felt not the slightest remorse as he watched their corpses drowning in a great river of blood formed from the blood of approximately 4 million Azuras. 4.000.000. This was undoubtedly by far the most gruesome massacre that Xietain had ever carried out in a single day. As for the reason why he showed no mercy, apart from the passive effect of the second activation of the skill God of Wars, called God of War's partial possession, was that even the youngest child wielded a sword and looked at him with murderous intent that in some cases surpassed that of an adult. The power of magic had been more than proven in this scenario for Xietain. If he wanted to wipe out so many enemies in such a short time, it was simply impossible with his 2 fists. Precisely because of this, mages were so terrifying and feared on the battlefields. Because a single spell or a single large-scale skill had the ability to change the flow of a war the moment it was cast. You have received a new title. You have received the title 1 vs Millions. 1 vs Millions increases passively your probabilities of inflicting critical hits by 10%. It's about time I got something like this. Xietain muttered as he controlled the blood chains that held him to carry him to the top of the city walls. Behind him were corpses, in front of him were corpses, to his left were more corpses, and to his right were even more corpses. How ironic. Xietain continued talking to himself as if he were in some kind of trance. If someone had told me 2 months ago that one day I would be the cause of a large-scale massacre, I would definitely have beaten their nose off. He then walked through the city and began to inspect what he could while he could. He found a lot of food that unfortunately he had no way of taking with him back to Earth unless he brought several cargo trucks. After all, it was impossible for him to control huge blood constructs and spend his mana in enemy territory this way. However, there was something that made Xietan's hands tremble when he found it. This object was in the most luxurious mansion located in the center of the huge city, and Xietain estimated that in the past it belonged to an extremely important figure who had possibly already been slaughtered by him along with the rest of the city's residents. Inside a long box made of some kind of special jade, there was a strange-looking spear. The spear was just over 2 meters long and its body was completely blue. But the strange thing was that apart from the normal features that all spears possessed, this spear had a kind of trigger very similar to that of the firearms of the earth. Furthermore, at the end of the spear was a hole that was currently empty but which Xietain somehow understood what it functioned for. Without saying a single word, he took out a first-order soul stone from his bag and successfully inserted it into the previously empty hole. At this moment, Xietain was packed with first-order soul stones and even had more than 12 second-order soul stones with him. Even if it wasn't possible to take everything home, at least he wouldn't leave empty-handed. That was what he was thinking. Next, Xietain focused on the records of the strange spear, and the first thing that caught his attention was the name of the weapon. Arcane Steel Spear. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 465, Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words is finally unsheathed. Arcane Steel Spear Dash. Special Weapon. Rank 1, Temporary Estimate. Physical Attack Power 1000, Temporary Estimate. Magical Attack Power 1000, Temporary Estimate. Durability 15,000/15,000. Increases physical and magical attack power depending on the energy power supplied. Can launch a mana-charged lightning beam in a straight line up to 5 meters in front of the user. The power of the lightning depends on the magical attack power and the magic stat of the wielder. Description: a surprisingly simple-to-build weapon that was born as a result of the strange combination of a novice blacksmith and an apprentice runesmith. Sometimes, without our expecting it, incredible things are born from our own hands. What a great weapon! Xietain praised loudly and unconsciously tightened his grip on the weapon. The power of the arcane steel spear was really high. Regardless of whether it was physical attack power or magical attack power, it was definitely on the level of what Xietain could currently produce. However, the important point of the whole thing and the reason why he was showered with praise for the weapon and thus its creators was because the power of the spear in his hands depended on the power that was supplied to it. For example, the physical and magical attack power of the weapon was currently 1000 points. However, Xietain was quite confident that the magical attack power would drop to 0 when the energy contained within the soul stone became completely depleted, and the physical attack power was highly likely to drop considerably as well. On the other hand, if he used a soul stone of a higher quality than the first-order soul stone he had attached to the spear, the physical attack power and magic attack power of the arcane steel spear would surely shoot upwards by a considerable margin. Is this material normal steel? He muttered, unsure of the sensation being transmitted to his brain through the hand holding the spear. If it were in the past, it might have been difficult to identify such a thing. But after hammering bones with metallic properties of different creatures and even hammering a precious rank 2 metal, Xietain could differentiate materials that contained mana from those that did not. In other words, he could vaguely differentiate between materials that were born after the soul record intervened in X world and those that were already originating from that world. Just when he doubted himself as he found it hard to believe that such a great weapon had been forged from pure steel, he noticed that in one corner of the box was a small rolled-up sheepskin scroll. Xietan's eyes lit up as a thought flashed in his mind at the sight of the sheepskin scroll. He hastily set the spear down on the ground and picked up the scroll before removing the silk ribbon that held the scroll rolled up. After leaving the ribbon at the edge of the jade box, Xietain carefully opened the scroll and began to read the contents silently. Or at least, he tried to. Damn, what language is this supposed to be? Xietain scratched his head in frustration. Forget about being able to read the contents silently, even shouting out loud would be defiant since Xietain honestly had no idea if what was written on the scroll were letters, numbers, runes, or some drawing done by a 5-year-old child. So far, Xietain had found many notebooks and notes inside some of the most luxurious houses in this city. Unfortunately for him, however, he was unable to understand what was written in any of them. Even though the scroll in his hands was different from all the others he had found, it still did not change the fact that he was helpless in the face of languages he had never seen in his entire life, let alone understood. He didn't know if the notes he found earlier were cooking recipes or the formula for eternal youth and the like. Well, at the very least, I'm 90% sure that this sheepskin scroll indicates how to forge the arcane steel spear. Xietain put the scroll back inside the jade box and then put the spear inside as well. He planned to take this back to Earth when it comes time to leave. If I manage to gather a group of capable people and somehow obtain that language skill Lilith mentioned a while back, then I will be able to confirm if the materials used by this arcane steel spear are really just normal steel with some more basic materials. Xietain silently pondered. If constructing the arcane steel spear was really simple and easy as the description said, if the main material really was normal steel with no strange characteristics, Xietain would only have to worry about one thing: rune encryptor. He muttered under his breath and immediately felt a tremendous headache. Ever since Xietain had learned of the existence of rune inscribers, he had been actively searching for people who had somehow obtained the necessary language skill to become one, and also offered great rewards to anyone who found a rune book after defeating a zombie, beast, goblin, human, or whatever. Considering that the book alone was useless, many soul evolvers of the faction would often head out to hunt in their spare time to see if they had any luck. Unfortunately, and so far, there was no trace of any rune inscriber. There was also no trace of the language skill, and finally, there was no trace of the rune book either. With a rune inscriber, even if it was only a small margin, the power of the entire faction of Xietain would rise. The value of such an existence from a certain point of view was even higher than that of a healer and even higher than that of a normal fighter. Xietain would do everything in his power to keep such a being within his scale of power no matter what. But since there was no use thinking too much about things that were beyond his reach, Xietain simply shook his head and closed the jade box before shouldering it and walking towards the outside of the mansion. After hiding the jade box with the spear and the various notes and scrolls that Xietain had found so far in a place away from any possible trouble that might arise, Xietain hurried back to the city and continued searching for more things that might come in handy. With his high agility, Xietan's movement speed was truly beastly, so even if the city he was currently in was huge, he could traverse much of it in a matter of minutes. Most of the time was spent when he would stop to inspect what he thought would be useful for a moment before deciding to take it with him or throw it on the ground. In the end, what Xietain found the most was a large amount of gold, and this caused a thought to be born in his head. Could gold not only be world currency but also universal currency? He muttered and grabbed a handful of shiny, glittering, lustrous coins to keep in his bag. Xietain had hidden a lot of things for 10 minutes and had to make several trips back and forth to empty his bag, as even if it was big it still had space limits. As for why he had kept some gold, Xietain had been poor all his life, and even if he was now a powerful existence worthy enough to bring chaos to a world beyond Earth, he unconsciously sought some wealth to feel better about himself. As a human, it was impossible to completely let go of greed and worldly desires. This was something Lilith had pointed out in the past, but it was true. Xietain still thought like a human, and from a certain point of view, that kind of thinking might be limiting him in many aspects of life. While Xietain was inside a 2-story building and was planning as his next objective to search the library to take several books back to Earth to study it later, suddenly the feeling of death hovered over his body. How long had it been since his danger sense skill was activated to the maximum possible? How long had it been since Xietain felt the cells of his body trembling slightly? Possibly since his first death match against a second-order existence. He didn't even bother to pick up anything else and unhesitatingly charged into the wall beside him. Bang! The wall collapsed and Xietain continued to run at full speed. However, the speed at which the enemy's attack was falling from the sky was by no means slow, so, by the time Xietain had barely gotten about 10 meters away from the house, disaster descended. Boom! A golden lightning flash fell from the clouds floating in the sky and fiercely struck the building from which Xietain had just exited only a brief moment ago. The sound of the explosion traveled several kilometers inside the walls, and amidst the partial darkness of the oblong world, the golden illumination of the flickering lightning was like a small sun by itself. The shockwave struck Xietan's back and his body was sent flying several tens of meters. A pained expression crossed his face for a moment as he felt the blood inside him churning violently, and had it not been for his blood manipulation skill, he would definitely have spat out a large mouthful of blood as a result of his internal organs shaking after receiving such an impact. Xietain rolled on the ground several meters in an extremely miserable state, and the weight of his sword pressed down on his body several times. It was only after 2 or 3 seconds that he managed to stand up with staggering steps and shook his head vigorously while focusing his gaze in the distance. Descending from the sky slowly just like an immortal fairy from Chinese fairy tales and legends, a woman whose beauty was not lost at all to Shangguan Bing Shui's looked down upon him from above with deadly cold eyes. Bright red hair down to her waist, extremely tempting curves partially covered by black leather armor, dark red eyes, and an aura of pride and natural arrogance. She was truly a splendid woman in every sense of the word and even more. However, Xietain was not fooled or cajoled by the beauty of the woman in front of him. The soul power that seeped or she purposely leaked from within her body was powerful enough to surpass even Xietan's current soul power regardless of its purity. Simply put, Xietain was quick to identify that if it was purely a matter of statistics, then the woman in front of him outclassed him. Even if it was by a slight margin, he was still being outclassed, and in battles to the death those kinds of small margins were what decided who died or who lived. I find it hard to believe that the cause of this whole mess and the killer of so many members of the Azure race actually turned out to be just a warrior whose power hasn't even managed to penetrate the Second Order. Glenera looked at the young man in front of her with small astonishment that soon turned into murderous intent. It's a pity that such a wonderful warrior is the enemy of our Azure race. You have killed millions. Even children and old people. Your sins have no forgiveness from God. The passive effect God of War's possession showed up immediately as Xietain was treated like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Forgiveness from God? Xietain repeated loudly and looked at Glenera with a coldness that did not lose to hers as he sneered, who needs forgiveness from any god? Maybe you, pests who only know how to slaughter solely for the desire to dominate and without any right goal in mind. But I, Xietain, do not need the forgiveness of any god. Xietain? That's your name? Glenera nodded and extended her right hand forward as she made a grabbing gesture. Swoosh. Crimson light quickly gathered in her palm, and an instant later an exquisite crimson energy spear appeared in her hand. Glenera swung the spear first to the front and then behind her body before firmly gripping the shaft with both hands as the swing was completed at the front. She leaned forward slightly and her crimson spear ignited with a spark of bright fire. As the ground beneath her main supporting foot slowly cracked under the increasing pressure, she said coldly, "Regardless of whatever hidden methods you use to defeat Xietain, a victory is a victory. Our Azure race has so much pride. Therefore, I will give you the honor of knowing the name of the person who will end your life." Glenera, first commander in control of the Imperial Army troop and the only wife of the current Emperor Thanath. Xietan's lips slowly curved upward, and as he gave Glenera a pitiful look, he muttered under his breath, "Hidden methods. Hee. Good. Let me show you the hidden methods I used to end the life of that dog named Xietain then." His right hand slowly moved to his back and his grip tightened firmly on the hilt of the greatsword that had so far stayed silent. In a confrontation of this magnitude, Xietain did not dare to act too rampant even under the passive effect God of War's possession, and except for certain things he realized that in the battle that was about to break out he would very possibly be forced to use at least 90% of his saved trump cards. Although he hadn't expected to need to use the power of the greatsword so soon, he was extremely glad that he had spent some extra time in his workshop hammering around. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 466, Greatsword with Lightning vs. Spear with Flames. You should feel honored. Xietain gave the woman in front of him a smile that was not a smile. He narrowed his eyes dangerously and said in a low voice, "You will be the first victim to fall before my sword. I guess that taking the blood of a powerful third-order warrior belonging to another world will be a good rite of passage, don't you think?" Glenera frowned slightly and said nothing. Although it was hard for her to believe, the reality was that for some reason she suddenly felt a little unease that was born from the young man's right hand in front of her. No, rather, unease that was born from the hilt of the giant sword to which he clung. Glenera was a warrior who had lived more than 2 millennia, and despite being a proud fighter, she would never let that pride go to her head, even less so considering that the young man in front of her had already killed another third-order existence not long ago, and that judging by what she could see, he was in perfect condition. However, just as she had planned to lunge forward and begin combat without giving her enemy time to unsheath the source of her discomfort, a huge hand of blood came out of nowhere, to which Glenera responded with a defensive stance and prepared to counterattack. But far from attacking her, the huge blood hand latched onto the hilt of the weapon and with a swift movement drove the tip firmly into the concrete floor in front of the otherworldly youth. Xietain reached out again with his right hand and with a strong tug pulled the sword out of the stone. I hope you know how to dance, beauty. It's been a while since I last had such an exciting battle. Xietain laughed and the mana in his body began to go crazy. At the same time, the weapon's records flashed across his retina. Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words. Two-handed sword. Rank, 3. Physical attack power, 10,000. Options. 1. Weight increases by 50% when it meets resistance and decreases by 50% in the hands of its creator. 2. Releases flashes of lightning with each swing that have the ability to numb the enemy. 3. The creator can use mana to draw Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words towards him. Durability, 9,000/9,000. Description: a weapon that was forged by a blacksmith that slowly begins to be worthy of being called by that name. The soul and desire of the creator of this greatsword seemed to have the will to destroy everything, and his desire was granted when he used the power of a second-order soul stone belonging to an existence focused purely on physical strength. Don't worry, the dance will be over soon. Glenera sneered and without further words dashed forward as gusts of crimson fire surrounded her spear. Xietain also wasted no more words and instead, he activated lightning movement before dashing forward to meet Glenera head-on. Even if the weight of Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words decreased by 50% when Xietain wielded it, considering that it previously weighed around 6 tons and taking into account that the oblong world's gravity was 2 to 3 times higher than Earth, the weight of the greatsword was something that Xietain could not underestimate. With each step, he felt the ground shudder and the cracks spread out as if a dinosaur from prehistory were walking around. Moreover, even after activating lightning movement, Xietan's movement speed seemed to have only increased by half of what it really should as a result of the weight of the giant weapon. Glenera was undoubtedly faster than him at this point. She was the one who closed the distance between them the fastest, and while stopping her body in its tracks, she took advantage of the remaining momentum to stab forward with her spear. Glenera's spear technique was fierce and direct. It didn't seem to have any fancy techniques like the ones Xietain had read about in light novels or seen in fantasy movies. It just looked like a normal stab. His greatsword was behind him, and when Glenera stopped, he stopped as well. Like her, Xietain harnessed the strength of the remaining momentum of the movement, and as the muscles of his arms expanded, he slashed forward with all his might amidst a fierce roar. Even before the weapons met face to face, the piercing power of Glenera's spear easily split the air into 2 halves, and Xietan's greatsword caused the atmosphere to continuously blast in loud explosions that caused the surrounding houses to shudder. The temperature of the fire surrounding the tip of Glenera's spear caused Xietan's face to heat up, and the flickering lightning on the surface of his greatsword caused Glenera to feel as if every muscle in her body itched. All this happened even before the 2 weapons clashed. Finally, the giant sword enveloped by lightning and the elegant spear engulfed by flames connected. For an instant time seemed to stop flowing, but the peace did not last long. First, the ground began to shake before cracks began to spread and rocks began to fall away. Then, a huge sphere of massed air gathered with both fighters at its center, and the skies began to rumble. Rumble. Boom. An explosion that could only be described as cataclysmic shook the entire city. The huge sphere of concentrated air over 500 meters in diameter exploded ferociously outward, and the buildings that were 1 kilometer around the core of impact were turned into dust. Those buildings within a 2-kilometer range collapsed, becoming nothing more than rubble that crushed everything in the surrounding area. The flames surrounding Glenera's spear exploded outward, and the lightning that crackled wildly around Xietan's great sword surrounded the flames. Both elements became entangled in their own combat without allowing their masters to be injured. Glenera felt as if her hands had been struck directly by a giant mace, and while still feeling her fingers numb, the crimson energy spear broke out like a soap bubble. She could not believe it. She couldn't believe the terrifying power and strength of the person she was facing. When the giant sword hit her spear, Glenera had to make use of her great fighting skill to force as much force as possible to her feet and then to the ground, which caused her legs to sink hard into the shattered concrete. Otherwise, she would not have been released with some numbness. However, Xietain did not break free intact either. Just after destroying the enemy's spear and preparing to continue attacking, he suddenly noticed that the woman before him turned 360 degrees and lifted her leg at a strange angle. Xietan's Special Forces soldier skill immediately did the job, and as he released his left hand from the hilt of the greatsword, he hastily raised his arm to block. But to his dismay and surprise, Glenera made a strange move that Xietain had never seen before, and her kick connected against the left side of his body, just below the ribs. Even with the protection of his armor, Xietain felt as if his bones were about to turn into powder. To avoid injuries that could give him trouble on the battlefield, he accompanied the movement of the enemy kick, and at the same time as his body was sent flying, he felt the blood inside his body flutter. Xietain did not struggle this time, and instead of stopping the blood with his blood manipulation skill, he allowed himself to cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. A glint of cunning shone in his gaze, and as he was sent flying several hundred meters in an instant, he activated blood manipulation. Glenera felt like she could finally relax a bit, but just then she felt every hair on her body stand up, similar to those of a cat in danger. She barely managed to make out a dark red glow flying in her direction, and realizing that she couldn't completely avoid the incoming attack, she used every ounce of her combat experience gathered over the years to tilt her body back and then to the side in the last second. Swoosh! A small but extremely hard and sharp blood arrow pierced past Glenera's leather armor just at the level of her left shoulder and without difficulty pierced her skin and flesh, entering through the front and exiting through her back. Bang! The blood arrow continued its flying before finally hitting the ground and breaking out in a bloody puddle that remained there as if it were the only rose in a destroyed garden. Glenera was secretly relieved as well as scared, as a second later, and that arrow would have pierced her throat. Xietain unhappily clicked his tongue as he saw his attack miss, and as his feet slid across the ground leaving 2 ditches of several hundred meters, he had no choice but to stab his sword into the ground to finally stop recoiling. That blood arrow had been shaped using over 100 points of his mana, after all. A grimace of pain momentarily crossed his face at the sudden movement, and he unconsciously leaned to his left to relieve the piercing pain that still lingered after being hit by Glenera. What a surprise! It really is unbelievable. Glenera looked at the young man in the distance with undisguised surprise, and then looked at the giant sword with flashing lightning with strange eyes. That sword, where did you get it from? The power of that giant sword actually gave her a similar feeling to the power of the scepter her husband Emperor Xietain used, but to a slightly lower degree. It was beyond belief that a first-order existence could wield that thing so easily, and even crazier to believe that he could get his hands on something of such magnitude. However, remembering the previous clash, Glenera felt that it was no longer so surprising that the young man in front of her had such a good weapon. After all, with his strength, it should be possible to obtain another warrior's weapon. During the previous clash, Glenera felt the bones in her hands and fingers almost break just by clinging to her spear, so it was difficult for her to estimate how high the attack power of the enemy's weapon was, and even worse, how heavy it was. Little did Glenera know that Xietan's weapon was at the top of rank 3 weapons, and as if that wasn't enough, it had a crazy option that increased its natural weight by 50% when it met opposition in mid-swing. Xietain wiped the trail of blood from the corner of his mouth, and as he clutched the hilt of his sword with his right hand, allowing the weight to rest on the shattered ground. He looked at Glenera and asked in a mocking voice, "If I tell you where I got this sword from, you tell me what's going on with that move from before?" When Glenera kicked him earlier, Xietain was sure that with his combat experience gained through the Special Forces Soldier Scroll, he would be able to, at least, partially stop the enemy attack. But nothing could be further from the truth. He actually failed to see the enemy's movements and technique. My ability has been honed through countless battles. Furthermore, my passive skill, Super Warrior, boosts all my knowledge and all my melee techniques to new heights. Glenera didn't hide anything. She suddenly seemed to like the young man before her, so she sincerely extended her hand as she said, "Young warrior from another world, how about joining us? Why limit yourself to following the paths that this so-called soul record forges without even knowing where they will lead you when you can forge your own, a path to supremacy? That is what our Azura race has always desired. Super warrior?" Xietan's senses sharpened at that word and his vigilance towards the woman in front of him spiked. As she continued to chatter, he silently activated blood manipulation and sent a mental command. "Join you guys?" "Sure. But I want to be the emperor," Xietain said in a mocking voice. Glenera's face turned a little ugly upon hearing this. This young man sure had the mouth of a lion and the stomach of an elephant. To think that he would immediately ask for something as crazy as the emperor's seat, and before her, the wife of the current emperor, no less. She realized that it was apparently impossible to come to an agreement. Just at that moment, her expression changed abruptly, and as she looked at the bloody wound on her shoulder, panic crossed her eyes for an instant before her gaze changed to one of resolve. Glenera extended her right hand and golden lightning crackled in her palm. Then, she fiercely struck her wounded shoulder and a grimace of pain appeared on her face as the flesh was burned and the blood evaporated. What a pity. That was close. Glenera glared at Xietain and was about to say something when she saw the young man raise his giant sword. She too decided there was no need for further chatter, so, with a nimble movement, she recreated another crimson spear and prepared to attack. Xietain opened his legs slightly and bent his knees a little. He raised his giant sword with both hands with the tip pointing skyward but slightly tilted forward and looked at Glenera beyond both sides of the weapon as he slowly said, "I'm sorry, beautiful lady. But I'm not interested in joining any group. But how about we end our combat here and you close the rift that leads to my world, so I can leave peacefully and without causing any more havoc?" Glenera took a deep breath and closed her eyes for a brief moment. When she opened them, eternal coldness appeared in her gaze. She spoke no additional words, and as the burning flames danced around her body, she charged forward at lightning speed. "What a pity." Xietain repeated the same words again, this time in a whisper that only he could hear. However, those words did not reflect the arrogant and happy smile on his face. He silently circulated the mana within his body and for the first time since he had obtained it, he used the second activation of his second-order blood manipulation skill. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 467 A Battle of Cunning and Power, Xietain fatally wounded. Ever since Xietain evolved his skill blood manipulation to the second order, he had never been forced to give his 100%, let alone rely on the second activation of that skill. After all, not only did his enemies not have the qualifications to make him give his all, but it was also not worth the terrifying consumption that the second activation called Crimson Flame had. While Crimson Flame was a second activation worthy of being a skill in its own right rather than a secondary skill, as the ability to increase physical attack power and magic attack power by 20% was terrifying, the glaring downside was that Xietain needed to end the fight as quickly as possible or deactivate the skill every few periods to allow his stamina to recover a bit and thus prevent his body from collapsing due to the enormous burden. Even with him losing 50% less stamina thanks to the passive effect of the second activation called God of War's possession of the skill God of War's will, the consumption of Crimson Flame was still terrifying. Therefore, by the time the greatsword was ringed by bright crimson flames, Xietain did not dare to waste a single second more and with a loud stomp charged forward. He raised his sword high into the sky and with a dragon-like roar slashed fiercely downward as if to split the heavens. The atmosphere rumbled and the earth split even before the sword touched the ground. But even then, Glenera did not retreat. She stabbed forward at a speed that Xietan's eyes could not follow and then took a quick step to the right as she retreated. Boom! A huge crater over a kilometer in diameter appeared before Xietain as the concrete floor seemed to disappear only for the next instant to reveal the scorched earth that was hidden beneath the material. Flickering lightning flashes spread everywhere and crackled in an area several hundred meters in front of him like greedy snakes looking for something to devour. Bang! The resulting shockwave struck Glenera's body, and even though she had retreated at the first moment, her posture was still shaken and her chest suffocated. She dared not stay any longer, and in fear of being hit by such a horrible attack, she jumped high into the sky as she began to mutter a magic spell. A 1-inch bloody wound appeared on Xietan's right shoulder, but there was no blood in it as the flames had burned his flesh completely. Although his rank 2 armor had diminished a good portion of the enemy's attack power, Glenera's full power and spear technique perfected after countless battles to the death were beyond what his bloodthirsty wolf full body armor could withstand. Xietain ignored the pain, and as if he had lost his reasoning, he slashed with his sword crosswise to his right. Even when the weight caused his body to lean to the side and his right hand almost broke, he gritted his teeth and, just relying on his senses, tried to find the enemy. Boom! The skies hadn't stopped rumbling when another explosion completely shook the giant city as if a deluge threatened to hit and destroy everything. Great lightning! Glenera shouted from the skies as she saw the massive shockwave surrounded by bright lightning flashing towards her from the ground. The red clouds were tinged with gold, and a magical circle over 400 meters wide appeared below them. A thunderous explosion shook the foundations of the city again as the world seemed to be tinged in gold. Boom! The crimson lightning shockwave and the golden lightning met in mid-flight, canceling each other out at the same time after booming out in an explosion of a magnitude that surpassed all previous ones by a wide margin. Xietain, who was standing on the ground, was fine. He simply raised his greatsword above his head and covered himself from the resulting shockwave as he knelt on his left leg and supported the weight by reducing the gravity around him x15. However, Glenera, who was in mid-flight, was not so lucky. She felt as if an intergalactic ship had hit her body, and like a comet passing through the atmosphere, she flew backward several kilometers while spitting blood. Bang! She slammed into the ground fiercely and felt her whole body writhe in pain. However, the pain was something she was already used to, so it didn't take her more than a brief moment to get back on her feet. When she looked ahead, her pupils trembled at the sight of countless blood arrows floating in the sky, and her sense of danger was triggered when she heard her enemy's voice echoing in the distance. Die! Glenera didn't lose her breath and instead made her preparations. Bang! 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 Even before hitting the ground, the blood arrows seemed to break something as the bang sound resounded loudly everywhere as they flew in Glenera's direction. The number of blood arrows was so large that even if she wanted to get out of the affected area, it would be difficult to do it unharmed even with her agility. You underestimate me too much, boy. She muttered under her breath and with a swift movement began to spin her spear before her at lightning speed. The speed at which she was spinning the spear soon reached a point where flames spread in a circle around the immediate surroundings, and Glenera standing behind had a composed expression as the blood arrows struck the fire shield. The blood arrows immediately exploded as they came in contact with the flames, and not even a drop of blood fell to the ground. The hissing sound echoed as clouds of burning vapor rose into the sky and partially covered the view of what was happening in the area. Only a bright crimson spot could be seen from the outside. It was the place where Glenera was standing. Xietain also had no hope that a blood attack could stop Glenera. He was very clear that this woman of the Azure race was in a sense the nemesis of his blood manipulation skill, as she seemed to be able to use fire magic and lightning magic, magics which were perfectly the counter to his blood skill. His goal was to give his enemy no time to think and no time to rest. Therefore, as Glenera defended herself from the blood arrows, Xietain rushed towards her fearlessly, and while raising his sword high he roared again like a beast that had lost its mind. Glenera waved her spear in a wide diagonal arc, and the flame spread like a dragon flare, evaporating all the remaining blood arrows in the blink of an eye. Then, she looked at her enemy's face and expression with indifferent eyes. The crazed expression on Xietan's face, as well as the red veins in his eyes, made her think that he had probably activated some kind of skill that increased his power in exchange for losing his ability to reason clearly. This kind of skill was very normal, and even among the Azure race there were several who possessed such abilities that granted in exchange for taking something in return. That's not a smart decision, she muttered, and with a simple but extremely effective move, she managed to make the enemy's greatsword slide along her spear and hit the ground while Glenera jumped backward, getting away from the shockwave as fast as possible. Boom! Again, the city rumbled and the ground sank even deeper. At this point, the southern part of the city was beginning to collapse, despite having the total size of a small country on Earth. While retreating, Glenera stabbed with her spear again and a small wound appeared on Bizemin's body. His flesh immediately burned and pain immediately assaulted him, but he didn't let this show in his expression, and as if he had really gone mad he charged towards her and slashed up and down again. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions echoed everywhere, and even from over 100 kilometers away Shangguan Bing Shui could hear them. Occasionally, an explosion more terrifying than the previous one caused the earth beneath her feet to shudder gently. She stared into the distance with anxious eyes, and no matter whether she was sitting or standing her heart was beating like crazy. She had clenched her small fists so tightly that her knuckles turned completely white from the poor blood circulation. Around her were thousands of corpses. They were Asuras who had tried to reach Earth but had encountered her and were slaughtered mercilessly. They were all frozen to death or decapitated. Shangguan Bing Shui had been hearing terrifying explosions for over 30 minutes now, and she correctly estimated that a really powerful existence must have crossed Bizemin's path, powerful enough to hold him for so long and to force him to unleash himself completely, powerful enough that he did not have time to divert his attention. But naturally, Shangguan Bing Shui had no idea that all the Asuras in the nearest city had been mercilessly slaughtered by Bizemin. From children to the elderly, none were left alive. The Asura she had killed were warriors who happened to be in the vicinity and decided to invade the other world upon encountering the Cosmos Gate. None of them dared to approach the city where those terrifying explosions came from. At this point, Shangguan Bing Shui could no longer obtain any extra stats regardless of how much soul power she absorbed until she completed her breakthrough mission. However, she had already become at very least twice as powerful as when she arrived in the Oblong world, so she was truly satisfied with this ride. The only thing that left a somewhat bitter taste in her mouth was that while she managed to be of help to that man, she failed to achieve the level of support she had hoped to attain. "You better get back, you little scoundrel. I still have yet to give you a good beating for taking advantage of me," she muttered in a whisper and unconsciously touched her lips. Boom! Bizemin swung his sword for who knows what number of times, and the already ruined city finally reached a point where the southern walls completely collapsed even though they were never the main target. His chest rose and fell as a look of weariness shone in his eyes, a look which did not escape Glenera's sharp eyes. It had been about 2 hours since the battle to the death between the two had broken out. During this time, Glenera was more and more surprised by the power, and above all, by how terrifyingly high the stamina of the young man she faced was. However, it seemed to be that the weight of the giant weapon finally took its toll as Bizemin did not immediately lift it as he had been doing so far. Besides, seeing as how the crimson-red flames surrounding the sword had long since disappeared, Glenera assumed that her enemy was at the end of his string. She sighed and shook her head as she felt it was a shame to end such a talent. She had already realized that the young man before her was only 20 years old, something that honestly terrified her. For the past 2 hours, she tried to befriend Bizemin and tried to get him to join the Asura race by promising him beauties and honor. However, he did not seem to be listening and only attacked as if he were a beast without intelligence. So, since it was not possible to subordinate him, Glenera had to kill him. She could not allow someone so terrifying and with a limitless future linked to the soul record to grow any further. Therefore, she covered herself with golden lightning and charged forward, taking advantage of the fact that her enemy was down. Bizemin tried to raise his sword, but his hand seemed to fail him as he failed to move it more than a few inches. Just then, Glenera's spear appeared before him, and before he could react, his chest was pierced. The power of Glenera's spear was clearly much less compared to the beginning of the battle, and her legs and arms were shaking violently as she struggled to keep her grip firm. This was the result of the lightning from option 2 of Bizemin's greatsword constantly numbing her body. However, far from rejoicing at finally managing to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy, Glenera's expression changed when she saw the young man before her suddenly explode into countless sparks of blue lightning. Only the giant sword was still there, and it fell to the ground noisily, awakening Glenera from her surprise. Bizemin, who had at the last moment used the skill invisibility and at the same time used the second activation of the skill lightning movement to create a clone, emerged from the shadows behind the warrior of the Asura race and with his gauntlets punched fiercely forward. He had even made the clone take up his sword so that everything went perfectly. That was precisely why Bizemin could not lift the sword, because it was a clone whose strength was incapable of lifting such a weight. Just as Zemon's fist was about to strike Glenera, he heard a chuckle followed by mocking words. "I was waiting for you to stop pretending, kid." Then, Glenera's body burst into a blaze of fire after receiving Zemon's powerful blow. As for the real one, she appeared right in front of him an instant later and with a beautiful sly smile, stabbed forward at lightning speed. "You see," she said with a happy smile. "The feeling of piercing flesh and muscles is different after all." Zemon did not need to look down. The sharp pain being transmitted to his brain from his chest was more than enough to tell him that the woman before him was more cunning than he believed. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 468 Zemon level 50 vs Glenera level 181, end of the battle. The pain Zemon felt in his chest was one of the strongest pains he had ever felt in his life. The pain had reached a level that perhaps only his battle to the death against the First Order blazing beetle back then while he was still on the university campus could match as he felt his legs burn under the power of the beast's flames. The spear Glenera was using was not remotely close to a normal spear, it was a spear made of mana and was probably some sort of strange skill of hers. Zemon had no idea how high the attack power of the spear was, but it definitely couldn't be higher than the attack power of his current greatsword. Then why the hell does it hurt so much? Zemon's face was drenched in sweat. To make matters worse, the flames burning on the spear were still present. He could feel that for every split second, his flesh and nerves were being turned to ashes. If this continued in the same manner, it wouldn't be long before his body would turn into a pile of mortal remains. Regardless of how powerful Zemon's physical defense might be, the inside of his body was still extremely weak. However, despite the terrifying pain that threatened to drive him to the brink of insanity, he smiled. That's right, he smiled. Blood slid silently from the corner of his mouth and his midnight black eyes looked at the woman that stood close at his reach as if victory were finally in his hands, despite the clearly miserable and disadvantageous condition he was currently in. Glenera frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling about this, so she decided to put a stop to it. However, when Glenera tried to shake her spear to destroy Zemon's internal organs, she was surprised when she discovered that far from being able to shake the spear, she couldn't even pull it out. The bad feeling in Glenera's heart exploded and soared into the clouds in an instant, then, trusting her instinct, she quickly unspelled her spear and hastily stepped back to make some distance. Or so she tried. Swoosh. Swoosh. Lightning still crackled around Zemon, and with lightning speed he extended his arms forward. His limbs passed beyond Glenera's body, and with a swift movement he locked his arms behind her back. Zemon used both hands to cling to the opposite elbows of each of his arms, and the body of the beautiful azure woman was forced to cling to his tightly, only separated by the two leather armors they both wore, armors which were not in good condition after such a fierce battle as the one they had just experienced. "Bastard!" Glenera bellowed, but this was not a very wise decision on her part, and she soon noticed her mistake. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Zemon flexed both arms tightly and using his hands clutching opposite elbows as leverage, he began to close the space Glenera's body had to occupy in his embrace. The bones in Glenera's body began to rattle weakly, but they were still far from breaking. Zemon's strength stat had not yet reached the level of being able to casually break the bones of a third-order existence at Glenera's level, at least not without going into Blood Berserker's Wrath mode at a level similar to his battle against Xietain. But Zemon was also not aiming to break his enemy's bones at all. In fact, the fact that Glenera lost the air in her lungs and began to have difficulty to breathe was nothing more than an unexpected benefit. His real goal was a different one. "Now I finally have you. And I won't let you escape even if you beg." Zemon barked before ordering loudly, "Little fire, burn with all your might." Bang! Zemon's voice had barely fallen when from the ground a torrent of deep blue fire rose hundreds of meters into the sky in an instant before slowly receding into a 2-meter flame that burned fiercely as it engulfed the two people who seemed to be embracing each other in the middle of the destroyed city. The temperature rose so fast that it seemed as if several volcanoes had erupted at exactly the same time and in exactly the same place. The air coagulated to such an extent that heat particles became visible to the naked eye from a distance. The ground turned into lava, but even the lava could do nothing against the blue flames, as in an instant they evaporated, which gave space for more rocky soil to appear, which eventually led to the above process repeating itself constantly and causing the ground to slowly begin to disappear as if an invisible beast had been devouring it. In the midst of the disaster that the endless blue lotus flame was causing just by making an appearance in its full splendor, the shocked cries of a woman could be heard from the distance. Third order flame. How can you have this kind of flame? Impossible. Glenera held towards the heavens as she quickly used her mana to create an invisible defensive cloak around herself. This was an ability that normally only third-order existences could use. The reason behind Glenera's disbelief and shock stemmed from the fact that Xietain might not know, but she knew very well, what a third-order flame represented. But the main problem here, and what she could not understand, was how could it be possible that a flame of such magnitude, a flame that had generally already awakened some sensitivity, would submit to a first-order existence. Glenera had fought for over 2 whole hours against Xietain, and while she admitted that he was by far the most frighteningly high talent she had ever seen in her 2,000+ years of life, natural treasures like a third-order flame would never choose a first-order existence as a partner, no matter how talented they might be. This was because the power of a third-order flame was not something a first-order existence could control, and just by entering the body of one would turn it into ashes in a matter of minutes. Why are you so surprised? Are you still treating me the same way you treated your other opponents in the past? That hurts my heart, you know? Xietain chuckled and winked at the woman in his grip, who was trying her best to free herself, but with the addition of the endless lotus blue flame acting as a swamp, she only had more difficulties. The change in his personality in terms of confidence and pride was noticeable even when talking to women. Even when the skill Stone Heart helped to keep his mind calmer than normal and the title Brilliant Mind weakened the effects it considered negative for him, the power of the second activation God of War's possession was really powerful. Glenera felt that she could no longer continue to stay here and that the best thing to do was to inform the Emperor about this. First, this young man was only 20 years old, but he had already entered the First Order and was clearly at the pinnacle. Second, his overall power was simply insane and nonsensical. Third, he even had a third-order flame and a powerful weapon. Therefore, Glenera made use of her experience and flexibility to beat Xietain with her knees. She even managed to somehow kick him several times in the back despite her position. Xietan's face contorted in pain, and the wound on his chest that was barely being contained by his skill blood manipulation burst into bloodstream again. A bitch who doesn't know what's good for her, he bellowed through gritted teeth, and with a vicious flash in his eyes he tilted his head back before swinging it fiercely forward. Bang! Glenera felt as if the world around her were spinning as her nose was mercilessly smashed by the forehead of her adversary. Her eyes rolled momentarily, and as the blood slid uncontrollably down her beautiful face she almost fainted. After all, the current Glenera was not the same Glenera who was in top condition 2 hours ago. Because your agility surpasses mine by a bit and my weapon holds my step slightly due to its weight, I had no choice but to come up with a plan to deal with you. Xietain began to mutter under his breath as he watched the mana barrier protecting Glenera finally shatter into pieces. The flames of the endless lotus blue flame finally began to burn freely through the beautiful lady's body, and the pain woke Glenera from her dizzy state. She began to scream in pain as she felt not only her skin burn rapidly, but also her eyes burst into a bloody mess. Xietain ignored Glenera's wounded beast-like howls and continued to look at her indifferently as he slowly said, "At first, I thought that the combination of invisibility plus cloning of my lightning movement skill, and finally my shadow blink, would be enough. But after the first hour I realized that it was impossible for someone like you not to have her own ace in the hole. So, I scrambled my head thinking of another plan. Unfortunately, except for launching my most powerful attack and taking everything to the ground, I couldn't find a safe way to deal with an existence like you." Glenera was a third-order existence that was even more powerful than Jinnan, and Xietain no longer had the practically godlike effects that the skilled Blood Berserker's wrath could provide. Although Xietain did not know Glenera's age, Lilith had told him that usually a normal talent among talents would take at least 1,000 years to reach the Third Order, so, based on this fact he concluded that a cunning old woman as Glenera would definitely not show everything unless it became completely necessary. Glenera's shrieks slowly turned from high-pitched to hoarse as her vocal cords began to tear. But Xietain seemed oblivious to all this and continued. In the end, I found only one way to deal with you safely: let me hurt by you and force you close enough to be within range of my hands. For this to work, I had to show weakness and difficulty in thinking things through, plus assure you that I could no longer wield my weapon, or else you would continue to evade my attacks as usual. Not to my surprise, even the union of 3 of my most powerful skills was not enough to kill you. Finally, I was forced to use another of my trump cards on you. Soon, the cries stopped and the feeling that he was embracing something disappeared completely. At the same time, the blue flame that burned fiercely but could not hurt him thanks to the soul contract they shared with each other happily returned to his body after Xietain gave it some first-order soul stones as a reward. Xietain watched as countless black ashes similar to broken leaves rose into the sky in a howling swirl and finished. You should feel proud, woman. You forced me to use one of the cards I had in store to give my final farewell gift to the ruler of this shitty race of yours. You have absorbed the soul power of 3rd Order Glenera level 181. Xietain sighed, and once it all ended, he felt as if all the pain he had been holding until now suddenly assaulted him at the same time. A wince of pain showed on his face and a small grunt slipped from his lips. Without caring at all about his image, he allowed himself to fall down onto his back. His chest rose and fell erratically as his exhausted gaze looked up at the brightest object in the sky. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 469. 4th Order. Xietain enraged. Xietain didn't dare to stay taking too long a break, so after taking a few seconds to affirm his ideals and go over his plans for the confrontation he believed was coming, he stood up. It really hurts. It hurts and it stings like fucking hell. He groaned as sweat ran down his agonizing face. His precious rank 2 armor, a full body armor, was in such bad condition that Xietain was no longer quite sure if he could continue calling it as such. The sword slash during his previous battle against Xietain had opened a large gash from his shoulder area to his chest, and to make matters worse, during his battle against Glenera the condition of the armor only got worse. Xietain had received more than a few stabs from Glenera's spear to make his plan more likely to succeed, since the more small openings he showed for the purpose of attacking, the more believable it would be that he could not think properly. The holes he received after being stabbed by Glenera had left gashes as thick as 3 fingers put together, and his chest was riddled with burns. He looked down and not only saw a large gash that had difficulty closing, but also noticed more than 10 stab wounds exposing scorched flesh on the inside. Even with my health being as high as it is, my injuries aren't healing as fast as they should. Xietain lifted his sword off the ground, but instead of forcing himself to lift it all the way, he allowed the weight to rest on the earth. What's happening? He frowned in concern. Honestly, even though he still had the other half of the potion that the giant eagle had dropped after Xietain finished it off, he was actually reluctant to use it unless he really had no other choice. A potion capable of instantly recovering the wounds of a living being was not something that could be treated lightly, and Xietain wanted to be able to take the remaining potion with him to Earth to in the future hand it over as a sample to a team of mages or scientists, and thereby see if there was a possibility of at least creating a similar result using different natural plants and other natural ingredients. But if his wounds did not begin to heal more quickly, then he might be forced to drink some of the potion. After all, even though most of the work was done, things were not yet fully finished. There was still one more challenge to overcome, and perhaps the most difficult one. Just as he was wondering why his wounds were not healing properly, he remembered something Lilith had told him in the past. I see. The other party's mana is delaying the healing of my wounds, and that's why my health stat is being lagged. Xietan's eyes lit up before a bitter smile grew on his face. The Curatim couldn't do anything in the aspect of mana. Even if he was a genius as Lilith claimed, Xietain had only been in direct contact with mana for a little over 60 days. It was absolutely impossible for him to comprehend something that was new to him in such a short time. In the end, Xietain sighed and dropped a few drops of the potion on his tongue before allowing the liquid to slide down his throat. The effect showed itself immediately, just as the name of the potion suggested, as Xietain soon felt the movement and birth of new stem cells accelerate to a point where even he began to doubt whether this was his own body or not. I'd better get moving before I get into serious trouble. Xietain muttered and took one last look behind him to see the destruction his battle against the now dead Glenera had wrought. Even with Xietan's range of vision, there were no buildings remaining. In fact, Xietain could not even see debris around him except for the southern wall that collapsed at the end of the battle. All he could see no matter where he looked was dirt and dust along with a large number of craters whose sizes could only be described as terrifying. Each of these craters looked like they would have been identified as creations of meteorites that hit the Earth in the past if this were planet Earth 2 months ago. That's how big they were. Xietain did not know how much of the city he had destroyed with his attacks, but if there was one thing he was sure of, it was that this was the path he sought and wished to walk, the path of total destruction. How ironic. He spoke to himself and ignored the pain and sting of his wounds slowly healing after the enemy mana disappeared. Xietain dragged his great sword on the ground behind him as he walked south and muttered, "I, who walks the path of destruction and annihilation, actually wish to build a kingdom of peace where all war disappears for the sake of my beloved ones. I guess what I read in the past in different stories is not so crazy after all. For something new to exist, the old must first be destroyed." His voice floated in the air for a long time as the wind blew in what were now mostly ruins. Over 4 million lives were lost in far less than a day, and part of a city whose size was comparable to that of a small country on Earth collapsed in the process. Such an event was truly noteworthy, a feat worth of being remembered. If such a thing were to happen among the higher existences, the entire universe would tremble for several thousand years. Imperial Castle, Throne Room. The size of the Cosmos Gate had been reduced to 3/5 of what it originally was after 2 of the minor keys left their positions. At this time, the only third-order existence present within the hall, and thus the only minor key in place, was the one holding 1/5 of the gate open. On the other hand, the powerful Emperor Thanath of the Fourth Order was holding 2/5 of the Cosmos Gate with his own personal power. However, even though Emperor Thanath was a powerful Fourth-Order existence who had ruled the Oblong world for several centuries, even for him it was not a simple task to maintain a space portal leading to a world that was countless light years away. In fact, were it not for the fact that the Cosmos Gate array was the one that bore the brunt of the burden thanks to the large number of runes that made up the main magic circle, Emperor Thanath's vast reserves of mana would dry up in a matter of milliseconds. Time passed and every second felt like an eternity for the only 2 existences inside the throne room. 2 hours later, Vero finally felt as if his soul were being sucked out of his body and his pale face reached the breaking point for which, with trembling lips, he said with concern, "Your Majesty, I fear that at this rate I will not be able to continue supporting the Cosmos Gate with my mana. I only have less than 5% and at most, it will only last an hour and even that is unsafe." If Jinnan left, but Glenera was still present, Vero believed he could hold out for several days before his mana dropped to 0. However, with Jinnan's fall and now Glenera's absence, Vero couldn't take much more of the pressure of taking the place of 3 minor keys instead of the one place he should be occupying. That was how great the power consumption of the Cosmos Gate was, and that was how great the importance of each of the minor keys was. Rest a moment, Vero. This can handle the pressure of the entire Cosmos Gate by himself for a few minutes, Emperor Thanath said in a powerful and confident voice. Vero sighed in relief and did not argue the matter as he knew it was better to rest in order to return with more energy. Therefore, after bowing to the Emperor and thanking him for his grace, Vero stepped back from the minor magic circle he was occupying. The 3 minor circles went out when they stopped receiving mana as there was no energy to mobilize the energy within the soul stone powder with which the runes had been drawn. The load on the main key increased tremendously immediately and the size of the Cosmos Gate was reduced to historic lows where a maximum of 10 people could pass through. Minutes passed and Vero was bursting with praise in his heart for Emperor Thanath. Even though the Azure race was a bloody race and every one of them was vicious as well as cruel, they admired the Azure powerhouses, and as the highest authority, the Emperor was naturally revered and worshipped by all. Just as Vero wanted to say some sincere words of praise, he saw the Emperor's face turn deathly pale. A moment later, and just before Vero asked what was wrong, his own face turned pale at the same time as disbelief shone in his eyes. Glenera. This? How can this be possible? Vero muttered with wide eyes and in an extremely low tone of voice. But the throne room was deathly silent, so his words echoed through the walls like thunder in the middle of a summer afternoon. the only three existences of the Azura race that remained on the Oblong world along with Emperor Thaneth shared the same common destiny, to be one of the three minor keys that opened the Cosmos Gate. So, when one of the minor keys falls in battle, the other two minor keys and the main key immediately sense it. It was precisely for this fact that when Jin Man was killed, everyone within the hall sensed it. Then, Vero naturally felt great shock when all of Glenera's life energy disappeared without a trace in a matter of seconds. Vero. A deep voice, brimming with power and prestige, as well as dominance, resounded like thunder inside the hall. Vero shuddered involuntarily as he felt a wave of unnatural mana begin to fill the space inside the hall. It reached a point where it was even difficult to breathe. "Why, Your Majesty?" Vero muttered with fear-filled eyes as he looked at the Emperor standing still in the center of the main circle. The Emperor's magic robe began to fill with bright flames, and the feet of the most powerful Azura in the Oblong world detached from the floor. Emperor Thaneth's face was serious and dignified as always, not an ounce of emotion could be seen flickering on his face. However, Vero had known the Emperor for over 1,000 years, so naturally, the flash of burning anger flickering in his gaze did not manage to slip by unnoticed. "I want you to take my place as main key for a few minutes, 5 minutes. Do you think you can do that?" Emperor Thaneth stared at Vero with sharp eyes. Seeing that look, how would Vero dare to give a negative answer? Unless he wanted to further anger the Emperor and practically beg to be slapped to death, Vero didn't have the courage to tell him no. But he didn't dare to promise anything either. Therefore, in the end, he said with an honest expression, "I will do my best." Occupying the position of the main key in the center circle was a task that had rarely been performed in the past, and all the minor keys fainted not long after the test. Vero had no confidence that his current hymn, which was almost empty of mana, could withstand 5 minutes of consumption of the Cosmos Gate, even though it could withstand an hour as a minor key. Emperor Thaneth looked at Vero for several seconds before his gaze shot south. He didn't say a word as he waved his magic staff. Gusts of wind surrounded his body, lifting him swiftly towards the ceiling. Boom! The ceiling of the castle, a castle with over 20,000 years of history, was shattered as the enraged Emperor Thaneth charged at lightning speed in the direction of the Cosmos Gate. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 472 Attacks, 4th Order Thaneth vs. First Order by Xietain, Part 1. At a fairly close distance from the Cosmos Gate that connected through a space passage the Oblong world with planet Earth, Shangguan Bing Shui was fighting against a second-order existence. The battle had begun no more than a few minutes ago, but was already nearing its end. "Bitch." The woman of the Azura race growled. She too was a beauty, but in front of Shangguan Bing Shui, who looked like a goddess among mortals, she was lacking quite a bit. Besides, the fact that her body was riddled with frostbitten wounds didn't help at all. "I've heard those words so many times throughout my life that I've lost count. If you want to make me angry or alter my mood, I'm afraid you're losing your breath." Shangguan Bing Shui replied in a cold voice. Suddenly, her pink lips curved slightly upwards, and while looking at the woman in front of her she said in a playful voice, "But how about you keep trying, old granny?" "Old granny?" The woman of the Azura race immediately went berserk. She naturally knew that the enemy she was facing was actually extremely young, and even though the Azura woman knew that she could actually be considered quite a young woman considering her natural life expectancy, the truth was that effectively, in front of the silver-haired woman, she was nothing but an old granny. "Die!" The Azura woman roared, enraged as a tigress. She had been forced back over and over again by the silver-haired woman in front of her, and her wound-riddled body caused her great pain with every step she took. Her mood was already on the floor after being humiliated by a first-order existence, and the final taunting words had finally worn down the Azura lady's patience. Unfortunately, while anger was a good source of power and strength, losing her mind in the midst of combat was not necessarily the best thing to do. There was no shortage of cases where the powerful fell under the schemes of the weak but intelligent. Seeing the second-order woman charging towards her as her sword flared with crimson flames, Shangguan Bing Shui's expression remained calm. She simply jumped back with the elegance of a butterfly flapping amidst the breeze, and even though what covered her body was not a dress but a cloak torn here and there, her beauty did not diminish at all. The second-order woman struck the ground and a crater of several hundred meters immediately formed, followed by a torrent of flames that exploded everywhere. However, just as she planned to continue forward, a sky-blue magic circle glowed beneath her feet, and an instant later a column of ice over 5 meters high and about a meter wide rose into the sky, sealing her inside. Shangguan Bingshui lunged forward as lightning crackled over her gorgeous body, and when she reached the ice pillar, she stabbed mercilessly towards her enemy's throat. The azure woman's eyes trembled, and even though the ice was being melted by her flames quickly, it was already too late for her as the tip of the sword stabbed deep into her throat. You have absorbed the soul power of second order Shima level 86. Shangguan Bingshui slowly pulled out her sword from the ice pillar and set her flawless palm on the cold but smooth surface. Bang! The ice pillar exploded into countless crystalline fragments. As for the woman's body, the only thing left of her was a soul stone. Shangguan Bingshui picked up the second-order soul stone without any happiness on her face. To her, probably only peak second-order existences could present any challenge at present. That was how powerful she had become compared to her previous one before coming to this world. Of course, the current Shangguan Bingshui was also enhanced by 20% by the effect of the Destroyer of Destroyers title, an effect which would disappear once she returned to Earth. Still, even without the title, she was confident of defeating practically all second-order existences with relative ease. As for why she could not rejoice at all, despite her feat, a feat which less than 4 hours ago would have been impossible to achieve, the explosion stopped. She muttered under her breath. Her blue eyes looked off into the distance, with concern impossible to hide. It had been several minutes since the battle had ended, and despite her confidence in Bai Zemin, Shangguan Bingshui could not help but feel extremely worried. After all, this was the first time Bai Zemin had met an enemy capable of standing up to him for so long, and it clearly meant that the battle he was going through was far from being like any other fight in the past. As she felt her heart beating wildly and her palms were drenched with sweat, she suddenly noticed a familiar aura slowly approaching. Shangguan Bingshui rushed forward at full speed with no more concern for the task of protecting the rift that led to Earth. In a matter of seconds, she saw a person walking with some difficulty in a southerly direction. Who else could it be but Bai Zemin? You. What happened to you? She asked in astonishment as she saw the miserable condition Bai Zemin was in. His luxurious black armor was in shreds, his torso capable of attracting any woman's eyes was riddled with charred holes, and on his chest, she could still see the bloody wound from before. Moreover, every step he took seemed to be extremely difficult to accomplish, and the tired look in his eyes spoke louder than 1,000 words. Although Shangguan Bingshui had already seen Bai Zemin end up in bad conditions similar to his current one, back then their relationship was not like today. Therefore, the fear and worry Shangguan Bingshui felt at the possible loss of a loved one could not be compared to the past. I'm okay, it's not as bad as it seems. Bai Zemin chuckled and wanted to joke, but his brow furrowed as deep pain assaulted him from the chest area. That's being okay? You're an idiot? Shangguan Bingshui scolded and stepped forward to support him. Thank you. Bai Zemin let her bring his left arm behind the back of her neck and rested some of his weight on her. The two walked in silence for a few steps until Bai Zemin remembered something and commented with a faint smile. Hey, Bingshui, do you remember when we were still in college? Of course I do remember. It was the beginning of everything, it's impossible to forget. Why do you ask? Well, do you remember back then? When I went out to get medicine at the campus pharmacy? Oh. Now that you mention it. Back then you were too full of yourself and didn't want anyone to help you, so you decided to go by yourself. In the end, when I went out to look for you, I found you in such a bad state that you couldn't even stand up properly. Hey, at that time I was only level 15 and the creature I was facing was a giant beetle that had not only entered the First Order but was even beyond level 30 and even possessed a powerful fire skill that surrounded its entire body. Well, if you had listened to me back then, with my ice skill, it could have all been a lot easier and you wouldn't have had to suffer burns of such magnitude. Back then I didn't know you, I couldn't trust you. Besides, you didn't particularly like me either, did you? Back then I thought of you as an arrogant bastard who had gained some strength and that power had gone to your head. Ha 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 ha. And you? What was your first impression of me? My first impression of you? Well, as I said before. You were a well-known figure at the university, unlike me. Nevertheless, my impression of you was nil until the apocalypse broke out. Do you really want to know what I thought of you back then? Just say it. For the record, you asked for it. In my eyes, you looked no different than an overly full of herself bitch. My fragile heart will break. Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bing Shui reminisced about old times while chatting with each other as they got closer and closer to the spatial rift. Perhaps neither of them noticed, or perhaps neither of them found it important or strange, but if there were a third person from the Transcendent faction present, they would undoubtedly be surprised to see how intimate they looked as they walked together with their bodies pressed against each other as if in each other's arms. Neither Bai Zemin nor Shangguan Bing Shui wondered how Wu Yijun and Chen He would view them in this kind of situation. After all, from the point of view of both of them, there was nothing unusual about what they were doing. After several minutes, Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bing Shui were only 100 meters away from the spatial rift, and both of them looked at it silently for several seconds. They had only been on the Oblong world for about 5 or 6 hours, but for both of them it felt as if a lifetime had passed. It all started here. It will all end here. Bai Zemin said in a deep voice, and slowly withdrew his arm with which he was relying on Shangguan Bing Shui. Bai Zemin? She looked at him in confusion and took a step back to give him more space. Bai Zemin said nothing and instead slammed his greatsword hard against the ground. Boom! A crater over 300 meters in diameter immediately got formed as the weight of the weapon rested on the scorched earth. Bing Shui, stay close to the crack and prepare to erect your strongest defense when I give you my signal. Seeing Shangguan Bing Shui looking at him blankly, Bai Zemin was about to explain the situation. But fortunately or not, it was not necessary. Shangguan Bing Shui's body shivered like an autumn leaf in the middle of a storm being blown away by the strong winds. Her beautiful face turned pale white and her lips lost their seductive color in a matter of milliseconds. What? What? She couldn't even speak clearly as she looked away in fear. Right. Fear. But this fear was not fear of losing a loved one. This fear was a more natural one, and one that everyone at some point in life felt. For the first time in who knows how many years, Shangguan Bing Shui felt fear of another living being. The atmosphere began to shudder and the heavens seemed on the verge of tears. The earth rumbled slightly as if an impending earthquake were approaching, and the red clouds exploded into torrents of fire that as if it were the punishment of God sending uncontrolled flares over the world. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and a vicious glint crossed his gaze for a second before disappearing. His lips curved imperceptibly upward as every cell and every fiber of his entire existence screamed danger. Bai Zemin did not consider himself a masochist by any means. But ever since he killed that mutated bee on day 1 of the apocalypse, the thrill that danger generated in him was so great that it made him want to roar towards the heavens. This feeling where adrenaline runs wild and runs freely like a runaway horse through my veins. This thrill of facing great dangers in exchange for great rewards. It really is the best. The approaching existence was far from anything else Bai Zemin or Shangguan Bing Shui had ever felt in their lives. Even the mighty Glenera was an insect in comparison. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 471 2 Attacks, 4th Order Thanath vs. First Order Bai Zemin, Part 2. Even if Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bing Shui were unaware that they were both invaders from another world who had crossed a spatial rift to make a counter-invasion and to force the original attacker to close the rift, just the evil aura that the pressure of the approaching stranger released was enough to make it clear that it had no good intentions, nor did it intend to say hi. What? Why does the enemy's aura seem to be charged with hatred? Shangguan Bing Shui. She didn't realize when or how, but at some point, she had taken a step back and stood behind Bai Zemin. It was as if she could only depend on him, but in fact, even Bai Zemin was having difficulty standing his ground. Not only was his body riddled with wounds, but the enemy's aura had reached a level unfathomable to him. You ask why that man's aura seems to be fused with hatred? Bai Zemin chuckled coldly and took a step forward as he said in a mocking tone of voice, "How could he not be furious after what I did? That man? Who is this, that man you speak of?" She asked while feeling a bad premonition. Bai Zemin turned slightly and looked over his shoulder at her. A strange glint flashed in his gaze as he slowly said word by word, "The approaching existence is the most powerful Azura and probably one of the most powerful existences in this world, the emperor and ruler of this entire race." Emperor. Shangguan Bing Shui whispered what she had just heard, and an idea that she didn't even want to think about popped into her head. She looked at Bai Zemin and for the first time, she asked, "You. What did you do?" "That battle from before." Shangguan Bingshui had always wanted to ask Bai Zemin about the thunderous explosion she had been hearing from a distance for over 2 hours. It was just that she hadn't wanted to broach the matter any more than necessary. However, given the current circumstances, there was no room for Shangguan Bingshui to want to hold back regarding questions. "What did I do, you ask?" Bai Zemin looked deeply at her for a moment before looking straight ahead and saying quietly, "I'm afraid if I tell you everything, you might get scared. I will only tell you that the wife of the emperor of this world was killed by me in that city I found north of here." Bai Zemin had slaughtered over 4 million lives in that city. Among those killed by him were little kids, little girls, old people, women, young men, etc. The current relationship between Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bingshui was very good. Bai Zemin trusted her practically completely, not only as far as the faction's governance was concerned but also on the battlefield. She was a trustworthy warrior whom he could trust his back to on most occasions. What Bai Zemin least wanted was for her to change her attitude towards him because of what he had just done. After all, if not for the stone heart skill, even someone as decisive as Bai Zemin wouldn't necessarily dare to cause a carnage of such magnitude. It had only been 2 months since the apocalypse began, 2 months since the soul record appeared on Earth and changed the lives of mankind. However, in just 2 months, Bai Zemin had wiped out the lives of millions. Even if the Azuras were not 100% like Earth humans, the physical and internal difference was perfectly ignorable. Shangguan Bingshui ignored the fact that Bai Zemin had just told her that not long ago he murdered the wife of the emperor of this world. She even disregarded the fact that she had just learned the reason why the emperor approaching them was filled with hatred and anger. What struck her most were the words of Bai Zemin. "I'm afraid if I tell you everything, you might get scared." These words stuck in her head, and as she looked at his back, her eyes flashed with complicated light. For someone like Bai Zemin to say such words, probably what he was forced to do to force the other party to close the rift had been an extremely cruel task that had probably left some burden in his heart. In fact, when she looked back and saw how the spatial rift had shrunk into a door about 2 meters high and 5 meters wide, she knew that the goal for which they had come to this world was almost done. Shangguan Bingshui gradually began to understand the reason why Wu Yijun worked hard day after day. She finally began to realize why her good sister always said that she wanted to be as much help to him as possible. In addition, Shangguan Bingshui also realized that there was probably something she didn't know about Bai Zemin that Wu Yijun did. While Shangguan Bingshui was lost in her thoughts looking at Bai Zemin's back with complex eyes. His voice brought her back to reality. "Bingshui, I will prepare my most powerful attack, so step back." "Your most powerful attack? You mean that blood spear with fire from before?" She looked at him worriedly, still remembering the terror that attack meant. "I'm afraid it won't be so simple this time," Bai Zemin said in an extremely serious voice. "This will be the first time I've attempted something like this, and to be honest, I'm not sure of the results. Therefore, do as I told you and be prepared to erect a barrier when I tell you to." "A new experiment? One more terrifying than the ones before?" Shangguan Bingshui's face grew even paler than it already was when she heard Bai Zemin's words. Hadn't she witnessed several of his bizarre experiments to date? She quickly retreated until she reached a distance so close to the rift that she could feel the Earth's mana reaching the oblong world. Shangguan Bingshui's eyes flashed uncannily, and she unconsciously looked up at the artificial object glowing high in the sky. Just as a thought was about to be born in her, Bai Zemin began to move, so her attention was immediately drawn to it. Bai Zemin activated the skill Crimson Blood Judgment and at the same time activated Blood Manipulation. The pearl, which at this point was filled with blood, meaning it contained 500,000 liters inside, flew out and floated in front of him. As it received a surge of mana, blood began to gush out from within, and as if a giant hole had appeared in the void, wave after wave of blood floated into the sky. Bai Zemin had used practically none of his mana in his battle against Glenera, so except for the end, he had used no active skills and had relied fully on his passives and stats as well as his treasures. So, his reserves were almost completely full at this point. With his eyes closed, he imagined a giant blood trident, the largest he had created to date using his blood manipulation skill. Every line, every trace, every detail was projected into his mind, and he projected that onto the blood that was slowly beginning to mold itself to his liking in the skies. 100 meters. 200 meters. 300 meters. 400 meters. The blood trident continued to grow with no apparent end to the sight. Xieitain's face gradually grew paler and paler as his mana was rapidly drained. But through it all, he endured as the best of the best. Not only was he enduring the mental exhaustion, the pain he felt throughout his body after taking dozens of terrifying attacks, but he was also fighting the desire to fall unconscious to finally rest. How many could do that? If Xietain was a monster who had lived for several centuries or perhaps a few millennia, then it wouldn't be so surprising. But for a young man who a little over 60 days ago was nothing more than a normal student working in a mechanic and blacksmith shop, he was truly amazing. The trident finally stopped expanding when Xietain thought it was enough. 900 meters. He muttered under his breath. A glint of cunning shone in his midnight black eyes as he whispered in a voice only he could hear, to use a weapon nearly a kilometer long and over 50 meters wide just to hide something. I wonder where the hell all these crazy ideas I come up with come from. Then, under Shangguan Bingshui's stupefied eyes, Xietain tightly gripped the hilt of his Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words using both hands, and with a deep growl similar to that of a beast about to attack, sent the greatsword flying into the sky. Bang! 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 Even if it was only air, wherever the greatsword passed by, the sound of bangs similar to the explosions of several grenades at the same time resounded everywhere. A relatively small hand compared to the enormous size of the blood trident came out from the bottom of the red weapon and clung to the handle of the rising greatsword. Then, the large blood hand ascended again and a second later disappeared. Of course, the Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words that Xietain had just launched into the sky also disappeared inside the giant blood trident. Little fire, go! Xietain shouted and pointed towards the sky with his right hand. Bang! A blaze of deep blue burning fire, similar to the flames of the underworld, shot out from his hand and flew into the sky as if a dragon was casting its breath. The crimson-tinted sky due to the artificial glow illuminating the world, and as a consequence of the high temperatures of the clouds floating silently, there suddenly seemed to be tinged with blue as the endless blue lotus flame slowly but surely began to envelop the entire blood trident. In no time at all, the once red trident had turned completely deep blue. The surrounding temperature had reached such a high point that even when the giant trident was over 2 kilometers high, the scorched grass began to slowly catch fire. As she looked up at the sky with her head tilted upwards, Shangguan Bingshui's silver hair took on a bright blue shimmer, while the silhouette of the trident surrounded by flames was reflected in her beautiful eyes that were wide open staring in shock at the scene before her. But Xietain was not finished yet. He still had one last step to complete before his attack were ready to be launched. Unfortunately, I have to wait a bit or that thing will take all my mana. He muttered with a slight smile on his face as he finally spotted the silhouette of someone flying in his direction at lightning speed. It was really hard to stay steady on his feet, especially with him bearing practically all the pressure from the other party. Approximately 10 seconds later, an extremely handsome and dignified-looking man appeared floating above the skies. It was Emperor Xietain. The proud emperor naturally sensed the power of the third-order flame in the skies. However, in his eyes, the power of a third-order flame was not enough to fear. Moreover, his anger towards the two people before him did not allow him to divert too much of his attention. The swirling wind slowly receded, and with a gentle swing of his magic staff, Xietain began to descend until his feet finally touched the ground. Standing 2,000 meters away, he observed the young man in front of him for several seconds. Finally, the mighty Emperor of the Fourth Order opened his mouth and said casually, "Are you the one who ended the life of this Emperor's wife? Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse." Chapter 472 2 Attacks, Fourth Order Xietain vs. First Order Xietain, Part 3/4. If Xietain had to describe the man who had just appeared in front of him as if he were the god of the world in a single word, then perhaps only the word mountain would be the most accurate for such a description. A mountain because of his immensity. A mountain because of how imposing he looked. A mountain because of the overwhelming power that his body exuded. Finally, Xietain felt as if a mountain was constantly pressing his body down. There was no doubt that Lilith was the most mysterious and powerful existence that Xietain had met to this day. It was just that her powers and control over her own strength had reached an unfathomable realm that Xietain could not imagine, so he could not even feel an ounce of how terrifying she really was. Therefore, the aura and pressure Xietain was feeling from the body of the man in front of him were without a doubt the most terrifying he had ever felt. Xietain really felt like a small wooden boat in the middle of the raging sea waiting to be devoured by the mighty waves. The difference in soul power between Xietain and the Emperor was so great that even though the former soul power was a lot purer compared to the latter's soul power, it was of no use. The difference in levels was simply too high, and as if that wasn't enough, the fact that Emperor Xietain managed to break into the Fourth Order meant that he was a genius among geniuses. In short, Emperor Xietain was also a being who had absorbed many stats from powerful existences after devouring soul stones. Since the difference in levels between each order increased as one climbed from order to order, the difficulty of fighting beings of an order above one naturally also increased exponentially, not to mention a special case, like Xieitain's, where he was facing a being that outclassed him by more than 3 whole orders. The mere fact that Xietain managed to stand his ground and not fall to his knees while withstanding the pressure of the being in front of him while simultaneously safeguarding Shangguan Bing Shui behind him from the Emperor's aura was already a jaw-dropping feat for countless others. While Xietain was sizing up the Emperor also seemed to be doing the same with him. After several seconds that seemed like an eternity, a deep and majestic voice reached Xietain like a thunderclap. "Are you the one who ended the life of this Emperor's wife?" Xietain raised his head and looked the Emperor straight in the eyes without fear. With his back straight as a spear, he did not hesitate in replying. "I wonder who is your wife?" "I killed many people today." The Emperor did not seem angry at all, his expression at least did not change. However, to people like Xietain and Shangguan Bing Shui, who were extremely sensitive to murderous intent after taking the lives of so many beings, it was clear that the man was far from happy. This Emperor must admit that he is surprised, as this Emperor did not expect to one day meet not just one, but 2 incredible talents like both of you. Emperor Xietain didn't seem to want to continue with the previous matter and instead looked at Xietain as he calmly said, "As far as this Emperor can tell, both of you are existences whose power scale should be First Order level 50 as far as the soul record is concerned. In addition, judging by how you are protecting the lady back there, this Emperor dares to assume that the one who destroyed Black Forest City was you, isn't it?" Xietain looked over his shoulder back to see what kind of expression Shangguan Bing Shui put on after hearing that he had destroyed an entire city, and thus slaughtered everyone inside. However, a small smile formed on his face when he saw that she was looking at him without any prejudice. Xietain was that kind of person. He was someone cold and difficult to get close to, but once someone managed to get a small place in his heart, he would immediately begin to care about simple things like that person's opinion of him. "It was me," he said after looking back at the Emperor. "It was also me who murdered a dude named Jinman and a woman named Glenera." For the first time since the Emperor arrived, Xietain saw the man's pupils tremble weakly. He seemed oblivious to this, and as he looked at the Emperor he asked in an innocent voice, "Could it be that your wife was this woman named Glenera?" The Emperor's face darkened slightly, but he still stood by without saying anything. Xietain took advantage of the Emperor's silence and checked his mana. After dawdling for a while, he realized that his previous 394 points had finally jumped to 407. Now he could boost the power of the next magical attack he threw at an enemy x2. "Your Majesty Emperor, how about we make a deal?" Xietain smiled politely and nodded towards the man before him. Emperor Xietain noticed that the huge trident of deep blue fire had risen into the sky until it reached over 8,000 meters high and was barely visible from the ground. However, he didn't mind at all. "A deal? You think such a thing is even possible?" Xietain asked as he waved his magic staff casually. The mana stirred violently and a bright yellow magic circle appeared behind him. The magic circle was over 4 kilometers in diameter, so the end could not be seen. Countless strange engravings formed the circle, and it was clear from the aura it released that the amount of mana expended to form it was not small at all. Just as Xietain wondered the reason why the Emperor seemed in such a hurry, Shangguan Bing Shui's anxious voice came from behind him. "Xietain, the rift is closing." Zemin did not respond with words and simply nodded without looking back to let her know that he understood the situation. Now, he knew roughly why the emperor seemed in such a hurry to want to end their lives, for if it were Zemin in his place, what he would do would be to keep his wife's murderer alive and give him the worst possible torture instead of giving him a quick death. Although this affected his original plans somewhat, Zemin quickly adapted to the situation. Furthermore, having the knowledge that the spatial rift would shortly close on its own sent a great wave of relief to Zemin's heart, as considering his current state it was absolutely impossible for him to go through an intense battle like the one he had fought against Glenera several minutes ago, let alone an even more terrifying battle against the man in front of him who was clearly a lot more powerful than Glenera. My deal is simple. Zemin continued at the same time as he activated the effect of the mystic earring. The blast magic skill attached to the treasure immediately activated, and Zemin's mana was almost completely drained in an instant. In return, however, the magic power surrounding the huge fire trident that was now more than 10 kilometers high increased to twice its previous level. If the attack from before was already going to be horrendously powerful, then one could try to imagine how powerful it would be now. Your Majesty the Emperor, take a step back. At the same time, my teammate behind me and I will also take a step back. Zemin slowly explained serenely as he pointed towards the sky. The deep blue trident reacted immediately and pointed towards the ground, directly towards the Emperor. Of course, Emperor Thanath naturally sensed the trident's movements and the vast amounts of mana flowing out of Zemin's body. Although he was shocked by the fact that the magical power of the giant weapon above the clouds had grown so much in an instant, in the eyes of a fourth-order existence the power of a third-order magical attack was nothing but trash, and considering that the magical power contained in the skill Crimson Blood Judgment at this moment was equivalent to the magical attack that a third-order existence could launch, the Emperor almost completely ignored such an attack. You want this Emperor to take a step back after you destroyed one of the major cities of the Oblong world, assassinated 2 supreme commanders of the Azure race, among which was this Emperor's wife? Warrior from another world, this Emperor admits that you are powerful and talented. However, the current you is not in a position to offer deals, don't you think? The giant magic circle behind the Emperor suddenly lit up. Bright yellow flames flickered around the magic circle, and the magic power began to gather more and more, increasing the power of the attack that was about to be launched. Zemin had no way of estimating how destructive the Emperor's attack would be if it landed on Earth. But he estimated that an entire country would probably be destroyed in an instant, taking the lives of countless persons. Well, considering that it was the Oblong world and its residents who attacked my world, Earth, and endangered the lives of my subordinates and friends, I think we're square. Zemin continued to try to reach a peaceful settlement. The current him was considerably injured, and even if his life was not in danger regarding his injuries, his battle power had fallen tremendously. In his current condition, Zemin could at most wield his greatsword for 10 minutes, even with the special option that the weapon possessed. In short, the current him definitely could not put up a fight against the Emperor of the Azure race. The most he could do now was to launch his strongest attack and hope that the results would come out at least close to what he expected. Were it not for the fact that Emperor Thanath was a mage and not a melee warrior, Zemin might not have had the opportunity to be chatting quietly. After all, except for special skills, the movement speed of mages was generally much slower than that of warriors at the same level. This could be seen from the fact that it took the Emperor several minutes to catch up with Zemin after leaving the Imperial Castle, which was relatively close to the destroyed city. Your race? Planet Earth? Thanath sneered, and for the first time, his expression changed to one of scorn as he said, "We, the Azures, have annihilated many intelligent races over the years. Do you think this Emperor cares what may or may not happen to your little world? You should be glad to die quickly at the hands of this Emperor. It is your honor." Zemin's eyes narrowed and a dangerous glint flashed in his gaze. Under the effect of God of War's will second activation, Zemin had already been struggling to suppress his arrogance and pride. But the Emperor's words touched his final nerve. With his right arm extended upward and his palm pointed toward the sky, Zemin looked at Emperor Thanath and said disdainfully, "Since it's like this, I hope you won't regret your words in a second." Zemin did not give the Emperor time to reply or to scoff at his words. He abruptly lowered his hand toward the ground and shouted loudly, "Gravity manipulation X15. Rumble. The giant trident surrounded by deep blue fire, the weapon Xietain had decided to use for the activation of Crimson Blood Judgment, began to fall from the sky at a speed that seemed slow at first glance. However, every small inch that the trident advanced from the sky towards the earth caused a deep rumble to echo farther and farther away. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 473 2 Attacks, 4th Order Thanath vs. 1st Order Xietain, Part 4/4. Emperor Thanath's face changed abruptly when he noticed the changes, and the attack he was preparing to launch was interrupted by himself. The man who had been ruling the Oblong world for several millennia and the greatest talent of the last 5,000 years belonging to the Azure race ignored the pain he felt in his soul when he abruptly interrupted such a powerful skill, and as he looked up at the sky his pupils contracted to the size of a needle. Rumble. Rumble, rumble. Like a mythological creature approaching towards the world with the intention of destroying it, the blood trident, surrounded by the flames of the endless blue lotus flame, pierced through space as if it was teleporting. Space twisted in such a way that dark cracks began to appear in the form of small black lightning flashes similar to giant snakes that continuously writhed in the skies. Reddish clouds burst one after another and firestorms began to rain down on cities that were even more than 500 kilometers away, bringing chaos upon those weaker Azuras. Only a second had passed since Xietain had decided to stop trying to negotiate with the Emperor of this world after realizing that all his efforts would end up being fruitless because the other party was too arrogant and blinded by anger. Only a second had passed since the skill Crimson Blood Judgment was fully released, and yet there were already thousands of lives that had been lost without the true power of the giant trident being revealed. The red sky that was like a layer of blood surrounding the Oblong world darkened almost completely. It was as if the true night had finally decided to appear above their heads. There were only two sources of light in the distant sky, the artificial object that seemed to function as the world's sun, and finally a faint but deep-sea blue light that released a dim glow over the surroundings. It was only for an instant, but the eyes of all living beings more than 2,000 kilometers away from the place where the Cosmos Gate was located looked towards the same point in the sky. Some wondered what was going on, others were anxious to see if there was any treasure, while others more crazed simply darted off into the distance in search of answers. But all this lasted only 2 or 3 seconds at most, as beyond that time the once desired but the then hated answer finally revealed itself. Emperor Thanath raised his magic staff and howled towards the sky. Massacre barrier. Bang. Magical power and mana burst from the Emperor's body outward, and the Third Order Soul Stone that adorned the top of his magic staff lit up brilliantly. A magical circle that could only be described as colossal floated 500 meters high, followed immediately by a powerful bright red glow that seemed to envelop the entire world. A split second later, the giant blood trident enveloped by the flames of the endless lotus blue flame plus the momentum of the world's gravity multiplied x 15 times, followed by the blast magic effect of the mystic earring, met the magical barrier erected by the Emperor of this world. The skies that had previously been dyed completely deep black slowly began to acquire a bright blue light mixed with shades of crimson red. Rumble. 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 The barrier began to shake fiercely, and even the ground half a kilometer below rumbled, accompanying the cries of the sky. But this was just the beginning of the chaos. Boom, boom, boom. Emperor Thanath was truly worthy of being a Fourth Order existence whose level was unknown so far. However, even with his high magical power and even with his vast amount of mana, Xietan's most powerful attack was not as simple to stop as it seemed. Because it was not only the blood trident that was receiving 15 times normal gravity boost, but the terrifying Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words that weighed over 6 tons normally as well. The greatsword weighed over 6,000 kilograms, but its number one option increased the weapon's weight by another 50% every time it faced obstruction. So, when Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words, which was located at the central tip of the trident, encountered Emperor Thanath's defensive barrier, that weight immediately increased to 9,000 kilograms. 9,000 kilograms normal gravity multiplied by 15 times plus Xietan's magic power boosted by 2 times, and the power of the Second Order's blood manipulation skill as well as the terrifying power of the Third Order's endless lotus flame, plus the momentum of falling from over 10 kilometers high at catastrophic speeds. How can such an attack be stopped so easily? Crack. 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 Finally, the magic barrier began to give way. The cracking sound was extremely faint, and in normal times no one would notice it. However, the entire world seemed to be in total silence, and even as the magic trident and magic barrier collided with each other, there were only lights charged with magic and mana flying everywhere, but without any extravagant sounds. Impossible. Emperor Xietain roared as under his disbelieving gaze, the massacre barrier began to crack more and more. Massacre barrier was an extremely powerful magical barrier that the Azura Emperor had so far only used to imprison his enemies, to prevent them from fleeing so that he could slaughter them all. This was possibly the first time in the more than 5,000 years of Xieain's life that he used this magical technique to defend and not as a means of attack. This was the most powerful barrier Emperor Xietain knew, and added to the fact that he was the one using it, the defensive power was simply incommensurable. Even if several third-order existences completely broke loose, they would definitely not be able to crack it in such a short time as the fire trident was doing right now. Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bingshui watched the skies with eyes filled with shock. Black lightning flashes representing countless small spatial cracks opened up everywhere, and although it was impossible to analyze the distance, a quick estimate of a few thousand kilometers affected would not be too wild an estimate by any means. Black, blue, and crimson-red flashes filled the vault of the sky, creating a beautiful, but at the same time terrifying image. Bingshui, take advantage now and go back. Bai Zemin jumped back and stopped right next to her before saying in a serious voice, this effect turned out better than I expected. The Emperor can't move as he needs to focus entirely on defense, as he can't afford to lose that glowing thing in the sky. You stand down, and when the attack finally breaks out and wipes out everything in its path, I'll come after you. What? Why don't you come now? She asked hurriedly as she looked at him anxiously. If I go now, I'm not sure I'll be able to get my sword back. My current self has no confidence in being able to forge a weapon of quality as good as that, since even its options turned out to be to my liking. He said hurriedly before saying in a deep voice, when you return to Earth, take with you as many weapons and soul stones as you can using whatever means. Go. Shangguan Bingshui hesitated for a brief second before gritting her pearly teeth and nodding resolutely. She knew that at this point one had to adapt to the situation, and even though she was truly unwilling, she knew that staying behind would do no good and might even end up dragging Bai Zemin down. After all, the current situation was different from the previous one where she stubbornly insisted on coming to the Oblong world. This was a fourth-order enemy. She focused all the mana she had saved as Bai Zemin had asked her to erect a defense, and instead created hundreds of huge ice hands. Swoosh. 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 The giant ice hands moved as Shangguan Bingshui swung her hands, and as if she was the conductor of an opera orchestra, each hand moved to the perfection. The palms opened and clutched large handfuls of earth at the same time, raising hundreds and hundreds of swords, spears, maces, knives, axes, machetes, and many other melee weapons. In addition, there were many other ice hands that caught thousands of soul stones, among which there were some of first order, while most were unclassified. As for the second-order ones, Shangguan Bingshui and Bai Zemin had already taken them all with them, so there were none on the ground. Shangguan Bingshui charged towards the Cosmos Gate, but just before she took one more step to head towards Earth, she turned around and shouted, "Make sure you get back soon. We're only one step away from finding your family, so make sure you get back no matter what." Bai Zemin looked over his shoulder at her, and a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't say a word, and instead, he raised his thumb towards her to signal that he would see her shortly. Shangguan Bingshui looked deep into his eyes before briefly gazing at the Emperor with cold eyes, and without another word launched himself towards the Cosmos Gate. "Get back!" Xietain roared with bloodshot eyes as he watched helplessly as one of the enemies that had caused so much disaster in his world retreated without a hitch. Boom! The nearby mountains began to explode as if there were tons of dynamite hidden inside, and even though the massacre barrier was resisting the real power of Bai Zemin's crimson blood judgment, the resulting vibrations alone were enough to cause the earth to split and the mountains to rumble before finally collapsing like dominoes. A city approximately 700 kilometers distant was completely destroyed, and its residents were killed by the natural disasters as countless cracks appeared in the ground that swallowed the Azuras like a terrifying monster that had finally broken free from its bonds. Dormant volcanoes suddenly began to go wild, and eruptions of fire and lava brought more and more chaos to cities more than 2,000 kilometers away from the Cosmos Gate. All this without the trident actually touching the ground. Xietain was truly shocked by all this. However, he was not a man to pass up the opportunities that life presented to him, so regardless of how surprised or stupefied and terrified he might be by his own magical attack, he was clear that what he had before him was the opportunity of a lifetime. "Your Majesty, now you regret not agreeing to my peace deal?" Xietain sneered as he charged forward at lightning speed. Emperor Thaneth's eyes were like those of a wild beast about to go mad. This was because not only did the enemy's magic attack catch him off guard, as he did not expect Xietain to launch his attack right after launching the idea of both parties retreating in peace, not only because the power of the magic attack was countless times beyond what the emperor estimated, but it was also because the current emperor could not move. Thaneth was confident that even if he suffered mortal injuries, he could survive the enemy attack. But the problem was that much of the world would be turned into a pile of dust. Worse yet, the artificial mana controller that hovered high in the sky would be destroyed by the power of the magical explosion. That's right, that artificial sun that illuminated the world was actually similar to a mana generator. The Soul Record was the absolute ruler of the energy called mana, so how could the Soul Record allow the Asura race to use mana? The previous generations of Asuras were forced to use the mana of the worlds they had conquered after destroying the races that inhabited them before, and then use a kind of generator to slightly modify that mana and transport it to the Oblong world using the connections they had with those worlds through the other Asuras that were there. Only because of that could the Asura race still continue battling, and Emperor Thaneth could not allow that object to be destroyed, or he would become the greatest sinner in the history of his race. Xietain, go to hell. Emperor Thaneth barked and activated a second magic spell. Xietan's danger sense skill was activated to the maximum extent possible, warning him of mortal danger. But even though his face turned pale, he continued, and in an instant, he was only 20 meters away from the emperor. Just then, four giant magic circles appeared around his body, and before Xietain could react, the magic was activated. Boom! Flames, lightning, frost, wind, and even metal. Countless attacks of different elements exploded from the magic circles, hitting the place where Xietain was standing. Everything 1,000 meters around had completely disappeared, and the map changed before the magical power of the emperor, who thanks to his magic robe managed to remain standing unharmed. Just when he thought it was impossible for his enemy to evade it, Xietain came out of the dense cloud of dust, and before the emperor could say anything, he found himself face to face with two eyes as black as the night that were staring at him coldly. Xietain was scared to death by what had just happened. If it wasn't for the anti-magic necklace he was wearing that allowed him to block one magical attack that exceeded his power completely, then he would be more than dead right now, and he hadn't even left a corpse behind. There was no way he could survive such a thing. He, who had escaped from the clutches of death, became even more furious, and under the emperor's shocked eyes activated his void fist skill. 1, 2, 3. 100 strikes. In 1 second, Xietain punched with all his strength 100 times at lightning speed. Each punch connected firmly in the same spot right on the chest of the mighty emperor of the Fourth Order, who immediately gained a face as pale as a sheet. After all, what was the scariest thing that could happen to a mage? That a melee warrior could get close to him. Boom! Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 474, Armageddon and Detonation. Emperor Thaneth was the Asura who had reached the furthest up the scales of power in the last 5,000 years. Furthermore, the fact that he was a mage, that only 1% of the Asura race could become, only made him even more brilliant to anyone who looked at him. His stats were monstrously high and worthy of a Fourth Order existence. However, as a being primarily focused on the annihilation of armies through the use of powerful magic spells, the Emperor's main stats were naturally mana and magic. Of course, this did not mean that Thaneth was lacking as far as the rest of his stats were concerned, but they were simply not comparable to how monstrously high his mana and magic were. Generally, mages had weak bodies, but this was only compared to melee warriors with a similar level or scale of power to them. If a normal First Order existence ever tried to take down Emperor Thaneth just because they believed that mages were weak in melee combat, then that being would die without even knowing how. But, was Xietain a normal First Order existence? This was the key question that ironically answered the mystery of what happened next. Once Zemon's 100 punches hit the center of the Emperor's chest, a colossal explosion shook the earth, and had it not been for the laws of the oblong world being superior to those of Earth, countless small spatial rifts would have opened up right there, adding to the ones floating in the sky as crimson blood judgment and massacre barrier clashed. Emperor Thaneth's eyes widened in shock at the overwhelming pain that engulfed him from his chest, and he could do nothing to stop a thin trickle of blood from slipping from the corner of his lips. Tisk. Zemon clicked his tongue and hurriedly jumped back, putting considerable distance between himself and the Emperor. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the golden robe the Emperor of the Azure race was wearing. The robe appeared to be made of silk and had various decorations in different shades of gold and silver. But the most striking thing was that it had several strange runes engraved on the surface, which gave the garment a strange, but at the same time mysterious and extravagant look. "Your Majesty really knows how to enjoy life." Zemon sighed and shook his head. A genuine bitter smile appeared on his face as he looked his enemy in the eyes and slowly said, "Could that be a rank 4 magic robe?" Just before, when Zemon punched his void fist into the Emperor's chest, he felt 40% of the skill's power being almost completely suppressed. Every punch that Zemon threw forward had felt like falling into a large bed of squishy white cotton. Emperor Thaneth did not respond and instead spat a large amount of saliva mixed with some crimson blood on the ground. Were it not for the fact that his robe was an epic-grade treasure he had stolen from a mighty warrior after dominating another world, Zemon's attack would have been able to leave wounds that a 4th-order mage would not be able to ignore. At this point, both Zemon and Emperor Thaneth were at a stalemate. Emperor Thaneth could not move as he was doing his best to contain the enemy's bestial magical attack. Furthermore, the fact that his 4-circle magic attack from earlier had somehow been resisted by the enemy left a mark on Thaneth's subconscious that made him think that perhaps the young man before him had a way to block his attacks. So, to avoid wasting large quantities of mana that would serve to block the attack that was over his head and threatened to destroy everything, Thaneth did not attack again. On the other hand, Zemon was not very different from Emperor Thaneth in certain respects. Unlike what Emperor Thaneth believed, Zemon was not only badly wounded but also had used his only way to protect himself against magical attacks that overwhelmed him by a wide margin. Simply put, the current Zemon had no way of surviving if Thaneth decided to cast a second magic spell. Forget about 4 circles, just 1 magic circle would probably be enough to send him into oblivion. As if the aforementioned were not enough, Zemon could not allow Emperor Thaneth to notice nervousness or fear in his expression, as this might reveal his facade. So, Zemon did not dare to launch a second attack against the Emperor, since if that strange robe Thaneth wore were to suppress such an attack again, then Zemon would be losing hundreds of stamina points by launching another void fist or valuable mana points that he could use to try to survive in case he were attacked. Each of them had their own worries, so for several seconds, they simply looked at each other as if they wanted to find each other's weak point only by looking at the other. Meanwhile, natural disasters forced by the constant vibrations and explosions of mana and magic continued to plague the oblong world and terrify the beings that inhabited it. Not only the Azuras, but there were also many wild beasts and creatures of all kinds that had died and continued to lose their lives with each passing second. 2,000 kilometers away from the place where the battlefield of Zemon and Emperor Thaneth was located, a giant city not inferior at all to the city destroyed by Zemon was currently experiencing the worst catastrophe in its entire history since its construction more than 10,000 years ago. Poison Fire City had been built near a miasma-filled forest and a volcano that was over 7 kilometers high. The reason why the ancestors decided to build a city in such a dangerous place was because the miasma-filled forest was inhabited by countless beasts that could be hunted for food and from which the Azuras could extract soul stones as well as a large amount of materials to construct buildings and forge equipment. As for the giant volcano, the last time it had erupted was more than 400,000 years ago, so everyone had already forgotten its terror, and also in the vicinity there were elemental creatures born from the magma that was hidden underground, creatures that once killed dropped fire cores that served to enhance magical equipment for attack or defense. None of the more than 5 million residents of Poison Fire City knew how it began, nor did they know the reason why all this was happening. However, the reality before their eyes was impossible to deny no matter how terrifying it was. The poisonous miasma surrounding the mutant forest was expelled into the surroundings as the earth began to rumble, and the constant explosions of air coming from the distance caused the dark-looking cloud to spread until it finally reached the interior of the city. The Asuras could do nothing against the poison but endure the pain of being slowly corroded from the inside as they fought against the wild beasts that had run out of the forest, frightened by what was happening. For every second that passed, hundreds and even thousands of Asuras fell prey to the jaws and claws of a creature or fell victim to the poisonous miasma that was slowly corroding their internal organs. After more than 100,000 Asuras lost their lives fighting bravely and fervently, a sound unknown to all resounded underground. At first, it was something similar to the sound of a growling stomach in search of food. However, it didn't take more than a few seconds for the sound to turn into something similar to an enraged beast searching for the one who wronged it. Rumble. The earth began to rumble without warning and with bangs that woke everyone up from what they thought was just a nightmare as cracks spread throughout Poison Fire City. Each crack was similar to an earth dragon stretching over 300 meters wide and several hundred kilometers long. As for the depth, if one were to look down, one would see pure darkness were it not for the small flash of orange to yellow light. Tens of thousands of Asuras and tens of thousands of mutant beasts fell into the cracks that appeared without warning as they screamed in terror or roared in fear, falling deep into what seemed like an endless abyss of no return. Waves of hot steam began to rise from the cracks, and in an instant the entire city was mixed with greenish-grayish clouds. The sizzling sound caused by the waves of steam when they came in contact with the poisonous miasma mingled with the rumbling of the ground as the smell of fish filled the air. Then, to the terror of Asuras and beasts alike, the giant volcano that had been silent for hundreds of thousands of years roared like a creature that had finally awakened from its seemingly eternal slumber. It was then that the inhabitants of Poison Fire City realized what those waves of steam were. It was the living magma from deep within the Earth's crust. The fiery vapor and the poisonous miasma collided with each other, and in time an even more terrifying poison than the previous one was formed because when it entered the lungs one would feel as if they were on fire from the inside out as the poison slowly corroded everything. Screams, cries, curses, supplications, groans, roars. The Asuras and the beasts that did not know why they had to go through such cruelty expressed their complaints before the inevitable death. Poison Fire City was just one of the many cases. Oblong World was a world that was in its third evolutionary stage, and thus not only its laws were tremendously powerful, but its natural size had expanded greatly to the point where the Earth would be no different than a grain of rice compared to the world's largest airplane if it were placed next to Oblong. However, all the cities inhabited by Asuras and the forests filled with mutant beasts and plants that were 200,000 kilometers away from the Cosmos Gate as the center experienced the meaning of the word Armageddon. It was as if the true end had come. It was as if the trumpets of the apocalypse had sounded. It was as if the heavens were about to collapse over their heads. When had the Oblong World ever experienced chaos of such magnitude? At least, no Asura or living beast could remember. However, more than 3 million years ago, when Oblong was not very different to Earth, chaos of similar magnitude had assaulted the peaceful lives of its inhabitants in a manner similar to the present but on a global scale. It was when the unknown entity called Soul Record decided to appear before all and shine in the retina of every living being on the planet. How many died until several centuries later an empire was created that finally brought some peace to the Asura race? Countless. Too many to count. Do you know how many have died for what you just did? Thanath asked hoarsely as he looked at Zemin with a now calm expression. Women, old people, children, and even newborn babies. Countless have perished and still perish as we stand here because of your act of cruelty. My act of cruelty, you say? Zemin looked at the Emperor dumbfounded before bursting out laughing. He laughed as if he had heard the world's greatest joke for several seconds before slowly stopping. His black eyes flashed with anger beyond all possible description even though his voice sounded calm. When your Asura race raided other worlds, did you think of the billions dying under your bloodthirsty clutches? When you foul beasts slaughtered left and right just to pick the brains of others, did you think about age or gender? Finally, Zemin seemed to lose himself as he pointed directly at the Emperor and roared, "Don't you dare sermonize to me, you fucking hypocritical bastard. It was you beasts who attacked my world and my country, taking advantage of the fact that Earth's defenses were low. Did you think of how many children and newborn babies would die then? What the hell do you know about suffering if from your birth until now you lived under the protection of an established empire? Before you talk about me, wash your rotten mouth. You, as well as all others of your race, are worse than hyenas. Unlike Xietain and all the other inhabitants of Earth, all the Azuras except those who had already died almost 3 million years ago, had lived in an empire where there was a certain law and were under the protection of trained and powerful armies. On the other hand, the Azuras attacked and destroyed other races for the sake of eating the soul stones of other beings. So, in Xietan's eyes, Emperor Thanatha's words were no different from a way of mocking him. The Emperor's expression did not change at Xietan's words. He looked him straight in the eye and said in a neutral voice, "You all are just dogs following in the footsteps of something you don't even know. What's wrong with slaughtering some dogs?" Xietain stood stunned for almost a full minute as he stared at the man in front of him intently. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and without another word turned around to walk toward the Cosmos Gate, which at this moment had shrunk to the point where only one person could pass through. Just before crossing the rift, Xietain stopped and extended his hand backward. With a grasping gesture, the wind howled and the greatsword easily pierced through the barrier meant to stop magical attacks. The reason why Xietan's greatsword had not yet pierced the barrier was because the weapon was deep inside the trident created with blood and surrounded by magical flames. Since the purpose for which Xietain had used Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words had been achieved after taking advantage of the weapon's weight when it was time to activate gravity manipulation, there was no need to maintain it any longer. Now, what Xietain needed to do was very simple. One word from him was enough to accomplish it. After securing his weapon, Xietain said slowly word by word and in an extremely calm voice. "At this moment, it may be impossible for me. But I want you to engrave these words deeply in your head. If you survive to what is coming in a few seconds, I, Xietain, swear in the name of my beloved mother that I will find you. Even if I have to cross the entire universe, even if I must traverse every planet in existence, I will definitely find you. Centimeter by centimeter I will peel off your skin as if you were an apple, I will throw pure salt on your naked flesh, I will cut your flesh inch by inch before tearing out your eyes and throwing every piece of you to the pigs. It is a promise, Azura Emperor. I, Xietain, was raised by my father from a young age to keep my word." Xietain took a step forward and as half of his body disappeared beyond him he pointed back and whispered, "Explode. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse." Chapter 475 Serious eyes illuminated the universe again. While Xietain and Shangwen Bing Shui would have a path of blood and corpses after arriving in the Oblong world, the universe in general was in a state of major turmoil rarely seen before. As for the reason was that the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius finally had another strange movement after approximately 15 years of being quiet. 15 years ago, Sirius constellation revealed for the first time in over 10 million years its first sign that despite always being silent it still had its own will. It was 15 years ago that all the existences of the universe remembered that in a distant corner of the vast cosmos, there existed one of the constellations that held in its interior one of the most desired and coveted firmament fragments by every living being in existence. 15 years ago, the factions of higher existences moved in an attempt to get into the constellation to fight for what was inside as if they had forgotten the dangers that existed within just for the sake of making off with the firmament fragment of the heavenly wolf Sirius. Unfortunately, after countless attacks in an unsuccessful attempt to open a tiny spatial rift in the constellation, they all had no choice but to retreat in silence. The life expectancy of the higher existences was unlimited. As long as they did not die from external causes, nature and the passage of time would never be able to corrode their lives. Therefore, 15 years was not a long time for them. Just as everyone was slowly beginning to get back to minding their own business and forgetting what had happened a decade and a half ago, the constellation that had been silent was active again. Sirius eyes illuminated the universe again. When those words were pronounced by the higher existence that was closer to the area where the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius was located, they did not take more than a couple of hours to spread like dust being swept away by strong storms, reaching every habitable corner of the universe at limiting speeds. Cram World. This was a world that had already crossed its sixth evolutionary stage, so apart from possessing powerful laws of its own, the will of Cram World was so powerful that from a certain point of view it was not different from possessing a kind of artificial intelligence defending a giant fortress, since at the moment of feeling threatened, it would use all the laws of the world to attack the threatening being. Cram World was a hidden world within a spatial realm created by one of the most powerful and ancient existences in the history of all creation, from the vault of the sky to the land and seas that made up each shining star. This was the place where the faction of higher existences, called the demonic army, was led by the mighty Lucifer. In the center of the world, surrounded by huge mountains that towered above the shadowy clouds, a magnificent castle stood perfectly in the center of it all. This castle was the home of Lucifer, the lord of the demon army. Inside a special room that had been built with space magic and extremely strong materials of the highest quality, two women were engaged in combat. Both were extremely beautiful women with godlike bodies capable of taking the breath away from humanoids and beasts alike. One of them wore a long, bright purple magic robe, a purple hat with golden details similar to those used by witches in human legends, silk gloves up to her elbows, and clutched tightly to a magic scepter that was almost as tall as she was. This woman was Fire Sorrow, a seventh-order existence whose actual level was unknown and one of the people Lucifer trusted the most. As expected of you. A striking talent who in less than a century managed to reach the sixth order really learns fast. The purple-haired woman said and spared no effort in praising the woman in front of her. The other woman wore a midnight black dress that almost completely covered her skin, barely exposing her delicate shoulders and arms partially, along with a harmless amount of cleavage that instead of making her look like a seductive or easy woman added elegance and natural charm to her cold and proud aura. It's no big deal. If it wasn't for your guidance over the last month, I wouldn't have been able to understand so much about magic and especially about the laws of space. Lilith said while holding an elegant sword in her small right hand. If Fire Sorrow was like the beautiful flower called Fire Trumpet because of its fresh beauty but at the same time rare to find so it easily attracted everyone's eyes, then Lilith was no different from a rose that with its charm bewitched everyone who dared to look at it and forced them to stretch out their hands towards it even though they knew that the thorns would hurt them. Fire Sorrow shook her head at Lilith's words and said calmly, "You don't need to be modest about certain matters, otherwise others might see you as an arrogant person who silently boasts about her achievements. Lilith, your talent for magic is without a doubt the highest I have ever seen, and I dare say that His Majesty would not be angry if I state that even he will not be able to compare to you as far as magic is concerned in around 1,000 years from now." It had been about a month, a little more or a little less, since Lilith and Fire Sorrow had entered the special training room. Since then, both women had immersed themselves completely in training tutorial and never left the space they were currently in. As higher existences who had overcome the erosion of time and had almost completely surpassed the natural limits imposed on the fleshly body, neither Fire Sorrow nor Lilith really needed to eat or sleep for long periods of time. 1 month for both women was but a snap of the fingers. This was especially true for Fire Sorrow, an existence that had lived countless years so far. Over the past month, Fire Sorrow and Lilith had slowly begun to really get along with each other. In the past, the two women had practically zero exchanges with each other except for necessary formalities, but after a month in which not only did Lilith learn a lot about magic, but it was a time during which Fire Sorrow learned a lot about varied combat from Lilith, the two began to become more relatable. Even if they couldn't be considered friends or much less unbreakable sisters, at the very least they had become close enough that Fire Sorrow inadvertently stopped calling her bloody succubus and started referring to her as Lilith. Well, considering I already had a bit of knowledge about space magic, I still don't think my accomplishments are as amazing as you make it out to be. Lilith shook her head while smiling slightly. Girl, you say that because you're still too young and have no idea how hard it is to control space magic. Fire Sorrow sighed before smiling bitterly. Destroying is easy, but creating and controlling? That's really hard. Remember these words. Lilith nodded and was about to say something when suddenly both she and Fire Sorrow had a drastic change of expression as the same words echoed not only in both ladies' heads but also echoed in the heads of every member of the demonic army. Emergency meeting. Except for those who are guarding our worlds, everyone else stop whatever you're doing and head to Cram immediately. That was. Lilith looked at Fire Sorrow as if waiting for confirmation from her. Indeed, that was His Majesty Lucifer. Fire Sorrow looked as surprised as Lilith as she said, "This is really weird." Except when the abyssal rift appears, His Majesty rarely links up mentally with all of us to convey a message or command. Each faction of higher existences possessed something similar to a group chat where guild members of a video game could chat with each other to see how they were doing, organize hunting parties, explore, etc. However, most of them simply had this group chat silenced because after living several millennia they had all acquired a bit eccentric personalities and the demonic army was not the friendliest faction. They were all quite crazy, so even among themselves they protected against each other. Only the leader and creator of the faction could force his words into the minds of the members. Let's go. Let's go and see what's going on. Judging from His Majesty's voice, it looks like it's something big this time. Fire Sorrow waved her magic staff and the space inside the room twisted strangely. Lilith felt her body being moved to a different position, and even though she could have refused, she remained calm and let herself be pulled. In an instant, she came face to face with a huge portal built of stones that had countless runic engravings on the surface. The two women looked at each other briefly before stepping forward at the same time. An instant later, both Fire Sorrow and Lilith were back at the rear of the castle where Lucifer resided. Just a glance was enough to see hundreds of fifth-order existences flying through the skies or running towards the large square at the front of the castle, right in front of the large main gates. By the time Lilith arrived at the gathering place following Fire Sorrow, she saw that there were already many people gathered. Lucifer's castle was simply too big, so there were thousands of higher existences who preferred to stay and live there when they had nothing to do. After all, Lucifer only had one rule, which was not to go near the upper floor, but except for this rule everyone could do as they pleased and the comforts of the Cram world were of the highest quality. Except for a few, no one really knew the reason why the flexible Lucifer so vehemently forbade anyone to go near the upper floors of the castle. However, if these proud existences knew the real reason, they might all spit blood and die on the spot. Many thought that perhaps the man who had titles such as Demon, Incarnation of Evil, Incarnation of Sloth, Walking Evil, Devil, and many others, was actually torturing enemies to obtain information from the other factions of higher existences. Others thought that in reality, Lucifer was always sleepy and exhausted because at the top of the castle he hid thousands of heavenly beauties with whom he spent day and night having sex. However, little did they expect that the reason Lucifer forbade anyone to go near the top floors of the castle was very simple. Noise. Lucifer hated noise because noise interrupted his sleep. So, he forbade everyone to go near the place where his room was. Lilith had found out about this a week ago while exchanging advice with Fire Sorrow, and when she learned that all the strange rumors that Lucifer wouldn't even let his daughters go were pure fallacies, but instead spent all day locked in his room sleeping, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Your Majesty!" Fire Sorrow's voice was extremely respectful, and seeing how the proud and firm seventh-order woman bowed, Lilith looked forward and finally, her ruby eyes caught sight of the person who gathered everyone here. Lucifer seemed to look at Fire Sorrow and nodded as a small sound slipped out of his mouth. Then, his head tilted to the side and he seemed to look in Lilith's direction before nodding as well. Lilith was about to bow and nod as well, but suddenly realized something and almost died. The corner of her mouth twitched as she whispered softly. "This? Fire Sorrow, isn't he sleeping?" Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 476 All Higher Existences Assemble, Part 1. "This? Fire Sorrow, isn't he sleeping?" When Fire Sorrow heard such words come out of Lilith's mouth and be clearly uttered with some hesitation as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing, the powerful seventh-order mage abruptly raised her head and with wide eyes carefully observed the man in the distance. Lucifer was casually hovering a couple of feet above the ground but was so steady that anyone looking at him would question if maybe there was some sort of invisible stool or couch there. He was currently wearing a light blue pajama set almost touching white that was composed of long pants, a neatly buttoned shirt, a hat with a large pom-pom at the top similar to the hats used at Christmas, while on his feet were a pair of fluffy, soft-looking slippers. Curiously or not, Fire Sorrow noticed a sort of pipe on the left side of the pajama shirt, and the same was true of the upper left side of the pants. She realized that this pajama set was one of the ones Lilith had given Lucifer a month ago. But what made Fire Sorrow's face turn pale was that beyond the golden locks of the handsome and powerful Lucifer's long hair, his ever-lazy eyes were closed. His head occasionally swayed from side to side, and if one didn't know he was asleep, one could easily think he was nodding. That was why Fire Sorrow had previously not noticed it until Lilith pointed it out. As for the small sound Fire Sorrow had heard earlier, it was Lucifer's soft snoring. Fire Sorrow stepped forward with a pale face and floated until she reached the spot next to Lucifer. Then, with a helpless expression, she gently touched his shoulder and said while sighing, "Your Majesty, wake up. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Your Majesty, wake up. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Your Majesty, the faction members are already here. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz." Fire Sorrow tried in various ways and even shook Lucifer's body fiercely. However, it was as if the leader of the demonic army had fallen into a total coma, as regardless of how loud Fire Sorrow's voice went or how hard she shook his body, nothing seemed to work as it was supposed to. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The now over 20,000 superior existences, a number which was rapidly increasing, watched the scene with dead expressions on their faces. Except for the newer ones who had recently joined and didn't know the faction leader well, everyone else seemed to be used to this, so they weren't surprised by the strange sights. Fire Sorrow took several breaths and her generous chest rose and fell steadily as evidence of how agitated the woman was. She finally gritted her teeth and backed away until she finally returned to her position next to Lilith. Just as Lilith wondered if the powerful and talented 7th Order mage was giving up, she heard Fire Sorrow mutter, "I have no choice but to use that method." That method? Lilith wondered if it was some forbidden skill or something similar. However, she soon realized that the leader of the faction she had decided to join was indeed an oddity among oddities and not necessarily in the positive sense of things. Fire Sorrow took a deep breath and then shouted aloud, "Your Majesty Lucifer! The Lord of Heaven's army is taking all your clothes." Lucifer's eyes, that were closed tightly as if someone had sewn his eyelids shut, abruptly opened and a terrifying light shone in his green pupils. Bang! A frighteningly powerful aura that left everyone breathless exploded out of his body, and the cram world seemed to shudder under the wrath of one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Lucifer still seemed to be in a dream state, as even after opening his eyes, he seemed lost, as if he did not know where he was. It was only after several seconds that his eyes sparkled as if he remembered something, and slowly the dark aura coming out of his body began to recede little by little. While all those 5th Order existences gasped for air, barely able to stand their ground in the face of the sudden explosion of anger from the leader of the demonic army, Lucifer looked leisurely and unconcerned. He slowly straightened his posture and descended from the sky. After looking around a bit, he looked at Fire Sorrow and said softly, "Oh, Fire Sorrow, it's you. I see you've done a good job on the bloody succubus." "Not bad." Lucifer's words and tone of voice left everyone speechless once again. Looking at him with questioning eyes, everyone realized that Lucifer was not only powerful and loved comfortable clothes, but he was also a rather shameless being who cared little or nothing about the strange looks or thoughts others might have about him. The corner of Lilith's mouth twitched once or twice as she silently thought that perhaps all the other leaders of the other factions of higher existences were also oddities like the one in front of her. "It's nothing, Your Majesty." Fire Sorrow sighed in her heart and changed the topic as she said, "The bloody succubus, Lilith is a genius in every sense of the word. I'm sure she will be a great addition to fight the beings beyond the Abyssal Rift." Abyssal Rift. When those words were spoken by Fire Sorrow, the higher existences of the demonic army had different reactions. Some of them looked confused as they were relatively new and young, so they had no idea what this Abyssal Rift was. But those veterans who were tens of thousands of years old and had been part of the demonic army for over 8,000 years had drastic changes in expression. Their faces went from speechless due to Lucifer's shamelessness to an expression of gravity and even fear. "That's good. Although it's still several hundred years before it's our turn to defend, it's good to know that we have another powerful warrior capable of using magic on a large scale. At the very least, let's try to suffer less than what the army of white pigeons suffered 2 centuries ago." Lucifer said lazily, and as his body slowly floated upwards, he pointed out, "On the other hand, something big happened recently, and I'm sure all those old farts will be moving right about now." There were many questions floating around in the minds of many of those present. Among them, Lilith also seemed curious. Although she was a sixth-order existence that had recently demonstrated the ability to contend against a seventh-order existence with no apparent problems at first glance, her position within the demonic army was not especially high since she was a new member after all, so the amount of information Lilith could access was quite limited at present. What was the Abyssal Rift? Lilith did not know with certainty the answer to this question. She only knew that it was apparently an area or place destined for slaughter and in which all the factions of higher existences suffered disastrous losses, so they took turns with each other. Moreover, according to what she had just heard from Lucifer himself, every 1,000 years one of the factions had to go to that battle zone. Didn't this mean that slowly all the factions of higher existences were weakening rapidly? Lilith frowned tightly when such a thought was born in her heart. 1,000 years might seem like an eternity to many, but to the higher existences, it was nothing. Besides, in 1,000 years, while there would always appear several talents who managed to break the limits imposed by the time after reaching the boundary of the Fourth Order and joining one of the existing factions, the reality was that it was unlikely that in just 1,000 years the factions would manage to recover from the great losses. This was true even if the 8 factions took turns with each other to give everyone 8,000 years of rest. Unless in those 8,000 years somehow the faction of higher existences that had fought in that place called Abyssal Rift managed to recover the same number of higher existences lost during the combat, 8,000 years later that same faction would have to fight again with fewer numbers, which would eventually lead to the disappearance of that faction. Of course, these were all theories that Lilith had come up with on her own in conclusion to what she knew so far. However, since she had no access to more information, starting with theories and hypotheses was a good step forward to avoid getting stuck in one place. As for what the Abyssal Rift was and what the higher existences battled against, Lilith had no idea of such a thing. But what being or beings could be capable of giving headaches and losses to the most powerful of the universe and their armies? Such a question was also unanswered for the present Lilith. As hundreds of thoughts flickered one after another in the mind of the beautiful Lilith at lightning speed, all the existences belonging to the demonic army that were not protecting the different worlds from which the faction obtained its resources had finally arrived. Lucifer had a serious expression rarely seen on his face as he looked out over the square several hundred kilometers wide as it was filled with soul evolvers. After a couple of minutes, he announced in a deep voice, Sirius constellation showed movement again after what happened 15 years ago. Sirius, that constellation finally showed again to the whole universe that its power was as latent as ever. As Lucifer's words reached the ears of everyone present, each of the higher existences began to murmur while the more excited ones couldn't care less about the tone of their voices. This was Sirius constellation after all. All those who were here were beings who had lived countless years and who represented the power of a world, so they naturally had their own knowledge of the universe. Then, when they heard that one of the constellations that possessed one of the most powerful firmament fragments in the vault of the heavens was reignited this time with a span of only 15 years, they all felt anxious to try their luck. On the other hand, Lilith's ruby-colored eyes trembled slightly when she heard what Lucifer had just said, and her heart clenched slightly. Sirius constellation shined again? Wasn't that the constellation that Xietain had told her that curiously 15 years ago seemed to be trying to communicate with him? Whether or not Sirius constellation was somehow connected to Xietain, Lilith had no way of knowing. However, if someone told her that it was all a coincidence, then Lilith would rather believe that everything she had experienced throughout her life was a dream and that the next second she would wake up in her bed to return to school in times of peace. What worried Lilith more now was the fact that Sirius constellation was shining again. What did it mean? Had something happened on Earth, something big enough for even one of the most powerful firmament fragments in history to cause such a commotion? But what could have happened in 1 month's time? Was Xietain well? What happened to him, or what was the reason Sirius tried to call him again? Were all these things interconnected somehow? Hundreds of questions filled Lilith's chest and she began to feel suffocated as she felt the urge to return. Fire Sorrow, on the other hand, was in shock when she heard Lucifer's words, too much to care too much about her own image. She quickly took a step forward and floated in an instant until she found herself in front of the faction leader and asked in a hesitant voice, about that. Sirius. The heavenly wolf shined again. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 477 All Higher Existences Assemble, Part 2. Fire Sorrow was known as the most powerful mage of the entire demonic army, and among the other 7 factions she was secretly called Inferno Calamity due to the destructiveness of her magical spells. There were many times in which the demonic army managed to take control of different worlds that had entered the corresponding evolutionary stage and thus obtain vast quantities of resources thanks to the unmatched magical power of Fire Sorrow. Lilith could never forget how in her first and so far only war in which she participated after joining the demonic army, Fire Sorrow's magical spells wiped out waves of enemies. Each swing of her magic staff was as if the ruler of the universe was deciding who lived and who died as the higher existences of the opposing side fell like flies before the power of the blazing flares. Fire Sorrow was a beautiful woman with countless admirers, and it was even rumored that Lucifer himself once tried to court her but was rejected. Her personality was warm and her disposition very kind, but at the same time she was very conservative, with her always calm and demure smile. Then, when those present saw that Fire Sorrow lose control of herself in such a way that she even launched herself into the air as if she wanted to prevent the faction leader from escaping after he told the news about Sirius Constellation, they all felt incredulous. While everyone was watching from the sides with wide eyes, Lucifer looked at Fire Sorrow with complicated eyes. After several seconds of silence, he sighed and nodded as he said, "Indeed. If what happened 15 years ago was a coincidence, then what happened a few hours ago can only be the confirmation of this fact. The constellation containing the remnant power of the heavenly wolf Sirius really is awakening or maybe reacting to something." Fire Sorrow's pupils contracted slightly and her feet that rested on the void wavered as she stepped back as if she had received a great shock. While clinging to the huge magic staff with her right hand as if she never wanted to let it go, she brought her left hand, covered by silk gloves, to her mouth and covered her lips in a manner similar to a person who had just received the greatest news in the world. Seeing the always calm and composed Fire Sorrow acting like this, murmurs began to spread rapidly. Valiant, a powerful physical combat warrior whose power was worthy of a 7th order existence and one of the most powerful generals in the entire demonic army, frowned slightly for a second before her stoic expression once again ruled over her face. Even the always noisy Hellscar seemed to realize that things were a bit out of the norm as while he looked left and right as if trying to find the answer in the air, he didn't start shouting as he always did normally. As Lilith frowned slightly not only at the strange behavior of the powerful 7th order mage, but also at how worried she was about that young man who was still on Earth, a magnetic and enchanting voice sounded next to her. Curious about Fire Sorrow and her attitude? Lilith didn't even turn her face to look at the person who had just stood next to her, as just hearing that disgusting voice, the figure of someone she was slowly beginning to detest shimmered in her memories. Crow shrugged at Lilith's cold-shouldered demeanor. He was used to being ignored by now. With a slight smile on his face, he looked at the seductive curves of Fire Sorrow's body with a strange glint in his eyes and narrated in a whispering voice. "As far as I know, Fire Sorrow and His Majesty Lucifer have known each other since they were both lower existences. Although these are just rumors, there is enough interesting evidence that reveals that Fire Sorrow and His Majesty Lucifer are beings who belonged to the same world in the past and probably experienced many things together. I'm sure that Fire Sorrow's strange attitude and the serious behavior of His Majesty, who always loves to sleep, has something to do with the past of both of them." Lilith frowned slightly as she listened to Crow speak. Even though she really disliked and despised this man's constant hovering around her like an annoying fly, Lilith couldn't pass up the opportunity to gain important information, no matter how small it might be, even if it was just theories or rumors. Theories and rumors usually always had some truth in them. Moreover, since the quiz of the question involved the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius that also seemed to have something to do with Xietain, Lilith could not let this opportunity pass her by even more. So, while she ignored the displeasure in her heart, she tried to ask in a normal voice. "Oh? But even then, what does His Majesty and Fire Sorrow have to do with the constellation left behind by the will of the heavenly wolf Sirius?" Crow's eyes lit up like beacons in the middle of the night as he received a reply from Lilith. This was possibly the first time he wasn't ignored, so he hastily tried his luck. "Lilith, are you interested in the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius? How about after this is all over we chat about it? I know a few things about that." Lilith turned her face to look him in the face, and disgust shone in her indifferent gaze as she said in a voice as cold as ice, "Forget it. I'll ask Fire Sorrow herself about it later." The corner of Crow's mouth twitched a couple of times at the direct rejection, and even though in his heart he was unhappy, his expression remained smiling as always as he said quickly, "Well, don't get ahead of yourself. To be honest, the matter is quite mysterious even to me, who has been here almost since the beginning of the demonic army. However, I did once hear that Fire Sorrow seemed to be interested in the constellation left behind by this heavenly wolf, Sirius, almost to the point of insanity and obsession. As for the details, I'm afraid that only Fire Sorrow herself and perhaps His Majesty Lucifer would know." Lilith's eyes flashed mysteriously, and without a word she nodded slightly before sinking into her own thoughts. Crow also did not continue to press the conversation any further. Being an existence that had lived hundreds of thousands of years, he had a lot of patience and knew how to deal with proud and cold women like Lilith. There were many beautiful women in the past who also behaved like her, but didn't they all end up opening their legs in the end? Crow was so sure that this one would be no exception that a smirk grew on his face as he nodded to himself. Lucifer waved his hand to the side, and immediately a transparent barrier formed covering him and Fire Sorrow. Then, he began to say things that no one else could hear, and even the movement of his lips was mysterious, since after reading them all the others were meaningless words. At first, Fire Sorrow seemed quite agitated, and they all could even see from her expressions that she was not too pleased with what Lucifer was saying to her. In fact, she even dared to show that kind of expression to the leader of the faction she belonged to, and was bold enough to retort him in return, as from outside the barrier everyone could see that she seemed to be shouting something at him. Time passed quickly, and in an instant 10 minutes turned into over 30. Lucifer seemed to be extremely patient with Fire Sorrow. Regardless of how crazy she seemed, he always responded calmly, and even though his voice could not be heard by those outside the magical barrier he had erected, all of them could tell that the tone of his voice had not changed from beginning to end. After 30 minutes, Fire Sorrow seemed to slowly begin to calm down, as even though the hand with which she held her magic staff clenched tightly, she finally nodded as if understanding something. They all saw the helpless smile on the face of the ever-lazy Lucifer, and after gently touching her shoulder, not as a leader but as an old friend, he simply withdrew the barrier and said serenely, "All right, let's get moving. I'm sure the others must have already finished their preparations as well." All the higher existences in the place looked at each other with helplessness shining in their eyes. One of them, a beautiful woman with bunny ears, whispered a little wordlessly, "They might have finished their preparations, but we only know that Sirius shined again. Pa ha 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 ha." Hellscar burst out laughing and without finesse slapped the rabbit-eared woman's back as if she were his drinking buddy. His voice boomed all over the place as he shouted loudly, "Preparations are for the weak. We, the demonic army, are the most powerful faction. Even if those 7 infant kindergartens unite against us, they will never be able to defeat their parents." Valiant gave him a sidelong glance, and after looking straight ahead again, said in a flat voice, "Idiot." Lucifer clapped his hands and said in a strangely energetic voice, "All right, everybody shut your mouths. We're moving." Then, without waiting for anyone's response, the leader of the demonic army turned and pointed toward the dark sky of the Cram world with his right hand. The black clouds began to move strangely and in an instant began to swirl. The clouds swirled rapidly until all the clouds in the sky joined together to form a huge deep black eye that seemed to look down from the heavens as the wind howled, causing everyone's hair to shake violently. Lilith's pupils contracted to the size of a needle, as this was the first time she had seen a magical spell at such magnitude. Just then, a breeze containing the floral essence of spring stopped next to her, followed by Fire Sorrow's slightly encouraging voice. "This is His Majesty's magic. Even though Lucifer may seem like a lazy never-worker, it's not for nothing that he's one of the most powerful beings in the history of the universe." Lilith asked, confused but at the same time surprised, "Isn't this the power of a firmament fragment? This is the magic of him?" This magic spell was studied by His Majesty together with an old friend for hundreds of thousands of years. Unfortunately, even with His Majesty's talent, it was not possible to learn the original spell, so he simply decided to modify it to suit him better. In the end, the name this spell was given resulted in something quite interesting. Fire Sorrow explained in a nostalgic voice. Just as Lilith was about to say something, Lucifer's voice echoed amidst the purple lightning in the sky. Your eyes will never find limitations as you can see beyond, just as my footsteps will never find impediments as every barrier I can transverse. Unbounded heaven-earth gate. Rumble. The atmosphere rumbled for several seconds as the lightning crackled. Finally, the lightning coalesced in the center of the eye, and with a powerful boom that shook the castle walls, the lightning scattered through the eye of the storm. Those who for the first time saw Lucifer use this magical spell watched in disbelief as the brilliant white-colored light illuminated in the center of the black eye formed by the swirling clouds. Move, Lucifer commanded before launching himself skyward without waiting for anyone. Fire Sorrow was the second to launch herself skyward at lightning speed. She turned into a purple lightning bolt following close behind Lucifer, and in an instant, they both disappeared beyond the magical portal. Lilith momentarily exchanged glances with the seventh order existences in the place, and as if by prior agreement, they all launched into the sky at the same time. The other higher existences of fifth and sixth order were not far behind either, as they followed closely behind the stronger ones like soldiers following the experienced veterans across the battlefield. Swoosh. 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 As if they were an army of locusts moving for a single purpose and with a single common goal, hundreds of thousands of higher existences broke through the wind and pierced through the portal swirling in the skies above the headquarters of the demonic army. The swirling clouds in the skies extended far beyond the grounds occupied by the castle. The bright light inside partially illuminated the surrounding land as each member of the demonic army passed through and disappeared the next instant. Swoosh. The last existence finally passed through the portal, and as if they had a mind of their own, the swirling clouds burst forth along with the white light, spreading across the sky of the Cram world again. Seconds later, Calm was once again the ruler of the world. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 478 All Higher Existences Assemble, Part 3 Last. It was not only the demonic army that had gathered all the members possible. After learning that the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius showed signs of awakening again after 15 years of silence, the other 7 factions of higher existences also began to move in haste, as if they were afraid of being the last or as if they feared that the good things would be taken away by the time they arrived. In a world surrounded by beautifully decorated grasslands and gardens where rivers of crystal clear water flowed through the land while beautiful mermaids giggled innocently and played with colorful fish, a huge army of beings dressed in white robes and armors was led by a warm-looking man with a handsome gentle smile on his otherworldly face. The aura of this man's body was pure and warm like the rays of the sun in springtime. The birds that surrounded the area occasionally approached his feet and brushed their little heads with his legs as if they wanted to get his attention or as if they wanted to feel the warmth that sweetens the heart more closely. As the white wings flapped behind their backs, a golden-colored magic circle glowed on the ground, covering them from everyone's sight. When the bright light disappeared, there was no one standing around. In a world where the grass seemed scarce and there were mostly sand dunes and cracked earth, a huge castle of even more imposing and majestic appearance than the one in the old fantasy movies rose silently into the clouds. Standing on one of the golden walls, a handsome man over 10 feet tall stared into the distant horizon as a giant army waited silently behind him. This man was not your average handsome man. His general features alone expressed danger and prestige similar to a gorgeous but fatal creature who was suppressing its own instincts. The man did not say a single word when suddenly his body began to light up with a golden glow. Several seconds later, a western dragon with huge fleshy wings appeared in the skies and after a mighty roar flapped its powerful wings, piercing the atmosphere in an instant. The army waiting behind the man also roared as if they were really one, and after hundreds of thousands of flashes of bright lights, the western and eastern dragons filled the skies before following the same course as the first man who transformed into a dragon. In a matter of seconds, they all disappeared from the world they were in. A world filled with fog that made it difficult to see beyond what was in front of one's eyes, and where the dark clouds were so dark that the rays of light could not reach the earth. A mansion of several acres of extension illuminated with dim lights stood silently in the middle of a mutant forest where creatures abounded. The 5 floors of the mansion were completely uninhabited at the moment, and if one were to walk through the long corridors, one would probably feel a shiver run down one's spine at the sepulchral silence and the dim lights that were reminiscent of a horror movie. However, if one were to reach the subway, the surprise and fear would likely multiply by several folds. Underground, in a huge hidden hall whose expanse was even greater than the natural width of the mansion on the surface, hundreds of thousands of people wrapped in cloaks gathered in front of a thin man whose appearance was partially covered by a dark cloak. From men to women, all of them had ghostly pale faces and glowing red eyes. The long fangs that occasionally peeked out from inside their mouths added a layer of exotic charm to the natural beauty of each of them, while the silence was the only thing that could be heard in the place. The man whose face was partially covered drew a golden cup filled with blood out of thin air and slowly allowed the blood to drip onto the floor. The cracked lines of a previously opaque magic circle were quickly filled by the blood, and in a matter of seconds, the magic circle glowed with a crimson light that blinded everyone inside the subway hall. When the crimson light disappeared, the people who were there had also vanished. In a fiery world where it was difficult to find a foothold, oceans of magma gurgled as toxic gas rose into the sky. Suddenly, one of the many magma oceans began to shudder ferociously before a creature over 2,000 kilometers long and about half as tall exploded from within the magma and soared skyward. The beast had its body ringed by beautiful ruby-red feathers, and its golden eyes were the embodiment of infinity as it seemed to contain countless stars shining within. The beautiful beast opened its beak wide, and with a mighty shriek, space began to heat up to the point where a rift opened up. The space rift possessed a great amount of pulling power, and like a black hole, the magma in the area began to be pulled into the unknown amidst the cold darkness of outer space. It took only a few moments for the ocean of magma to disappear. It was after every last drop of lava was gone that the beautiful giant creature launched itself into the rift. A second shriek shook the fiery world, and an instant later the rift was sealed. In a world filled with forests and nature, just inside one of the most dangerous forests where mutant swamps and wild beasts abounded, an army of half-beast, half-human creatures had gathered. They all had the ears and tails of wolves. The men were burly and fierce-looking, while the women were beautiful with extremely hot bodies. A man over 6 feet tall led the charge. This werewolf let out a howl to the skies before a pair of extremely sharp claws appeared in his hands. Swoosh! Swoosh! The werewolf slashed twice in the shape of a cross at lightning speed, leaving the mark of a violet cross in the middle of the void, and the space trembled. A moment later, something similar to the mouth of a purple beast grew rapidly, and as if it had a life of its own it engulfed all the beings in the area before finally disappearing. In the back garden of a luxurious villa, hundreds of thousands of zombies that looked no different from a normal person except for small characteristics such as skin color or eye and hair color had gathered. Cups filled with blood and dishes of raw meat from all sorts of races filled the tables. However, it was clear that the main dish was the human skull, as everyone seemed eager as they devoured with no concern for their manners whatsoever. Even though these creatures were zombies, the power of just one of them was all it would take for Earth's humanity to cease to exist forever, not to mention what hundreds of thousands of them could do. Swoosh! Suddenly, 20 spacecraft several kilometers long appeared in the sky. The zombies looked at each other and laughed as they saw the flashing blue lights on the ships. When these lights covered their bodies, none of them resisted, and slowly their silhouettes became more and more diffuse until they finally disappeared from the place where they were previously. The mothership leading the fleet of spacecraft slowly moved forward, and the particle cannon at the front slowly began to light up. The turbines driving the main cannon roared until everything seemed to disappear as if in a whirlwind. Without warning, a beam of bright light shot out from the main cannon and traveled thousands of kilometers in an instant before finally stopping after hitting something that could not be seen with the naked eye. The wind swirled, and in a matter of seconds a wormhole of sorts formed where the beam of light had hit moments ago. The fleet of futuristic-looking ships followed the mother ship and went through the wormhole one by one. As the 20 giant spaceships passed through the wormhole, space slowly began to return to normal, and after writhing for more than a minute the world regained its calm. On a star where chaotic laws constantly collided with each other and caused explosions capable of wiping out the continent of a weak world in an instant, a strange-looking beast seemed to enjoy the pain that the lightning that constantly lashed its body inflicted on it. This beast had the head of a lion, the body of a leopard, the wings of a dragon, the tail of a snake, and the powerful legs of a rhinoceros. The size of this strange beast could simply be described as colossal, reaching over 10,000 meters high and exhibiting its might just standing there silently. The creature had been in this place of the universe forgotten by all for many years without moving an inch. However, it suddenly seemed to notice something as its golden eyes, glowing like lanterns amidst the darkness, moved in a certain direction. The strange-looking beast finally moved for the first time in a long time. With a mighty flapping sound, the ground several kilometers around the creature exploded and stardust flew everywhere as this creature soared into the dark skies rapidly. Just as the beast was about to leave the area where the star was, it suddenly stopped as if it remembered something. This beast turned its body to look at the star and opened its giant jaws wide. Followed by a mighty roar that shook the space, a golden beam of light shot out from inside the lion's mouth, similar to a dragon's breath. The beam of light was extremely thick, but a few moments later it began to become thinner and thinner until it became a small line that finally disappeared without a trace. The beast turned around and with a mighty flap of its wings, it disappeared without a trace. About a minute later, the star that the beast was on a moment ago suddenly began to crack. Red light shot out from the inner core of the star, and the light reached the surface through the cracks that stretched far and wide. Then, a thunderous explosion shook that part of the universe as crimson light surrounded by plasma energy enveloped the area amidst space debris. In one of the farthest corners of the entire universe, the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius lay silently there. The bright stars that made up this constellation seemed to hang from the sky like beautiful decorations that added some light to all the darkness surrounding the area. Usually, no one visited this place, and the last time the constellation of Sirius had some company was about 15 years ago. But before that, it had been millions of years since the surroundings had become noisy. Swoosh! A sort of giant eye appeared in the middle of nowhere, and then figure after figure began to emerge from it. The giant eye remained for several seconds until the last silhouette finally emerged. After accomplishing its purpose, the magical phenomenon disappeared in a flash of bright dark light. "Look, I knew we'd be first." Lucifer looked around the surroundings lazily before looking at Fire Sorrow and saying in between yawns, "Hey, how about you wake me up when everyone's here?" The corner of Fire Sorrow's mouth twitched, but just as she wanted to say that this was actually the first time they had arrived before the rest to an important event, she noticed that Lucifer was already snoring like a pig. Suddenly, several parts of the space began to tremble in an unnatural way, and the members of the demonic army orderly prepared to defend themselves against any mishap without anyone telling them anything. Lilith's beautiful ruby eyes glittered strangely as she watched the scene before her in silence. Lilith didn't know how many times the 8 factions had met, but it probably wasn't many in the history of the universe. However, this was the first time she would be meeting with all the other factions of higher existences. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 479 Army of Heaven, God Uriel Michael. Nearly 8 million higher existences suddenly came face to face. This type of situation was extremely rare, and the number of times the 8 factions of higher existences had met in this manner either by coincidence or due to important events that warranted the movement of such influential figures was relatively few when compared to the ages of the younger ones present, let alone the older ones. But even though the number of times these sights occurred was relatively few, none of those present had an expression of surprise on their face at the sudden appearance of so many beings. Coincidence or not, time seemed to be timed to perfection as after the arrival of the demonic army, the other 7 factions arrived almost at the same time through different means. While they all looked at each other warily for obvious reasons, there were some factions that hated each other more than others. For example, when the faction known as Immortal Bloodlust suddenly came face to face with the Heavenly Moon Army, sparks flew automatically from the eyes of each member, and had the leaders of the respective factions not given the order, it was clear that neither would have hesitated to jump in and bite the other. On the other hand, when the faction under the name Dragon God Kingdom faced the appearance of the faction called Endless Crimson Flame, which altered the records engraved on the souls of its members so that all of them could become beautiful legendary birds, the dragons and the phoenixes seemed to find their natural enemies in each other while observing each other in detail. At the same time, when the army of heaven found that the demonic army was present, the ever-pure angels immediately seemed to receive some sort of urge as they all conjured spears, swords, bows, and all manner of light weapons while barely containing the impulse to charge forward. Curiously, and coincidence or not, the current situation was quite in keeping with the legends known and told over the years that had circulated the earth since immemorial times. Vampires and wolves hated each other, dragons and phoenixes vied for supremacy of the skies, angels and demons detested each other at first sight. Damn white pigeons, what the hell are you looking at? Hellscar was the one who broke the silence. The mighty general of the demonic army took a step forward, and the aura of a seventh-order existence burst uncontrollably out of his body. With the eyes of an enraged bull after seeing a red mantle, Hellscar looked in the direction of where the army of heaven stood and roared, "If you want to fight so badly, then come the fuck on. Forget about now that you are weak as an ant. Even at your best, you would take a beating if it weren't for His Majesty Lucifer always forcing us to restrain ourselves." The aura of a seventh-order existence was beyond what fifth-order beings could withstand, more so when Hellscar was not holding back at all. Even proud sixth-order existences that were practically at the top of the universe could only tremble as their souls shuddered within their fleshly bodies. However, the army of heaven was not a faction that lacked talent at all. A woman stepped forward, and without saying a single word, the aura of her body automatically created a swamp-like barrier that did not allow Hellscar's aura to continue to disturb those behind her. This woman simply could not be accurately described, as possibly every word would be lacking to describe her beauty. Her long, pure gold-colored hair fell like a waterfall all the way down her lower back, while two beautiful braids adorned her head in the form of a crown. The gold-colored robe with white details that covered her body was loose enough to give her the appearance of a pure and holy nun, but at the same time gave hints of the devilish curves that lurked underneath whenever she executed a movement. The sweet smile on her lovely face was so beautiful and warm that even the cruelest murderer in the world would melt with tenderness if they ever looked at her. "It's been a while, Hellscar." The beautiful woman nodded politely, and there was not the slightest hint of evil to be seen in her crystalline eyes. Her voice was so soft that everyone on the scene felt their bones soften as she slowly said, "I apologize if these little ones offended you." Even when Hellscar was the one who started it all, this woman apologized without even blinking. "Kek. It's you, witch." Hellscar immediately felt like a chicken that had been caught by the neck as the woman before him apologized, even though he knew that the blame for all of this was partially due to his temper. However, Hellscar was already prepared, and as if he had thought of something suddenly pointed behind him as he shouted, "Witch. Open your eyes wide and tell me if this woman isn't even more beautiful than you." Pa ha 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 ha. Your days as the most beautiful woman in the universe have come to an end right here and right now. Uriel followed the sight Hellscar was pointing at with her glance, and a flash of surprise momentarily shone in her beautiful eyes as she met a pair of ruby-colored eyes whose charm and beauty did not lose in the least to her own. "This beautiful lady. Could it be that your age really is this young?" Uriel asked uncertainly as she looked at Lilith in surprise. This was the first time Lilith had met Uriel, and even though she had heard rumors of how beautiful the woman in front of her was, she never really paid attention to her. Even now, her expression was ice-cold at Uriel's question, as was her monotone voice as she replied. "It is my pleasure to meet a legendary existence such as you, Miss Uriel. The pleasure is all mine to meet such an outstanding talent as yourself." Uriel smiled sweetly, and as her eyebrows curved into a crescent shape she said casually, "If you ever wish to dye your wings in white, the army of heaven will always welcome you. Thanks for the offer, but I like where I am at the moment." Lilith tactfully declined. Uriel simply smiled back and nodded without much concern. Everyone's eyes were on Lilith, as this was the second time she had appeared before other higher existences. The first time had been in a war against the army of evolution, but except for them, she was unknown to all other factions. Such an amazing talent that in less than 100 years had reached the Sixth Order. It was possibly the first time they had heard and seen something so crazy. So much so that Uriel, a seventh-order existence and one of the most powerful archangels in heaven, couldn't help but be tempted to reach out. Fire Sorrow noticed that Lilith was getting unwanted attention and a lot of evil eyes, something that was completely normal. She silently cursed Hellscar for being such an idiot, and as she took a step forward she swung her magic staff at his head. Bang! Arg! Who? Hellscar turned around in a rage. "Some problem, ape?" Fire Sorrow looked at him with narrowed eyes and folded her arms. Oh. Oh. Fire Sorrow. Hellscar coughed and immediately calmed down. "Humph. Step aside and behave yourself if you don't want me to tell His Majesty to lock you up like last time." Fire Sorrow threatened. Hellscar nodded obediently as if he were a chicken pecking at rice and didn't dare say anything in the face of such a threat. Last time, Hellscar had angered Lucifer and was locked in a different space for 5 years. Although 5 years was nothing to Hellscar, the problem was that during those 5 years he couldn't fight against anyone powerful. For someone like him who loved war, 5 years without being able to use his fists for anything had been the highest level of torture possible, and he never wanted to experience anything like that again. Fire Sorrow took charge of the situation and looked at Uriel with a bitter smile. "Uriel, it's been a while." "It has been a while, indeed," Uriel replied as a deep sigh that no one but a few could understand left her lips. It was as if that sigh held a great amount of weight to her, even though to many it was just a normal sigh. Suddenly, the man leading the army of heaven stepped forward and said in a soft, warm voice, "Uriel, thank you, but let me take it from here." Uriel bowed respectfully and stepped back after nodding to Fire Sorrow imperceptibly. This man, the God known by what was related in the Bible written on earth and what the priests of the church professed, the existence whose religion was undoubtedly the greatest on the blue planet located in the galaxy known as the Milky Way, slowly advanced towards the demonic army. Everyone immediately tensed while Valiant narrowed her eyes dangerously. It wasn't just Valiant, almost all the Seventh Order existences of the demonic army stepped forward. However, just when everyone thought a battle would break out soon, Fire Sorrow shook her head at them and without saying anything moved out of the way to let the man who had 4 pairs of angel wings behind his back move forward. The man known by the humans not only from Earth but also from many other worlds as God stopped only when he was a couple of meters away from the helpless sleeping Lucifer. His eyes flashed with complex light, and while everyone kept silent, he watched the man in front of him for a long time. Suddenly, Lucifer's nose began to twitch strangely, and like a baby puppy sniffing for the first time the world before it, it shuddered several times. The face of the leader of the demonic army wrinkled, and his eyes slowly widened as he growled in a whining voice. "Ugh. Holy shit. Hellscar, how many times must I tell you not to fart around me?" The faces of the angels of the army of heaven turned black as Lucifer's words spread far and wide several kilometers with him as the center. The other factions that seemed to have their own problems also focused on that area as it seemed that something good might happen soon. Even Lilith was dumbfounded and looked at Lucifer as if she was looking at a strange creature. He had just said that the god of the heavens smelled like a fart. Regardless of whether Lucifer didn't notice or whether he did it on purpose, what mattered was what his words expressed. Pa ha 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 ha. Hellscar seemed to forget Fire Sorrow's threat in an instant, and as if something suddenly broke inside him, he began to laugh like there was no tomorrow. The rest of the demonic army didn't take long to join in the fun Hellscar was having either, as if by prior agreement they all started laughing loudly while pointing at the angels and whispering things in between tears and laughter. "How dare you!" A pillar of blazing fire suddenly shot up into the skies as a bellow filled with righteous anger and indignation echoed in the midst of the void. Within the flames, the silhouette of a man with 3 pairs of white wings behind his back could be faintly made out. This man was wearing a completely golden armor, and in his right hand was a magnificent red spear covered with magical runes. Crow, who had also joined in the fun and was laughing loudly, narrowed his eyes and slowly stopped laughing as he took a step forward. Bang! 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 3 pairs of long, fleshy wings similar to the wings of a dragon came out of his back as the already dark space around him became even darker. Old pigeon by the name of Michael. Could it be that after not fighting for over 2,000 years your skin itches? Crow challenged as his aura blasted outward. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 480 Appear, Serious Ghost. 1/2. Michael. Who was Michael? According to the Bible and many legends of mankind, Michael was the most powerful archangel in the heavens and was second only behind God, not only in prestige but also in strength. The reality was not much different, and one of the major differences was that in contradiction to popular beliefs on earth, Michael was not more powerful than Lucifer in any way. However, the aforementioned did not mean that this powerful archangel of the Seventh Order did not have his ways of making demons suffer. This was because 80% of those who joined the demonic army used powers based on dark elements, and Michael's mighty flames powered by the light powers that the angels could use to perfection thanks to their modified records after joining the army of heaven were the natural nemesis of the powers used by most in the demonic army. With just you? Michael looked at Crow from inside the column of burning flames and said disdainfully, 2,000 years ago, the most you could do was to use that strange poisonous treasure of yours to wound me, wounds from which I recovered after a few months. On the other hand, my flames burned your filthy black feathers to ashes. Have you forgotten who it was that yelled and writhed in my flames? If it wasn't for that tomboy woman over there saving you just in time, you would have turned into a roasted bird by then. Valiant didn't react at all to Michael's insult directed at her. Her stance was as firm as ever as she clung to the two hilts of her still-sheathed swords with extreme calmness. Compared to Michael, who had lived millions of years, Crow was like a small child if they compared their ages. If this was taken into account, it was not at all strange that Michael's strength surpassed Crow's, since even if they were both seventh-order beings, the difference in levels between them was not only colossal, but the purity of soul power was also something to take into account. But just as Crow was about to step forward to prove to Michael how wrong he was if he believed that Crow was still the same Crow from 2,000 years ago, a person stepped forward. Michael, retract your flames. This is not a place where you or any of us have the qualifications to go crazy. Michael's expression turned a little ugly when he saw the person who had stepped forward from the demonic army's lineup. With a scowl on his face, he muttered through gritted teeth. Lucia. Lucia was a beautiful woman whose hair was completely white. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but she was also the most powerful existence within the demonic army just below Lucifer. She usually did not attend most of the meetings as she seemed to be too busy most of the time. However, no one questioned her strength. If Fire Sorrow was considered Lucifer's shield, then Lucia was undoubtedly his strongest spear. Another curious fact was that Lucia was Lucifer's blood sister. The only difference was that unlike Lucifer, who had talent for both melee combat and magic, Lucia was a pure warrior who wielded a spear as black as the starless night. Everyone knew tactically that if it weren't for Lucia being too quiet and usually minding her own business, Lucifer's right-hand person wouldn't necessarily be Fire Sorrow. No one knew the common past between the demonic army and the army of heaven, and therefore, no one knew what kind of relationship demons and angels might have. However, Lucifer and the Lord of Heaven were undoubtedly two of the oldest existences, and only a few could compare the two. So, the number of beings who knew a little about the situation was so limited that no one knew anything. Michael, retract your flames, said the God of the Bible in a soft but at the same time deep voice. As he looked Lucifer in the eyes, he smiled weakly and said in a warm voice, "Don't you know how casual my old friend can be at times?" Michael snorted in response, and as his flames grew weaker and weaker, he said viciously, "These damn traitors. You better watch your mouths." The always calm Fire Sorrow suddenly seemed to have received some stimulation after hearing Michael's words. Her violet eyes blazed with a level of anger that threatened to burn the heavens, but just as the mana inside her body stirred and the magic coursed through her veins, Lucifer waved his hand and said in a lazy voice, "It's okay, Fire Sorrow. Why bother yourself?" Then, Lucifer looked at Michael and his eyes black as night flashed with a hint of coldness as he said in a low voice, "Who is the traitor and who is not? I think we are all clear." Lucifer turned his face to look at the warm-looking man in front of him and said with a smile that wasn't necessarily a smile, "Aren't we, Medes?" "Medes, God sighed and looked up into the dark, hollow space above his head as he said quietly, "It's been how many years since the last time someone called me by that name? I might have forgotten it a couple of hundred millennia ago were it not for the fact that you always remind it to me before that happens, Lucifer. That can't be allowed." Lucifer shook his head, and as he put both hands in his pajama pants pockets he said serenely, "We must not forget who we are. We don't have the right to forget who we were. And even less to forget that the place where we are is due to the help we received in the past. So, don't worry, old fart. I will continue to remind you of who you are as many times as necessary until it reaches a point where it becomes impossible for you to forget." While the demonic army and the army of heaven were engaged in a strange meeting filled with hatred and nostalgia, the leader of the heavenly moon army seemed impatient. A man wearing gray leather armor and whose hair was also gray as were the claw-like gloves on his hands stepped forward and said in a loud voice, "All of you, why do you all keep coming to this place? Do you still have thoughts of going into the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius? Have you no shame? From the Evolution Army, a handsome man wearing a gala suit stepped forward while holding a glass of blood and said, "Lethar, probably neither you nor I were born when the heavenly wolf Sirius disappeared from the cosmos, leaving behind as the only proof of its existence this constellation imprinted in the firmament. What makes you think your fake wolf faction deserves to obtain the firmament fragment that lies within?" Lethar was the name of the leader of the Heavenly Moon Army. His temperament, like his race, was fierce and direct, so the words of the leader of the Evolution Army were naturally not to his liking. However, just as he was about to say something, someone else intervened. A hooded silhouette stepped out from the front ranks of the Immortal Bloodlust faction. The silhouette slowly removed the cloak covering his face, revealing a man who had the appearance of an extremely handsome young man in his early 20s, whose hair was yellow like sunlight. "I think my old friend Salazar is somewhat correct in what he just said. To be honest, I don't even know why we are wasting our time instead of doing what we all know will happen sooner or later." This young man's name was Nikolai, and despite looking like a young man in his early 20s, he was actually a vampire who had lived for several million years. Werewolf and vampire factions did not get along at all. Even if among all the factions of higher existences there was rivalry for natural resources, treasures, talents, new recruits, etc., the hatred between these two factions went beyond this, and no one knew exactly the why. So, Nikolai naturally would not pass up the opportunity to bash Lethar when it came before him. Regardless of how small the damage might be, even Lethar's anger was enough to make Nikolai smile for several days. Lethar did not say a single word in response to Nikolai and instead simply slashed his claws across the void before him as he grunted like a wild beast. Swoosh! Nikolai chuckled and didn't avoid the attack at all. A second later, his neck was cut and his head was sent flying, separating from the main body. The members of the Immortal Bloodlust faction sneered as if they were not worried at all about the fatal attack their leader had received. Suddenly, the blood on Nikolai's neck and head seemed to come to life, and like countless red wires, the blood on both sides twisted strangely before the wires joined together. Swoosh! The head slowly returned to the neck and Nikolai opened his eyes with the same elegant smile as before as he calmly said, "As expected from a rabid dog." No dialogue at all. When things seemed about to get out of control, the red fire phoenix, whose beauty was capable of leaving everyone at a loss for words, suddenly spoke. "Army of Heaven, Demonic Army, Heavenly Moon Army, Immortal Bloodlust. No matter what your personal problems are, don't you think you are being a bit arrogant? All of us are waiting for you, and even though time is not something to worry about, it's not like I want to stand here and watch you all biting each other with nonsensical words either." This Crimson Fire Phoenix was Eternal Phoenix, and although no one knew the real name of the Phoenix, nor had anyone ever seen the human form of the Phoenix, the voice of Eternal Phoenix was undoubtedly the voice of a female. It was said that Eternal Phoenix in her human form was in reality a divine beauty that did not lose at all to Uriel's beauty of the Army of Heaven. This rumor was supported by the fact that all the phoenixes who had previously revealed their human form proved to be beautiful beyond words. However, until proven true, a rumor would remain a rumor. The leader of the Dragon God realm, whose name was Long Tion, stepped forward, which caused the void to tremble at his presence. His powerful voice traveled several kilometers away as he said in depth, "Eternal Phoenix is right. Let's stop playing games and get started on this. The sooner we get started, the sooner we can go to our homes. Don't you think that's a good thing?" Then, Long Tion looked to the side that was only occupied by a single existence and said in a deep voice, "Star Devourer, your faction is not joining in this time?" The beast that looked like a mixture of several powerful animals did not open its mouth, but its voice reached everyone as if it was telepathy. "It is not necessary. My mana alone is enough." Long Tion snorted and said in a serious voice, "That had better be the case then." Dragons were a very proud race. However, they actually had the right to be arrogant. After all, dragons were beings that from birth possessed at least the power of a first-order existence, and the second order was an assured echelon throughout their long lives. Although dragons were relatively few in number, the talent of each of them was colossally great and their life expectancy was much higher compared to the other races. Long Tion was not only the leader of a faction that altered the soul records of others to turn them into dragons, but he was actually a true thoroughbred dragon who had almost zero difficulty on his way to glory. Therefore, he and Star Devourer never got along, as both were fierce beings who would not accept the slightest disrespect. Salazar, leader of the Evolution Army and a powerful 8th Order zombie just like all the other leaders of the different factions of higher existences, nodded and said with boredom, "Although I honestly have no hope for this, let's just get it over with as soon as possible. Then you guys can fight as much as you want. I promise your corpses won't go to waste at all, since I'll eat you all, ha 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 ha." God, whose real name was Meads, looked at Lucifer and said with a small smile, "What do you think?" Lucifer's eyes flashed strangely for a moment before they returned to normal. He nodded lazily and said in between yawns, "Let's get started and get it over with quickly. I need to sleep for a couple of months to recover this waste of energy." After these words, each leader returned to the files of their factions and began to make different preparations. Since this was the first time for her, Lilith was confused about what to do. After all, Lucifer had never explained anything at all about what was about to happen. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 481 Appear, Serious Ghost. Part 2 Halves. Fire Sorrow floated gently and stopped next to Lilith. "Confused?" the beautiful violet-haired mage asked. Lilith shrugged and said casually, "Unfortunately or not, I do not possess magic that allows me to read the thoughts of others." Fire Sorrow chuckled and nodded. "Our leader is a bit forgetful at times. I have to admit that our faction isn't the most organized by any means." Lilith shook her head without commenting on the matter. Although the demonic army was indeed quite disorganized, that disorganization was what made it easier for Lilith to move around and do many things with greater freedom that in other factions would have been impossible. "Don't worry. Just transmit all the mana you can to me and everything will be fine." Fire Sorrow pointed out with a small smile. Lilith thought she saw a hint of pain in her eyes, but it was all so quick that it seemed like an illusion of her own. In the end, she simply nodded and remained silent as she waited to see what everyone planned to do. Soon, Lethar of the Heavenly Moon Army, Salazar of the Evolution Army, Long Tion of the Dragon God Realm, Nikolai of Immortal Bloodlust, Meads of the Army of Heaven, Star Devourer leader and sole present member of the faction under the name Devourer and Destroyers, and Eternal Phoenix of Endless Crimson Flame, 7 of the 8 leaders of the 8 factions of higher existences walked up towards Sirius Constellation in silence. Lucifer and Fire Sorrow exchanged glances before the latter walked to the center with the 7 leaders. She was the only one not leading a faction and the only 7th Order existence there. When Lilith was confused again, Lucia gave her a sidelong glance before turning her gaze forward and slowly saying, "Even though Fire Sorrow is weaker than Lucifer, her mana-driven magic spells are more powerful than any of us here and are comparable to 2 attacks from an 8th Order existence at the same time." Fire Sorrow was truly a brilliant talent for magic. Her physical capabilities might not be anything out of this world, but if magic was what it was all about, then she was without a doubt the most powerful mage among the 7th Order existences. Lilith's eyes glinted with comprehension. She looked at Lucia and asked with a frown, "We will attack the constellation, correct?" This time it was Valiant who answered. Whenever a constellation shows signs of awakening, the process can be accelerated by weakening the energy with powerful attacks. 15 years ago, the 8 major factions tried to do the same with the constellation of the Heavenly Wolf Sirius, but in the end, several thousand 5th Order high existences and even 3 6th Order high existences perished after being hit by an unexpected counterattack. Wasn't it suicide what they were about to do then? Lilith was dumbfounded, but as if she could understand what she was thinking, Lucia explained, "So, they all came to a tactical agreement. Since Sirius was one of the most powerful beings in the cosmos, its constellation also cannot be taken lightly like the rest of the constellations. Therefore, only one attack will be made in synchrony. After that, regardless of the results, no one will attack again to avoid unnecessary casualties." Now everything was clear to Lilith. If the energy contained in the firmament fragment that powered the entire constellation was depleted for an instant, then everyone would take that opportunity to get into the separate space. On the other hand, if they failed, they would simply return the way they came. If they succeeded, then the bravest of the 8 factions could try their luck and perhaps obtain one of the most powerful firmament fragments in the cosmos. If they failed, they would only have wasted a bit of time and that was all. The 7 leaders looked at each other and exchanged glances with Fire Sorrow as if to check that they were all ready. Seeing them all nod, Lucifer ordered, "Let's begin." The 8 factions of higher existences immediately began to move. The hundreds of thousands of beings whose scale of power ranged from 5th order to 7th order began to circulate the mana within their bodies before expelling it outward. Far from being wasted, all that mana was absorbed by a small rock that each of the 8 people closest to the Sirius constellation held in their hands. This was a high-ranked mana stone, a treasure that possessed the ability to store vast quantities of mana for a short period of time and then expel that mana all at once in a specific direction. The mana stone in Fire Sorrow's hands began to glow brighter and brighter as it absorbed more and more mana from the members of the demonic army. She felt the warmth of the rock in her hands and slowly closed her eyes as her violet lips began to move and whispers escaped from inside her mouth, carrying strange syllables. The seconds passed quickly, and from seconds they turned into minutes. 8 enormous waves of mana had formed, and the density of magical power surrounding the area was so great that even with the naked eye those present could make out how the space was constantly undulating as if something invisible wanted to reveal itself to the world. After approximately 3 minutes had passed, the 5th order existences of the 8 factions slowly began to exceed the threshold of half of their mana reserves lost, so that as if by prior agreement they all stopped almost at the same time. Although at this moment all the factions might be working as a team to achieve an end, once this was all over regardless of the outcome, they would each have to protect themselves against the other, so losing all the mana here was not an option at all. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, all of the 6th order except Lilith had lost more than half of their mana, so they also stopped and started drinking potions to recover faster from the loss. About 10 minutes later, the 7th order existences began to stop as well and ceased supplying mana to the mana stone. Lucia looked at Lilith with a glint of surprise in her golden eyes. Although she had heard rumors that the bloody succubus possessed the ability to deal with a 7th order existence, Lucia naturally did not believe such a barbarity. However, now that she saw it with her own eyes, she couldn't help but feel respect and be filled with praise for the woman beside her. Bang! 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 8 giant magic circles appeared without warning in front of the 8 people closest to the constellation. Then, the 7 leaders did not hesitate at all as they activated the magic contained by their respective magic circles. Fire Sorrow hesitated for a brief moment before she did the same like the rest as she pointed the tip of her magic scepter to the front and said in a dignified voice, "Heavenly Sorrow." A huge black lightning flash with golden edges broke beyond the magic circle in front of Fire Sorrow and flew in the direction of the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius. Space shattered into countless fragments just like a glass window being struck by a hammer. Cracks spread everywhere and the chaotic power within threatened to devour everything. Even a 6th order existence without spatial knowledge would be torn apart on the spot if it fell into one of those cracks, or if they were lucky, they might be sent to who knows where. Fire Sorrow's giant black lightning flash soon joined the other 7 magical attacks, and under the perfect control of each of the casters, the spells began to swiftly rotate around each other as they continued to advance at full speed. Soon, the speed at which the 8 spells were spinning reached such a high point that all that could be seen was a sort of multicolored beam flying in the direction of the brightest star in the firmament. This was an attack composed of 7 8th order existences, and if one added Fire Sorrow's talent and high magical power to the equation along with the mana boost she received, it wouldn't be crazy to say that these 8 attacks possessed the power of 9 8th order existences. Lilith did not dare to blink as she watched in careful detail the scene unfolding before her eyes. This was an event that had possibly only happened a handful of times in history after all. Just as the union of the 8 casting magic spells approached, the main star of Sirius constellation suddenly took on a bright crimson glow. The whirlwind formed by the 8 magic spells seemed to meet with an invisible barrier, and before everyone could even react, a colossal explosion occurred. Boom! The already existing spatial fissures suddenly flattened and dozens of 5th order existences were devoured by the chaotic space. The bodies of those unfortunate ones who were attracted by the spatial power exploded into bloody mists, which soon disappeared into nothingness. The entire universe seemed to light up when the 8 magic spells exploded after hitting the invisible barrier, and as the spatial cracks grew or were repaired, the energy of chaos and the mana of the universe engaged in their own fierce combat. One wanted to destroy while the other wanted to repair what was broken. Fire Sorrow, along with the 7 leaders of the other factions, was sent flying like a comet through the atmosphere after being hit by a shockwave already weakened after having traveled hundreds of light years. However, had it not been for the fact that she was wearing a magical robe that contained several magic incantations and protective runes, it would have been impossible to get out of there unscathed. The constant explosions continued for more than 1 hour. The multicolored flashes of lightning along with tongues of giant flames spread everywhere, forcing everyone to retreat as no one wanted to be affected by something so dangerous. After nearly 2 hours, space finally began to slowly recover as mana managed to defeat the chaotic energy that was leaking through the constantly repairing spatial fissures. When the cloud of chaos finally settled completely, gasps of disbelief echoed throughout. Lilith's eyes widened in shock. Forget about forcing an entrance to the Sirius constellation. The star that could be destroyed by her with a single attack had actually not even suffered a single scratch. That had been an attack composed of the most powerful beings in the universe, but the constellation of the Heavenly Wolf hadn't even suffered a bit. How powerful was Sirius in the past? Lilith couldn't help but whisper those words in shock. If the remnant energy was already this strong, then how powerful was the existence known as Sirius to be able to scoff with just a hint of its already weakened power over the course of time the combined attack of the most powerful beings in the universe? How much power was needed to accomplish such a thing? It was clear that 8th Order was not possible. 9th Order? 10th Order? Lilith had never heard of such scales of power, and as far as she understood, the limit was the 8th Order. Well, of course, this would happen. Lucifer shrugged and said lazily, if it were that easy, then the name Sirius would become a joke. How could one of the most powerful beings in the history of the multiverses not be able to stop such an attack? Even if it's just a remnant though. Lilith's pupils contracted to the size of a needle when she heard words coming out of Lucifer's mouth that she did not expect to hear from anyone in this place. However, soon a change happened that no one expected. Long Tion, the leader of the Dragon God Kingdom, was being sent flying out of control like a kickball hit by a truck. The proud man of the dragon race suddenly let out an enraged roar and his body lit up. Golden light enveloped him, and in an instant, a giant dragon several kilometers tall with huge golden wings appeared in the sky. Roar! Long Tion in his dragon form roared in the direction of the constellation of the Heavenly Wolf, and in a fit of rage flapped his wings as heat began to build up in his throat and dozens of magic circles appeared around him. The expressions on the faces of Lucifer, Fire Sorrow, Lucia, Michael, Uriel, Gabriel, and a few others changed tremendously as they realized what Long Tion wanted to do. This fucking dragon shit. Lucifer cursed and quickly shouted, "Everyone, get away from here." At first, no one understood the reason why the always calm and lazy Lucifer would suddenly waste so much energy to shout. However, it all made sense when they noticed the silhouette of a giant wolf suddenly appear in the sky. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 482, Mighty Sirius. Long Tion was an existence that was only a little over 2,500,000 years old, which was quite short compared to the leaders of the other 7 factions of higher existences. Even some of the subordinates under his command were his elder in terms of age. At birth, Long Tion was already a powerful peak 2nd Order dragon, and it took him no more than a decade to fulfill his breakthrough quest to become the youngest 3rd Order dragon in the history of the dragon race. To advance from the initial 3rd Order to the peak of the 3rd Order, Long Tion took approximately 200 years and finally took about half a century to complete the challenge that the soul record raised in order for him to continue advancing further. From the initial 4th Order to the peak of that same stage, Long Tion took about 1,000 years, and it was at this point that the talented and proud dragon met his first major obstacle. Long Tion's life had always been smooth, his enemies were falling like flies, he had become the king and ruler of his race, he enjoyed the best beauties of the dragon race, etc. A life worthy of a king. However, when he wanted to go beyond the 4th Order, Long Tion encountered a big problem which would take him about 1 million years to overcome. Although many times Long Tion was on the verge of giving up, the pride of the dragon race was very high, not to mention the pride of the highest talent in the history of the dragon race. Therefore, he persevered to the end, unwilling to bow his head to other beings more powerful than him who had kindly extended their hands inviting him to join their factions. Long Xietain took advantage of the high life expectancy of dragons to accomplish what he once thought would be impossible. Regardless of race, no existence outside the dragon race could live 1,000,000 years even if it reached the peak of the Fourth Order. However, as a dragon at the peak of the Fourth Order, Long Xietain had a life expectancy as an ordinary being of over 2 million. It was thanks to his genes as a natural dragon that he achieved what he did. In the eyes of Long Xietain, the powerful ruler of the dragon god realm, dragons were the supreme race and all other races should be vassals. Therefore, after repeated failures in his attempt to break through the barrier protecting the constellation of Sirius, Long Xietain was slowly starting to lose his patience. His obsession with the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius was no longer based on the power that lay within but was now based on being able to break through the defenses that had blocked his path over and over again. Roar! Long Xietain transformed into his full dragon form and roared in the direction of the shining star that had been challenging his prestige time and time again. Swoosh! 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 Dozens of magic circles blazed around his body showing that dragons not only possessed powerful physical bodies but were also geniuses in the field of magic. The mana inside Long Xiein's body shuddered as the magical power that was contained within his body burst outward, and with a mighty flapping of both giant wings the dragon, whose size could be described as colossal, charged in a straight line towards the constellation of Sirius. The leader of the dragon god realm no longer cared about anything. His pride and self-confidence, which had been severely shaken after repeated failures, drove him to ignore practically everything around him and turning a deaf ear to what others might be telling him. He charged like an enraged bull who could only see his target and nothing but his target. Suddenly, in the glowing reptile pupils of the dragon Long Xietain, the blurred silhouette of a wolf was reflected. Although the silhouette was blurred and seemed to disappear in the next second, the chilling look in those red pupils was real and deadly enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Moreover, the otherworldly aura vibrating from the blurred wolf silhouette was something that none of those present had ever felt. However, blinded by rage as he was, Long Xietain responded with a second roar before the magic circles around him were activated. Bang! 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 Bright bolts of lightning and fiery flares erupted from the magic circles. Each magic spell cast by an Eighth Order existence, and a powerful dragon at that, possessed enough power to sink an entire continent of a normal world, not to mention several magic spells at the same time. At the same time, Long Xietain opened his maw wide and a bright yellow magic circle appeared right in front of his open mouth. Roar! Followed by a thunderous roar, a whirlwind of giant flames shot out from inside the giant dragon's body, and the magic circle boosted the power of the dragon's breath as it glowed brightly. The still weakened space shuddered and thin lines appeared wherever the magic spells and dragon's breath passed. However, the silhouette of the wolf did not move from its position at all. Just as everyone heeded Lucifer and moved as far away from the scene as possible, those who were looking back as they fled caught a glimpse of something that made their blood run cold. The wolf's eyes glittered brightly, and then it stood up on its hind legs. At the same time, the shadow extended its right claw forward seemingly in a slow and leisurely manner, but in reality, the speed had surpassed what those present could comprehend. Swoosh! A small sphere, the size of a glass marble, appeared in the center of the claw, and the suction force immediately caused the speed of all those fleeing to drop drastically. Even space began to crack. Gravitational control magic? Long Xiein's surprised voice rang out amidst his efforts to fight against the suction force that was pulling him in more and more. Gravity magic was extremely difficult to comprehend, more so than it might seem. Besides, only a handful of extremely lucky beings had managed to get their hands on a skill scroll, since the requirements to obtain such a scroll were really high. After all, a scroll that immediately granted the possessor magic capable of controlling a certain element was among the most powerful among all the skill scrolls, and at the same time the most coveted by the higher existences for obvious reasons. Holy crap! It's a black hole. Lucifer cursed again and quickly erected a barrier in front of him and the rest of the demonic army. The other leaders did the same, as each of them erected magical barriers or used treasures to avoid being attracted by the gravitational force of the black hole under the control of the wolf's shadow. Unfortunately, the Dragon God Realm troops were without their leader on this occasion, so it was the Seventh Order existences who had to unite. Under the leadership of Doom Roar, the 5 existences of Seventh Order that formed the central columns of the Dragon God Realm transformed into giant dragons and erected several magical barriers barely resisting the force of gravity. All the factions of higher existences were experiencing so much trouble, and that was without them being the target of the wolf's shadow. Arg! Long Tian shrieked in pain as the veins in his body began to explode one after another, as with all his might he tried to pull away. No matter how many magic spells he used to attack, the wolf's shadow simply negated them all using that little black hole. All the magic was being devoured and absorbed so easily it was hard to believe. After several seconds, the shadow of Heavenly Wolf Sirius lowered its right claw and the black hole disappeared without a trace. However, before everyone could feel relieved now that the colossal attraction force had disappeared, the wolf's eyes once again glittered brightly as the creature fell again onto its 4 legs. The serious Heavenly Wolf's shadow suddenly raised its head to the sky, and a howl filled with anger and pain created sound waves that caused the tympani of all Fifth Order existences to begin to bleed, while normal Sixth Order existences felt the world around them begin to spin. Even the powerful Seventh Order existences were stunned for a brief moment before coming back to reality. The problem was that when the Seventh Order beings, among which Lilith was among them, snapped back to their senses, the earliest information about the world they received was the shouts of the 6 leaders of higher existences. "Watch out, idiot, behind you." The next thing they saw was how the silhouette of the ghost Heavenly Wolf Sirius materialized out of nowhere right behind the giant body of the dragon Long Tian. Long Tian naturally felt the seemingly endless magical flow behind him and could also faintly hear the sound of lightning flashing in his surroundings. "You are only a mere remnant of what you once were." A terrifying roar came from his mouth as, without turning around, he fiercely lashed out with his tail in a mighty swing capable of destroying everything in its path. Space itself shuddered fiercely at the power of the physical attack capable of altering the very laws themselves. The ghost of the Heavenly Wolf Sirius seemed oblivious to everything. In the face of the enemy attack, all it did was slash forward with its front claw. A crimson crack appeared for an instant where the Heavenly Wolf's claw passed through. An instant later, a pain-filled roar resounded in the middle of outer space again. The tail of the mighty dragon Long Tian, his pride and one of the most powerful weapons of the Western dragons, was cut off as easily as a hot knife cutting through melted butter. Golden blood spurted everywhere and the precious drops floated in the void next to the severed tail. Lucifer's expression was pitch black as he turned around and commanded, "Everyone, come in." Then, the mighty Eighth Order Lucifer waved his hand and began to use his knowledge of space magic in an attempt to create a separate realm momentarily while they waited for the disaster to pass. The leaders of the other factions also seemed to have the same idea, and the Seventh Order existences belonging to the Dragon God Realm joined together to accomplish the task. However, just at that moment, the red eyes of the ghost belonging to the Heavenly Wolf Sirius glowed brightly, and the space several kilometers around suddenly trembled for a second before everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. "Damn, I can't break through space," Nikolai exclaimed in shock. "Lucifer, that just now was serious space magic, world lock." Fire Sorrow approached Lucifer and said with concern as she watched Long Tian's body slowly being torn apart. She was worried not for the safety of the giant dragon that at this moment looked more like a toy dragon than a real one, but because soon they might be next. "Can any of you do anything about it?" Lilith asked with a serious voice and even a tinge of irritation. Her firmament fragment with sealing skills was recovering the energy she had consumed about a month and a half ago to destroy the Petra world. As for her second firmament fragment, that one was out of the question. Even if she died, Lilith did not dare to use it here no matter what. The problem was that she could not die. She still had to fulfill her goal. She wanted to go back to Earth and see that mischievous but righteous and brave young man. She wanted to get to know the person called by Xietain better. There were too many things she still needed to do, and there was too much of a bright future ahead of her to allow herself to fall for someone else's stupid mistake. Lucifer looked at Lilith and smiled bitterly as he said softly, "I say, miss, can't you see how that damn lizard with the last name Long is getting the beating of his life? Even though I honestly believe I'm stronger than him, Sirius Ghost will tear me apart in an instant if I attack it. As for the world lock that the ghost just used to seal the space, forget it, there's no such thing as being able to break that lock. If it was that easy to defeat, Sirius wouldn't have been able to overpower even the soul record. Even if it was just a remnant of its power, it wasn't something an Eighth Order existence could deal with. Just as Lilith began to grow impatient, Lucifer suddenly seemed to have an idea and hurriedly looked at Fire Sorrow. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 483, Sirius, an existence that cannot be defeated by numbers. Lucifer looked at Fire Sorrow with intensity, making the Seventh Order mage feel a little uncomfortable. As Long Tion's roars of pain continued spreading throughout the universal area they were all in at the moment, a single second was as precious as gold to these higher existences who ironically didn't care about the time in the past. Long Tion's dragon form had already lost its tail, one of the giant wings, and its scaly body was replete with bloody gashes and deep scratches that had easily pierced through the hard golden scales that covered Long Tion's body like a carapace that previously seemed to be indestructible. Under the sharp destructive claws of the heavenly wolf, even the most powerful defense in the world was fated to collapse. In fact, were it not for the fact that Long Tion had wisely decided to switch to his full dragon form, his life might have ended long ago. The only reason Long Tion had managed to hold on until now was exclusively thanks to his hard scales that provided him with one of the most powerful physical defenses and magic suppressors in the cosmos. As the explosions of the single-sided battle spread far and wide, it was clear from the roars of pain that it wouldn't be long before one of the most powerful beings in the current universe would be cruelly slaughtered by one of the most powerful beings of the ancient universe. Lucifer, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Fire Sorrow finally could not stand the gaze of the man in front of her anymore, so she asked with a frown. This was one of the few times she referred to the leader of the demonic army as Lucifer and not as His Majesty in front of a large number of existences, even more so, existences belonging to other factions. Lucifer stared at her for another 3 seconds before sighing and saying in an apologetic tone, "I'm afraid I'll have to ask to borrow that from you, Fire Sorrow." That? Fire Sorrow muttered in confusion. However, suddenly her violet eyes twitched violently as if she had thought of something. Fire Sorrow shook her head from side to side and shouted loudly, "Impossible. Do you want me to use one of the few things left from the past to hurt Sirius? Dream on. Let that arrogant dragon suffer for his own actions. You're not thinking things through clearly or deeply, my beautiful strategist." Lucifer sighed and removed his pajama hat to scratch his head. "Whether Long Tion lives or dies, that is not a matter of my concern at all. But what will happen after that? That shadow over there isn't the real heavenly wolf, it's merely a remnant left behind by its will, a remnant meant to protect the firmament fragment inside the constellation. Humph. If I say no, then it's no." Fire Sorrow seemed to have made her final decision. She looked at Lucifer with serious eyes and slowly said, "Are you also like those white pigeons over there? You disappoint me too much, Lucifer." Walmedes, Uriel, Michael, and a few more of the army of heaven were a bit angry and uncomfortable at Fire Sorrow's words while the rest of the army of heaven was confused. The entire demonic army except for Lucifer and other silent characters looked at Fire Sorrow with surprise and disbelief. This was without a doubt the first time Fire Sorrow referred to the army of heaven as white pigeons, and as if that wasn't enough, she even said it clearly enough for them to hear. Lucifer couldn't help but force a smile into his heart as he smiled bitterly on the outside. He held up both hands and said in surrender, "Since that's the way it is, forget it then. Your stuff is your stuff, I'm not forcing you to do something you don't want to do. Sorry." Fire Sorrow sighed and shook her head. She waved her hand and from her storage ring, a small object was drawn to her just like the opposite poles of two magnets. This object was a reliquary-style necklace, quite old as several broken parts could be seen here and there. Moreover, despite being surrounded by powerful runes of magic, it was clear that the power contained in the necklace was not really anything worth paying attention to anymore. However, that same necklace that could not even be considered a rank 3 accessory was being cared for by a 7th order existence like Fire Sorrow in the same way a mother cared for her newborn baby. Lilith naturally realized that the necklace had a high sentimental value for Fire Sorrow, and judging by Lucifer's complicated look, for him as well. However, she could not understand how such a weak necklace could scratch such a terrifying existence, which was crushing one of the most powerful beings in existence. Fortunately, Lilith had learned not to underestimate or judge based solely on appearances. Wasn't she a much more powerful monster than she appeared on the surface? Wasn't Xietain the same? Therefore, whatever her doubts, she kept them to herself. Lucifer turned his gaze back to the battlefield and sighed as he saw that the situation was finally reaching its climax. How are we supposed to get out of this now? The lazy Lucifer couldn't help but sigh again as he looked at the silhouette of the wolf howling towards the heavens as if it was repeatedly challenging them. Lucifer whispered, "You really are a pain in the ass." Swoosh. 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 Golden chains coiled like giant snakes around the four limbs of the giant dragon, and an even thicker one tightly bound the beast's mouth to prevent him from attacking. Long Xietain shook fiercely in an attempt to free himself from the restraining bindings, but instead of succeeding, the only thing he achieved was that the injuries that plagued every inch of his body began to bleed even more heavily than before. Unable to free himself, his golden eyes glowed with anger amidst despair. Hundreds of magic circles suddenly flashed around the area where Long Xietain and the ghost of the heavenly wolf Sirius were standing. Magical power rushed through each magic circle at unimaginable speeds, and the mana inside the dragon's body shook violently. "It's pointless," Lucifer sneered. Just as Lilith and the rest were wondering what he meant by those words, the next scene shocked everyone. The magic power and mana circulating from Long Xietan's body in his dragon form were like a lighter and powder that ignited the magic circles. However, the golden chains suddenly acquired a slight crimson glow on the surface, and like sponges, the golden chains quickly began to absorb the magical power and mana that Long Xietain was using. The pupils of the mighty dragon, but at the same time helpless against the power of the enemy he faced, contracted to the smallest possible extent. For the first time, the proud and arrogant dragon who believed he did not need to respect or fear anything in the cosmos began to feel fear in the face of imminent death. It even ate the magic. The heavenly wolf cancelled the magic spells? God, protect us. The various existences of the different factions were shocked by what they had just witnessed. Anti-magic spells, despite being rare, were not shocking enough sights to leave everyone dumbfounded and despairing. However, what they had just seen was clearly not an anti-magic spell. It was something else. Something different. That was blood manipulation? Lilith muttered in shock as her ruby eyes twitched at what they were seeing. The golden blood flowing from the injuries on Long Xietan's body, far from being carried away by the zero gravity of outer space, was being absorbed by the golden chains surrounding the mighty dragon's body. Moreover, the most striking thing was that the more blood they devoured, the chains not only became more powerful, but the faster Long Xietan's mana disappeared and the faster the magic power was consumed. Eh? Lilith, you know about the skill blood manipulation? Fire Sorrow looked at Lilith with wide eyes. Isn't that the main skill of a mortal bloodlust's leader? Lilith blurted out matter-of-factly. Lucifer's eyes flashed strangely as Fire Sorrow shook her head and said in a serious voice, "Immortal bloodlust's leader's skill is called Bloodmaker. It is undoubtedly an extremely powerful skill, even more so considering how high the evolutionary level of his skill must be at the moment, but the blood manipulation skill is not something a normal soul can handle." "Excuse me?" Lilith looked at her with wide eyes. Suddenly, she felt a pair of eyes watching her intently, and a shiver ran down her spine as she saw that Lucifer was looking at her with a curious smile that for some strange reason seemed not only playful but also excited. "Your Majesty Lucifer, I don't like the way you're looking at me," Lilith pointed out with a frown, her voice slightly tinged with displeasure to mask her true agitated emotions. "I'm sorry." Lucifer nodded and looked away. No one found this little exchange odd. After all, Lucifer's personality was known to be an extremely flexible one, and the coldness of the bloody succubus was also widely known within the demonic army. Just as Lilith let out a sigh of relief in her heart, a silhouette wearing white armor approached them. It was Medes. God, the Lord of the army of heaven. Medes at this moment was no longer wearing that normal white robe from before. His body was covered by a compact plate armor, and in his right hand, he held an exquisite white spear over 2.5 meters long. Lucifer, I, along with the others, have just agreed to all attack Sirius Ghost, Mead said in a deep voice. If we stay here and do nothing, sooner or later we will experience the same fate as Long Tion, or even a worse one that hasn't happened to him yet. Attack? Attack my ass. Lucifer barked loudly. He looked at the god of heaven as if he was an idiot and said disdainfully, "Old man, did you forget what the heavenly wolf's specialty was and the reason why the enemy armies never dared to face it? That's..." Meads frowned, and as if he had remembered something, his expression turned extremely ugly. "Humph. If you want to die, go ahead and die yourself." Lucifer laid down in the void and let the zero-gravity drag his body casually as he calmly said, "If I lay here, I might survive." "Who knows?" Meads looked at Lucifer and said with suppressed anger, "You and I, along with a handful here, have lived longer than any other living being ever. We have experienced the end once, but even that end was but a new beginning for us. You can fool others, but you cannot fool me, Lucifer. I know you fear death as much as I fear it." Lucifer opened his dark eyes slowly, and a nostalgic glint flashed in his gaze for an instant as he whispered, "I fear death? Sure, I fear to die. But what I fear is not death itself. What I really fear is not being able to accomplish my goal and failing those who rely on me to survive." Then, Lucifer inclined his head slightly and looked at Meads with a smile that the god of the army of heaven had seen countless years before as he said, "To me, death is no different than eternal sleep. And you know what, old friend? I love to sleep." As Meads and Lucifer stared at each other as if they understood what the other was thinking, a giant golden spear began to form in the hand of the heavenly wolf Sirius Ghost. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 484, Annihilation of the Falling Sky and Goddess of Rebirth. The golden spear in the hands of Sirius Heavenly Wolf's Ghost was clearly not an energy spear or anything similar. It was a real spear. The higher existences who were paying attention to the events were stupefied when they saw Sirius Ghost extend its right hand, and as if responding to its call, the constellation behind it lit up before the spear shot out from the interior. What did this mean then? It meant that inside the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius was not only a powerful firmament fragment waiting to be claimed, but there were also powerful treasures. Although such things were normal, the golden spear with several crimson red engravings not only looked extremely beautiful, but the aura it exuded had even materialized to the point where from the distance a faint deep red glimmer could be seen on the edges of the weapon. Welp. Lucifer closed his eyes and crossed one leg over the other as he muttered indifferently, "I must say, it was not a pleasure to meet you all. See you all in hell. Or maybe not? Wasn't I the ruler of hell in some bullshit legends? Whatever. What's happening?" Lilith frowned as the mana inside her body began to circulate under her command. Even if it was impossible, she wasn't willing to fall without putting up a fight. Lilith had experienced hardships and sorrows few here could imagine to get to where she was now. Throughout her relatively short life, she had learned that nothing was absolutely impossible, it was just a matter of how much you were willing to sacrifice to achieve your goal. Lucifer did not respond. Instead, Lucian narrowed her eyes, and as she stared at the beautiful, majestic-looking spear in the hands of Sirius Ghost, she couldn't help but mutter in shock, "That spear. Annihilation of the falling sky." To think that Sirius would leave the spear that accompanied it for several thousand years behind. Fire Sorrow's expression was bitter, and like Lucifer, she simply decided to wait and see what fate had in store for her. How ironic. Fire Sorrow suddenly laughed freely and said nonchalantly, "For hundreds of millions of years, I have been revered as one of the greatest talents in the path of magic regardless of era or world. I always believed that my fate was controlled by me, but look at me now. I guess it's never too late to learn something. Life has many twists and turns after all." Lilith narrowed her eyes and a strange light flashed in her gaze as her eyes went back and forth between Lucia and Fire Sorrow. Perhaps it was due to the shock of everything that was happening, but the two women didn't realize that they inadvertently revealed information that to the current Lilith was of utmost importance. "I am not willing." Michael roared skyward and flames burst outward with him as the center. The ring of fire was so large that all nearby angels were directly sent flying amidst screams of surprise and pain. Michael's personality was explosive and strong just like his flames. Therefore, when something didn't please him or when things didn't go his way, it was not at all uncommon for his temper to flare up as it was doing right now. "Lord, why do we have to give in to a ghost?" Michael looked at Meads and shouted in apparent anger, "Sirius is a thing of the past. The legend of the heavenly wolf is nothing but history. I refuse to believe that we can't defeat a remnant spirit of someone who left this world long ago." Everyone in the area was silent as Uriel looked at Michael with pity. Maybe Michael himself had not noticed, but his grip on his spear was no longer as firm as before and his hands occasionally trembled, exposing his inner feelings, which he tried to mask with anger without even realizing it. Meads hesitated as he listened to the words of his most powerful archangel. Although he felt that what Michael was saying made sense, the truth was that Meads still feared the memories that were as old as the universe and as fresh as ever. After all, as Lucifer had just said, if they stood still obediently, then perhaps they could survive. However, Meads knew in his heart that unless Sirius Ghost weakened quickly, anyone who dared to attack it would not only die but also serve as fodder to make it more powerful than it already was. Just then, Sirius Ghost made its move. When the ghost of the heavenly wolf moved, the only beings who managed to see a blurry moving silhouette were the leaders of the various factions of higher existences. As for the rest, even to the eyes of the seventh order existences, the movement of the ghost was so fast and fine that it was no different from teleportation. Seemingly without any technique and with a simple stab so simple that even a 5-year-old child could do, the ghost of Sirius Heavenly Wolf firmly held onto the spear in its hands and pushed forward. Crimson cracks immediately appeared in space wherever the spear passed, revealing a space that was significantly darker and filled with chaos and death in which even the strongest beings would only survive a meager amount of time before succumbing. There was no strange magical sound, far from it, only silence and soft breaking. The size of the giant dragon Xietain had transformed into compared to the minuscule size of the heavenly wolf's ghost made as big a difference as the difference between a skyscraper and a human standing next to it. However, the one who shuddered in fear and helplessness as his body was tightly suppressed by chains of golden blood was not the small wolf but the giant dragon. Xietain fought with all his might. He really tried again and again. However, regardless of whether it was his monstrous and incomparable physical strength or whether it was his destructive large-scale magical attacks, nothing was of any use. The golden blood chains that clung to his body were as if they were treasures meant to seal gods, as even the mana was absorbed, denying the magic. Pucci. Overwhelming pain flooded Xietan's senses at the same time as the scales and defense he was so proud of were easily torn apart by Sirius Ghost's spear as if there was no obstacle to begin with. The giant dragon involuntarily wanted to roar in pain, but even that was denied to Xietain as his mouth was being tightly sealed. It was only a stab, but the pain Xietain was feeling was the greatest pain he had ever felt in his entire life. It was clear that the golden spear with deep crimson engravings in the hands of the heavenly wolf's ghost had some special feature to increase the pain of the injuries it inflicted, or else it would be impossible to make a proud and powerful eighth order existence at the top of the universe want to cry out in pain. Scales were split, the skin was separated, the flesh was pierced. Finally, under the terrified eyes of the higher existences belonging to the dragon god realm and amidst screams of terror, the heart of the mighty Xietain was pierced from side to side. Xietan's draconic eyes opened wide abruptly and red veins appeared inside. Despair and disbelief shone in his eyes as he felt the enemy's spear before him growing inside his body, and his heart was pierced from side to side before exploding in a bloody mess. If Xietan's heart had magically been pierced by an ordinary spear, then he would be able to sustain his life with serious injuries and in a few years recover completely. However, when the heart of a higher existence was pierced by another higher existence wielding a high-quality treasure, there was no room for lamentation. Lord God Dragon, no, how? How could this happen? Amidst the wails and groans of the Dragon God Realm members, Xietain felt the life force leaving his body at astonishing speeds. The other Eighth Order leaders also noticed Xietan's life force rapidly disappearing. Lucifer opened his eyes for a moment to look at the situation before sighing and closing them again as he muttered in a voice only he could hear. How long has it been since someone so powerful fell? Lucifer couldn't remember. The most powerful existence that had fallen in the last 500,000 years was a being of the seventh order who tried to obtain a firmament fragment but fallen into the constellation. This alone shook the entire universe for over 300,000 years before everyone slowly began to overcome the shock. As for eighth order, for 99% of those present, this was the first time they had not only heard but witnessed such a thing. While Lucifer felt nostalgic and even a little sad since regardless of the differences Xietain was a necessary existence for the universe, the other 6 leaders began to look at the members of the dragon god realm with greed, not because of bad intentions, but because of something different. When the leader of a higher existence faction died on the battlefield, the faction would naturally be removed from the records that made up the universe. So, just as when a guild leader decided to eliminate the guild after asking a video game NPC to do so, all members of the Dragon God realm would immediately lose all records that made them higher existences. After all, except for the 8 leaders present, everyone else had only become higher beings after joining one of the existing factions. Therefore, what would happen when Xietan's life energy completely disappeared? The members of the Dragon God realm would be faced with 2 options. 1. The first option was, naturally, death. After the loss of the records that had been forcibly engraved on their souls to overcome the limits of time and nature, they would all fall to the peak 4th order immediately. As a consequence, all these beings who had lived millions of years would quickly confront the passage of time and witness how their bodies would get old before turning into ashes. 2. Quickly make the decision as to which other of the 7 factions still standing they would join. Only by quickly becoming higher existences again after accepting the modifications of records that made up who they were, these fallen beings could once again stand against the fierce passage of time. Of course, option number 2 had an extremely strong drawback, and this was that once fallen from higher existence to lower existence and then again ascended to higher existence, the 6th order and 7th order beings would lose all the levels they had gained and fall back to the initial 5th order. The same applied to the 5th order beings as they would fall back to the initial level immediately. It was a cruel but natural punishment considering that what they were doing was somehow against the principles of the soul record. Besides, as long as there was life, the levels could be regained since regardless of the time needed the higher existences had an eternity of time waiting for them unless another being killed them. Lilith watched the greedy eyes of the faction leaders and her heart not only grew cold but the ridicule and disdain in her grew to the highest possible peak. Even in such circumstances, these people still thought of benefits? It was a mystery whether the next second they would still be alive, but instead of thinking of countermeasures to survive, they were thinking about profits. I guess large-scale greed is not something uniquely of mankind, Lilith whispered to herself as she remembered her own past and all the things she had seen while supporting Xietain from the shadows in every step he took. Suddenly, Lucifer abruptly opened his eyes and looked at Xietain in shock. Don't tell me, this fucking bastard. He muttered in disbelief as a thought ran through him. The other 6 leaders also realized that something was wrong when Xietan's soul life energy stopped diminishing. No, instead of continuing to diminish and far from stopping, the life energy that had dropped was being strangely returned to his body at a speed even faster than the speed at which it had dropped before. Suddenly, a brilliant green light enveloped the giant dragon's body. The emerald green light was so bright that for a moment it forced everyone to close their eyes tightly as the light continued to spread farther and farther. Just as the strongest managed to open their eyes after the light dimmed considerably, the roar of a dragon shook the space with power and vigor. Roar. Nikolai looked at the now free and extremely healthy Xietain roaring. The powerful 8th order vampire's eyes flashed with anger as he snarled through gritted teeth. This damn son of a bitch. It was actually him who killed Cynthia and stole the firmament fragment of the goddess of rebirth. Approximately 800,000 years ago, one of the central pillars of immortal bloodlust had headed to a world abundant in resources to become the guardian of that world. However, Nikolai could still remember the shock he felt when he perceived that Cynthia had been killed in a second without even giving her time to send a single mental message. Cynthia had been a powerful healer and holder of a powerful firmament fragment that had saved the lives of countless members of immortal bloodlust, so her fall had enraged many. At that time, immortal bloodlust was so mad with rage that they cared little for attacking all factions at the same time in search of answers. Now, that mystery that had always been a thorn in Niale's heart and that so intrigued everyone had finally been solved. It was clear that Long Tian had somehow managed to not only kill Cynthia twice, but had also taken advantage of the fact that the will left behind by the goddess of rebirth in the firmament fragment had disappeared after handing over her legacy to Cynthia. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 485. Two higher existences factions clash and the situation change. Regardless of what everyone else might be thinking, the current Long Tian couldn't care less. In his mind, there was only one thought, and his current goal was a very simple one, a simple but difficult goal to achieve. Survive, that's right. The mighty Long Tian, who never feared anything in his life, only wanted to survive. Therefore, once the effect of the firmament fragment of the goddess of rebirth was activated, when the passive skill detected that it was impossible for him to heal from such a deadly injury, Long Tian seized the opportunity when the golden blood chains were destroyed by the effect of the firmament fragment and unhesitatingly dashed into the distance. A single flap of his wings was enough to move tens of kilometers. However, at this moment Long Tian didn't only have to worry about the heavenly wolf Sirius Ghost. Dog surnamed Long, come back here and hand over your life. Nikolai, leader of immortal bloodlust, turned into a blood-red bolt of light and in an instant reached Long Tian in his dragon form. The mana in Nikolai's body shook violently as he shouted. Sea of phantom blood. Long Tian, having only one goal in mind, which was to get away from this area at the fastest speed possible, had no time to react when Nikolai's magic spell was activated. Countless waves of blood appeared out of nowhere in the middle of outer space and like a giant cube covered thousands of kilometers in an instant, enclosing Long Tian's giant body inside. Nikolai, you bastard! How dare you! Long Tian's rage-filled roar echoed from within the sea of blood, and as bloody ghosts tried their best to attack and break his now completely healthy scales, Long Tian covered his body with a giant ball of flames. Countless blood specters attacked Long Tian in the sea of blood. While the blood specters managed to tear a few scales from Long Tian's back in his giant dragon form, most were incinerated when they approached the surrounding flames that burned at high temperatures. Long Tian's fear toward the heavenly wolf Sirius Ghost had long since turned to terror. Therefore, even though his body slowly began to fill with wounds, he did not try to fight and only focused every ounce of energy on fleeing further while using all his magic spells capable of suppressing elements such as blood or water more easily. A battle to the death between two eighth-order existences usually was not something that could be ended with two moves. Even fighting for days and nights continuously would not be strange at all. The process alone could bring an end to many unfortunate worlds encountered in the path of the existences engaged in combat. However, since Long Tian's goal was to flee, Nikolai couldn't really stop him. Ha 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 ha. Nikolai laughed out loud as he conjured hundreds of thousands of bats out of nowhere and hurled them towards Long Tian. With bloodshot eyes, he barked, since you dared to assault Cynthia in the past, then you'd better pay your taxes with interest today. In the sea of blood, Long Tian writhed as he roared and tore apart the bats and blood wraiths using his physical body and magic spells while he kept flying away. Injuries were inevitable no matter how slight they were. However, Nikolai's real goal was to hold Long Tian back as long as possible, because there was another being who would take care of the dragon for him. How dare you, Nikolai, you damned putrid bat! Immortal bloodlust, you bastards! The members of the Dragon God realm finally reacted after seeing their leader reborn from what was certain death, and after understanding the goal of immortal bloodlust and the leader of that faction, the entire Dragon God realm rushed forward with furious expressions. Attack! Don't let these damn lizard men help the dog surnamed Long no matter what. Nikolai waved his hand as he floated away and began to throw countless blood weapons toward Long Tian, who was still fleeing with all he had. Attack! We must take revenge for Cynthia. Kill them all. Upon receiving the command from the highest leader, all of the immortal bloodlust's higher existences flew forward and their black hooded silhouettes helped to blend into the darkness of outer space. Doom Roar, a powerful male dragon of 7th order, tried to reach Long Tian to help him get out of the sea of blood. However, his path was suddenly obstructed by a wave of giant bats and his eyes turned red as he roared. Fuck off, roar. A fierce roar came from the throat of the Oriental-style dragon that was over 50 kilometers long. The blast traveled swiftly through the void, and if not for the space blockade erected by Sirius Ghost earlier, the space traversed by the blast would undoubtedly have been shattered into pieces. Just as the higher existences belonging to immortal bloodlust were about to explode into a blood mist, a silhouette appeared out of nowhere before them. This silhouette was a handsome European-looking man wearing a black robe with red vetoes and holding a purple staff in his right hand. His red eyes took on a strange golden hue of light for an instant, and as the man waved his staff, the soul stone embedded in the surface lit up. A psychic barrier instantly appeared in front of the man, and an instant later the shockwave of Doom Roar's roar impacted heavily against the barrier. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated everywhere, and the shockwave sent the dragons that were closely following Doom Roar flying backward. As for the vampires of immortal bloodlust, they were perfectly fine behind the barrier. Doom Roar, old friend. It's been a while since we last drank together. The man grinned, bearing 2 long fangs inside his mouth. Alucard. How dare you stand in my way? Doom Roar roared mightily before lunging forward without hesitation. Boom! Doom Roar swung his giant tail mightily and struck the giant barrier in an attempt to break it so that he could go further to help his leader. However, even though the psychic barrier cracked, an instant later all the cracks disappeared without a trace. It wasn't only Doom Roar who faced obstacles, all the members of the Dragon God realm were obstructed by immortal bloodlust's higher existences. Boom, 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 boom. 7th Order existences clashed with each other, while 6th Order existences and 5th Order existences were engaged into fierce combats. Only about 5 seconds had passed since Long Tion had managed to escape from death's clutches thanks to the Goddess of Rebirth's firmament fragment, but it only took such a short amount of time for the previously silent outer space to be filled with lights and thunderous magical explosions. Ha 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 ha. What's up, Dog Long? Weren't you a proud dragon? Right now you're nothing but a filthy dog trying to run away with your tail between your legs. I wonder how proud the ancestors of your fucking race are as they watch you from their graves. Ha 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 ha. Nikolai laughed out loud as he continued backing up and casting magic spells to hold Long Tion back for as long as possible. Throughout the whole process, he did not forget to do his best to mentally affect his enemy. Long Tion roared furiously and several times tried to hit Nikolai in order to get him out of his way. However, Nikolai was cunning and clearly did not aim to come face to face with a powerful dragon whose physical body was possibly the most perfect in existence. Therefore, even if Long Tion was unwilling, he really had no choice but to slow down the speed at which he was fleeing in order to defend himself from the attacks his enemy was throwing at him. After all, while the power of the firmament fragment of the Goddess of Rebirth was amazing and practically miraculous, it was not invincible. The power of rebirth was no ordinary power, and to escape the clutches of death, the amount of energy consumed was simply colossal and unimaginable, since the most valuable thing that existed in the history of all creation was undoubtedly life. So, although Long Tion was basically a being with 2 lives, the truth was that he could no longer rely on the firmament fragment of the Goddess of Rebirth. Because the time the firmament fragment needed to rest after being activated was 100,000 years. 100,000 years for someone like Long Tion was an incredibly short amount of time. In the past, thanks to the power of the firmament fragment of the Goddess of Rebirth, Long Tion believed that he was invincible. After all, even if he fought to the death with another 8th Order being and he lost, the power of the firmament fragment of the Goddess of Rebirth would return him to his peak condition in an instant, while his enemy would be plagued with injuries by then. In that case, victory would eventually fall into his hands. Unfortunately, Long Tion's arrogance had gone too far and he had been blinded by his own power. Whether he was willing to accept reality or not, the truth was that a being capable of slaughtering him countless times in the span of a single day had appeared right in front of him. The other factions watched dumbfounded as Immortal Bloodlust and the Dragon God realm engaged in combat without worrying about the consequences. A couple of seconds ago, Immortal Bloodlust was also trembling in fear as he witnessed the power of the Heavenly Wolf. However, when it was revealed that the leader of the Dragon God realm had been the culprit and killer of one of Immortal Bloodlust's main powers hundreds of thousands of years ago, the vampire seemed to forget the fear, and that emotion was quickly replaced by burning rage. Magical and physical explosions that surpassed natural limits slowly began to cause the formerly firm void to shake continuously. After all, the clash of a dozen 7th Order beings, thousands of 6th Order, hundreds of thousands of 5th Order, and finally the clash of two of the most powerful beings in the universe was nothing to scoff at all. Besides, considering that Sirius Ghost was only a remnant left behind by the real Heavenly Wolf, it was reasonable that its power was not comparable to the original one. However, in this moment the ghost of the Heavenly Wolf Sirius seemed oblivious to what was happening before it and seemed to have forgotten its goal of slaughtering the existence that dared to challenge its dominance on more than one occasion with arrogance. Xietain was terrified, so he didn't even dare to look back. Nikolai was enraged to care about anything other than revenge. The Dragon God Kingdom was too busy trying to help their leader. And finally, immortal bloodlust in general yearned to avenge a being that was once precious to them all. Therefore, none of them noticed a certain peculiarity. Lilith cautiously observed the ghost of Sirius Heavenly Wolf, and she couldn't help but frown slightly as she wondered what was going on. The wolf's silhouette was as blurry as ever, proof that far from being a real existence, the Sirius before her and the rest was no more than a remnant of that once glorious one. However, the ghost of the Heavenly Wolf Sirius was acting strangely. Far from pursuing or continuing to attack, for some reason, Sirius Ghost suddenly turned its head to stare seemingly at nothing. It was difficult to clearly make out any part of the wolf, but those two glowing eyes were impossible to miss, so Lilith couldn't help but notice that the ghost's pupils of energy reflected the infinite distance. Boom! There was no warning and no signal. Space suddenly exploded in such a way that behind the constellation a huge hole opened up into nothingness where chaotic lightning flashed constantly with the intention of devouring everything. None of those present were spared, as each of them felt tremendous pain from the chest before the consequences showed themselves. The strongest ones like Lucifer and the other 7 8th Order leaders simply clutched their chests tightly as their faces furrowed in pain. On the other hand, the existences of 7th Order grunted at the same time as a thin trickle of blood slipped from the corner of their mouths. For their part, Lilith and the 6th Order existences directly spat out fresh blood. This made it clear that at least Lilith's stamina and health stats were not monstrously high, but no one was in the mood to notice this fact. As for the 5th Order beings, the most directly affected ones lost their consciousness, while the lucky ones spat out several mouthfuls of blood with pale faces. It was only thanks to such a phenomenal occurrence that the two factions who were facing their lives on the line stopped what they were doing and finally noticed the anomaly. What happened? Lilith asked in astonishment as she cleaned the blood on her mouth. It removed it. Lucifer said, even with some lingering pain. Lilith looked at him blankly, but before she could say anything, Fire Sorrow responded. The spatial lock erected by Sirius Ghost was removed. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. After all, the reason none of them could flee was because space was sealed. Xietain seemed to have received a second chance, as after shaking off Nikolai, he immediately tore through the void and charged into the rift. The members of the Dragon God realm soon followed him, and in a matter of 10 seconds, they all disappeared without a trace. Regardless of the anger of all the higher existences of immortal bloodlust, they too were relieved that at least now they had a chance to survive the catastrophe. However, just as Nikolai and the other leaders were about to take their people with them, something happened that shocked everyone. The ghost of the Heavenly Wolf Sirius suddenly leaned its body backward at the same time as it raised its right arm. Its right hand, with which it was clutching the magnificent golden spear, tightened its grip and pulled its arm back before finally abruptly leaning forward while its right arm followed the motion. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 486. Slowly but surely two different paths converge. The characteristic throwing motion was mirrored in every part of the stance that the ghost of the Heavenly Wolf Sirius had just taken. It didn't take a genius to figure out what was going to happen next, considering that the ghost was clutching a spear in its right hand while its entire arm swung as if it were some sort of whip. Boom! The spear finally left the hand of the Heavenly Wolf's ghost as the latter's arm reached the maximum possible extension, and a thunderous explosion comparable to the last one resounded everywhere. However, in contrast to the last explosion in which practically all of the higher existences in the vicinity were injured, this time none of them received the slightest real damage except for feeling a slight dizziness assaulting them. This was because, unlike the large-scale space explosion from before, this explosion only focused on a single point, as when the spear left Sirius Ghost's grip it seemed to form a sort of space portal through which it entered and then disappeared without a trace as the portal closed. After launching that terrifying shot, which even after a long time left a flash of golden light mixed with crimson light shining in outer space, the ghost of the heavenly wolf Sirius seemed to lose its interest in anything else as it simply stood there in the void doing nothing but staring off into the distance. Sirius, ghost is it slowly vanishing? Lilith narrowed her eyes and noticed that slowly the figure of the heavenly wolf's ghost was starting to not only become more blurry but was also becoming more and more transparent. Previously it was not possible to see beyond the energy body that composed Sirius' ghost, however, now Lilith could see the constellation beyond the body more and more clearly. All the factions of higher existences except for the dragon god realm that had escaped the first second the spatial lock erected by Sirius' ghost was lifted were still present. Therefore, what Lilith noticed was also noticed by each of them. However, even though it was clear that the current heavenly wolf's ghost was getting weaker with each passing second, none of those present dared to take a step forward, let alone show any sign of attacking. The miserable experience lived by the mighty Long Tion had been witnessed by everyone, and no one wanted to become the second Long Tion. Long Tion was lucky as he had a powerful firmament fragment that granted him a second chance to live. However, the others did not possess such a unique firmament fragment. Death for them was eternal death. What was that from now? Salazar, the powerful 8th Order zombie, asked with a frown. That's probably the same question we all have, Nikolai replied with coldness as his eyes flashed chillingly. The leader of immortal bloodlust was furious beyond all possible words after learning the true reason and culprit behind the death of one of his most valuable generals. However, Nikolai was not an easy existence to deal with at all either. The dragon god realm would soon begin to experience headaches as great as it had not felt since its creation. I told you that it wasn't a good idea to desecrate the legacy left behind by the heavenly wolf Sirius, but none of you listened. Even I got carried away in the heat of the moment. Lethar bowed deeply in the direction of the constellation of Sirius as he spoke words of forgiveness. As the leader of the Heavenly Moon Army bowed in respect, regardless of whether they were 5th, 6th, or 7th Order higher existences, all the members of the Heavenly Moon Army knelt on their right knees and lowered their heads towards the ghost of Sirius in the distance. Lethar was a true werewolf from birth, and after he managed to ascend and create the Heavenly Moon Army, each and every member who joined had their soul records modified so they all almost completely abandoned their past selves to become werewolves. No one knew if the heavenly wolf Sirius in the past was a true wolf or if it had received the title Heavenly Wolf for some specific reason. In fact, no one knew if Sirius was the heavenly wolf's real name or if it was also part of the title. At least, if anyone knew such information, which was unlikely, they had never divulged it to the outside world. However, regardless of whether Sirius had been a true wolf or not, the truth was that the bloodline that ran through the veins of every member of the Heavenly Moon Army after having their records greatly modified practically compelled them to worship the being in front of them regardless of whether it was a remnant ghost or not. No one responded to Lethar's words, for as stupid as it might sound, and putting aside the fact that he was bowing his head to a dead being with no concern for his image and pride, it was true that Lethar had told them that it was better to leave things as they were rather than try to force an entrance in an unnatural manner. Uriel looked at Fire Sorrow and her angelic voice reached out to all present as she slowly said, "That from now was what I think it was?" Fire Sorrow gave her a sidelong glance before turning her eyes back to Sirius' ghost. Just as Uriel smiled bitterly thinking she was going to be ignored, Fire Sorrow replied to her earlier question. "It seems that what happened just now was indeed an attack." Fire Sorrow frowned slightly and a flash of doubt crossed her eyes as she muttered, "But what did it attack? How about we go find out for ourselves?" Lucifer said out of nowhere, and a peculiar sparkle flashed in his gaze for a second before disappearing without a trace. "Go find out for ourselves?" Lucia looked at her elder brother and for the first time since she appeared showed something of a reaction worthy of a living being in her eyes. She looked at him in disbelief as she said in shock, "You want to follow Sirius' ghost attack? Hey, why not?" Lucifer laughed nonchalantly and did not look like a being who several seconds ago might have experienced his doom. He looked at the ghost of the heavenly wolf Sirius and said in a lazy voice, "Look, our old friend over there doesn't even care about us anymore. Not only might we find something enjoyable if we follow the spatial flow of its attack, but at the same time, we'll be able to get away from this dangerous place. Not bad, right?" No, Lethar said in a deep voice and straightened his posture as the rest of his faction stood up in unison. The mighty Eighth Order werewolf looked at Lucifer and decided, my faction and I are disengaging here. To keep bothering the heavenly wolf will only end up bringing us calamity sooner or later. Lucifer looked at him enviously and sighed wearily as he said, Lethar, man. You don't know how much I envy you. Envy me? Lethar frowned and looked at him uncomprehendingly. Lucifer nodded and looked up at the sky as he slowly said, now you are leaving here, and when you get to your place you can sleep as much as you want. I, on the other hand, still cannot return to my comfortable bed as I have stuff to do. Lethar's face rotted when he heard Lucifer's words. He gritted his teeth and said with a tinge of annoyance, damn demon. If you like sleeping so much, then go and sleep. Lucifer looked down and looked at him with a slight smile as he said bitterly, when you live too long, so long as to not even remember the day you were born accurately, there are only two things that will allow you to continue going forward. But I suppose you'll understand someday, little boy. Lethar shook his head and muttered under his breath, pure nonsense. We're out of here. The werewolf leader tore through the void with his claws, and after giving the ghost of the heavenly wolf one last glance, he disappeared beyond the rift. The rest of the Heavenly Moon army soon followed him and disappeared not long after. To begin with, neither Lethar nor any other member of his faction had high hopes coming here. Aside from trying their luck at taking advantage of the wolf bloodline that ran through the veins of each of them, the other real reason why the Heavenly Moon army decided to appear in the constellation of Sirius was to prevent as much as possible the other factions from desecrating to the point of no return the remains left behind by an existence that Lethar admired since he grew up hearing legends of the mighty Sirius. Lucifer simply chuckled at the words Lethar muttered before leaving. He shook his head and said in a complex voice towards the void in front of him, when it gets to the point where even living becomes boring, only sleep can keep you from committing follies. And only the excitement of something really new and strange can make your blood bubble. But I guess it's still too early for you. Very few people among those present understood how bitter Lucifer's words were. Only a few existences, for different reasons, managed to stand firm despite having lived longer than anyone else in the entire universe. Because it was not at all uncommon for occasionally a higher existence who had already lived millions of years to decide to commit suicide for not being able to find a real purpose for which to continue living. I guess eternal life can sometimes also be a curse if we have no one to share it with. Lilith sighed inwardly as she recalled that in the past, she had had a conversation of a similar nature to this with Xietain. Well, old people. Lucifer looked at the 5 leaders other than himself and said with a happy smile, it wasn't a pleasure to see you again at all, and I hope to never have to see your faces again in my life. Oh, by the way, if you see that damn lizard with the last name Long, tell him to watch his ass or the wolf might bite him, hee. Then, without waiting for a reply from anyone, Lucifer activated his space magic spell again and a giant eye appeared in front of him and his faction. Move. The demonic army followed Lucifer's footsteps and in a matter of seconds, they all disappeared without a trace. Lucifer simply focused as much as possible on following the traces of spatial rupture left behind by the spear thrown by Sirius Ghost in order to find what he was looking for. As for the other leaders, after Lucifer and the demonic army disappeared into the void, as by prior agreement they used their methods to travel through space. They all decided to follow the spear that the ghost of the heavenly wolf threw, not only because they wanted to see what was happening, but also because they might be able to obtain such a high-quality weapon if they were unlucky. Oblong world. Explode, Xietain muttered under his breath as he walked into the space rift leading to Earth. Boom! The blood trident encircled by the flames of the endless lotus blue flame that was being contained by the magical barrier erected by Emperor Thanath abruptly released all the magical power and mana it contained within, thus causing an apocalyptic-level explosion. This was possibly the first time in over 1 million years that the oblong world had received an attack of such great magnitude. The mighty Fourth Order Emperor Thanath roared from the depths of his heart as his mana depleted at speeds hundreds of times faster than the rate at which the Cosmos Gate consumed it. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 487 Fourth Order Ghost Emperor. Previously, Emperor Thanath believed that except for his most destructive spells, which were composed of various magic circles, there was nothing that could overcome the terrific and lightning-fast consumption of mana that opening and maintaining the Cosmos Gate had upon him. After all, he had never suffered from such a horrendously destructive attack. However, for everything in life there was a first time. Xieitain's magic stat and his total magical power were nothing in comparison to Emperor Thanath's mana and magical power. However, when you added each and every component that propelled Xietain and his skills to new heights, things were completely different. The explosion caused by the abrupt outburst of Xieitain's Crimson Blood Judgment skill had been so powerful that a huge vacuum bubble whose diameter was over 10,000 kilometers was formed. However, this was only the beginning a thousandth of a second before the true hell descended. Boom, boom, boom. When the huge vacuum bubble blasted, releasing a shockwave that could only be described as overwhelmingly gigantic, the wind from an entire area of over 200,000 kilometers with the battle zone at its center became the deadly weapon that quickly claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands before that number grew to millions. Huge wind cannons, colossal-sized wind blades, the wind pushed at speeds that far exceeded the natural sound speed of the oblong world, took all sorts of shapes and without any control or mercy began to whip the world into submission. Mountains that had stood for thousands and even hundreds of thousands of years rumbled before breaking into countless fragments. The earth split apart and cracks tens of thousands of kilometers long spread far and wide. Cities, regardless of whether they possessed high or low walls and regardless of whether they had powerful armies, were struck by natural catastrophes of superb proportions that claimed the lives of countless Asuras regardless of age or gender. Oblong World was a truly great world whose laws had stagnated in the third evolutionary stage after being forsaken by the Soul Record. However, a world that evolved to such a stage not only possessed vastly stronger laws than a world like Earth, but had also greatly expanded in size. In the case of Oblong, the diameter of the world was approximately 600,000 kilometers. Considering that an area of approximately 200,000 kilometers was affected by Xieitain's attack, it was no exaggeration to say that his attack at maximum power had affected one-third of Oblong World. Regardless of whether beyond the initial 100,000 kilometers the level of problems faced by the world and its residents was less, if word got out that a first-order existence had caused such a havoc and so much destruction, the entire universe would tremble in fear of what would await it in the future. Crack. 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 The sound was practically inaudible amidst the constant booms and rumbles of the earth. However, for an existence like Emperor Thanath, such a thing could not go unnoticed. Even less so considering that he was the one who had created what was cracking faster and faster. The massacre barrier, the magical barrier that the entire Asura race was most proud of, was being destroyed. Even with Emperor Thanath being a powerful fourth-order being, the Crimson Blood Judgment that had been cast by Xietain was a weapon of mass destruction, as it was not only composed of a second-order skill and a third-order flame but had also received the boost of many components which when combined together ended up creating an apocalyptic weapon. Maybe, if a normal first-order existence launched such an attack and you ignored the fact that such a thing would be impossible due to the enormous weight that the user's soul would have, the destruction that was happening and the destruction that seemed to be about to happen would not happen. However, Xietain was Xietain after all. Phew-oo-oo-ook. Thanath roared skyward with bloodshot eyes as the cracks grew wider and wider. Above his head, Thanath could clearly see the sea of flames, with no apparent end in sight stretching far and wide for who knows how many miles. If the destruction caused only by the enormous shockwave and the spatial rifts that had opened up around the world had already reached such a degree, then Emperor Thanath didn't even want to imagine what would happen if the power of the third-order flame were to fall on the land of the Oblong World. What's all this damn flame? Why the hell does it keep spreading on and on? Thanath asked into the air, despite knowing that no one would answer his question. Little did the Emperor of the Asura race expect that the flame Xietain had used to activate and launch his magical skill was not just any third-order flame, but was a legendary flame that once possessed the power to threaten the most powerful beings in the universe. Just as its name indicated, the endless blue lotus flame was a special type of fire that could spread endlessly and reach the ends of the universe as long as it had enough energy to do it. Only 2 seconds at most had passed since Xietain had commanded his own skill to self-destruct, but in that short span of time, millions perished due to a single word from him. Not only Azuras died, but there were also beings of other races that had perished as well who unfortunately or unluckily had not been involved in this two-sided war. War was cruel after all, and the spreading flames had no eyes to distinguish between innocent and guilty. Rumble. Suddenly, the area surrounding Emperor Xietain began to rumble and the earth to shake. The ruler of the Azuras' face grew pale and a glint of disbelief shone in his eyes as he realized that a silhouette had silently crept up behind him. Xietain turned his head stiffly and looked over his shoulder. What he saw only made his face turn even paler. An almost translucent silhouette that was barely distinguishable thanks to the sky-blue outline around it stood looking into the spatial rift that had closed to the point where only one person could pass through. This silhouette was human-shaped, but clearly not human. Emperor Xietain knew very well who this figure was. Jack. Jack was the Ghost Emperor of the Ghost race, one of the three most powerful races in the entire Oblong world along with the Azura race and the Beast race. Of course, his power was in no way inferior to Xieain's. Jack was a powerful fourth-order existence. The habitable surface of the Oblong world was divided in a manner similar to a large pie which had been cut into three large triangles. One of these triangles was ruled by the Azura race, another triangle was ruled by the Beast race, and finally, the last triangle was being ruled by the Ghost race. Jack had been traveling to the Azura territory from the moment the Cosmos Gate appeared. After all, since the Oblong world had been abandoned by the Soul Record, the Ghosts were also unable to evolve by normal means such as absorbing the soul power of other existences. Considering that the only ones to blame for such a situation were the Azuras, the emperors of previous generations had agreed to allow the other races to use the Cosmos Gate as long as they cooperated with a measly 10% of the soul stones they obtained during the hunt. Considering that the Azuras were putting up 80% of the energy needed to open the Cosmos Gate, the rulers of the Ghost race and the Beast race agreed to the deal. Although the Azura race was naturally not happy with this, they had no choice but to do so, or else the Ghost and Beast races would unite to annihilate them, since it was the Azuras who were to blame for everything. Therefore, not wanting to suffer disastrous losses when facing such a great power as the Azuras and not wanting to be annihilated by the other major races, the three races came to an agreement that until now had been working smoothly. However, on the way here, the Ghost Emperor realized that things were not as calm as in the previous years. Little did he expect that not long afterward he would see the mountains in his path collapse and the lively cities instantly turn into giant graveyards. But what Jack least expected was to see a sea of deep blue fire rising above his head that was barely contained by the crimson barrier a few hundred meters high. Powerful flames were one of the greatest weaknesses of the Ghost race, and Jack somehow realized that if the flames floating in the sky trying to break through the barrier were to fall, then his Ghost race might meet with eventual annihilation in the long run. This was because those flames seemed to be capable of burning forever. Jack looked at Xietain with chilling eyes that frightened the Azura Emperor. The current Emperor Xietain was undoubtedly at his weakest point, and if a powerhouse like Jack attacked him now that he could not be distracted to maintain the barrier, then his life would undoubtedly end here. However, to Emperor Xieain's fortune, the Ghost Emperor was no fool at all. Jack looked at the sea of flames stretching to apparent infinity and understood that if the crimson barrier collapsed, then his own life would be involved in serious danger. Therefore, after a second, Jack looked at the Cosmos Gate that looked like it would collapse in the next 50 seconds at most and unhesitatingly rushed forward. Just before disappearing, Jack heard Xietain shout from behind. "Jack! If you hand me that brat alive, I'm willing to hand over half the territory of my Azura race to your Ghost race." For Emperor Xietain, handing over half of his territory in exchange for the opportunity to torture for centuries the person guilty of all this was a trade-off that in his angry state he was willing to make, even more so considering that possibly 30% of the Azuras had been slaughtered by natural disasters and shockwaves. The eyes of the Ghost Emperor glowed like flashlights for an instant before he disappeared beyond the Cosmos Gate. Xietain had previously traveled from Earth to Oblong world using the spatial rift, so he knew what he would encounter inside. Since the Cosmos Gate was precisely a gate intended to serve as a passageway, beyond the gate was a long gray corridor. The corridor had previously been approximately 1,000 meters wide but was now barely about 10 meters. Beyond the gray corridor existed pure darkness. Xietain carefully advanced along the gray corridor as he watched the chaotic lightning intertwine beyond the strange energy barrier that covered the area. He did not dare to deviate from the gray path at all, as his skilled danger sense warned him not to fall, or else he would never be able to return. It would only take Xietain about 30 seconds to reach the other side and return to Earth. Only 20 more. He gasped as he gritted his teeth to suppress the pain that was hitting harder and harder. Just then, Xietain felt the death looming over him. The feeling was simply relentless, and Xietain's footsteps automatically stopped for a split second as proof of how overwhelming was the weight he was feeling, not only in his soul, but also in his fleshly body. This kind of unmistakable feeling was similar to Emperor Thanatha's, but even more terrifying, as the current Xietain could do nothing to avoid it. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 488. Xietain's death. Xietain could feel his bones slowly cracking before exploding. Overwhelming pain flooded him in such a way that all he could do was scream, but even that was not enough, as countless hands suddenly came out of the gray road and caught his feet to prevent him from fleeing. Burning flames set his body on fire, and as if he had suddenly been thrown into the lowest level of hell, Xietain felt his skin and flesh being slowly charred, as if the culprit of this wanted to see him suffer. Flesh. Suddenly, the spiritual earring in Xietain's left ear let out a bright white light that enveloped his body and soul, bringing with it a cool breeze that, as if carrying an angelic spell, all evils were swept away without a trace. Spiritual attack. Alarm bells went off inside Xietain's head as he realized that he had just been the target of an attack aimed directly at his soul. He broke out in cold sweat and thanked the heavens and hell for having a treasure like the spiritual earring capable of protecting him from 3 attacks targeting exclusively at his soul. Encountering soul evolvers that specialized in spiritual attacks was extremely rare for Xietain, so even now he did not know how to deal with them other than to finish them off as fast as possible. These kinds of attacks, capable of making the user fall into an illusion without being able to distinguish fantasy from reality, were simply too terrifying. Just as Xietain was rejoicing, his pupils trembled, and before his brain even realized what was happening, his body moved by itself to the right. Unfortunately or not, Xietain only had time to take a mere step to the right and tilt his body slightly. Swoosh! The sound of wind from the back reached Xietain, and before he could do anything else, he felt his left shoulder being pierced by an extremely sharp yet cold object. Xietain barely had time to look down and notice a claw-like hand of a strange creature piercing his flesh when an even greater surge of pain caused him to be unable to stop himself from crying out loud. First Order? The hoarse voice of whatever was behind him rang out, and moments later, Xietain felt his left arm being cleanly severed by the claw that had injured him just now. As Xietain's screams echoed inside the grayish corridor, red blood splattered on the gray road that was getting smaller and smaller. This was undoubtedly the first time Xietain found himself in such a precarious situation, even more than when he faced his First Order enemy, even more than when he fought the Second Order archaic bear, and even more than when his chest was pierced by Glenera's spear in the Oblong world. He really could die the next instant. Fuck off. Amidst the pain, anger caused his blood to bubble and adrenaline to surge. Unfortunately, it seemed to be that his own pain was not one of the triggers to activate Blood Berserker's Wrath skill that could help him get out of this predicament. However, furious, Xietain tightened his right hand's grip on the hilt of his weapon, and without a care for anything else in the world but his own survival, he swung the huge sword with all his strength backward. Lightning crackled furiously around the greatsword, and the atmosphere inside the space corridor shuddered as if a giant air bullet threatened to form due to the pressure such a large and heavy weapon had on such a tiny space when it was swung with such strength. Boom! Xietain's eyes widened as he caught his first glimpse of the enemy he faced. This was a creature similar to that of ghosts in science fiction and fantasy movies, except that it didn't look so creepy. In fact, if not for the fact that its body was partially translucent, it would be no different from a normal human male. However, even though this was the first time Xietain had come face to face with what appeared to be a ghost, the reason behind his surprise was that his attack had been parried by the claw-like hand of the creature before him. Even Glenera, who had been before she died a powerful Third Order warrior, did not dare to take Xietain's Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words attack head-on, but this ghost actually took it with relative ease. Fuck off? Jack muttered as if he was surprised by something. He looked at the First Order existence as if he was looking at some kind of strange creature and said in surprise, "Human, it's been at least 2,000 years since anyone has said such words to me." Then, ignoring the slight tingle that the crackling lightning made every time it whipped his left hand, Jack used his free hand and struck fiercely forward. Boom! Xietain felt his abdomen being pierced from side to side, and he could do nothing against the blood that escaped from his mouth along with a grunt of pain. The current Xietain was in his weakest state since the apocalypse began. His current condition was as bad as when he was injured to such a degree that he couldn't even walk after suffering serious burns after successfully defeating the First Order blazing beetle some time ago. His total mana had dropped to critically low levels, his health stat could not keep up with the wounds on his body despite doing everything possible to heal it, his strength stat was not high enough to damage the being before him, his high agility could not be exploited in this limited space, and his stamina had little or nothing to do here given the circumstances. The majority of the most powerful treasures he had with him had already been used by Xietain in the different battles he had to face in the Oblong world, and finally the equipment he had forged with so much effort and care were practically in pieces after so many deadly battles. Even the rank 2 full body armor that Xietain was proud of had become a pile of junk at this point. Xietain knew perfectly well in his heart that if the him in his peak condition had practically no hope of defeating the enemy he was facing at this moment, then the current him who had practically used up all his main trump cards was no different from a dead man. The only question was whether he would die fast or slow. After all, Xietain could not run back to Earth and take this Fourth Order monster with him. The entire planet might succumb to such a being. To be honest, what Xietain was most worried about was not the fact that Earth could be destroyed or his race annihilated or even enslaved. His real terror was that beyond that gate, no more than 200 meters away, there were people important to him. After all, the current Xietain was different from the Xietain of 2 months ago. When the apocalypse broke out with the arrival of the Soul Record and turned the lives of all mankind into a living hell, Xietain was a young man who was only fighting for his own sake and for the sake of finding his family. However, the present him had managed to make friends after growing as a person and cracking the stone shell that enclosed his heart thanks to the help of some truly amazing people. Xietain's fierce look changed to one of pity, shame, and above all regret. In the end, he had not been able to do anything he had hoped to accomplish, nor would he be able to keep his word. There was his family, who, if alive, he could never help. There was Lilith, who regardless of who she was and regardless of what her goal was, had helped him more than anyone else, had guided him, had lent him her attention when he needed someone with whom to unburden himself. There was Shangguan Bing Shui, someone whom Xietain almost came to hate at the beginning of the apocalypse and whom he disdained for a long time, but who proved to be different from what everyone believed. Not only did she prove to be a woman with emotions and not a block of ice, but she also proved to be someone trustworthy and with the strongest principles Xietain had ever seen in his life. There was Wu Yijun, who had somehow fallen in love with him and was even willing to go against her own principles, against everything her family had planted in her since she was a child, and even willing to oppose her loved ones for his sake. Finally, there were all his subordinates. People who for better or worse had decided to follow him and deposit every grain of faith in him. Hundreds of thousands of thoughts flashed through Xietan's mind in a single second, and he couldn't help but wonder if this was what people meant when they said that one's life would flash before their eyes just before death. Heh. Hee hee. Xietain chuckled as the look of sadness on his face changed to a mocking one as he looked the ghost before him straight in the eyes. I think I understand now why Thaneth wants you alive. Jack muttered as he looked at the human before him and said quietly, for some reason, I find you really annoying in my eyes. Boom. Jack released his grip on the greatsword and slammed hard into Xietan's chest, piercing it with ease. Although Jack was not a melee-focused existence and his main weapon was spiritual attacks, a Fourth Order existence was, at the end of the day, a Fourth Order existence. Xietain felt his life energy drastically plummet until even the pain was no longer painful. He did not bother to activate blood manipulation to stop the internal hemorrhages nor to try to seal his wounds temporarily as his mana was simply too low at the moment. What was the point of sealing his wounds if after all he had no way to shake off the terrifying enemy he faced? Instead of spending his little more than 50+ mana points on something so insignificant, he would rather do something a bit more interesting. You know, Mr. Ghost. Xietain continued to laugh despite the blood pouring out of his mouth like a torrent. He released his weapon and using his one arm wrapped around Jack's neck before pulling hard towards him so that his chin rested on his enemy's shoulder. Xietain whispered, I remembered that in the movies of my world, ghosts are usually afraid of fire and bright light. I wonder if you are that kind of ghost too. Bang, Before Jack could say anything, both his and Zemon's bodies were surrounded by a blaze of blue fire that burst out of nowhere. Ugh. Jack's expression changed slightly as his face contorted into a grimace of pain. Ha 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 ha. So you are that kind of ghost after all. Zemon laughed jovially as blood continued flowing from his open wounds. Jack tried to break free but suddenly realized that something was wrong. He couldn't get his arms out of the enemy's body. The blood inside was clinging to his arms so tightly that Jack wouldn't be able to free himself unless he shook his arms with all his might, but the problem was that if he did that, considering how small the space here was and considering that his enemy was clinging to him so tightly, Jack himself would fall into the spatial void and be torn apart by the chaotic energy. Zemon laughed out loud as he sensed Jack's panic and felt even better as he saw the grayish smoke rising from the ghost's body. Since I'm going to die here, then you're coming with me, Mr. Ghost. Slowly, the Cosmos Gate began to close and the gray road began to shrink more and more. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 489 Life or Death is Unknown. Inside the Cosmos Gate, the sound of something similar to a small campfire being smothered by a bucket of cold water could be heard along with worried grunts and jovial laughter. "Let go of me, brat," Jack shouted in a hoarse voice as he activated one of his spirit skills called Spectral Dread. "Let you go? Don't be such a killjoy and let's dance together, Mr. Ghost." Zemon laughed nonchalantly as the spiritual earring in his left ear let out a faint white glow that immediately denied the spiritual attack from Jack. Why the hell isn't it working? Jack began to panic as he realized that his spiritual attacks weren't working and he didn't know the reason why such a thing was happening. After all, Zemon had positioned his head in such a way that it would be impossible for Jack to understand that it was all due to the earring in his left ear. Jack's status and race were indeed a ghost. But what was a ghost? A ghost was basically something similar to the soul of a person or any other creature that did not possess a fleshly body to contain it. Not possessing a fleshly body, it was obvious that Jack's physical stats were not at all high in comparison to existences of the same order and level but of different races. However, as a sort of bonus to balance such a disadvantage, the soul of Jack, as well as the soul or spirit of all ghosts, was usually more powerful than that of those who did have a fleshly body. While it was impossible to compare since Jack did not have access to his status window because the soul record had abandoned the Oblong world and all the natives of that world, his mana and magic were significantly higher than those of a flesh-bodied existence of the same level and at the same evolutionary stage. This was because every time Jack absorbed the energy contained within a soul stone, unlike what happened when a fleshly-bodied existence absorbed the soul power of another being, Jack's soul absorbed all of it in its entirety without having to share with a fleshly body since he did not possess one. Another great advantage was that the effect of physical attacks was tremendously weakened in beings like Jack. Of course, everything that had advantages also had its disadvantages, and as in the previous case, this time was no exception. Jack, like all ghosts and similar races, had a fatal disadvantage, and this was that by not possessing a fleshly body to protect the soul, magical attacks deal more damage than they should. This was especially true for attacks that contained large amounts of energy similar to fire and lightning. Damn! Jack shouted anxiously and activated a spiritual spell for the third time. However, not to the surprise of Ghost Emperor Jack, the stubborn human who clung to him tenaciously still continued laughing, unconcerned about the fact that his life was ending. Never in his 7,000+ years of life had Ghost Emperor Jack felt as humiliated as he did now. Not only was he being held back by a first-order existence, but he was slowly but surely receiving wounds that hurt like hell. Jack knew that he could not underestimate the existence on the other side of the Cosmos Gate even before he jumped inside, as it was impossible for someone normal to launch terrifying attacks of such magnitude and even leave the proud but powerful Thaneth in such a miserable state. However, it was impossible for someone like Jack not to feel some disdain and ridicule toward a first-order existence. It was completely natural. Jack's confidence only shot up even more when he saw how easily he critically wounded the young human already in poor condition. However, just as Lilith had told Zemon to exhaustion, overconfidence was usually the reason why great ones fell at the hands of small roles. The power of the endless blue lotus flame was beyond the power that a normal third-order flame could show to the world. The specialty of the little blue flame that had formed a soul contract with Xietain was to spread out and burn forever using the smallest amount of soul power possible. Therefore, now that the little flame could sense through the contract between the two of them that its master had already surrendered to life, it did not hesitate to burn in all its splendor without worrying at all about consumption. Arg! Jack roared in pain. It hurt. It hurt so much that it was unimaginable. Even if the wounds and the speed at which he was being injured weren't a short-term threat, the pain of having his soul incinerated was simply unbearable. Unbearable to the point where even someone like Jack, who had already experienced countless hardships, couldn't control his voice at all. The current Jack was not too different from a fish out of the sea waiting to be dried by the sun. If Jack tried to shake Xietain's body, considering that the latter was clinging on viciously and with no intention of letting go even in death, Jack would fall into the void. If Jack tried to run back towards Oblong World, it was highly likely that he would fall, since not only could Jack not look down or look back, but the gray path was currently much smaller than before. To top it all off, the spiritual attacks of Jack were useless and his physical attacks had been denied as his limbs were tightly sealed inside Xietain's body. In any other circumstances, as much as it pains me to admit it, I wouldn't be able to do anything in front of you, Mr. Ghost. Xietain said indifferently after he stopped laughing. The current Xietain was nervous, but not because of his certain death. He was nervous because of the fact that the 3 uses of the spiritual earring had been expended. Then, if Ghost Emperor Jack used some powerful spiritual attack again, Xietain was not at all confident that he could stand his ground like now. Therefore, he could only try to buy time until the gray road beneath his feet became thin enough for both him and Jack to fall into the void after the Cosmos Gate closed. Xietain ignored his wounds, which were only getting worse as the seconds passed, and his enemy's attempts to pull his limbs out of the bloody holes in his chest and abdomen as he continued speaking with bone-chilling calm. However, in this kind of circumstance, if you want my life, then you will have to surrender yours as the price of payment. There is nowhere to run here, and in 20 seconds at most both you and I will be sealed in this separate space before falling off the edge of the cliff and being torn apart by the lightning beyond the magical barrier. Jack took a deep breath, and as he fought through the pain he did his best to calm himself, something that, considering his age and experience, he managed to do after not long but still precious seconds subtracted from the countdown that went lower and lower. Human, I have a deal for you. A deal? Xietain pretended to think for a moment before saying in a serious voice, "Tell me what you have in mind." Jack watched as the rift leading to the other world had shrunk to about half of what it was when he stepped into the space corridor, so he spoke hurriedly, not wanting to waste a single second more. "You and I have no death hatred, and the only reason I pursued you was because the flames you left behind were a threat to the ghost race. My offer is that both you and I can step back and return to our respective worlds. I can sense that in your waist pouch you have a potion that can recover your fatal injuries with no problem. What do you think? Xietain scoffed in his heart, but on the surface he seemed to be thinking seriously. Jack might be an old monster, but Xietain was not a 3-year-old, nor was he mentally retarded. He was sure that if he released Jack, he would immediately be broken into pieces by the Ghost Emperor. All the first-order existences that Xietain had met on Earth were proud, since they were basically the peak of mankind. In that case, it didn't take a genius to understand that a 4th order being like the one in front of him would be tremendously proud and arrogant considering his power. Moreover, even though Xietain didn't know who Jack was or what his rank was within his race, he definitely shouldn't be much lower than the Emperor of the Azura race. In fact, judging by how Jack referred to the Azura Emperor as Thanath, Xietain judged that the being he was facing was the Emperor of the Ghost race. How could an emperor like Jack allow a disgraceful first-order existence that had humiliated him and caused him so much pain to escape? Xietain was 100% certain that his body would be shattered the first instant Jack found the ability to move his limbs. About that. That's a tempting offer. Jack began to grow impatient as Xietain continued to drag things out. One wanted to live while the other had already given up on life. Even a small mouse could take a ferocious bite out of a cat if it was cornered. This was what Jack was experiencing now that Xietain had made up his mind to die and take his enemy with him to the grave. Rumble. Suddenly, space began to rumble fiercely, and the gray road, made of some kind of special energy, began to waver in such a way that Xietain and Jack could no longer stand steady. After about 10 seconds passed and as they felt the space around them begin to collapse, how could Jack not notice Zemin's thoughts? Damn human. I swear on my ancestors that if I manage to escape from here alive I will destroy your world until there is nothing left of it, roared the Ghost Emperor as he struggled to free himself while trying his best not to fall. Ha 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 ha. Well, let's see you escape from this one then. Zemin laughed out loud as he tried to pull himself and Jack to fall towards the abyss. One who was straining for balance and the other who was trying to break that balance. One was struggling to survive while the other was doing everything he could to die. Zemin was prepared to die, but he could not deny that in his heart he felt bitter. After all, everything else aside, he was only 20 years old. What 20-year-old with a seemingly limitless future would wish for death? Probably none. Zemin didn't want to die either, but circumstances didn't leave him much choice to cling to. Rumble. Space shook harder and finally, a part of the magic barrier protecting the gray corridor collapsed, letting the white lightning bolts lash part of the energy road and like piranhas began to devour it rapidly. Damn, at least the senior gave his first kiss recently, or else I'd really have to chase you even if I turn into a ghost. Eh? That's not right. You're a ghost and you're dying too, ha 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 ha. Zemin laughed on the verge of insanity. Bastard. Jack continued to struggle amidst the embracing pain and fear flashing in his pupils. Swoosh. Suddenly, another change happened without warning. A black portal appeared right behind Jack and with lightning speed, a golden spear with crimson engravings shot out from its interior. Neither Ghost Emperor Jack nor Zemin had time to react before their bodies were impaled by the weapon that came seemingly out of nowhere. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 490. At this point only luck will decide, 50% die/50% live. The eyes of Ghost Emperor Jack and Zemin slowly opened as they looked at each other in shock. It was as if time had stopped for both of them even though the area around them was only getting worse and worse with fragments of the spatial barrier protecting the gray corridor collapsing one after another. The chaotic lightning flashes were like fierce whips lashing different parts of the road, a road which like an energy screen was disappearing in irregular patterns second after second. However, in the midst of the chaotic explosions, Zemin suddenly realized that although his body had been pierced from side to side from his chest to his back, he could not actually feel any pain at all. For a few thousandths of a second Zemin believed that the reason he felt no pain was because of the state of anger and sadness he was in, as he knew that in the end the only course for him was death. Even the fact that his life energy was diminishing might be the hidden culprit. But after what happened next, he realized that his thoughts were far from reality. Jack opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. The trembling in his stare was irrefutable proof that not only could he not believe what was happening, but he also could not understand how things had played out this way. However, Zemin realized that whoever was the owner of the spear that had come out of nowhere did not seem to have any interest in allowing a lowly villain to express his disbelief or utter his last words. Bang! The soul of the Ghost Emperor exploded in a cloud of white smoke before dissipating into nothingness. At the same time, as the golden spear with red engravings was still impaled in his chest without him feeling any pain except for the distinct discomfort of having something piercing his flesh and bones, Zemin heard the unmistakable clink of something falling to the ground. Zemin's breathing stalled for a moment before his pupils quivered. Don't tell me. Even in this kind of circumstance, the mere thought of the possibility that such a thing could happen made Zemin's heart that seemed to have turned into dying ashes in the face of hopelessness beat again, not only for the possibility that had been granted to him but also for what might have dropped to the ground. Rumble. Suddenly, the gray road around Zemin began to tremble fiercely and disappear at a rapid rate. Zemin looked down and was startled to see that approximately 70% of the road had been devoured by the chaotic lightning coming from the space beyond the protective magic barrier. Shit, he screamed in panic at the sight of a small glowing object falling into the void. If that was what he thought it was, then Zemin couldn't let it go no matter what. He used the blood from his own mutilated arm to form an extremely long arm which he extended several meters and sent it into unknown space. Zemin's face was covered in sweat as he focused on doing his best to dodge the lightning that flashed intermittently and in almost impossible to predict patterns. After 2 or 3 precious seconds, Zemin could not help but rejoice as the sensation he had hoped to feel was transmitted to his brain through the touch of blood. Bang! 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 The magic barrier began to explode and chaos began to strike more and more of the surroundings. Even Xietain could not be spared from it this time. However, to his pleasant surprise, the spear that was encrusted in his chest had formed a 2-meter barrier around him. Every time the white lightning flashes filled with destructive energy hit the barrier, they were devoured as if the spear was an unstoppable monster whose appetite was comparable to the legendary sin of gluttony of the 7 deadly sins that Xietain had read about in many stories during his time as a high school student. Xietain used more blood to create another arm and took his severed arm, then he used his right hand to tighten his grip on the hilt of his greatsword, and without even taking a second to think he ran for the portal that could take him back home. However, things were not so simple, as there were parts of the road that had vanished after being destroyed by the chaotic energy. As if that wasn't enough, space was constantly trembling as evidence of its imminent collapse. With his current injuries and no time to drink any of the potion and the poor condition of the place he was currently in, it would be a miracle if Xietain's steps did not falter. The number of times his life had been in danger in the last 10 seconds had been so many that Xietain had lost count, and if it wasn't for the barrier protecting him thanks to the golden spear, he would have died at least several hundred times by now. Xietain gritted his teeth as he saw the large gap between where he was standing and the portal leading to Earth. This was a distance that in normal times he could easily cross, but in his current condition, it was quite a challenge. Not only was he seriously injured, but he was carrying a great amount of weight on his shoulders, and as if that wasn't enough, his mana had dropped to 0, which was not only making him dizzy and nauseous, but also making it impossible for him to use gravity manipulation. He looked back and saw that the road had disappeared as the chaotic energy slowly crawled towards him. There was no turning back. Even if the golden spear was protecting him now, Xietain doubted with all his heart that the spear could do anything about the foothold he was about to lose. If he stood frozen, the road would end up being destroyed sooner rather than later, so he would eventually fall into chaotic space, which would eventually end up killing him in one way or another, even with the protection of the divine weapon still on his chest. At the same time, if he jumped, Xietain had less than a 50% chance of reaching the other side safely, since the portal was barely big enough to allow his body to pass through. This time, he didn't even have mana to harden blood platforms he could use. Now, he could only rely on something Xietain hated: luck. 50% die/50% live. Ack. Fuck. Xietain cursed through gritted teeth. He took a small step back before shouting, "I don't want to have anything to do with portals and other worlds again for at least 2 lifetimes. Then, with all the strength he had and ignoring the embracing pain, Xietain leaped forward. The white light from the portal leading to Earth reflected in Xietan's dark pupils. Unfortunately, amidst the pain, amidst the anxieties, the fear of death after receiving hopes of survival, Xietain forgot that he was carrying a great amount of weight with his hand, and that considering his current injuries, he was far from being able to use the full power of his strength stat to jump. Therefore, that 50% chance was naturally not as accurate as he estimated. Oblong world. The mighty Emperor Xietain was in an extremely miserable state, yet his red pupils sparkled with relief. For the first time in his life, Xietain was relieved that an existence he would usually consider an ant was gone. He even momentarily forgot the anger of losing his wife. After all, the blue flames that threatened to become the herald of the oblong world had disappeared several seconds ago without warning. With the terrifying flames out of the equation, Xietain could finally focus on eliminating the shockwaves that plagued the world, something that for a fourth-order existence was not too challenging. Finally, it's over. The Azura Emperor sighed in exhaustion. A bitter smile bloomed on the man's face as he looked down and saw the deep dent in the center of his chest. To think that a 20-year-old brat could make this emperor suffer so much. Xietain sighed again before a look of hatred flashed in his eyes. However, next time it won't be so easy. This emperor has never stumbled over the same stone twice. The next time this emperor finds you, this emperor will take it upon himself to end your life in an instant. Xietain believed that sooner or later he would again come face to face with the young man named Xietain, who had bravely crossed the Cosmos Gate in search of revenge and to force the Azuras to close the space passage leading to his world. But the next time would be different from this one. This time, due to his anger, Xietain could not think things through clearly and ended up making the same mistake that most of Xietan's enemies made when they realized that he was just a first-order existence, underestimating him. Xietain would never underestimate anyone again in his life, and the next time he faced Xietain, he would give his 200% to finish him off. After recovering 70% of his mana by drinking expensive recovery potions, Xietain suddenly noticed something, and with a serious expression on his face, he clenched his magic staff as he looked up at the sky. Bang! 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 The sky was torn apart, and 6 enormous spatial rifts, whose sizes could only be described as colossal, opened as if they were the mouths of merciful monsters. A few seconds later, hundreds of thousands of beings began to emerge from the huge space cracks, and as if they were legendary gods, they floated in the sky as they looked down upon the world like immortals looking down upon mortals. Xietain's pupils contracted to the size of a needle, and his legs became so weak that he immediately fell to his knees as he watched the beings that had come out of nowhere. Angel wings, long fangs, phoenix birds, huge spaceships filled with deadly energy, and finally beings whose magical power exuded darkness with bat wings and demon tails behind them. The Azura race was a race with a few million years of history, so there was no shortage of records and theories about the higher existences. Xietain himself had once seen a huge dragon whose power was so overwhelming that a fourth-order existence like him felt as insignificant as an ant. Xietain was sure that the beings who had just appeared were beings who had gone a step beyond. Lucifer, wearing pajamas, immediately focused on the space passage in the distance that had shrunk so much that probably only his head could fit in there. The leader of the demonic army left everyone speechless when at lightning speed he seemed to teleport and appear next to the closing passage. The expression of Lucifer changed slightly as the chaotic energy shot out from the portal and began to attack him. However, as an eighth-order existence at the top of the universe, he would naturally not be unprotected against such things just like a normal being. After struggling a bit, he managed to shake off the chaotic energy using his own mana. Unfortunately, the space portal had closed so much that he only managed to catch a glimpse of what lay beyond. However, Lucifer couldn't believe what he was seeing, so he finally shook his head and muttered, "I knew it. Being awake so long and expending so much energy is not good for the mind." Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 491. The paths finally converge, and the only explanation is drugs. Inside the Cosmos Gate, Xietain's pupils trembled and his mind went blank as he realized something that chilled his blood. In mid-jump, Xietain felt his body suddenly lean to the right, and as if time had slowed down, his eyes automatically moved in that direction. The sword, carrying a weapon that weighed over 6 tons while he was severely injured without being able to use his physical stats to his heart's content and without even having an extra drop of mana unless he wanted to abandon his severed arm. Xietain underestimated the effect Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words would have on him in this kind of situation. In a desperate attempt to avoid falling, Xietain roared while ignoring how the bones in his shoulder moved out of place and fiercely swung the greatsword in a full circle from bottom to top in a clockwise direction. The little air left inside the broken space rumbled at the ferocious swing as Xietain gritted his teeth and prayed to all his ancestors that the greatsword would manage to reach the portal and plunge into the earth on the other side. However, the goddess of fate and the goddess of luck did not seem to be particularly fond of Xietain. "Damn!" Xietain cried out in frustration and at the same time despair as he saw how barely the tip of his weapon managed to pierce through the portal before the pulling force of the chaotic void began to drag him toward his imminent death. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind again. However, Xietain felt too spiritually weary to care about anything at this point in his life, a life which would soon be over. The light in his eyes faded and a sigh that only he managed to hear was swallowed by the ravenous silence within the now 99% collapsed passage. What was the use of complaining if everything was done? What was the use of complaining if there was nothing more he could do about it? After all, he had failed to overcome the hard trials that life and fate had put in his path. How many times had he been on the verge of death today? Tens, hundreds, thousands of times? Xietain did not know. But what was the use of thinking about it? One mistake was all it took for everything to be lost forever. Xietan's body fell past the point of possible return as the portal that could take him back to his world shrank to just over a meter high and about a meter wide. The light that contained the spark of life seemed to leave Xietan's eyes, and as he fell downward slowly transformed into a small dot that looked golden from above due to the faint glow of the barrier surrounding him. Chaotic lightning that came too close were shattered by the power of the godly spear. The weapon seemed to have intelligence, for as if feeling his approaching doom, the spear also seemed to despair as it wiped out all the lightning in the vicinity after releasing a powerful magical shockwave. Swoosh! Suddenly, Xietain's closed eyelids opened abruptly as he felt something around him changing. He barely caught a glimpse of a thick shadow hovering above him before some sort of giant hand caught his falling body, and surprisingly the golden spear did not prevent the giant hand from passing beyond the magical barrier. Plant? Xietain muttered in shock before the image of a person flashed in his mind. Honestly, even though this woman was very highly valued by Xietain and he also saw her as an important ally, at the end of the day, the person he least expected to receive help from in this kind of situation was her. After all, that beautiful woman was simply too weak to be of any help to him in such circumstances. However, reality again proved to Xietain that he was wrong. The value of people was not something that someone else could decide, and what was or was not impossible for someone should be decided by that someone and not by a second or third party. Is it Wu Yijun? Xietan's eyes sparkled again and his heartbeat increased in tempo as he realized that perhaps all was not lost for him. The hand was over 10 meters long and about a meter wide, barely passing through the portal that was shrinking more and more. Although Xietain had worsened the condition of his wounds and the bones in his right arm had been severely damaged due to the abrupt stop his body experienced when the giant hand caught him, he couldn't be happier. Crack. Xietan's pupils contracted tremendously as the sound he least wanted to hear reached his eardrum. How could a plant empowered by the power of a first-order level 5 skill be able to easily lift a weapon as heavy as the greatsword Xietain carried? Xietain gritted his teeth and a flash of resolve shone in his eyes. Slowly, and with his heart bleeding, he began to loosen his firm grip on the hilt of his weapon. This was the sword that Xietain had put all his heart and care into forging. He had given his 200% on a good day to forge it, and it came to a point where he even fainted from the level of effort he had put in during so many hours of work. Only someone who had given everything from the bottom of their heart to obtain or to do something would be able to understand Xietan's feelings at this moment. The feeling of helplessness and reluctance that slowly gnawed at his soul was truly unbearable. However, what was the use of continuing to be stubborn? This could be my last chance to get out of here alive. I can't waste it no matter what. Xietain nodded and prepared to let go of his beloved weapon, which at this moment, sadly had become a burden. However, it seemed that fate did not want such a brilliant weapon to be lost forever in the darkness. At least, not today. Swoosh. Without warning, the surface of the plant arm that appeared to be some sort of gigantic branch was covered with layers of frost, and a moment later the frost quickly hardened into a thick armor of ice. Bing shui. Xietan's eyes lit up and he quickly tightened his grip on his weapon again. The powered-up plant hardened with layers of ice slowly began to move upward or perhaps shrink in size. As a result, Xietan's body that had been falling toward the infinite darkness began to be pulled upward as well. Xietain relaxed, and this caused the pain he felt to double. However, he could not worry about such matters at this moment. Seeing the flash of bright light that awaited him and the warm temperature on the other side, as well as the all-too-familiar scent that flooded his senses, Xietain finally knew that he had managed to survive what was undoubtedly the worst experience of his entire life. An experience he honestly did not wish to have to experience ever again. Oblong world. Lucifer's dark eyes glowed with a dark glow, and 2 small magic circles flickered in his pupils. His stare became strange, and under his astonished eyes, the portal leading to the other world finally closed completely. I knew it. Being awake so long and expending so much energy is not good for the mind. He mumbled incoherently. Lucifer, did you see something? The spear? What about the spear? Your Majesty! The leaders of the other factions and the members of the demonic army immediately began to cause a commotion as they looked at Lucifer waiting for answers. Lucifer nonchalantly turned around and surveyed the surroundings. Then, he looked at Emperor Xietain and said in amazement, "Man, the air of all the abandoned worlds is the same as the air of this world?" Xietain looked at Lucifer in awe, and in a trembling voice, he tried to express his doubts. Excuse me? Magic drugs, man. I mean some kind of stuff like that. Lucifer held out his hands as if he wanted to embrace the world and said dramatically, "There must be some really powerful plant that releases some kind of spores that confuse the mind of a being as brilliant and powerful as me, mustn't there?" Holy cow! How can you people stand such a thing, huh? Thaneth let out a sound so strange that even he didn't understand what it meant as he looked at the handsome man dressed in pajama clothes as if he were looking at a species that should have been extinct long ago. The expressions of the other higher existences were also strange, and those who did not belong to the demonic army seemed to be holding back the urge to laugh as they looked at Lucifer with eyes brimming with mockery. Helskar's body began to tremble and his eyes turned red with anger as he felt so many mocking gazes fall upon him. However, the shame he felt was on the same level as anger, so he was about to erupt. Just then, however, a small hand touched his shoulder and a feminine but flat voice reached him. Calm down. Don't you know how His Majesty Lucifer is? Let others mock him as much as they want. Haven't we experienced enough in our lives? Learn to control your emotions and you'll be invincible. I think the woman who gave birth to me often said such words. I can't remember clearly as it has been over 2 million years since I last saw her as she failed to ascend, so she died, as did all lower existence. Hellskar looked at Valiant and took several deep breaths before nodding, slowly calming down. Medes, the Lord of the Army of Heaven, looked at Lucifer with a frown. He knew Lucifer's character perfectly well, as they knew more than anyone else between them, so he knew that even though Lucifer might look foolish in reality, he often used that to his advantage to be underestimated and deflect some things he wanted to keep hidden. Lucifer, explain, what did you see? Meade said in a deep voice. Lucifer looked at him sideways and said in a lazy voice, I don't want to. What can you do about it? How about you come and force me, you? Meades frowned and a flash of anger shone in his soft gaze. Just then, Uriel asked in a honey-soft voice, Lord of the demonic army, could you please explain? Lucifer nodded, seemingly satisfied, and looked at Uriel appreciatively as he said, I knew it, Uriel should have come to my demonic army. What a pity. Lucifer, you bastard. Michael gritted his teeth and flames of anger burned deep within his eyes. Meades abruptly extended his arm and gave him a glare, causing Michael to calm down with much effort. Uriel smiled bitterly and shook her head. This sort of thing always happened, it was nothing new to her. Anyway. Lucifer cleared his throat and adjusted the collar of his shirt as he said in a flat voice, just now, I just felt the aura of a fourth-order existence fade into nothingness. I also caught a glimpse of a flash of a young man being lifted by a giant ice arm and carried through the portal alive. Judging by the fact that there were no more auras in that place, it looks like this first-order existence was having a good time with the fourth-order existence that kicked the bucket recently. The expressions on the faces of the other leaders became extremely ugly when they heard Lucifer's words, and even Meades and everyone who knew Lucifer well thought he was joking or mocking them. A first-order existence that fought against a fourth-order existence? Huh. Yeah, of course. Those present would rather believe that an unclassified ant could eat a second-order dragon than believe such madness. Michael took a deep breath and, while looking at Lucifer with eyes burning with anger, said slowly, So. What's up? What happened to the spear Sirius threw? Eh? You mean annihilation of the falling sky? Lucifer asked with an innocent expression on his face. You bastard. Of course I'm talking about annihilation of the falling sky. Michael exploded and started screaming. Thaneth's ears bled and his world began to spin as he fell backward. Even if Michael's voice wasn't directed at him at all, the difference in power was simply colossal, and a hint of the mighty fire archangel's aura was enough to put the proud Azura Emperor in a pathetic and pitiful state. Calm down, man. Lucifer sighed and said in a clear voice, I think it might be because of that kind of attitude of yours that Fire Sorrow rejected you back then. Michael took a step forward, but just before the flames burned on his spear, Lucifer quickly continued speaking. He looked at everyone with an extremely calm expression and said, as if he was describing the appearance of a flower, regarding Sirius' spear. It seems that it was encrusted in the chest of this young First Orderer, and since he was still alive and kicking, he took the spear with him. As for where the spear is, good luck finding it now that the passage is closed and the connection to the other world is lost. Nikolai was already in a bad mood after learning of Long Tion's act, and Lucifer's words naturally did nothing to calm him down. The powerful Eighth Order vampire stepped forward and said in a low voice, So, you're telling me that a First Order existence fought against a Fourth Order being and came out alive while the Fourth Order died? Are you also implying that after being struck by the spear of Sirius Ghost, who beat the crap out of that damn son of a bitch Xietain, that First Order being was still alive and kicking? Lucifer looked at him with wide eyes and said dumbfounded, "You see? I told you it was the magic drugs." Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 492 Soul Punishment, Soul Record's Voice. The serious expression, as well as the self-disbelief in Lucifer's voice, left everyone in an uncomfortable position as somehow the leader of the demonic army seemed to be telling the truth. However, how could those present believe such barbarity? Forget the fact that a first-order existence somehow exchanged blows with a fourth-order existence, and leave aside the factor of how the fourth-order existence died but the first-order existence magically survived. The biggest problem present was undoubtedly the spear that Sirius Ghost threw. Annihilation of the Falling Sky, such was the name of a weapon that had once terrified myriads of races. The name of this spear, called Annihilation of the Falling Sky, dated back billions of years, so except for a minimum of records that were preserved, no one knew anything about this legendary weapon that had accompanied one of the brightest and most powerful beings under the heavens. If what you say is true, then I fear that spear was but a falsification of the real annihilation of the falling sky. Meade sighed and ruffled his hair as he slowly said, "Annihilation of the falling sky, just as its name alone describes, it is a weapon that annihilates and obliterates everything in its path. Even Xietain, who is known to possess the most powerful physical body and physical defense in the entire universe, failed to withstand a single hit from annihilation of the falling sky. How could it be possible that a first-order existence could continue alive after being stabbed by such a merciless weapon?" Fire Sorrow of the demonic army nodded and very reluctantly said in a complicated voice, "In this case, I have to agree with the words of the Lord of the army of heaven. Your Majesty Lucifer, you should also know that such a thing is impossible." "Are you sure you saw correctly?" Lucifer's expression continued changing constantly, and after a long time, he finally sighed wearily and scratched his head with both hands as he said in frustration, "Ack. Damn. This senior doesn't know what's white and what's black anymore. Could it be that after all this time my eyes have started to fail me?" Seeing the always calm and never losing his composure Lucifer so frustrated, everyone realized that the leader of the demonic army was not lying and was actually telling the truth regarding what he had seen or thought he had seen. "Nonsense." Salazar shook his head and said in a voice full of disdain, "Lucifer, maybe you should go to sleep again. It looks like your dog eyes are really starting to fail, ha ha ha." Lucifer suddenly stopped moving and his expression slowly went cold. He looked at Salazar and his eyes slowly began to turn completely black as a pitch-black cloud began to surround him. "Zombie boy, be careful with your tone of voice or you might lose those teeth with which you love to bite human flesh so much." Salazar's expression froze and the atmosphere changed as the wind seemed to stop flowing. This was the first time the leader of the demonic army had behaved so strangely. In the past, no matter what jokes or taunts one said, Lucifer would simply ignore them or laugh along with everyone as if he had heard some good joke. Therefore, seeing him like this, the leader of the Evolution army suddenly found himself at a loss as to how to react. It was not only Salazar who found himself at a loss and not knowing what to say next, but almost everyone present was the same. Fire Sorrow looked at Lucifer and sighed in her heart. Even though Lucifer was carefree and sometimes even a bit goofy, when he was frustrated or angry with himself because something got out of hand, the leader of the demonic army would not tolerate anyone bothering him or making fun of him, as all his anger would immediately be aimed at the culprit in an attempt to expel it from his body. Now, Fire Sorrow could only hope that Salazar would calm down and tolerate Lucifer's words, or else there would soon be a battle of colossal magnitude that would destroy dozens of worlds in the process. However, how could Salazar tolerate such a thing? Let alone considering that he was being challenged in front of his subordinates. That would be an interesting thing to see. The mighty Eighth Order zombie whispered under his breath, and a monstrous grin that deformed his previously handsome face grew ever larger on his features. Wait. A weak voice rang out just as things were about to get out of control. Everyone's gazes immediately focused on the source of the sound. There, lying on the ground with his body covered in blood, the formerly proud Emperor Thanath appeared to be on the verge of death as he lay crushed in a huge crater that had formed only from the pressure released by the beings before him. If the Oblong world were not a world abandoned by the soul record, the rules of the universe would protect Thaneth, and the higher existences who were inadvertently harming him would die in a short time. However, given the circumstances of the Oblong world, even if one of the higher existences present slapped Thaneth to death, they would receive no penalty. In fact, quite possibly they would receive some sort of reward. Thaneth was fully aware that at this rate, not only would he end up dead, but the entire Azure race would end up being annihilated along with the destruction of the Oblong world. Therefore, despite feeling his bones shattering, he struggled to make himself noticed. Feeling hundreds of thousands of eyes of beings who were on another plane of power from his own, Emperor Thaneth felt his skin tearing. However, Thaneth's tenacity had been forged in a world filled with cruelty, so his tolerance for pain was not something a normal existence could compare to. Regarding that first-order existence, I think he should not be underestimated. Cough. 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 It was only a few words, but Thaneth seemed to reach the limit as he immediately started to cough blood like crazy, and even several fragments of internal organs escaped from his mouth. The pressure released by Lucifer, who was just a short distance away, had caused the Emperor of the Azure race to be injured in such a way that in a matter of minutes he would die. After all, a large part of Thaneth's main organs had been shattered and crushed due to the aura of one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Lucifer looked at Fire Sorrow, and the latter nodded silently after a moment's hesitation. She walked toward Emperor Thaneth and didn't even give him a glance as she waved her magical scepter while her sweet lips painted in bright violet whispered words that no one could hear. Boom! The sky suddenly went completely dark and lightning began to crackle. There were red, blue, yellow, white, black, gold, purple, violet, and various other colors of lightning. The pressure released by these lightning flashes made it more than clear that they were far from being normal lightning flashes like those of any natural phenomenon, since the magical power contained in each lightning bolt seemed to be capable of destroying everything. Everyone's expression changed, and even Lilith shivered in fear as she stared at the sky in disbelief. Slowly, the multicolored lightning began to gather. Slowly, the higher existences present noticed that the figure of a Western-style lightning dragon began to form in the skies. What is that? A fifth-order angel clenched her lightsaber tightly as she looked up into the sky with eyes filled with terror and panic. The eyes of the dragon, composed of snow-white lightning, seemed to have life in them as they looked down at the world below. The creature was so large it was mindless, and its body was curled up among the dense black clouds that were clearly filled with mana. Soul punishment, Uriel pronounced in a serious voice. She looked skyward with a frown as she said word for word, as higher existences who somehow managed to oppose time and nature, we are forbidden to harm a lower existence as the soul record protects them. Otherwise, the first higher existence to be born could easily wipe out any threat that was about to be born and thus become the total ruler. Uriel lowered her gaze, and as her 3 pairs of snow-white wings swayed behind her, she looked at Fire Sorrow with complicated eyes. Of course, this rule does not apply to worlds and existences that were abandoned by the soul record. As sinners, they do not deserve the protection of the soul record. On the contrary, the soul record rewards everyone who cooperates in the destruction of such existences, including us, higher existences. But what Fire Sorrow of the demonic army is doing now is opposed to what the soul record wants in trying to cure that lower existence over there. Fire Sorrow, are you crazy? Crow looked at the ever-calm and clear-minded Fire Sorrow in shock as he urged her to stop. If you keep this up, your soul will be destroyed. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Please stop Fire Sorrow. The members of the demonic army went crazy as they realized what was happening. None of the other factions understood what one of the most powerful generals of the demonic army, so powerful as Fire Sorrow, was planning to do. However, none of them would be too sad at the loss of a strong enemy. Lilith frowned slightly as she watched everything in silence. She had been listening and watching events unfold from a corner all this time. However, even though she seemed composed on the surface, her heart was trembling fiercely because, unlike the rest, she could feel 2 traces of mana with which she was very familiar. One of those mana traces belonged to Shangguan Bing Shui, and the other trace naturally belonged to Bai Zemin. However, Lilith, just like Lucifer, refused to believe and doubted her own senses. After all, Bai Zemin should be in China, crushing without too much trouble any kind of obstacle that came in his way. Lilith was sure that with his strength there shouldn't be too many existences on Earth capable of really threatening him. How could the Earth that was a world in its first evolutionary stage even connect with an abandoned world that was already in its third evolutionary stage? Such a thing was simply impossible. Even more impossible was the fact that Bai Zemin could cause this shock with Shangguan Bing Shui's help alone. However, there were too many things that perfectly matched those two. Therefore, Lilith did not know what to do or think about it. Now, all she could do was to wait and see before doing her best to return to Earth to clear her doubts. More than anything, what Lilith wanted now was to wait and see the next words of the Fourth Order existence that seemed to have confronted the First Order existence that Lucifer had seen beyond the portal. However, Lilith did not expect Fire Sorrow to do such a thing. Although Lilith would not call the beautiful Seventh Order mage a friend, she at least appreciated her and was grateful for all the knowledge she imparted to her during the past month. Then, realizing what was happening, the cold and indifferent Lilith naturally felt a bit of sorrow. Heal. Fire Sorrow chanted just then, and a glowing green circle appeared beneath the Azura Emperor's body. Bright green light burst outward for a brief moment before disappearing without a trace. Thaneth looked at his condition and was taken aback, dumbfounded. All his wounds had completely disappeared, and even those injuries that had been left behind after thousands of years of war had left no trace after being healed by the beautiful woman in front of him. Just then, Fire Sorrow soared into the sky and looked up at the lightning dragon above her head. Her soft purple hair fluttered along with the fierce wind, and without giving any warning the multicolored lightning dragon roared as it swooped down. The Oblong world trembled in fear, and the higher existences on the scene were terrified regardless of their power. Thaneth watched wide-eyed as the whole world lit up and the feeling of annihilation enveloped him. Before the power of the lightning dragon, he felt as small as an ant staring at a planet. Lucifer watched everything with narrowed eyes, and even though he more or less knew what was going to happen next, he couldn't lie to himself and say he wasn't nervous. After all, Fire Sorrow was someone important to him. Bang! Fire Sorrow's body was surrounded by lightning, and she disappeared from everyone's sight amidst the light. Then, a green message that only she could see and understand appeared in her retina. It was a single word. But a word that could shock the entire universe and shake history. Why? Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 493, the woman universally known as the most beautiful. All existences living on worlds that had already been reached by the power of the soul record knew perfectly well that this unknown existence, which gave all living beings the opportunity to evolve and become more powerful, communicated with each one of them through green messages. However, it was not exactly correct to call what the soul record did a kind of communication either, since from the beginning of time until now, everything that the different existences saw in their retinas were mere messages containing information from different records. For example, the properties of a weapon, the qualities of a material, the defensive power of a structure, the attack power of a cannon, the functioning of a skill, the amount of soul power absorbed after prevailing in a mortal combat, the points obtained after leveling up, and so on. Now, a message as such in which the soul record tried to communicate with another existence was something no one had ever heard of, let alone seen. However, as the giant lightning dragon engulfed Fire Sorrow in its interior, a message containing a simple question flashed across the retina of the beautiful Seventh Order mage. Why? There was no tone of voice, it was a mere message. But that seemingly insignificant message alone actually possessed the ability to leave even the most powerful beings in the cosmos in shock. After all, this might be the first time in the history of the universe that the soul record openly sought answers from another being. What did this mean then? It meant that the soul record was actually an existence with a consciousness of its own. If this became known, the pattern of movement of most, if not all, factions of higher existences would change completely. The fact that the soul record was a being with intelligence, regardless of whether it had gender or not, also meant that it was highly likely that the reason this being was forcing everyone to evolve was no longer as simple as it might seem. After all, the fact that the soul record had self-awareness and intelligence enough to ask a question pointed to the fact that it very probably also had a target it was aiming at. The laws of the universe would tremble and the foundations of every power faction would be shaken if what had just happened became known. Such was the importance of a mere, simple word. "I'm sorry." Fire Sorrow whispered softly with a hint of self-reproach. She seemed far from surprised by what was happening to her as she said bitterly, "I know I'm not supposed to do this, but it's necessary to get the time that's been stagnant for so long flowing again. You understand that too, don't you?" Fire Sorrow was an existence that along with a few others had seen the beginning of an era and the end of it and then began to live in another era that was completely new and at the same time different from the era they were born into. She was blessed with the knowledge of many things that other beings did not know and that she had no plans to share. However, if what Lucifer had seen was real and not some sort of illusion, then it was clear to Fire Sorrow that the universe that had been frozen for so long would soon begin to change. We need things to change. At this rate, the beings on the other side of the Crimson Rift will destroy us completely. Fire Sorrow sighed and bathed in the mana-filled lightning. She smiled and asked the nothingness, "Although I don't know who you are or what your objective is, I believe you have been watching everything since the very beginning of the ages. You better than anyone should know that things cannot continue as they are now." There was no reply at all, and had it not been for the fact that the record of someone or something having communicated with her was still deep in her soul, Fire Sorrow might even have come to think it was a hallucination. The lightning dragon crackled fiercely and illuminated the world in its entirety. Fire Sorrow did not feel the ancient necklace that now hung on her chest sway gently as if someone had touched it. It was a fleeting feeling that disappeared quickly enough to go unnoticed even by someone of her caliber. At the same time, the light around her slowly began to dim. Realizing that the terror shaking her soul and the threat of becoming nothing more than an empty shell inside slowly receded, Fire Sorrow let out a sigh of relief as she said to the nothingness, "Thank you for understanding." Again, Fire Sorrow did not receive any reply. In fact, from beginning to end she did not understand the reason why the soul record asked, "Why?" All Fire Sorrow did was try to explain things from a broader point of view in which the whole universe needed change and maybe this small change could make a difference. As for why the soul record decided to spare her life even though she had openly opposed the rules, Fire Sorrow didn't know. At least, she didn't know 100% since she did have an idea. She gently caressed the broken necklace and sighed in her heart. This broken necklace, without any apparent value, was a valuable heirloom that had billions of years of history. It was not as amazing as some might think and in fact, could only attack a single time before the increasingly weakening power within it vanished without a trace. However, for Fire Sorrow and a few others, this broken necklace had a high emotional value. It symbolized honor, pride, power, prestige, bravery, and even insanity. However, in the eyes of others, it was just a broken necklace. An heirloom was after all an heirloom since only a few could understand its true value. The rest would just pass by without even giving it a second glance. When the multicolored lightning dragon disappeared without a trace and the black clouds that covered the dome of the sky dissipated without warning, Fire Sorrow appeared again in full view of everyone. Seeing her body intact as her purple hair waved gently in the company of the breeze that caressed her face tenderly, Lucifer let out a sigh of relief in his heart while the rest looked on in disbelief. What? What's this all about? Crow asked the same question they all had in mind. Wasn't soul punishment supposed to be the cruelest punishment in the universe, which was sent by the soul record itself to penalize the offender who had broken a rule within its system? An attack that could not be evaded and which no one could survive after being hit by it. But then what about Fire Sorrow? Of course, Crow was relieved that Fire Sorrow was unharmed. She was no different than a precious mentor to Crow since he had received her guidance in the past, so he naturally did not wish for anything bad to happen to her. However, this didn't mean that seeing her unharmed didn't shock him. Lilith didn't understand what was going on either. According to the overwhelming power she felt from the lightning dragon, Fire Sorrow's soul should have been completely crushed and probably even her body should have been turned into mortal spoils. However, far from what it should have been, she was perfectly fine and looked like a graceful goddess standing in the void. Only a few seemed to understand what was happening and they all belonged to either the demonic army or the army of heaven. The demonic army and the army of heaven were the two oldest known factions of higher existences since when faction number 3 was born these two were already there. No one knew how old Lucifer or Medes were, but it was clear that both beings knew things about the universe that even after millions of years, the other leaders had not been able to decipher. No one gave explanations regarding what had just happened, therefore, everyone's doubts could only remain in their hearts since if the leaders did not speak then the pawns had no place to give their opinion on the matter. Fire Sorrow turned around and stared Thanath out of the sky before calmly asking, "Now, can you explain a bit about what happened here?" Only then would the higher existences be able to better understand the situation and judge whether what Lucifer had seen was real or not. Even Lucifer himself was doubtful of his eyes, let alone the others. Why, yes. Of course. The Emperor of the Azure race did not dare to delay and quickly began to explain what happened from the start. First, Thanath explained the reason why the Soul Record abandoned the Azure race and all the original residents of Oblong World since, after the ancestors of the Azure race committed taboo, the Soul Record not only scattered their souls but also decided to punish the generations to come. Then, Thanath proceeded to explain the functioning of the Cosmos Gate and its use. Of course, Emperor Thanath was not a genius in arrays or runes, so he could only repeat the same thing the history book said and the words the previous emperor passed on to him before he perished of old age. The Cosmos Gate was supposed to open in another 10 years. However, while I was on my throne, I noticed how the magic array seemed to resonate with another world whose laws were weaker than the Oblong world. Moreover, this unknown world even seemed to receive internal damage as the spatial barrier, or whatever it was, exposed it. So, after discussing it with my trusted commanders, we decided that it wouldn't hurt to speed up the plans a bit. Thanath sighed and shook his head as he said in a bitter voice, "It was supposed to be a simple hunt, but who would expect? Who would ever expect that this world that was barely in its first evolutionary stage would give birth to not just one monster but two monsters dash. Wait. Stop right there." Michael of the Army of Heaven abruptly interrupted. His brows furrowed inward as he said slowly, "Focus on the war. None of us here care about the reason you were abandoned by the Soul Record, nor do we care about the kind of life you've been leading so far." Thanath froze and his eyes trembled with fear as he sensed the clear discomfort in the voice of the being hovering in the sky. He knew that a mistake meant his death, so he had been trying to be as descriptive as possible, but apparently, that too was a mistake. Uriel looked at Michael and sighed in her heart. She shook her head before looking at Thanath and saying in her soft natural voice, "I apologize on Michael's behalf. He is too blunt at times, but he is not actually evil, as you can see by his wings. However, it is true that what is in the best interest of all of us here is to know as much as possible regarding the identity of these two beings you refer to as monsters, as if having pigeon wings means you're good." Hellscar muttered under his breath, just like a child throwing tantrums over something he disagreed with. Everyone ignored Hellscar, as most of those present were aware of his personality. On the other hand, the fear in Thanath's heart diminished tremendously after hearing Uriel's soft angelic voice and seeing her beauty. He even felt that it would not be wrong to die for her. In fact, even Thanath himself did not seem to be aware that the pain he felt in his heart for the death of his wife was beginning to disappear without a trace. This was the charm of the woman who was universally known as the most beautiful of all and who had been unrivaled until Lilith made her appearance. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 494, News capable of making the universe tremble. Uriel's charm was simply too high for a lower existence to resist. In fact, she did not do it with malicious intentions, but just by revealing herself after speaking and showing her beauty, she ended up causing the Emperor of the Azure race to fall into the palm of her hand easily. Fortunately for Thanath, since Uriel's intentions were never to play with him, as the days and months passed, he would slowly come to his senses. Of course, it remained to be seen whether or not he would survive the appearance of so many powerful beings who could be unbound in an abandoned world such as the Oblong world. The reason I refer to these two first-order existences as monsters is because of their overall strength. No matter whether it is the man or the woman, they both possess overwhelming power that no first-order existence should possess. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, just based on the scenery and the battle traces left behind, the woman who was accompanying the man had enough power to slay second-order existences without any problem apparently, and that's even when facing more than one at the same time. Under the watchful eyes and ears of all the higher existences present, Emperor Thanath began to narrate slowly with lingering surprise as he kept his eyes fixed on the Archangel Uriel. However, that first-order youth was a monster among monsters. The aura of a first-order existence that emanated from his body is something I could never mistake, but he still possessed enough power to crush second-order beings, and even slaughtered 2 of the 3 third-order commanders who stayed in the Oblong world to help me protect and rule the Azura race. Between these 2 third-order beings that this young man slaughtered was even my now-deceased wife. Glenera was a powerful warrior with excellent physical skills, and her level exceeded 180. When Emperor Thanath speaks up to hear and paused for a moment, as now that he said it even for himself it was hard to assume the truth, the scene fell into total silence. Even if a needle fell now, it could probably be heard from a distance. Thanath was amazed at what he was narrating, not to mention those who were listening to him. Lilith frowned slightly, and the more she listened the clearer the shadows of Shangguan Bing Shui and Bai Zemin grew. However, she still needed to hear more to be completely sure. After all, even though Lilith knew how powerful Bai Zemin was, according to her knowledge of him, he should be far from being able to perform such a thing as slaughtering a level plus 180 being. It was just that Lilith knew in her heart that it was impossible for an even greater talent than him to exist. It was simply impossible to find an existence with a better adaptation and survival rate than Bai Zemin. On the other hand, Fire Sorrow looked at Lucifer with wide eyes as if she wanted to see his reaction. The same thing happened in the other factions, as the seventh-order beings who had been together with their respective leaders since before ascending to higher existences understood perfectly well what the words of the lower existence in front of them meant. Lucifer of the demonic army, Medes of the army of heaven, Nikolai of immortal bloodlust, Salazar of the evolution army, Eternal Phoenix of endless crimson flame, and finally Star Devourer, leader and only member present of Devourers and Destroyers. The 6 leaders of higher existences exchanged glances as if by prior agreement, and after a slight silence, Lucifer whistled as he murmured, "Interesting. To think that after all this time, someone like this would be born." The Lord of the Army of Heaven began to think seriously and tried to remember if in the past he was capable of doing something similar to what he had just heard when he was still a first-order existence. However, his subconscious refused to remember something that would eventually lead him to a conclusion he was not willing to accept, so, in the end, he decided to ask it to a different being. "Lucifer, when you were in the First Order, did you have the ability to kill anyone above level 180? Everyone on the scene looked at the leader of the demonic army after the Lord of Heaven asked such a question. Lucifer's answer came soon. He looked at Medes for a moment before taking a quick look around. Then, he burst out laughing like a clown and said out loud, "Impossible, impossible. If me back then had to face someone level 180 or higher while I was still only level 50, then the best thing I could have done was to run for my life, or there would be no demonic army right now." The expressions on the faces of Medes and the other leaders turned slightly ugly after hearing Lucifer's words that ended up confirming what they were all trying to deny without realizing it. The leap among each order was simply too great, so that jumping levels and orders would become more and more difficult as 2 beings climbed higher and higher. For example, a first-order existence might possess enough power to take on a second-order being, but when that same being stepped into the second order, they would not necessarily possess the power to take on a third-order being, since the range of levels within the second order was much smaller than the range of levels within the third order, which could also translate into a greater difference in stats and thus soul power. The reason why all the members of the demonic army were so surprised when they discovered that Lilith was capable of facing Crow even though she was 1 stage below him was precisely linked to the aforementioned fact. After all, what Lilith did was something that only Lucifer and the other leaders of the various factions of higher existences could do when they were at the same stage as her. In short, and from a certain point of view, Lilith possessed the same potential as a faction leader. If she hadn't decided to join the demonic army or any other faction and taken the risk, she might even have become the 9th leader of a new faction of higher existences. But then, what capacity did a being capable of leaping 2 orders have? What was the limit of an existence that at level 50 managed to not only face but slay an enemy higher than level 180? It was these questions that frightened the 6 leaders of higher existences present, as only they knew what the possible answers meant. Even Lucifer felt pressure when he thought of the possibility of being put under someone else's feet. Used to leading and ruling, none of them were willing to be someone else's dog. Even if it was for the best, as the saying went, they would all rather be the head of a hen than the tail of a dragon. Humph! Just then, a snort of disdain brought everyone out of their inner thoughts. "Michael? Uriel looked at the archangel, whose flames were said to be able to incinerate all evil, with questioning eyes. Michael watched everyone's expression and said aloud to be heard, "Regardless of whether what this lower existence says is true or not. So, what if there really is someone capable of fighting someone of third order while he is still in the first order? In the history of time, there have been countless outstanding geniuses and talents, but where are they all now? All of us here were heroes of our respective worlds, but at the end of the day, we ended up becoming subordinates due to the impossibility of breaking the barrier between the fourth order and the fifth order. I'm sure in a few centuries or even millennia one of the existing factions will have a new member." Murmurs immediately spread once Archangel Michael finished his speech. Regardless of whether it was angel, vampire, zombie, demon, or phoenix, they all seemed to agree with what one of the most powerful beings in the army of heaven had just said. Among those present, regardless of whether it was seventh order or fifth order, all of them were talents who in their periods as lower existences showered themselves in flattery and bathed in praise from others. They had all managed to jump levels and orders while saving their respective worlds from the evolution-induced apocalypse that the soul record had raised. However, even the most stubborn and talented of them had no choice but to submit to another existence when, after reaching the maximum level of the fourth order, time began to corrode them from inside as the years passed. Sure, this man could become a powerful seventh order existence someday. But from there to be able to establish his own faction? Those were two completely different cases. Each and every one present knew how ridiculous were the requirements to become a higher existence on their own. That was precisely the reason why only 8 beings in the entire history of the universe had managed to complete such a feat. There were hundreds of thousands of fifth order, tens of thousands of sixth order, and even a few seventh order who had never in their lives seen the rise of a faction leader, since the last case had been a few million years ago when the Lord of the Dragon God realm appeared. Lilith observed the relieved expressions on the faces of the 6 higher existence leaders present and scoffed in her heart. These existences were really funny. A few words, and here they were silently rejoicing without knowing anything about the other party. All of them, including Michael and Lucifer, had forgotten that what this unknown first-order existence had done was not to take on a level plus 180 being while he was still level 50, but to kill a level plus 180 enemy while he was still level 50. The difference was colossal, but everyone was overlooking it. Just as Lucifer and the others were agreeing with Michael's reasoning, Thaneth said something that changed the atmosphere once again. Although I don't quite understand what Sir Angel is talking about due to my own incompetence, I dare say that this young man could join you faster than you estimated a moment ago." Michael frowned in disgust at being retorted to by an ant. But before he could say anything, Uriel stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Could you explain why you think so?" "Well, I don't know about the rest, but my Azura race has the ability to communicate with all intelligent beings from birth, and from the third order onwards all of us gained an ability that allows us to know the age of our opponents after tasting some of their blood." "What?" Nikolai looked at Thaneth with eyes wide in shock. In fact, it wasn't just the leader of Immortal Bloodlust who was shocked by Thaneth's words, but everyone else was shocked. "Impressive." Mead sighed and shook his head, to think that a race would innately possess the ability to read records without the support of the soul record. What a shame. The ability to know an opponent's age just by tasting some blood was no different than stealing records to analyze them, something that so far no one was able to do aside from the soul record. Although it was an insignificant extension compared to what the soul record could do, it was amazing that a race could do something like that. As for the reason why the Lord of Heaven said it was a shame was because as a consequence of the acts committed by their ancestors, the Azura race would probably not manage to evolve too far. Otherwise, it was highly probable that the universe would enjoy hundreds of thousands of higher existences more, considering that all Azuras were warriors from birth. But Thaneth was not finished yet. After seeing the beautiful archangel nod toward him, indicating that he could continue, the Azura Emperor said words that chilled everyone's blood. "This young man named Xietain is a monster not only because of his battle ability but also because of the speed at which he is growing. I don't know if the world he lives in was already evolving from his birth, but this Xietain was level 50 despite being only 20 years old, and even though I didn't fight the woman so I don't know her age, I dare say she was also extremely young, since if she was over 50 years old the passing of time should be noticeable, considering that at the end of the day she was only first order. But the scariest thing of all is that considering the enormous amount of soul power they must have absorbed after this war between our races, it will probably boost them both considerably. Especially this brat Xietain, he should be able to touch level 100 in no time. That's why I think that if he survives, it might not take as long as you all think to catch up. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 495, Who Dares to Oppose Him? After the Emperor of the Azure race finished his words, he sighed softly. However, he was surprised to realize that the minuscule sigh that should have gone unnoticed amidst the breath of so many living beings together actually resounded as if it were the sigh of a dragon. Not only had the place become strangely silent, but even the breeze that carried the scent of blood from countless lost lives became stagnant. The beautiful smile on Uriel's angelic face froze as she stared at Thaneth. The proud and explosive mood Michael seemed to have lost his tongue in combat, as despite his mouth constantly opening and closing there was no sound coming out of it. Everyone was left standing in the void or standing on the edge of the giant crater that surrounded the area as they stared at Emperor Thaneth. However, the Emperor of the Azure race realized that even though all these powerful beings were staring at him, he for some reason did not feel pressured as before. And he soon understood the why. Even though beings as powerful as Lucifer were staring at Thaneth in shock, they were not actually staring at him. All the higher existences present were not really looking at anything even though their eyes were open because their minds were still trying to process what they had just heard. Lilith's pupils trembled for a split second before her usual cold and indifferent expression once again ruled over her beautiful face. However, only she knew how agitated her emotions were beneath her appearance, covered by a layer of frozen frost. Although she was approximately 60 to 70% certain that the main culprit of the destruction that had struck this world was Xietain, that remaining 40 to 30% was what somehow kept Lilith calm. However, now that all doubt had disappeared, even she didn't know how to feel about it. The first thing Lilith naturally felt was worry. How could she not be worried? After all, Xietain had just faced beings far beyond his scale of power, and Lilith was 100% sure that even for someone like him, it should in no way be possible to have come out unscathed after fighting to the death relentlessly for who knows how long against several second-order existences, 2 third-order existences, and even 2 fourth-order existences. Then, what Lilith felt was shock. She was dumbfounded to say the least. About a month ago, Xietain had killed a tiger, a spider, and left a second-order ape half-dead. She had personally witnessed it. However, at that moment Xietain had managed to do such a thing only thanks to the fact that he had launched his most powerful magical attack powered by another tremendously powerful magical skill. Moreover, at that moment he had attacked by surprise the second-order creatures that literally disdained to give him a second glance as they fought each other to the death. Lilith simply could not understand how it was possible that in a little more or a little less than a month, Xietain had gone from the aforementioned to being able to fight a third-order being face to face. It simply did not make sense. If someone told Lilith that all Xietain did was to sneak attack using crimson blood judgment along with gravity manipulation and thus claimed the life of a third-order being, then she could believe it only if that third-order being was between levels 100 and 120, maybe even 130 if she pushed the sense of logic a little harder. But killing 2 third-order beings using the same method? Unless the Azure race was actually a race of mindless apes, Lilith would never believe it. Moreover, among the enemies that Xietain had faced and killed was one of them that exceeded level 180. Considering that the total peak of the third order was level 200, the being called Glenera that Xietain killed was considerably close to the fourth order. Amidst the shock and worry, Lilith naturally felt a bit proud of Xietan's achievements. At the same time, she felt a little bitter inside as not only had Xietain grown a lot faster than she initially estimated and planned, but he had become audacious enough to cross worlds in search of revenge. Lilith simply could not understand. She could not understand how such a thing could be possible since before she left, she had helped Xietain carefully pick his job for the second order. Then how could he, who was not receiving stats boost by absorbing higher quality soul power, face beings that should completely overwhelm him? Lilith felt as if all her knowledge was crumbling before her eyes without her being able to do anything. Feeling extremely complex inside but mostly overwhelmed with worry and anxious to know what kind of condition he was in, Lilith could not wait to return to Earth to see Xietain with her own eyes. Only then would she be able to calm down a bit. However, Lilith was a smart woman. She knew that she could not show any kind of anxieties here, or she would be found out immediately and everyone would realize that she knows something about this. Therefore, she used all her willpower, which was no small part, to force herself to keep her heartbeat under control and her expression indifferent. Well, I guess that changes everything, Uriel whispered as she blinked to hide the glint of surprise and disbelief that shone in her beautiful golden eyes. The whisper of the beautiful archangel was like the church bell that in ancient times woke the people. The higher existences seemed to snap out of the daze they were in, and as they looked at each other they noticed the shock in the eyes of their peers. 20 years old, level 50, able to take on someone 130+ levels and 2 whole stages above him, defeat and kill 2 third-order existences while still not advancing to second order. Fire Sorrow gasped. She looked at Lucifer and her violet eyes twitched as she muttered, Lucifer, if this is all true. Lucifer scratched his head and as his heart felt heavy he sighed. Looking at Valiant, he asked, Hey, Valiant. You've always been the most objective of all the existences I've met throughout my life, so I'd like to ask you a question. Valiant looked at him and nodded with a stoic expression. She was the only one besides Lilith who didn't let her feelings show through her expression among those present. If all this is true, how long do you think this young man named Xietain will take before he reaches the peak of the Fourth Order? Lucifer asked calmly. Impossible to estimate. Valiant shook her head and pointed out, Your Majesty Lucifer, you should know better than I do that this kind of irregularity cannot be judged by common sense. Guess that's true. Lucifer scratched his head and asked in a tired voice, Then, let me ask one last question. If this Xietain manages to break through beyond by himself, what do you think will happen? The atmosphere became several times heavier when Lucifer asked this question. Everyone could tell that the leader of the demonic army was not as calm as he usually was, but no one judged him as everyone felt the same way. Even Meads, Nikolai, Salazar, Eternal Phoenix, and Star Devourer were no different from Lucifer. The eyes of Valiant flashed weirdly as she slowly said, If in this universe there really does exist some lower existence called Xietain capable of reaching the limit of the First Order in 20 years or less, defeating Third Order beings, and even surviving after facing at least one Fourth Order enemy. If this existence manages to break the chains of a lower existence by himself, then the right question here is another one, and I think Your Majesty already knows what it is. Of course. Lucifer sighed and shook his head as he looked at the place where previously there was a portal. If such a being really exists, if such a being continues to level up by absorbing high-quality soul power and does not allow himself to be lured by lower-quality soul power to quickly rise through the ranks, who will dare to stand in his path? No, better said, will anyone be able to stand up against him? While everyone was in a daze not daring to believe what they were hearing, Lucifer looked at Lilith with lazy eyes and asked seemingly randomly, What do you think, bloody succubus Lilith? Lilith looked confused before frowning and saying in a cold voice, What do I think? I have no opinion on the matter. As long as my life can continue without too much change, what happens or doesn't happen should be none of my business. Isn't it the same for everyone here? What is there to be afraid of? To begin with, is there any use worrying about something unknown and a mere hypothesis of what might happen? The words of Lilith made everyone nod subconsciously, and a great deal of the worry that weighed on everyone's hearts slowly disappeared. Little sister, you're a really smart lady. Uriel smiled sweetly, leaving countless males of the various factions present dumbfounded. There are many things we need to do instead of pointlessly worrying about something we don't even know for sure. Many began to murmur again and nod their heads at the comments of their peers. It seemed that the words of Lilith of the demonic army and the comment of Uriel of the army of heaven actually had some positive effect. Heh. Lucifer chuckled softly as he looked at Lilith without commenting further on the matter. He looked at Thanath and asked in a deep voice, So, Emperor of the Azura race, how about telling us about the skills of this young man named Xietain? Any information you have about him would be fine and would be appreciated by us. Furthermore, I, Lucifer, leader of the demonic army and the most powerful faction at the moment, swear that this world will not be altered by any of us present, so speak freely to gain that benefit. Although Lucifer's words caused certain faces to turn a bit ugly, no one actually commented on it. To begin with, none of the higher existences present had in mind to harm the Oblong world or its residents. After all, the higher existences were really proud beings who saw beneath them fighting against lower existences. Last but not least, although what Lucifer said was not pleasant to the ears and sounded extremely arrogant, it was not as if his words were pure fallacies either. At this moment, the demonic army was undoubtedly the most powerful faction, as they had had plenty of time to rest and recover from the wounds they suffered from their last defense in the Crimson Rift. On the contrary, the other factions had less time, as they had defended more recently than the demonic army, especially the army of heaven. They were the ones that could be considered the weakest faction at the moment as far as the number of higher existences was concerned. Of course, even though the army of heaven had a greater shortage of angels, they were not weak at all. After all, God was a being who had been alive for countless millions of years along with a few others, so the number of natural treasures heaven possessed was simply colossal. Xietain was naturally relieved to know that the beings in front of him would not cause massacres and disturbances. After all, the Oblong world and the Azure race required time to recover from the losses suffered in this war. Skills, Xietain muttered as he thought carefully about his short confrontation against Xietain. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 496, Gravity Manipulation, a skill that shouldn't have appeared. The Emperor of the Azure race frowned lightly as he immersed himself in his memories. However, he soon realized that there was a problem. The confrontation between Emperor Xietain and Xietain was very short, to say the least. Because while Xietain was trying to analyze his opponent to see if he could see what made a first-order existence special enough to be able to kill beings 2 orders above, Xietain was trying to waste time in order for the Cosmos Gate to close a little more at the same time as he gathered as much mana as possible to activate the effect attached to his mystic earring. Therefore, the Emperor of the Azure race did not manage to get much information about the skills of his young enemy. Seconds passed and soon turned into minutes. However, Emperor Xietain still could not find too much information recorded in his memory. The higher existences naturally noticed the strange behavior of the lower existence in front of them, so many of them could not help but frown with disapproval. For them, even though they had all the time in the world, wasting a second talking to a lower existence who, to top it off, had even been abandoned by the soul record was something they would usually be unwilling to do, and this occasion was just an exception due to the circumstances. However, they were beginning to lose their patience. Uriel furrowed her eyebrows slightly but still kept that beautiful faint smile on her face as she observed how slowly the face of the man who led the Azure race began to fill with beads of sweat. The pressure that Emperor Xietain was facing was no small thing at all. In front of him were hundreds of thousands of existences that had the ability to slap him to death and disperse his soul so that not even a trace of the man called Xietain remained. About skills. This. A giant trident several thousand meters in length. There was also a powerful third-order flame. Xietain frowned tightly as he thought in detail and slowly narrated as the earlier scene was unearthed from his memories. Giant trident several thousand meters long? Although it was surprising that a first-order existence would have so much mana to cast a magic spell of such magnitude, none of the higher existences were surprised at all. The lower existence called Xietain should be capable of at least that much, or otherwise, everyone present would feel like fools for taking the future of a first-order being in high consideration. But everyone's expression began to change once the words third-order flame were uttered. Lucifer exchanged glances with the other faction leaders, and each of them saw the flash of surprise in the other's eyes. They knew better than anyone what a third-order flame could do. It was practically a supreme trump card among the lower existences, and a natural treasure that all mages would drool over and be willing to kill in order to obtain. The most surprised were undoubtedly the fire mages among the higher existences. After all, they only had at most a fourth-order flame at the moment. Considering that fire was undoubtedly one of the most powerful elements in terms of destructiveness, a third-order flame in the hands of a first-order existence was something that by nature should not fall. After all, this type of flame was so powerful that it would slowly swallow the soul of anyone below its natural power. Could it be a soul contract? The Lord of Heaven frowned and asked to the air, "Soul contract? Such a thing is naturally impossible." Salazar said hoarsely. Only third-order feral beasts that finally manage to awaken high-level intelligence are capable of forming soul contracts with other existences. As for a third-order flame? Unless it's a flame with intelligence like Michael and a handful of seventh-order beings possess, which I'd rather die than believe, this idea of yours is out of the question. Meads did not reply to the words of the leader of the Evolution Army and instead looked at Lucifer as if seeking answers. Lucifer naturally understood what Meads was talking about, but after thinking seriously for several seconds he too shook his head and calmly said, "Impossible. Those treasures have either been claimed long ago or lost forever in chaotic cracks to which no one has access." Meads closed his eyes for a moment before opening them and saying in a voice that only he could hear, "It is also supposed to be impossible for a first-order existence to kill third-order beings and even survive the confrontation against a fourth order. Flames capable of forming contracts that connected their soul with that of another intelligent being were intelligent flames with self-consciousness. However, for a flame to awaken self-consciousness it first needed to reach the same level as a legend-grade natural treasure, and to awaken intelligence that same flame would need to reach the demigod level. It was just that the natural treasures of those grades had already been taken or lost in the river of history, and even if a godly flame were to appear it was unlikely that it would choose a first-order existence as its companion regardless of how powerful they might appear to be. Since it was impossible for a third-order flame to awaken consciousness and intelligence enough to form a soul contract with another living being, all the higher existences were at a loss as to what was going on. Even Lilith was 100% dumbfounded and disbelief shone in her eyes. Third-order flame? Since when did Xietain possess something as destructive as that? Now she finally understood how he had managed to turn a fourth-order existence into such a miserable state as the Azura Emperor was. With the Crimson Blood Judgment magic skill being cast by a giant trident plus the power of a third-order flame, then nothing was impossible. However, Lilith's heart suddenly tightened as she realized that a big problem might be approaching at the thought of a certain possibility. Indeed, Emperor Thanath suddenly remembered something and his eyes lit up as he looked at Uriel and said aloud, "Now I remember something else. The real reason why this first-order existence, called Xietain, managed to cause so much disaster and force me to fall into a passive situation was not especially due to the giant trident or the third-order flames, it was due to another skill." Lilith narrowed her eyes, but just when the murderous intent inside her wanted to grow, she forcibly suppressed it and closed her eyes while sighing in her heart. Some things couldn't be avoided, and if one tried to avoid them, the final problem could end up being much bigger. "Oh?" Uriel raised both eyebrows in surprise. They all looked at Thanath waiting for his next words, as it was hard for them to believe that something more amazing than the appearance of a third-order flame could be found in the body of a first-order existence. This by Xietain, just before he launched the giant fire trident, he shouted something like gravity manipulation X15 or something similar. Thanath said through gritted teeth. The Emperor of the Azura race did not notice the drastic change that several of the higher existences present underwent as he continued explaining. Not only did the giant trident's falling speed skyrocket, but that brat had even hidden a giant sword within the flames that boosted the weight multiplied 15 times even more than it should have. It was that gravity-related skill that gave me so much trouble. After finishing, Thanath looked at Uriel as if to beg her to believe him and that he would never be defeated by a first-order existence, regardless of how talented they were. However, he soon realized that the beautiful woman who had taken over his attention was frozen as the wings behind her swayed gently. Gravity manipulation X15. Fire Sorrow whispered amidst the silence. Her violet pupils trembled softly, exposing how agitated her heart was at the moment. Lilith secretly frowned as she watched the reactions of everyone present. She naturally understood that the skill gravity manipulation would be incredibly strong in its more advanced stages. However, from Lilith's point of view, it was not too terrifying a skill at present to surprise everyone so much. In fact, the only reason why the skill gravity manipulation was part of the main skills of Xietain was solely for the ability to boost the destructive attacks he could use with his greatsword, since Xietain did not need to spend mana to suppress enemies. After all, he finished them off rather quickly. Was there a seventh-order existence that possessed the skill gravity manipulation in advanced stages and its power was extremely high? Lilith could only think of such a possibility since otherwise, the reaction of certain people would make no sense to her. However, at the end of the day, Lilith was too young, and even if she knew more than Xietain for obvious reasons, she still had a long way to go regarding the secrets of the universe. Therefore, even now, she was underestimating certain skills tremendously. Do you know what you were saying? Lucia suddenly took a step forward and her grip on her spear tightened as she glared dagger-like eyes at Xietain. You dare to lie to us? Are you tired of living? No one said anything. Not even Lucifer did anything to stop his sister and instead looked at Xietain with cold eyes as if he had forgotten his earlier promise not to hurt or cause chaos in the oblong world. This. Xietain looked at Lucia and then at Uriel. However, Uriel had a slight frown on her face and her golden eyes revealed the complicated emotions fluttering in her soul as to be concerned about him. The Emperor of the Azura race swallowed saliva and looked at Lucia. Beads of sweat as a result of nervousness slid down his face as he said in a hoarse voice, I don't dare. I don't dare lie to you. I'm really trying my best to remember. Silence. Lucia pointed with her spear and bellowed. Swoosh. There was no warning or signal, but Emperor Xietain felt his left cheek cut and blood trickled down his face. With his heart dead in fear, he could only stare at Lucia without understanding what was happening. Lucifer appeared next to Lucia and touched her shoulder gently as if to tell her to leave the rest to him. Lilith watched in amazement as Lucia, who was always calm and quiet, took a deep breath and stepped back as she looked at the Azura Emperor with murderous intent. Lucifer stared at Xietain in silence for several minutes which were hell for the formerly proud emperor. Then, he slowly said with terrifying calm. What you just said is very important. A lot more than you can imagine. Let me ask you just one time. Are you sure you heard gravity manipulation and not gravity maker or anything similar? In the short term, the skill called gravity maker might sound more powerful than the skill gravity manipulation. However, few among those present understood the colossal difference between the two in the more advanced stages. Therefore, Lucifer had to be sure what was going on since the skill gravity manipulation should not have appeared under any circumstances. Xietain frowned and sweated bullets as he carefully remembered. But regardless of how much he tried, he was sure he didn't misremember. However, seeing how everyone was looking at him, the Azura Emperor hesitated. Should he lie and say that it was indeed gravity maker? Or should he continue to insist on the truth? His life was hanging by a thread again and he did not understand the exact reason why this was happening. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 497 Part of the Truth Behind the Skill Scrolls. For your own sake, do not lie, my child. Mead sighed as he looked at Xietain with a complicated smile and said, if you lie, all that awaits you is doom and even your race may have to suffer the consequences. Xietain froze when he heard the voice of the Lord of Heaven and once he raised his head stiffly, his eyes twitched as they met Uriel's golden eyes. The beautiful Archangel Uriel, whose eyes were previously as yellow as gold, had undergone a slight change. Those previously golden eyes now had a thin white cross that cut across the pupil and as she looked at Xietain a strange ripple of mana was released from her gaze continuously. The Emperor of the Azura race felt as if someone was looking into his very soul. It was as if all his secrets were exposed under that gaze, it was as if any lie could not be hidden from those eyes. In the end, Emperor Xieain's expression changed several times as if he was fighting against himself. After what seemed to be an eternity and under Uriel's intense gaze, he sighed and looked at Lucifer before saying in a low, but clear voice, Your Majesty, I really don't dare to lie. Xietain, for the first time in several thousand years, bowed his knees and slowly got to his knees as he touched the ground. In order to survive, this proud emperor had no compunction in kneeling before other beings, and much less so considering that each and every one of the existences in front of him were beings far beyond what he could handle. That human named Xietain actually used a magic spell that allowed him to increase the gravity of the giant fire trident. It was precisely that skill that nearly destroyed my most powerful barrier, and even though I cannot deny the fact that perhaps he activated some treasure to boost the power of his magic, the truth is that in my life I had never witnessed a magical attack capable of comparing to an 8-circle magic spell of my race Azura being cast by a being of the First Order. The place that had previously been used as a battlefield and where the lives of tens of thousands were lost became deathly silent once Emperor Thanath finished speaking. Only the echo of his voice carrying words as heavy as steel was left floating in the void as if it wanted everyone to engrave those words in their heads. I see. Lucifer nodded after several seconds of silence. Each faction had its own methods of discovering if someone was lying. Although these methods had similar limitations to the heart mirror that Xietain had obtained not too long ago, a Fourth Order being could by no means avoid them unless they possessed an even more powerful treasure. Besides, considering that the Emperor of the Azure race was willing to put aside all pride just to receive a little mercy and understanding, neither Lucifer nor any of those present believed that he would dare to lie knowing that his life depended on it. Hey, Lucifer. Nikolai frowned and asked aloud, that skill gravity manipulation is what I think it is? Lucifer looked at the leader of immortal bloodlust and sighed as he nodded heavily, indeed. It's the same skill from 1 million years ago. The expressions of most of the higher existences present changed for the worse when they heard this. Especially the 6th and 7th order existences, the faces of all of them turned slightly ugly and only a minority managed to keep calm on the surface. Approximately 1 million years ago, the constellation belonging to the god of gravity located in a distant galaxy of the Oblong world opened for all challengers who wanted to enter. At that time, 7 faction leaders of higher existences joined in an attempt to obtain what had been recorded as one of the most terrifying powers in the cosmos contained in the firmament fragment that slept within the constellation of the god of gravity. However, more than 26th order beings perished before even reaching the end of the abandoned realm within the constellation, and had it not been for the support of the 8th order beings who represented the peak of the universe, the scythe of death would have fallen upon the neck of more than one 7th order being. Damn it. You're telling me a First Order dirtbag possesses that fucking skill? Bullshit. Salazar shouted hoarsely as his aura began to spiral out of control. Salazar was a powerful 8th Order zombie who possessed the skill Gravity Maker. Approximately 1 million years ago, he suffered one of the most crushing defeats of his life and his greatest humiliation when after activating his skill and creating extra gravity to crush 6th Order monsters sleeping inside the constellation of the god of gravity. At that time, a 7th Order monster with the skill gravity manipulation at an unknown evolutionary stage appeared and used the gravity within the unknown realm, as well as the extra gravity Salazar had created, to force the 7th Order leaders to retreat. A single 7th Order monster had forced the most powerful beings in the universe together to retreat. The power of the black holes that this creature could conjure were capable of blocking magic spells and crushing physical attacks while slowing the attack speed and movement speed of all of them, so that after fighting for several days and nights, Lucifer and the others had no choice but to retreat and watch in fear as the constellation of the god of gravity disappeared without a trace as the stars fell from the firmament. The memories of that humiliating battle came alive in Salazar's head, and the Oblong world had to bear the consequences of the out-of-control aura of this powerful zombie. Ruumbumble. The entire world trembled in fear. The mountains that had formed after the explosions caused by Xietain's attack were beginning to collapse as the earth sank and rose in other areas, giving birth to new mountainous regions. Salazar, calm down. You want to destroy the world and leave us all without information? Meads frowned and said in a displeased voice. At the same time, the other leaders released their auras and locked Salazar in a separate space bubble to prevent the latter's aura from continuing to wreak havoc. The face of Emperor Thanath was pale as a sheet as he looked at the crimson barrier surrounding him. He looked at Fire Sorrow with eyes brimming with gratitude and was about to say something when she interrupted him first. Anything else you remember? Blood manipulation? Bloodlines? Nothing? Fire Sorrow asked everything at the speed of a machine gun as if she feared Thanath would run away the next instant. And no. Sorry. Thanath unconsciously took a step back at the look Fire Sorrow was giving him. It was as if her violet eyes, always calm and waveless like an ancient lake, had suddenly turned into volcanoes about to erupt and spew magma into the air. Don't you remember anything else? She tried to push on, and the frown on her face showed that if she didn't like the Azura Emperor's reply, then the Oblong world might run short of a fourth-order existence soon. Just then, Lucifer appeared at her side and asked in a low voice, "Hey, where are you going with those questions?" Fire Sorrow glared at Lucifer angrily but managed to suppress her voice as she slowly said, "Aren't you taking everything too lightly? Who cares what happened 1,000,000 years ago? Don't you realize what this could mean?" Lucifer stared at her before sighing and shaking his head. What the hell is going through your head? Do you really think Sirius could have been reincarnated into another being after countless eons passed? Fire Sorrow. I think it's time you learn to leave the past in the past. As much as it hurts. That's how it is. Why not? Haven't there been cases of reincarnation in the past? Fire Sorrow was not convinced. That was only possible because those who were reincarnated had skills meant for souls. Sirius only possessed skills to destruction. Lucifer frowned, and slowly his voice began to tinge with a hint of discomfort as he said, "Besides, he destroyed the world he was born into when he left this place so he wouldn't feel like he was leaving anything behind. It's impossible for him to have reincarnated considering that the limit of reincarnation is tied to the original birth world." Fire Sorrow's eyes slowly darkened, and even though she tried to find some excuse, it wasn't easy. After all, it was true that each and every one of Sirius' attacks was meant for annihilation, death, and not creation, life. Therefore, it could be said that it was impossible for someone like that to reincarnate. Then how do you explain the skill gravity manipulation? Fire Sorrow thought of something and looked at Lucifer defiantly as she said in a clear voice, "Can your soul bear the weight of that skill without the support of a corresponding firmament fragment to help you contain the explosive power that ruling over a law connotes? That is?" Lucifer suddenly found himself at a loss as to how to retort to Fire Sorrow's words and ended up frowning without realizing it. There were several ways to learn skills, but the most usual was by acquiring and then using scrolls obtained after defeating an enemy. Another method was the consumption of some godly treasure, which were extremely rare to find, similar to the lightning plant that Xietain had fortunately found on the university campus. However, the most prized method was to learn X skill by one's own efforts, as this had many benefits despite its clear disadvantage. The obvious disadvantage was that in order to learn X skill, an existence needed to have reached a certain level of knowledge before so that the soul record could not oppose or negate such learning. On the other hand, the greatest advantage was that since one was slowly learning and evolving this X skill over time as the knowledge grew, the weight the soul would receive would never be too much, since as an existence learned something, the soul slowly molded itself to that knowledge. However, if one used a skill scroll, all that knowledge and pressure would directly hit the soul of the existence that learned it. Consequently, if one did not possess the ability to bear such weight, their soul would be crushed and subsequently destroyed. If Lucifer were to learn a scroll that granted him the ability to immediately learn to control a law such as gravity, his soul would probably be crushed by that universal law. It was precisely because of the aforementioned that experienced existences, especially higher existences, refused to learn skills from scrolls given by others. Why did they refuse to learn from scrolls that others had obtained but were not afraid to learn skills from scrolls that they had obtained? Simple. In contrast to what was believed, the soul record molded the soul power that would become X scroll in such a way that the soul of the victor could bear it. For example, if the soul power that could not be absorbed was abundant, then the soul record would try to create a scroll with a powerful skill, but always within the limit of the victor's soul, never above. Very few knew how the drop of skill scrolls actually worked, but it was definitely a lot more complicated than Lilith and the vast majority thought. So, taking all this into consideration, Lucifer really couldn't retort to Fire Sorrow's words. After all, it was a fact that regardless of whether this existence called Xietain had obtained the gravity manipulation skill scroll by himself or if he stole it from someone else, the truth was that his soul had withstood the law of gravity and had adapted to the rune without a problem. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 498, Steel Tenacity. Several minutes ago, while the different factions of higher existences led by their respective founders questioned the Emperor of the Azura race to find out exactly what was going on, swoosh, Zemin's body was forcibly pulled out of the Cosmos Gate, and the explosive surge of light on the other side forced his eyes to automatically close for a brief moment, as after experiencing for hours the darkness of the Oblong world and the darkness in the Grey Corridor, his pupils had widened as much as possible to adapt to the change. Zemin, leader, your majesty. Zemin's eardrums were immediately flooded with cries of joy and relief that soon turned into exclamations of terror. When Zemin opened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, the first thing he naturally noticed were the several 100,000 corpses belonging to the members of the Azure race that had invaded Earth using the then stable Grey passageway. Blood still pooled among some of the mountains of corpses, and the area, in general, was not unlike a scene from an Oscar-worthy horror movie. The next thing that came into his line of sight were a few hundred giant branches swinging in the air like tentacles of some sort of legendary monster. There was no doubt that this was Wu Yijuan's evolved skill, or perhaps a part of the job she obtained after joining the First Order. But what most caught Zemin's attention was the armed army before him. They were not so many compared to the various armies of Azuras that Zemin faced before, only around 5,000 or 6,000 armed men and women, among which there were approximately 500 soul evolvers, of which around 370 belonged to the Transcendent faction that had accompanied Zemin from the north heading south to conquer the Baiquan camp, something that after a war that lasted less than expected, but that was as cruel as any war they managed to do. There were about 50 armored vehicles with machine guns mounted on them, about 70 modified motorcycles with modern weapons on their sides, 15 IFVs, and 12 battle tanks now fully operational after the electromagnetic bomb stopped affecting the operation of 10 of them. Zemin realized that before him stood approximately 95% of the total forces available from the Baiquan camp. But this was also understandable, considering the possibility of an alien race invading them, and most likely the other 5% that was not present had been left scattered on the other 3 walls of the camp to prevent any zombies or beasts from sneaking through the clearly weakened defenses. 99% of those present had frightened expressions as they looked at the hundreds of thousands of corpses and the miserable conditions in which they were found. In fact, it was a miracle that despite their shaky legs they did not fall to the ground and pee their pants. But in fact, with the current situation, the Azure race was not the only worry of the Baiquan camp, as with so much smell of blood there was the likelihood that the beasts in the nearby forests would decide to come out and feast, and this would lead to another fierce war between humans and beasts. Therefore, even though the current Baiquan camp was in no condition to fight another war after suffering a crushing defeat under Zemin's forces, they had no choice but to mobilize for the sake of their families and their homes, or whatever reason each of these soldiers and soul evolvers were fighting for. However, there was one problem present: the condition of the current Zemin. You. How? Shangguan Bing Shui looked at Zemin in shock. She couldn't even produce a complete sentence correctly as her blue eyes trembled, exposing her current emotions. But how could she not be in shock? A matter of 2 or 3 minutes ago, Zemin was considerably well, and even though his body was covered with wounds of different magnitudes, it couldn't compare to his current miserable state. Wu Yijuan, who was commanding the plants to become her temporary warriors, looked at Zemin's severed arm being held by a fake blood arm, and then looked at the golden spear impaled on his chest along with 2 huge bloody holes that even let her see through his body before her vision went completely dark. Chen He, despite being as shocked as everyone else, reacted and held on to the fainting body of his childhood friend. Despite having lost her consciousness, 2 thin lines of tears slid silently down Wu Yijuan's beautiful face as proof of how much fear she was experiencing at the prospect of losing the person who had inadvertently taken over her heart. Big brother, you. Fu Xiefeng could not believe what he was seeing. In the eyes of Fu Xiefeng, Zemin was a divine and invincible existence that could not be defeated no matter how many enemies came or how powerful the counterpart might appear to be. From the beginning of the apocalypse until now, he had overcome all the obstacles that had stood in his way, and the number of times he had been seriously injured could be counted by the fingers of one hand. But this was undoubtedly the first time that Zemin appeared before them in such a miserable physical condition. In fact, the current Zemin did not look much different from a person who had just been defeated and crushed. His black eyes that were always steady and bright struggled to stay open, the exhaustion that weighed on his soul and the physical pain that embraced every fiber of his being caused his posture to waver, and even the grip on his weapon that never trembled looked weak and poor. All of this, coupled with the fact that he had a spear stuck in his chest and the fact that his left arm had been cleanly severed, did not at all represent that unbeatable warrior that everyone had formed in their minds. Heh. Xietain chuckled curtly as he noticed how some of the people present had strange looks in their eyes. Only he and Shangguan Bingshui knew what had happened in the oblong world. In fact, she did not know that at the end Xietain had faced death several times in a matter of seconds when the Fourth Order Ghost Emperor Jack appeared blocking his path of retreat. Therefore, all these people had no idea that despite his current miserable state, Xietain was never defeated by anyone and never bowed his head to another existence. Even the mighty Ghost Emperor Jack, who was 3 orders and who knows how many levels above Xietain, could only have taken him to the grave at the cost of his own life. In fact, none of them except Shangguan Bingshui knew that he actually had a potion that could restore his physical condition to almost 100% immediately. Xietan's tenacity was so powerful and steadfast that even in his current condition he was not willing to waste that precious potion unless he really had no choice. How many were capable of achieving such a thing? How many could proudly say that despite having lost a limb and despite having mortal wounds that went from one side of their body to the other, they stood firm not only physically but also mentally? Let alone a young man in his 20s, even a war veteran would probably collapse. It was just that none of those present would ever be able to comprehend Xietan's thoughts. What was a little pain? A missing limb? So what? Xietain was clear in his heart that if he wanted to achieve that great goal he had set for himself, and if he wanted to live up to the hopes that naughty woman had placed upon him, then he needed at least as much tenacity and decisiveness. Don't worry. Xietain looked at Shangguan Bingshui with a forced smile and said slowly, actually, it's not as bad as it looks. Shangguan Bingshui stared at him and gradually her eyes were tinged with anger that threatened to burn everything. She bit her lower lip so hard it was a miracle they didn't split. You bastard. You better sit there and let Conlan heal you or otherwise. Otherwise. Shangguan Bingshui pointed at him with her hand, but not knowing what else to say she simply made a fist gesture and punched forward. Ha 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 ha, ugh. Xietain laughed out loud, but the pain forced him to stop. He looked at her with a smile on his pained expression as he slowly said, you know, Ice Princess? If you keep acting like this in front of so many people you will not only lose your title but also steal the hearts of many men. Far from looking threatening, Shangguan Bingshui looked simply too cute and charming with every gesture she made despite being angry. In fact, hundreds of men were left stunned as they looked at her with smitten expressions, without knowing that they had just dug a sinkhole from which it would be difficult to escape. This Chen, he was simply dumbfounded not only by Xietan's miserable condition but also by Shangguan Bingshui's attitude. He had known her for about 20 years, but Chen, he did not remember seeing Shangguan Bingshui act in such a way in front of anyone, let alone a man, so he was extremely confused at this moment. Xietain. Suddenly, a shout rang out from the crowd, drawing everyone's gaze. A burly man whose muscles were so exaggerated that even his plate armor could barely cover up emerged from the ranks. But this man did not belong to the Soul Evolvers of the Baiquan camp, but was part of the Soul Evolvers that made up the Blood Spear Legion of Xietan's Transcendent faction. He was precisely Yan Tu, whose physical power was even higher than Nangong Yi's and Zhongde's, and whose power scale could break into the top 5 of the faction. Xietain looked at him indifferently while Shangguan Bingshui narrowed her eyes. Chill shone in Shangguan Bingshui's beautiful blue eyes as she noticed how Yan Tu clenched his fists tightly and tensed his muscles. However, just as she was about to take a step forward, Xietan's soft voice sounded beside her. It's okay, Bingshui. Leave it to me. Won't your injuries get worse? She looked over her shoulder at him and asked with apprehension. I fought and killed Third Order beings and even survived the brief but deadly clash against 2 Fourth Order. Xietain smiled slightly and closed his eyes as he shook his head. Then, he looked at Yan Tu and said in a low voice, "What a First Order. I'm afraid it's not necessary for me to face him personally, and only my clones could do the job. But I really want to do it." Shangguan Bingshui naturally understood Xietan's thoughts, so she didn't say anything even though she had doubts regarding the matter of the 2 Fourth Orders. She simply looked at Yan Tu coldly and took a step back. Xietain gently put down his greatsword, the item he obtained when Jack died after being pierced by the golden spear, and his severed arm on the ground. Then, he took the golden spear that was stuck in his chest and effortlessly pulled it out and then put it on the ground along with the rest of the things before walking toward Xietain. His leather armor was in tatters, his body riddled with wounds among which were 2 huge bloody holes piercing his torso from side to side. One of his arms was made of red blood, clearly barely being held by magic power. On the other hand, Xietain was completely unharmed and full of energy after recovering from the previous war after resting for several hours. The difference between the two sides was so great that anyone with logical sense would say that the winner was decided before the battle even began. However, even Xietain himself was not sure of this. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 499. He is not someone with whom another human in this world can deal. Considering the current condition of Xietain, it was impossible that there would not be some mutinies and usurpers trying to take his position. After all, greed was a really powerful emotion, and not for nothing was it part of the 7 deadly sins recorded in the Catholic Bible and in many other legends. Although Xietain tried to rule as well as possible, it was impossible for him to do everything right, and therefore it was impossible to keep everyone happy. There were always some who would feel that what they were getting was not enough or who would be dissatisfied with the way he led. Xietain was fully aware that once he left the Grey Corridor and his broken body was exposed to the eyes of everyone, there would definitely be at least one person who would rise up against him. However, even Xietain could make wrong judgments at times. What Xietain expected to face was some armed soldiers trying to play savior, or perhaps some soul evolvers belonging to the Baiquan camp who had submitted less than half a day ago after being defeated. But little did he expect that the person who would rise up against him would not be one of those who had recently been his enemy, but someone with whom he had fought shoulder to shoulder on more than one occasion. Xietain was only a couple of meters distance away from Xietain when he stopped and simply stood there looking at him silently. Xietain looked at Xietain with complicated eyes, and was after more than a minute of silence that his eyes finally became resolute as he said in a deep voice, "Xietain, fight against me." A death combat between 2 men, Shangguan Bing Shui, Fu Xiefeng, Kai Jingyi, Kong Lan, Zhong De, and many others who were 100% loyal and held Xietain in high esteem, completely disdained Xietain and his comment, "Death combat between 2 men?" Xietain sure had thick skin to dare to say those words with a serious face. Did he dare to say those same words if Xietain was at his peak? Clearly, Xietain was just a coward trying to take advantage of the opportunity that had apparently appeared before him. Really, why are there such despicable creatures in this world? Shangguan Bing Shui muttered coldly. Xietain lowered his head and looked at the ground without responding immediately. "May I ask why?" Xietain frowned slightly, and no one knew if it was due to physical pain or some particular reason. He raised his head and looked at Xietain, who was almost a head taller than him, and pointed out, "If you think you are getting less than you deserve, I don't think it is necessary to go that far." If Xietain had said those words at the beginning of it all and when his stone heart skill practically ruled over his emotions, then Xietain would probably have slaughtered him instantly. However, the current Xietain was slowly beginning to evolve not only in power but also as a person and as a leader. Xietain was not a lone warrior, and he was destined to never be one. Sure, he could fight most of the important battles on his own, but at the end of the day, he was building a kingdom and raising a faction step by step. So even though it was a slow process, Xietain began to think more like a leader when he needed to think like a leader and saved his warrior thoughts for when the occasion warranted. Xietain shook his head and sighed as he said quietly, "No. What I get from you is more than enough, so much so that I have supplies left over and I don't even know what to do with them." Then? Xietain frowned harder uncomprehendingly. Xietain took a deep breath and looked Xietain in the eyes. "Xietain, let's stop the unnecessary chatting. Today, one of us will die here. First of all, I would like to clarify that Leader Lu and young Miss Lu don't know anything about this, so I hope you will leave them out of trouble if you defeat me." Lu Xiaoyao was in the main camp of Xietain organizing everything for the migration to the south together with several logistic teams, while on the other hand, Lu Yen was protecting the west gate with a few soldiers, so it was clear that neither of them knew about what Xietain was doing. On the other hand, Yang Tu was a lonely man with no family, as his family had abandoned him long before the apocalypse broke out. Therefore, he did not need to worry too much about possible consequences. Bai Zemin closed his eyes, and when he opened them again a moment later, his gaze had turned deathly cold, sending chills down Yen Tu's spine and causing him to subconsciously take half a step back before he stopped. The reason Yen Tu had stepped forward to challenge Bai Zemin was nothing heroic like wanting to create better rules for everyone, far from it. In fact, the government of Bai Zemin was no different from heaven compared to the government of many other leaders who were currently abusing their power. However, Yen Tu could not obey anyone but Lu Yen. He really tried to adapt, but simply could not. In Yen Tu's eyes, Bai Zemin was just a young college student not fit to lead and decide over the lives of so many people. Unfortunately for Yen Tu, Bai Zemin was simply too powerful. Yen Tu was clear that he had no hope of defeating him under normal circumstances. But now that Bai Zemin was so injured that it even seemed difficult for him to stay on his feet, Yen Tu judged that this might be the best opportunity that would come his way, so after hesitating for a long time, he finally decided to take it. Since this is the way things are, then I will fulfill your wish. Bai Zemin said in a cold voice. Come. I'll give you a fast death. Memories began to flash in Yen Tu's mind, and the more he thought the more frightened he became. Even though Bai Zemin was so badly injured, Yen Tu's memories were fresh, and the images of this powerful young man wiping out his enemies as if they were insignificant ants weighed heavily on his shoulders. The others watched with different emotions what was about to happen. Many were joyful, while secretly waiting for Bai Zemin's downfall. Many others were angry with Yen Tu, and many others were just indifferent. However, under the eyes of people like Shangguan Bingshui and Evangeline, none of them had the qualifications to interfere regardless of what their thoughts were. Shangguan Bingshui was especially attentive to the soul evolvers. She was a smart woman and understood that there might be people who thought of sneak attacks. Although she knew that Bai Zemin was strong, his current condition was really bad and she simply could not let go of her worries. This was one of the disadvantages of someone entering our hearts. It was simply impossible to stop worrying about their well-being. Suddenly, and as if to block the rising fear, Yen Tu took half a step forward to make up the distance he himself had created and shouted out loud. His voice was so powerful that it made several nearby soldiers dizzy, while his muscles began to swell to a deep golden color. Only a few seconds passed, but in that time Yen Tu's previously brown skin turned completely yellow, just like a statue made of real gold. But Yen Tu did not stop and continued activating different skills to polish his strength and other stats to new heights. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed coldly, but he did not comment on it. That wretch actually hid that skill. Shangguan Bingshui pointed from the distance in a cold voice for all to hear. When a soul evolver joined Bai Zemin's ranks, especially when it was one who once belonged to an enemy camp, he or she had to honestly describe their skills and hand in a report about it. This was a way to prevent future problems, since knowing the highs and lows of a skill one could create countermeasures in such a way that even a normal armed human could deal with the stated soul evolver. Hiding this information was not very smart, since with the passage of time the lie would be discovered and this would only cause big problems for the offender. On the other hand, if one had no nefarious thoughts, then one need not worry about sharing such information, as only Bai Zemin and a handful of others had access to it. However, it was clear that Yen Tu was planning to hit Bai Zemin from the very beginning, since even when the beasts almost killed him back then while they were still in the North Camp, Yen Tu never used this skill. Bai Zemin, if I defeat you today, I hope that the command of your forces will fall into Lord Lu's hands accordingly. Yen Tu roared. His voice had become extremely hoarse, similar to that of a primordial beast. I see. Now I understand your goal. Just die, traitor. Bai Zemin said in a cold voice before he disappeared without a trace. Yen Tu's eyes widened as he noticed his enemy suddenly disappear. However, before he could say anything else or better comprehend the danger he was in, a thunderous explosion rumbled across the battlefield. Boom! Yen Tu's eyes widened to a terrifying extreme and the veins around his face swelled tremendously as the overwhelming pain enveloped him with his chest as its core. He looked down only to find a fist-sized hole where his heart was supposed to be. Thud! Yen Tu fell heavily on his knees as disbelief flashed in his eyes. His defense-focused active ability had increased his stamina and health stats by over 200 points each and strengthened his skin to the point where even normal high-caliber bullets could not hurt him. However, a single fist had completely broken through his defenses to the point where a bloody hole was visible through his body. You have obtained the soul power of First Order Yin 2 level 43. Bai Zemin watched indifferently as Yin 2's body collapsed to the front. The thud of the golden giant's fall spread amidst the total silence, and when Bai Zemin raised his head to look into the eyes of each of them, none of them dared to hold his gaze for more than a second before lowering their heads in fear. Those with wild ideas dared not mention them, and those who had no revolutionary thoughts simply dared not make a sound for fear of being misunderstood. None of those present could believe that such a badly injured person who had lost an arm could do something as insane as that. Fu Xiefeng and the others let out sighs of admiration in their hearts. Even being so injured after having faced who knows how many enemies and what kind of existences beyond the spatial portal that had almost completely closed, Bai Zemin still managed to kill the mighty Yin 2 with a single blow, proving that even if he was like this, he was not someone they could deal with. Bai Zemin raised his right foot and planted it on top of Yin 2's corpse's head. Burn, he whispered before a flare of blue fire shot out from the soles of his boots. He watched as the endless lotus blue flame slowly incinerated the head of his former subordinate with indifference. There was no need to show mercy to traitors, so there was no need for Yin 2 to have a burial place, let alone a corpse, to begin with. As the weakened endless lotus blue flame burned gently after consuming most of its soul power in the oblong world and in the short battle against Jack, Shangguan Bing Shui looked at Bai Zemin calmly from a distance. Indeed, even though he is so badly injured, he is not someone to deal with. At least, there is probably no human in this world capable of standing up against him. Shangguan Bing Shui recalled how Bai Zemin ended the life of a third-order existence easily and couldn't help but mutter such words. What happened on the other side? Evangeline approached and asked in a low voice. She was not perturbed at all by Yin 2's death, despite having fought as comrades on several occasions. In Evangeline's eyes, death was simply something obvious that everyone would experience. It was just a matter of whether death would embrace you early or late, but in the end, that embrace would always come. This was especially true for people like them who fought to the death day in and day out. Today she was alive, but maybe tomorrow she would be no more. That was how this worked. I think Bai Zemin will report on this later. Shangguan Bing Shui replied calmly. The current her no longer felt any pressure as she looked at Evangeline, proof of how powerful she had become after fighting to the death in the oblong world alongside Bai Zemin. She rejoiced in her heart and thanked her stubbornness, because even though she was on the verge of death and her life was in danger on more than one occasion, her strength had grown greatly. If Shangguan Bing Shui had not gone with Bai Zemin to the oblong world, the distance between him and her would probably have widened so much that she would never be able to reach him in her entire life. Evangeline naturally sensed Shangguan Bing Shui's change, so she was curious. However, given the current circumstances, it was best to wait, so she simply nodded silently without asking more about it. Bai Zemin watched as Yin 2's head incinerated, but there was no soul stone present. His eyes were cold as he let the blue flames set the entire body on fire, turning even the plate armor into waste. With this, he looked at everyone coldly as if he was telling them that regardless of how strong they were or how valuable they may think they were, in Bai Zemin's eyes they were still replaceable existences which could be crushed whenever and however he wanted. If there was anyone else who, after seeing what had just happened, still thought that Bai Zemin was weak due to his injuries, then that person was probably mentally retarded. Naturally, none of them stood up to cause trouble. Bai Zemin walked back and motioned for Kong Lan to come over. Kong Lan came out of the surprise and fear she felt when she saw Bai Zemin so badly injured. Seeing him motioning her to come closer, she ran at full speed to get closer in an instant. "El leader, let me heal you," Kong Lan said fearfully and raised both hands. However, just as she was planning on activating her skill, Bai Zemin stopped her. "Wait a minute, Kong Lan," he said and looked at the surroundings as he slowly stated, "I want to do something else first." Plus 2,600 words. Chapter Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 500. Shangguan Bing Shui's Tears. Kong Lan looked at Bai Zemin in a blank stare, but he also didn't explain too much, nor did he give enough time for anyone to ask questions, as in its place he took off the bag he had made out of second-order leather and spilled the contents on the ground. Under the not-so-surprised gaze of everyone, hundreds of small shiny rocks with different colors fell one by one to the ground, creating small tinkling sounds as they reached their destination. "Kong Lan, there are about 20 second-order soul stones here. The rest are all first-order soul stones. I want you to evolve your first order recovery skill to the maximum possible now. Xietain ordered as he pointed to the soul stones that he had gone to great effort to save and which he had chosen as carefully as his time in the Oblong world allowed. This. Kong Lan was very surprised when she heard that there were approximately 20 second-order soul stones in that small, brightly colored mountain. In the area, there was no lack of soul evolvers mixed among the normal soldiers, so with their sharpened senses, Xietan's words did not escape their ears. These soul evolvers gasped, and the soldiers next to them could not contain their curiosity, so they asked what was going on. As the words of Xietain spread through the war zone, silence reigned for a couple of seconds before more and more gasps were added one after another. Currently, a single second-order existence was basically an overlord capable of destroying a large camp, and probably only camps with advanced modern weaponry like the Baiquan camp that had war tanks and several IFVs would be able to defend themselves. The remaining human establishments would definitely be wiped out in blood in a matter of hours or perhaps minutes, depending on the extent of resistance the humans could put up. However, just now, Xietain had just said that in that pile of soul stones there were no less than 20 second-order soul stones. What did 20 second-order soul stones mean? It meant that unless 20 defeated enemies whose power scale was within the second order had with 100% probability soul stones, then Xietain must have killed at least several tens of second-order beings while he and Shangguan Bing Shui were on the other side of the portal. Fu Xiafeng, Zhong De, Chen He, Nangong Yi, Nangong Lingxin, and the others looked toward the portal in shock. Even Evangeline's ever-calm expression threatened to crumble once she understood the hidden meaning behind Xietan's seemingly simple words. Although all the soul evolvers present had realized that the enemy this time was indeed powerful, as they had overwhelmingly high numbers, and they had even sensed the remaining soul power floating in the air as an indication that the powerhouses were not lacking for the other side, none of the members of the Allied army expected that in just a matter of 5 or 6 hours, Xietain had fought and slaughtered hundreds of first-order beings, and at very least 20 second-order ones. And that's not even taking into account the huge sum of treasures Shangguan Bing Shui brought with her when she crossed the portal, along with the huge ice hands she had created in the Oblong world. Chen He looked at the huge amount of soul stones on the ground and gulped as a thought flashed through him. Wouldn't Xietain be able to bring even more high-ranked soul stones if not for the limits of that leather pouch? No, more than that. Chen He looked around and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he realized that the terrifying sight around him suddenly seemed to have turned into a divine treasure. In the war zone where Xietain had slaughtered the enemies were hundreds of thousands of rotting corpses. Hundreds of thousands of corpses, among which there was no shortage of first order. In short, the Transcendent faction would soon obtain at least several tens of thousands of unclassified soul stones and probably several tens or even a little over 100 first-order soul stones. All the soul evolvers were excited and couldn't help but shout Xietan's name out loud as they realized that all of them would soon be able to evolve all of their skills to new heights thanks to the sudden increase in unclassified soul stones. Xietain, Xietain, Xietain. Xietain was dumbfounded and looked at the large army that seemed to have received some kind of magic drug with confusion. Then, he looked at Shangguan Bing Shui and said uncomprehendingly, "Bing Shui, what is going on here?" Shangguan Bing Shui shrugged her shoulders and calmly replied, "They are probably excited about the large number of soul stones we will obtain once the proper extraction is done." By proper extraction, Shangguan Bing Shui naturally meant drilling the heads of the corpses in need of such a process to obtain the corresponding soul stone. Isn't it just a few unclassified soul stones and a few first-order soul stones? Xietain said in confusion. Then, he said indifferently, "I even obtained a third order and a fourth order before." The battlefield suddenly became silent, and those who were previously cheering happily froze with their arms in the midair as they stared straight ahead with strange expressions. The face of Shangguan Bing Shui turned pale, and ignoring the shock everyone felt in their hearts, she walked up to Xietain slowly. Xietain frowned and subconsciously took a step back when she came too close of him. After all, Shangguan Bing Shui was still wrapped by his cloak, as her armor had also been destroyed during the battle against the second-order giant eagle. Shangguan Bing Shui did not care at all about what others might think. She looked at Xietan's severed arm and said with a deathly pale face, You fought against the Emperor? Actually, I managed to give him a good blow, but unfortunately I didn't manage to kill him." Xietain nodded with a touch of remorse. My strength really is far from the Fourth Order after all. Even my crimson blood judgment boosted by the power of Little Blue, the momentum of gravity manipulation, the falling force of over 10,000 kilometers high, and even the support of my mystic earring was powerless to kill that Azura Emperor. Xietain knew that he was a mere First Order existence, and the fact that he managed to survive after a Fourth Order enemy appeared in his path was already a miracle in itself. However, he was a greedy man after all, so it was hard for him to accept failure, no matter how justified it was. The eyes of Shangguan Bingshui trembled. She ignored the second part of what Xietain said and instead focused on what she managed to realize from his initial words. You didn't kill the Emperor? Then? That Fourth Order soul stone, you say? That? Ugh. Xietain frowned as he felt his entire body begin to itch tremendously, which simply worsened the pain he felt from his wounds. This itching was precisely his health stat beginning to speed up the healing process. He gasped in pain as he explained in a low voice, "When you crossed the portal, I exchanged a few words with the Azura Emperor and managed to wound him thanks to the fact that he was limited by my magic attack. However, that man really is the emperor of a race, since in his possession is a robe that mitigated a great deal of the damage from my void fist. In the end, just before I retreated, I self-destructed my own attack so that the whole world was thrown into chaos. But little did I expect that a few seconds after I crossed the portal to return to Earth, a Fourth Order ghost emperor would appear out of nowhere." Xietain smiled bitterly and shook his head as he said with a lingering bitterness, "I swear that was the worst beating I ever got in my life. That ghost named Jack was capable of launching attacks directly to the soul, so in a surprise attack he almost killed me if it wasn't for me to react in time. Even so, here's the consequence." Xietain reached out his blood arm and grabbed his severed arm. He looked at it in pain and said in between sighs, "See." A fraction of a second later and my head would have gone. The passage back to Earth was starting to collapse. I was badly wounded after fighting so many deadly battles. The enemy was overwhelmingly stronger, and as icing on the cake, I barely had any mana left. Xietain pointed to the 2 bloody holes in his torso as he slowly said, "These 2 were gifts from that Fourth Order ghost. 2 fists, 2 holes. In the end, it wasn't possible for me to win, and retreating back to Earth wasn't a viable option either. So, I decided that since that's the way things were, then I might as well take the culprit with me." Then, Xietain looked at the golden spear on the ground and said in confusion, "But just then, that spear came out of nowhere and saved me. Even though both Jack and I were pierced from side to side, strangely enough, I came out unharmed while he disappeared without a trace. I didn't even feel an ounce of new records going into me." The more he thought about it, the stranger Xietain felt it all was. Where the hell had that golden spear come from? Who had thrown it? An attack powerful enough to completely annihilate the existence of a Fourth Order powerhouse, but controlled enough not to hurt him at all. Xietain could only think on the seemingly all-powerful higher existences. Was it Lilith? Xietain frowned harder and harder. Although he had never seen Lilith attack, the feeling he felt from the previous attack was something Xietain could not describe, but it definitely did not seem to be mana. It seemed like some kind of different energy, more powerful but at the same time strange. Xietain didn't know why, but he could feel it very clearly. Therefore, he did not believe that Lilith was responsible, even though she was the only higher existence he knew who had reason to help him in such a precarious situation as the one he was in at that time. Suddenly, Xietain felt that someone was looking at him in a way that very few had ever used to look at him. Curious, he took his eyes off the spear and followed that strange feeling, but what he saw made him freeze. The beautiful blue eyes of Shangguan Bingshui glistened as tears were barely contained by her long lower lashes. She looked at him with sadness that seemed to come from deep within her heart. The level of sadness and reluctance she conveyed from her eyes shocked Xietain greatly, as he did not expect that a living being, let alone a human, could ever show such a pure emotion like this. Hey. Is something wrong?" He spoke in a low voice as if he was afraid of scaring her and being the cause for those crystalline tears to fall. However, Shangguan Bingshui did not respond. She simply shook her head gently, causing her hair to sway delicately on the wind before slowly closing her eyes and raising her head to look up to the sky to prevent her tears from falling. Shangguan Bingshui slowly opened her eyes and looked at the sunset that signaled the impending nightfall, a sunset that had become even more red than usual due to the blood floating in the air. Why had Bai Zemin been unable to return to Earth, and had he had no choice but to give himself up to death? Why had he decided to die in that space passage and take that fourth-order enemy with him? Even without him explaining it, and even without him wanting to say it, Shangguan Bingshui was a woman attentive and smart enough to understand his motives. If Bai Zemin fled to Earth, the fourth-order ghost would probably follow him, and not only would he end up dying, but everyone on Earth would end up being slaughtered. So, what he had done was no different than sacrificing himself for the sake of everyone here. Sure, Bai Zemin might have his own reasons. But that did not change the reality of the facts. He had saved everyone and had been willing to give up his life for it. The very thought of it made Shangguan Bingshui feel guilty for leaving him behind, but mostly relieved that he had returned alive. However, as she looked at his current condition, she could not help but feel that perhaps her life would not be enough to thank him for all that he had silently done for all of them. At the end of the day, Bai Zemin might not be aware that he continued to sacrifice himself for the good of all. However, most of the time he received hate or envious looks, and even those he chose to trust and betrayed him. She slowly lowered her head and looked him seriously in the eyes before looking at everyone present with cold eyes. Then, under everyone's astonished stare, she slowly knelt down on one knee and said firmly, "From today, I, Shangguan Bingshui, pledge my loyalty to you, Bai Zemin. I know what kind of person you are, and I know what your heart is like, so I am not afraid of my next words. Your enemies will always be my enemies, and I will personally take it upon myself to reclaim the lives of those ungrateful ones who spat upon the kindness you have shown them." Bai Zemin was stunned at Shangguan Bingshui's sudden act. However, among all the shocked there was probably no one as surprised as Chen He. The young and talented archer looked at his crush with wide eyes in shock. Even his pupils trembled in disbelief, because he knew Shangguan Bingshui's character well enough to understand that her words were not just for show.